Listen, listen, listen. Welcome to the first annual Stream-A-Thon for Toys for Tots, brought to you by myself and Sarge Reds. And if you're wondering why I'm going live at noon on a Friday, no one is spreading lies about me. No one is throwing accusations about me. I'm not coming in to yell and scream. Unless if you don't donate because you hate kids, that's the only reason why I'm going to yell at anyone today. But if you don't know, I'm going to be here in this vicinity for the next 36 plus hours collecting donations for Toys for Tots. So if you don't know exactly, anything that the channel earns today, super chats, super thanks, super stickers, channel memberships, and anything in general that the channel makes for my videos and stuff for the next 3 days, that is Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it all goes to Toys for Tots through Sarge Reds, which I'll be going there purchasing. They are kind enough to give us a discount, so there'll be even more toys that go out. Now, let's say you're like, hey, you know what? Sometimes YouTube takes their cut, and I don't want to do that. Well, that's fine. You can also send it directly to my PayPal, which is ljfrontera@gmail.com. Where is it at here? I did all this for everyone right here. Look at this. All right. Now you're saying, hey, you know what? I have a bunch of toys that I just recently bought. Not old stuff. No one wants Power of the Force other than us during May, the Power of the Force. If you have new toys, maybe you found some stuff on discount just recently and you're like, hey, you know what? I want to do this, but I don't really want to donate. I don't have the extra money. I do it on my credit card. Well, you can ship it directly to Sarge Reds, attention, Punk's Toys for Tots, and it will all go into the bin. The Toys for Tots bin. He has the Marines come in. He's a former Marine, so you know you can trust him. You can trust me, as I have been here for quite some time, doing my best to kick ass and try and give you guys as much content as possible. So I wanted to start it off, let you guys know. It is broken up into 4 streams. Now, if you're wondering why you're not just doing a straight 36 plus hour stream, that is because, thank you to Oz, he found out that if you go over 12 hours doing a live stream, YouTube hides it. So I didn't want this to be hidden. I want this to be public. I want anyone to be able to come in here and see what the hell we talked about, what we did, watch the different shows that I had on. That was the whole purpose, bring on other shows while trying to collect money for the kids, because they're the ones that are important. I've mentioned this 100 times before. My kids have never gone without. They have all the stuff they need and more than that, and stuff they want. Not every kid is lucky enough to have that. And if that means sitting in this chair for almost 2 days, I'll be standing too. I will be walking around. I might even use the portal potty. You can see it right back over there. You can see my Cobra portal potty. I will definitely be taking a break, but there'll be other people flowing in, helping me out. My moderators will help out. They'll have control when they're here, so it means I can kind of maybe bolt. I might even have to take a nap. I'm almost 49 years old. I don't have the stamina to go 36 plus hours. Sorry, girls. It's just not possible anymore. But anyway, let's just get it started quickly. And we're going to start with everyone that is in the chat. We have Turk Murphy Solutions is here. We have PNC. And right off of the bat, where the hell is it at? I can't do this the whole time, but since there's no one else on here with me.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
Mod Extra Games and Collectibles, $20 super chat. Let's get this thing started. Good luck with the fundraising. Not is he only the first person to donate. Well, guess what? He will also be my guest on Thursday with a friend on Thanksgiving. It'll be a recorded one because he's from across the pond. And I love these ones with these guys from other countries because you get to learn so much. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. He's also True Mr. True Mr. 6 on Instagram. We have a GI Bro who has the best guns. This guy will get at least 8 workouts during this whole telethon here. We have Francis Brady who has joined the chat. We have Henri Yu who is here. Christoph, Scuba, Krusty O Crow, Derek Holloman, Woody Triple 2 3-star draws here. And we have Brick Something, Bobby Wold, which there will be some giveaways, but not today. And I'll talk about that in a second. We have Cornelius Smith, G.I. Joe. Derek Holloman is joined us. And we have...
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
Francis Brady, $50 super chat for the kids. No Super 7. John doesn't have much Super 7 there, so I think we are safe there. We have a Legends series who will also be on the show sometime tonight, sometimes throughout the day, I'm sure. And oh my God, you guys are gonna hear this a lot. So
here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
PNC with the $40 super chat. Lazy no snail mail for me. I will do it again.
Here comes the money.
What the hell? Why not?
Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
Jamie Garcia with the $49.9 super chat. Thanks for donating your time for this. Thank you guys already. Holy crap. This is awesome. We have a one-eyed biker here. We have Payne's toy sample. Look at this. Mod Extra saying, I'm looking forward to it. I am too. We were on a live stream once, and I had a great time, and it's great to bring you back. 3-star draw. I'm not sure if I think I might have mentioned your name, but I've already talked to you. Got to go and do some work. Be back soon. Listen, break a leg, and he will be here in a little bit. I think around 7 p.m. tonight. Woo!
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
Woody Triple 2 with the $19.99 super chat. Lunchtime skeet for the cause. Good luck, punk. You know what? You get it even on a charity stream. You get the fart because you're so awesome. We have Viper Scout with the $4.99 super chat. Whew, this can be hard.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
Good luck with the stream. This is my first ever super chat heading to work. We'll check it later. Thank you very much. We have Daredevil Dave. Let's do it again for you guys.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
Daredevil Dave with the $19.99 super chat. So excited to be part of this. Let me tell you something about Daredevil Dave. He finally figured out a way to become a channel member, but he was waiting. He was waiting to do it today, so it would go towards the kids. But somebody donated a membership last night all right, on Ronnie Trick Shots Thursday with a friend, and he got it, and he wasn't even in the chat. So I'm glad you came in and still donated. Thank you very much, Dave. I watched you die. I watched you resurrect. This is our Jesus Christ of the toy community, due to Aaron the toy dancer and his electrolytes. All right, so let me kind of address a couple things that I kind of mentioned. Okay. Bobby Wold says, can you repeat the PayPal address to donate? It is LJ Frontera. That is my last name. LJFRONTERA @gmail.com. It is in the description. So in the description of all of these, it's also going across the screen right there. Okay. So if you go in the description, you'll see it. Click on it. It should take you to it. It's a very simple name. It's Front and Era. You'd be surprised how many people can absolutely slaughter that. All right. So I said we're going to be doing some giveaways, but not on this stream. I think I'm going to do them on my Black Friday giveaway. And this all came to be because one person wanted to donate a tiger paw, but I didn't know how to make any money. And talking to Krusty Old Crow, he said, hey, you know what? I have this. I don't know why I'm holding it up. He goes, I have this retro beachhead. I love to donate. I don't know how to do it. I think how we could do it. And then it came to me. When we hit a specific goal, we'll do a giveaway. So if we hit $1,000, now mind you, we already have $600 that was donated anonymously. Is that word right? Anonymously through PayPal already. So at $1,000 on that Black Friday, I will give away this dock. At $2,000, we will be giving away a retro beachhead from Krusty Old Crow. At $3,000, we will be giving away a retro Cobra Commander from Sharlock. And if we hit $5,000, I will give away the Tiger Paw. Now you're asking, what are you going to do with the Tiger Paw if we don't hit 5,000? Well, we're going to hit 5,000, so it doesn't matter, right? I really don't know if we don't hit the 5,000, but we're going to hit the 1,000. But there's an incentive now. We'll do a whole giveaway. It won't even be one. I don't know how we're going to do it because, you don't have to donate to get it. I haven't figured out how we're going to do it. But I figured let's tier it up. Let's make it so, people want to donate. And you should just want to donate anyway. This is for the kids. So do you hate the kids? Because if you hate the kids, I'm sitting here for 36 plus hours for no reason. But I don't believe that because
here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
Payne's toy sample comes in with a $4.99 for the kids, but divorce is sadly expensive. I cannot speak for divorce, but I know what it's like to split up, and you are absolutely correct. It is expensive. So, but you know what? Every cent helps. Like I said, I normally have 100 people watching on Monday nights. That means 99 cents. Come on. If you all can't donate 99 cents, if you can't afford it, that's great. If you just refuse to, well, then you hate the kids, right? We've all agreed you hate the kids if you don't want to donate 99 cents. So it doesn't have to be right now. Donate throughout because I'm hoping that we get people that aren't used to always being on my show. So, all right, we have Plastic Fantastic who is here. We have Same Time Toys who is here. Whoa, look at all these people. Daredevil Dave says, I was about to ask you if you wanted to donate a dock. You know what? I can always give it. You can always give another one away. I kind of skipped that 4,000 mark because I don't have anything to technically give away. And we have Turk Murphy. So hold on a minute. Let's do it. Where's it at?
Welcome to the Creamery.
Thank you very much. Who became a new member. We have Larry Bogus. Now, I know you're a first timer, or at least I've never seen you here before because I know the name. Hey, man, Toys for Tots coordinator here. Thanks, man, for this. We appreciate it. This is fantastic. If I am correct, I always see Sarge Reds doing a skit with a Marine. And I was like, man, they need to change the name Larry because people are going to think that it's me and he always calls me Little Larry or something short because I'm short, but that's actually your name. Awesome. Thank you so much. And I honestly, I can't wait. Dude, I can't wait. I'm excited. It's going to be a long couple of days, but hey, you know what? People do a lot worse. Have to deal with a lot worse than this. So we have K-Dog Broadcasting is here, and we have, oh my God. We're going to stop this shortly, but right now there's no one here.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
We have a Legend series with the 1990 super chat on behalf of my me and the wife. I'm not the only one that screws stuff up. You're doing great things, brother. Excited talking wrestling with you guys later. Hey, I'm gonna ask you to come on later on, probably during the day. I think you're normally free, so if you can, awesome. All right, we have Wraith Mace, who has joined the house. No one's joined my house. We have Nolan from Canada with the $5 super chat for the kids. Awesome job, Punk. All right, I'm gonna do it one more time.
Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
There are a lot of super chats coming in already. Thank you very much. I hope this happens throughout the whole stream, because right now, I mean, if this is how it's going to go, 5,000 is going to be absolutely nothing. And Sergeant Reds is going to be Sergeant Reds is going to be hurting when we get there. Larry, I almost saying right, Larry Bogus. I feel like it almost seemed like it was a joke name, but that is me. Awesome. Great to know you're a real person. Great to know you're a real person. Sherlock has been a member for 1 month. And you know what? We have a little bit of time. So.
Welcome to the Creamery.
And we already have Wraith Mace with the $20 super chat. I love kids. Here is proof. So you know what? You're going to get the...
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
I'm just saving my voice by playing that this much. We have Nazar here. Good luck, Punk. Thank you very much. We have Astradamus with the $5 super chat, popping in to say hey, and what an awesome undertaking. I'll be joining you later. Oz will probably be on later on today. He will be on with Clubhouse Coffee at 6 a.m. That's probably where I might take a nap if possible. And then obviously, well, it's Punk's Clubhouse takeover tonight, but it's technically Oz's. But hey, you know what? I'm taking it over because he doesn't care. Well, he might care if I took it over forever. And then we have Woody 222 once again. Lunchtime, half over, skeet for the cause. Well, you know what? That one
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
Well, you know, you also get a and I promise I will eventually get a better fart noise just for you. And if anyone wonders, why does he get his own noise? Why does he get that? Well, he was sending super chats well before I had anything put in there. So anyway, thank you guys very much. I'm waiting for our first guest to show up. And when they do, I'll bring them on and we can kind of chat a little bit. But before then, again, we got Sherlock here. I've been working on changing up my office and my display, so it's more interesting to look at when I'm on Thursday next month. Thank you very much. Well, I mean, don't I'm not saying thank you. You don't have to change it up for me, but that is actually pretty awesome. Whew. Another $20 super chat from Turk Murphy, Toy Solutions. Thanks for the good work, sir. No, thank you very much. And you get a...
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money. Here comes the money.
Now, I might as well play it one more time.
Here comes the money.
For Plastic Fantastic, who says, $10 super chat for the children's. I want to make and donate a 3D printed classified scale Wolverine to give away. Thank you very much. You know what? I really wanted to give that. I really wanted to do a giveaway for in general for my Black Friday for you. with a Wolverine because the thing is really awesome. I don't want to ask you to to do that, but you're offering. He makes a wonderful, it's actually downstairs, or I'd grab it and show it. I'll bring it up later on and show you. So there you go. Let's say at 4,000, if we hit $4,000, we will give away a 3D printed, what's it called? Wolverine. All right. So now my first guest I see has just joined us, and all the way from the dry, great state of Arizona, the owner and operator of Gridiron, Mark. Thank you for joining.
Oh man, thanks for having me. This is a great occasion.
Thank you. Honestly, thank you. This has been, how do you say, a very stressful time leading up to it. I wanted to do this thing last year, and I didn't think the channel was big enough, but also you have to start prepping months before. I mean, just to get yourself mentally ready. So
Okay.
I finally said, once you put it out there, it's like, I have to do it, right? You don't have a choice. And then it was just getting people lined up to want to come on and know that there's going to be gaps where I'll just have people kind of flow in, because even as much as I talk on Monday night, I can't go 36 plus hours.
Yeah,
I
that's
can't
rough.
do that.
That's rough.
So how are you doing?
Oh man, we're just so busy, man. Just so busy. And been good though.
You guys are pumping out stuff, and one of the things that I love about most of the stuff that you do, well, all the stuff that you do, I might not like it. It might not be for me, but it's for somebody.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not a big mech guy,
Yeah.
but people love those mech legs. And actually, when I look at it, it's like, it's not even really a mech. It's legs for a trouble bubble. And it looks really cool. It does. And then I saw what you dropped today.
Yeah.
Do you happen to have that handy?
I do, yeah.
And I'm going to make you bigger. Let me move you over here quickly. Maybe. All right. So can you tell us a little bit about this thing?
Yeah. So, as most people saw on the trouble bubble legs, those were, it was interesting because when we started to work on the design, we knew we wanted legs for the drone series that we've been putting together as another lower. With our adapter, you can put all these things just kind of go together, and we wanted to have something that had a I'm losing you. Hold on. Losing you.
That's our first Matthew
There we
Matson mess up there. That's what my moderator does all the time.
Very good. Yeah, so these things come apart. So then you can put on any kind of upper that we have, and we'll be adding more to that arsenal as we go. So there's some pretty exciting pieces. It's a really nice set. I mean, it's our first articulation to a standing figure. So it's pretty exciting for us. We're doing a 4 POA, so you have a really nice hip socket.
Thank God it's not a 3 POA.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. So we have really nice articulation in the ankles, and
right.
This allows for good posing and good battle posing.
Is it nice and like stiff, like where?
Oh yeah, it's
awesome. And
yeah,
again,
it's not a rag doll. Yeah, it's really nice.
And I've had 3D printed stuff, and
yeah.
It is trying to figure out how to get you off solo layout.
Well, we never would have really even attempted this unless we felt that this was a strong, posable, a figure of sorts for us. So, yeah, this has been a really a fun project for us, just because of the challenge of how do you, we always, we try to innovate in the 3D space, but this is a whole nother thing. This is really, you're talking about physics, and you got to really make sure that the weight and the mass and You know, to
Yeah.
be able to hold a leg up and have it not flop around on you, you know?
Yeah, and my buddy, he 3D printed a few 3D mechs, right?
Yeah.
And he gave me two of them, and they were designed really nicely. Render 3D Render Boy 3D. I apologize if he's watching. He does really good work, but it is hard to get that stuff really tight, especially how big that thing was. And for you to stick a trouble bubble, which isn't it's not the heaviest thing in the world. It's not like you stuck a his tank on it, but you still want to make sure that eventually over time, I got action figures that their ankles get loose and they want to tumble over. So
and you know, the trouble, it's really a matter of any mass, right? It's you're talking about 2 points on the ground that's having to hold whatever weight. And I think, like you mentioned, just in some figures you run into it all the time. So for us to have something that's this large in 3D, you know, and have it actually hold a pose really well, that was a pretty big accomplishment for us. We were happy.
And you don't make the legs like normal legs. It's not like our legs. They're always that weird ATST leg from Star Wars.
Yeah, there's always some support structure, and you know, we kind of threw in some like mock shock, you know, kind of details, but it, you know, it adds to the look of the mech, you know.
Now, can I ask you, like, how long does it take you guys to print and paint something like that? Because everything is in house and everything is done by hand. How long does one take?
So we do a lot of multicolor prints now, and it's funny as far as like design goes, you know, that can range. I mean, if it's something really complicated like this, where I mean, honestly, we've been working on and off on this for 3 years, you know, to develop the articulation, to try to get the, you know, we would touch on it and then we'd come away. If it didn't work, we'd just keep moving on. And then as technology kept, you know, progressing, and then Quaid, our head designer, he really, once he started kind of going in and pinpointing the pressure that we could capture on a ball socket, it was all over. As soon as we got that first one, then we knew, okay, we got to really pursue this now. This is our moment for these. And our material, you know, has changed. When we moved to the vehicles, we went to more of an FDM because the strength in the different types of plastic really helped on the vehicles, helped on the mass, you know, that we were dealing with.
And so did you have this in, like, were you guys working on this before the trouble bubble? So
yeah.
All right. So the trouble bubble is just one of those things you saw and said, hey, I think we can adapt the trouble bubble to fit on this.
That's exactly right. In fact, we looked, it was kind of funny because it was, I had like 4 bubbles sitting like next to my desk in the design room, and we kind of were looking over at it while we were processing how we were going to put together the main carriage for the adapter. And really Quaid looked at it and he's like, that curve, I knew I wanted to do a walking bubble, but I didn't know how we were going to apply it. I thought we were just going to, you know, throw a bubble on top of a platform, kind of similar to how the adapter is.
Yeah.
But he kind of noticed the curve in the, I don't have a bubble version on me, but he noticed the curve in the arm, just under the armrest.
On the trouble bubble?
Yeah, on the trouble bubble. And that curve, so if you look at the curve, okay, so see that curve right under the armrest?
Right here.
Yeah, that curve, it just made such a perfect inlay for the shoulder or the hip joint.
Yeah, I can see.
And when we saw that, we're like, man, I think we can get this thing to stand. And we just got to drop the carriage down a little bit and, you know, make a rig that holds the bubble and it snaps in and all that. But it began the thought of, you know, I don't think anybody really looks at the bubbles as needing upgrades. You know, we kind of look at it and we go, oh, it is what it is. But I tell you, as soon as we put the legs on it, it was obvious that it needed 2 other major upgrades.
Okay.
And that's what's coming before. We're hoping to have both those level upgrades before the end of the year.
So what made you drop that before your own mech? Was it just like if we do this, people will see they can just buy it to attach to this. Then we can just show off the mech, and it'll probably have a little bit like then people know like, hey, you know what? I can also order this and add something to it.
Yeah, I think it added, for us, the drone, we keep calling it like hashtag drone army, because to us it's kind of like to introduce mechs into GI Joe isn't anything new. I mean, they've kind of been around the whole time. And you think back to the 80s and you think aliens, you think, there was a lot of that exposure that we had nostalgia wise into a human sized mech. Now, that being said, we're not going to make Godzilla, size stuff, at least not yet. But it's one of those things where to have a battlefield, something that seems accessible, like AI that would be on the battlefield, this made sense. And I think it still resonates in a lot of us that, the alien, construction, mech that she was riding in when she beat the queen. That's a very like, that visual is obvious to us, So the trouble bubble to me was basically the same thing. We just needed to, work out some details.
No, and again, like I'm not a huge mech, and the more I looked at it, I'm like, not so much a mech as much as like it can still fly. Like you land on, and even what you have now, like when I think of mechs, it's like when someone is riding in it, and all I can think of is like, well, that's really slow compared to a Stinger that's flying right by it, or like, good luck getting up to, a Mauler, right? I mean, the thing's just going to turn its cannon and blow you away, especially with how fast the GI Joe ones moved.
Yeah.
Totally. But I mean, I love what you're doing. My buddy Greg, who I asked that he gets stuff sent out first because he buys so much damn shit.
It's funny because I don't even think we know who he is yet.
Greg, I can't even pronounce his last name. It starts with a B. I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you later.
We never even know who it is, so it's like he obviously just must be ordering like super early.
He'll order it the day it comes out.
That must be it, yeah. And we send out things, chronologically, so it makes sense.
Yeah, and I have almost the whole. What's everything that went onto the Stinger? What do you call it?
Oh, yeah. All the APC and the ground pounder.
Yeah, the APC, the ground and pound. And
by the way, you had a problem with the ground pounder name. I get you. I'm going to try to give you some education here. Okay.
People already did. That they said that is what that's good. What the crew is called. I'm just like, come on. We're a bunch of degenerates and almost in our 50s talking toys. And I'm saying ground pounder over and over and over.
I know you were having a hard time with that one, and I was like, man, the funny part is that name actually goes way back for me because not only the direct artillery reference, I'm a huge historian of like military stuff, so that reference resonates. But for me, there was in 1999 when I first got into the toy business. I started at a company. I owned a company called Build-A-Rama, and we did diorama materials. And back then, the internet was so new. We had started a website, but the forums, if you remember, what was it, MySpace or MyPage? I remember there was like those early social media.
Yeah, that was MySpace, which I loved.
Yeah, so it's funny because that early, there was a forum. It wasn't even like a MySpace. It was just kind of a chat forum. And it was called Ground Pounders, and it's kind of how we started. So it was, it was a military reference, and everybody kind of knew it. And so to have a self-propelled, if you think about it, the 6-wheeled, like a 6x6 Joe self-propelled, that's the Slugger.
Yeah.
So obviously this pays some homage to that, but yeah, Ground Pounder, that's what it's called.
I know. I do get it. I understood. I know people. I'm like, that's not the point. Is where these adults talking about toys, and here I have to continue to say the ground pounder. But so that whole thing there, I built this whole thing.
Yeah.
And I have the doors that are sitting here. It's not mine. It's Greg's.
Okay.
He doesn't even see it. Half the time, I've picked up stuff from his girlfriend before he even saw it. the ramen racer. He's like, it should be at my house. I'm working all day. And I'm like, well, I'm swinging back from Detroit. If you don't mind. Oh yeah, no problem. Half the stuff he doesn't see. And he's ordering so much shit. And he's like, hey, I just ordered more gridiron stuff. You can keep that thing there. I'm like, I need to get stuff out. Like I don't have room as it is for my stuff. But I enjoy it. That's for sure.
So my obvious question, Lawrence, is why aren't you getting gridiron stuff?
Because of how much I have to pay for other things.
Come on, man. There's no other things.
You know what? I wish that was true. So okay. Full disclosure, I like to have like one stinger, I like things to be as is, right?
Yeah,
and I know you can always put them back. I like the OG look. I don't need it to be exactly the same.
Yeah.
So when you're looking at $100 vehicle, it's like, how can I afford an extra $100 vehicle to put hundreds of dollars of parts onto it? So through my affiliation with Hella Dope Toys, I was able to pretty much walk away with a stinger. So I ordered, well, actually, I had already ordered the cannon, so I put the cannon on. And since Greg had ordered all this stuff for this, he had the roll bar, the roll cage. So I was like, hey, can I just buy that one off you, since technically you're not going to be able to use it. So,
yeah.
But, you know, I see
I get it.
A lot of stuff that I like. And
yeah, I get the retro thing too. I mean, I'm a very like vintage retro collector. So I totally understand that. And I think, I think the reason why we're in business is because a lot of us I think when G.I. Joe came back around, I think we wanted to see things a certain way. That, there was that special, and you get it. You know our product. We're very keen on the look of something having a retro base, or, we're not trying to change something into something that it wouldn't be practical in the Joe world. But I get it too. I mean, the Stinger was a great model by itself. The Vamp, a great model by itself. But I think there's a part of me, and I think this is why we are in business, is that when I look at those models, I can see the potential of what the new version would have been. And I'm not trying to shame Hasbro. I understand that there's budgets and they have a certain limitation to what they're going to do. But there's just some things that I would like to have seen. And that's what, fortunately for us, we're able to, at least this far, we're able to kind of go in and be innovative on how those things can be done from a 3D print perspective.
And I absolutely love that, because I mean, I like the Vamp the way the Vamp is, but I also like the modifications that they put onto it, right? And same with the Stinger and stuff like that. Same with the Hiss tape, right? So I like it how it is, and I like the fact that they modernize. One of the things I find hilarious is from guys like Tony and KJ and guys, and a lot of guys that they bitch that the figures that Hasbro is giving them aren't enough like the original, and then they say, but I'm just going to buy gridiron stuff to update it. And I'm like, wait, so you're going to buy gridiron stuff which is modern because you're mad that they didn't give you enough classic OG? Like, you realize how many problems you just brought up there. So,
well, I mean, man, in their defense is, when you talk about gridiron, like you can look at the Alpine set, our kind of mountain climber loadout.
I did a review
that changes up Alpine. It's all based in the retro version of him. Yeah. So, and I think that's where we found our groove, was that, I'm like I said, I mean, G.I. Joe runs in my blood. So for me, those figures have a certain look, and in a lot of ways isn't acceptable how we got them. And I say that in all due respect,
understanding that what they have to go through, it's a corporation.
But at the same time, there's no reason that Airborne didn't get an AR-15. There's no reason. There's nothing you can defend.
I can discuss that one all day and come to this. My biggest thing, and I've been saying this, is the retro cards. You're going to give us retro cards, give us the retro weapons.
Exactly.
Right? I don't care if you give more weapons, but
that's right.
You do the Snow Serpent, You already have an AK-47. Just
Yeah.
give us the AK-40. You already have an M4 with a bayonet that you gave to the Crimson Guard.
That's right.
Now, when it comes time to put that on a retro, and if you're going to say, hey, a retro card is different than the classified box. All right, cool. But let everyone know this. But again, it is Hasbro. It is that unfortunate corporate that a lot of people
it's a machine.
Don't want to hear.
It's a machine, right? It has a bunch of moving parts, and I get all that. We all have this passion, this undying passion. But that's I think that's when, like what you were saying, the reason why we fit into that. I think it's the reason we fit in like a missing peg, was that we come from a nostalgic retro place, and that'll never end for me. I'm an old guy. Yep. I need to have things look a certain way. And for example, with Airborne, it's a great figure. I love the base figure, but like there's certain weapons that have to happen for me to have it click. Now, maybe somebody else, it's a different story, but I can just tell kind of from the community.
Nobody liked that gun.
No, and we have a pretty large community of fans and friends and collectors that are jumped on with us, that I'm getting the feedback constantly that we're hitting a certain vein, and I love that, because it is what I'm feeling,
No, and the one thing that I really like about everything that I've looked at, all right, now, and I've had my complaints, and again, I'm not going to ever be a shill for anyone. Like I think that maybe there should be some instructions that kind of explain it. And I know people have said, hey, it's on their Facebook, but some people aren't on Facebook or whatever. But what I like about the stuff is anything on that ground pounder, you can't see it because it's up there.
Yeah,
I can take that all off and put the stinger back together.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing that needs to be glued. I don't have to break any pieces off. And I didn't see anyone else, and I didn't watch a lot of reviews for the ground pounder. God damn, I'm saying it all over. I didn't see anyone else when they did the stinger take the vamp, because the first thing I looked at was, you're looking forward, and I go, there's this big rectangle. I bet that's where the gas cans went. And sure enough, I didn't put it together, but I slid it. And I'm like, and you can tell they're going to be coming out with one for your vamp.
That's right.
I think a lot of people don't want to do that because there is a limited amount of vamps out there. Now the stinger, they're all over. So I can only imagine as well as the vamp stuff did. And I told a lot of people, because a lot of people were upset with how long it's taken to ship. I go, understand they're printing the stuff, but I go, I also, and maybe you can correct me, or maybe you don't want to say anything. I also don't believe they thought that it was going to be this hot. I don't believe that you thought that people were going to go this crazy to be ordering all these different accessories to modify their vamp. But now you know it, and the stinger was coming, and it was like, it's almost the exact same.
Oh yeah, well, I guess, to answer that question, I guess if there is a question in there, it is, I think that I'm always surprised. So I don't take any of this for granted. So anything we put out and people get behind and support it, we're grateful for that. There isn't anything we go, oh, they're gonna buy into that. We're hopeful. We put everything into the innovation, into the design that we can. So we don't just throw stuff out there to put it out there. So the vamp, when I saw the vamp, immediately there was glaring stuff on there, namely the wheels. Like that was something that was glaring, that the flatness, the 2D element of their wheels and the rims and how they had to manufacture them. That was a glaring thing. And we were like, okay, we got to do wheels. That'll make the vamp look a little more beefy.
I agree with that.
So we jumped in there, and then all of a sudden these numbers were coming in, and we're like, okay, so there's a need here. Like they're wanting to make the vamp into something. So that's what brought on those phases, was that let's look through here and go, okay, what would make this thing just a beast? And not like, subtle, everybody give us, we had a lot of people giving us a hard time for the phases. And we were trying to explain, like you said, we're a small business, and we're a small family run business. We hold our production numbers pretty good for what we're doing. and especially for no pre-orders, we don't give you a pre-order and give you something a year from now. We're giving it to you within a month.
Yeah.
And if people can understand that that's our process, and they are, they're getting it. New customers are coming on all the time, and they're understanding. They're confused in the beginning because it didn't get there in 2 days.
I think
But-
that's the biggest thing. Like people, it's not you're not Amazon.
No,
It's not going to be there tomorrow.
Nothing's made in China. Everything's made here.
Yeah.
So for us to be able to do that and have the right assembly and have the right team, that's its own problems that we have to overcome. But I'll tell you, when the Vamp came out and we finally got through all the phases, I think people understood. We were trying to do it in a way because we always hear a price. Everybody throws price at Gridiron, but they're not understanding the manufacturing of it. For the most part. Once you get it in hand, typically our response is, oh, I get it. Okay, this is a nice thing. They're putting a lot of work into this, and we're doing the best we can at that price point. So for us, I think when the Vamp got all set up, everybody that was kind of griping about they're not having all the phases together, I think they understood that it was done in a way that you could pick and choose what you wanted. So we weren't asking everybody to buy into this huge expensive set. We were saying, hey, if you want a roll cage, you can get a roll cage. $25. You can get a roll cage. If you want to get a, front bumper hood, you can do that. If you want to get the whole thing, you can get it in time. We weren't gonna sell out. We were gonna try to just keep manufacturing and have it be part of the catalog. Now the Stinger, the reason why we came back with that Recon bundle, which was reminiscent of the Vamp, sets.
Yeah.
It was, if you notice, it was just done a little different. We pulled out a lot of the little extra sugar that was in the Vamp loadouts, and we brought those out to make it a little more affordable. So that way you could get the whole set of the structural essentials and not have to really fork out a ton of money. You could kind of get set up quick on the Stinger. I think that went over well.
No, and again, I think people could buy multiple Stingers, and I can tell you this. This blew my mind. So when I have an Amazon affiliate link, I have Entertainment Earth, and I have Helidope Toys. Now, Helidope Toys and Amazon, I can see exactly how many units get ordered.
Okay.
Helidope Toys, I can't, but they're a smaller company. Entertainment Earth, no one wants to order from because they take forever, and I fully understand. But Amazon, I can see everything that gets ordered.
Yeah.
There were over 40 Stingers just using my account on the day one, but there were people that were ordering 5 or 10 of them. It blew my mind that people would order that many $100 vehicles, which tells me that someone like you, the cost, like what you're charging, isn't too much for a lot of people. And if you can't afford a luxury, and this is what toys are, right? They're luxuries.
Oh,
if you can't afford it, that's perfectly fine. But understand that if I buy a $25 Marvel, a Marvel Legends or a G.I. Joe, and then I go buy the Mezco that's $100, I'm choosing to spend $100 on a figure that is going to be an upgrade, hopefully.
Yeah.
By looks, paint, soft goods, and your stuff. And we've talked about this before. And even when I don't know if I criticize so much, but I said, hey, you know what? It's expensive, but I also don't know your operating costs.
Yeah.
But when I
that's the part, Lawrence. I think when I hear you say that, I don't think you fully understand what we're doing. I mean that respectfully. Like
I used to. It was after I talked to Tony and talked to you.
To say that something is expensive, that's relative, right? I mean, a Lamborghini is expensive.
Exactly.
I can also say that a Toyota Camry is expensive. They're relative to what your situation is, what the value is to you. So to say something is expensive, that's relative to you. That's not relative to everybody. So
that's true, but still,
it's why I find that term is always interesting to me, because it's apples and oranges, right? If you say we're expensive, well, that's expensive to what, But
you're comparing it in the toy realm. You're
comparing it against injection molded toys.
Exactly, but but that is how people, the general public, looks at it. Is that
that's debatable. That's debatable because I think I think what you end up with is what the value is to you. If we're providing a value and there's a sense of nostalgia that you're getting from the item, I don't know if expense even comes in, because I know the things that I'll buy, man, that seem expensive to me, I'll be like, oh, that's so expensive, but I love it, right?
Yeah.
So all of a sudden there's this weird value thing going on.
No, and that's exactly what I say about like the HasLab. Like, hey, if it's something that matters to you, if you want that Ghostbusters is $400, I think it's a really good value. It's expensive, and in my opinion, $400. It's a toy, but if I think it's a good value, I won't be buying it because of it's Christmas time and
you might have your own search. Yeah, and everybody has their own circumstances, and man, those hit everybody. Nobody's ever, unless you're in the top 1%. Those hit everybody. You either get a car fix that hits you or holidays.
I know that one.
Yeah, I know, man. I just had to buy a $350 battery yesterday. It was crazy, man. I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah, it must be one of those stop-start batteries.
Oh, it's the programmable where they kind of corner you into having to buy it. So,
oh man, no, like I mean, I think you guys make really good product, and like I said, one of the best thing is that you can just take it off and put it back on. And my stance of when I first started doing reviews and really getting into this, when you start to learn and get to know more people in the community, in the business, you do start to see things differently. And when people know that I don't like certain people, I won't support specific companies, and they're like, I don't really care, I just want good figures. I'm like, I fully understand that, but it's as you get to know more about a company or a person that you're like, I for myself cannot support it. It has nothing to do with the product or anything like that. And it's because I've heard certain things. And I think that goes, and when people say, Hasbro's a corporation, and any corporation that I support Chrysler still. And that company gets bought out over and over and over. My dad worked for Chrysler. That's all I buy.
Totally, yeah. That's a great example.
And it sucks. I hate that they're not a fully American company.
Yeah.
And people say, who cares about American cars? Well, you know what? I grew up in Detroit. My whole family worked for Ford. My dad worked for Dodge. You don't understand how many plastic injection metal companies in this area that are affected when people didn't buy American cars. And you know what? Back in the 80s, America said, oh, fuck you. You're going to buy our stuff. Well, guess what? They stopped, and now I have to hear the whole like, hey, you know what? They just don't make cars as good. Now that's leaving something that you heard about years ago.
And I don't think people fully understand. I think you're right. I think this is that brings up an important topic. I mean, for me, the American part of this is a whole nother element. I mean,
you said that numerous times.
Yeah, that's an important thing to us. I mean, we get asked all the time, are you going to go to China? Are you going to make your stuff in China? Almost as if you don't make it in China, it's not a real product. I mean, that's literally the vibe you get. And I think we're proving this out now, is that we're making a viable product. We're making a durable product in a situation that we're doing it all in the States. So I go back to Detroit for a second. So my experience with, I was working as a prototyper for an engineering firm or a long time ago, and they had sent me to East Lansing, Michigan, and because it was right there when all the car companies were going under, and they had probably some of the best tooling people in the world. I mean, the guys that were tooling like dashboards and large scale items, and understanding how that would be replicated on that level. And this is before a lot of robots were doing anything. So they sent us up there. They sent me up there to learn. I had to really basically pick the brain of a bunch of tooling experts that were in Detroit, and they were just some of the most like wonderful guys, like really down to earth, even in the disaster they were in. And it always stuck with me that they're not only were they, completely like America almost turned a back on them, was our country was founded on them. Like that's what people seem to forget. That turn of the century in the 1900s, that all turned because of Ford and the automotive industry.
Yep.
So it's kind of funny that, looking back, it's just technology and they, went right past them. But it wasn't about technology. It was about who was wanting something cheaper, not caring about how it was made. And that is the gridiron story, is that if you want something cheaper, you can get that. But that's never going to be our path. And the boys and I, when we talked early on, that was our biggest thing, was how do we make a product and not worry about all the rest of it? How do we make the best version of this product we can make? If people want the best of it, that's what we're going to have, but we won't dumb that down. And that's kind of who we've been.
No, and I like that. Now,
yeah,
it wouldn't be right to have you on and not have your number one.
You could say it, the number one shill. The number one shill of all time.
Number one
I'm
propaganda guy
difficulty.
for gridiron.
I'm experiencing technical difficulty. I think I'm cutting out. Tony, what's up, man?
What's up, man? How you guys doing?
Good.
Let me explain something. The moment something gets revealed, and I'm talking to Tony, and I talk to Tony on the phone a lot. All right. If I had a girlfriend, she'd be like, "Why do you talk to him so much?"
Yeah.
The first thing I hear is like, I already have a gridiron thing that I'm going to put on. Dude, why can't you get it in hand first and see how it looks before you've already started modding a digital render of something? Tony, thank you for joining us. I believe you are working, right? Saving lives.
Yep.
Saving lives, man.
Yep. Two calls already. Like, what the hell's going on today? Freaking Friday.
You know what? It's that time, and you're gonna be working at 24. So you don't get off till like 6 a.m. You just started too.
Yep.
You've already run 2 calls. You've only been working there like 2 hours.
Exactly.
Man,
it's because the previous shift didn't do a damn thing.
Dude, I think people see Tony and they hear him and they see these podcasts, but I don't think they truly understand what this guy goes through, man. And it's funny. I mean, it's not funny at all, but I had we had another big accident, Tony. I'm sure you saw the one that was over here on the east side on the 202. I thought about you immediately, man, because it involved 2 kids, and man, it just, dude, my heart breaks every time. And I don't think people understand that guys like you are literally doing this daily, and the things you're having to see and the things you're having to go through. And so, man, I got all the respect for you, brother.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Yeah, it's tough, man, but if I can make a little bit of difference, that's all I care about. Just a little bit of positive difference.
Yeah, you are.
We're trying out here. Me and my partner Chris behind me. We just, like you say, 2 calls in a few hours. It's already getting crazy, but
yeah.
Anyway,
you never know what you're gonna find.
Never know, man.
Yeah. And he said he'd do it for free, like all those athletes that say, "I play for free," but you're holding out for $30 million a year. Tony says he'd do it for free, but I can tell you, while we were walking somewhere to lunch at Joe Fest, and he heard the ambulance, he's like, "I ain't working."
That is the other side of him.
Don't call my number, please.
But I don't think what some people may not realize is that Tony and crazy Mexican Johnny Reno, they live they live close to Mark here, so they actually all hang out, which is something that, like, I mean, we all hang out, and I've known so many people, but other than Dreadnought Ryan, who lives about an hour away from me, who I've still never met. Most of us don't get to hang out with, anyone in the community. I go up to Sarge Reds, and I think a lot of people are envious of their store and be like, "Wow, you have that store." And I have such a relationship with them that obviously that I could do something like this, and they promote it. And so I'm happy about that. But this is where you really start to get that strong bond, and you see why Tony's always, and same with Johnny, about promoting the gridiron stuff.
Yeah, we don't have an Ollie's. We got me and Johnny and Mark have to get lucky at Ross.
Exactly, man.
Must be nice to have Ross's because I have one,
yeah.
and they don't have shit.
Hey.
Right.
No, man, I tell you, when I ran into these guys, and it's funny because I really don't even think I can't remember on your case, Tony, but it didn't even seem like we were like you were a customer. I think we met at toy shows or something. There was something weird.
It was weird.
Yeah, and there was this weird little thing because there's like 4 of us, and man, it's like we just bonded, and there was a really cool thing outside of gridiron, outside of toys, and you know, they've just been great guys, and Johnny's he's just crazy, man. He's
a very generous guy. Very generous.
And I'm telling you, the dude he has hooked us up so many times. And we're actually thinking he may be working for the
too
guy downstairs. So he like opens portals and will just grab something out of nowhere. It's crazy, man. But we love him, man. He's a good guy.
I think Johnny also owes us stuff because now that he has a smartphone, he can't stop sending reels, memes.
It's like a 7th grader, man. He's all excited about his first phone.
Exactly.
Oh my
God!
I tell you, I remember when he showed me that old phone. He came in the shop, and I was like, he's like, "Hey, man."
Oh my God, that old phone.
Yeah, we were talking about pictures. Like I was trying to give him some pointers on pictures and stuff. He hadn't done too much of that, and he was making these great customs. And I was like, "Man, you got to start photographing that stuff." And he showed this. I mean, it was like one of those brick phones, man. It was like one of these like old, cell phones. Man, we've harped on him forever. I think Tony gave him work back.
I gave him so much shit. He wants to, do his YouTube, do his Instagram. I said, well, I mean, I got my laptop. It's great at Walmart. Just grab one. No, I was going to get one, but I had to buy another gun. And I bought another gun. And I bought another gun. I'm like, okay, so then I'm at Target today. And Johnny, I found it for you, dude. I found it for
you. Dude, he's going to love that.
He still does not have the Tiger Paw. I found it, and I said, do you still not have this? He goes, yeah, I'm at work. I'll call you back. Yeah, I need it. So there you go, buddy.
No, nice. I didn't really believe that he had that old of a phone. And Tony's like, no, dude, you don't understand. He really has like just I'm like, he can't just do video. He's like, dude, no, the thing would never.
No, man, it was like a razor.
Laptop? It was what?
It was like a razor, man. It was like one of those like 19.
I love the razor. The razor
I love the razor.
awesome, but it's pretty old.
Yeah. No, he's such a good guy, man. We love him, man, for sure.
And he says my ears were ringing as he shows up here.
Oh my God! Did you see Johnny?
Yeah.
You owe me $55. I can't believe he couldn't find one.
He'll pay 50.
All right. Yeah. So, Mark, do you have a little time, or do you need to get going right away?
I'm good, man. Whatever you need. I mean, I have probably another 15 minutes. I can probably.
Okay. So we're gonna switch from gridiron.
Okay.
And well, first off, let's get to some of the super chats so we can get through that before people go, you're not even reading the super chats. Since they've been donating so much money here. Thank you guys. God damn, Tony, what the hell is that? All right.
That's Mark.
So quickly here, we're gonna play it.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
What that is, man.
I looked at it.
Woody 222 with the $4.99 super chat. Lunchtime over. Skeet. Oh, and Woody always is these.
Oh.
Krusty Old Crow with the $6.99 super chat. Thank you for Gridiron's next level concepts for the toys we love.
Yes, sir.
We have toy connections, Trouble Bubble upgrades, Vamp upgrades, Stinger upgrades. Life is good with the $5 Canadian super chat. I just wanted to throw that in there because it's Ken. Jay Astro with the $2 super chat. Howdy for the kids. We have Just Jeff with the $5 super chat for smokes and road beers, but also for the kids, not the smokes. or
Double
road
J.
beers. Yeah, this is not smokes for tots. And
Double J.
then
Crazy.
this
What's up,
guy
Dreadnought?
here, Ryan Sweeney, he gets his own too. Why?
We're talking about freaking toys
He's a good
here.
guy.
They're toys.
Ryan's got a ton of gridiron stuff he still hasn't opened yet. What are you doing?
You know what? Some people I just don't get. Anyway, and Ryan, we still haven't. I mean, you live an hour away. Why haven't we hung out together? We both kind of collect toys, don't we? So let's switch from gridiron and talk about another company that you are working with, and that is Operation Monster Force. It's not just it's Fresh Monkey Fiction altogether. Correct?
Yes. Yeah.
All right. So, how did you end up getting involved with them? I mean, could you kind of?
Yeah. I just, we were getting, I think right when we were kind of coming on the scene, like within about a year, it was getting pretty heavy. Like there was a lot of people calling us to like do the designs of their weapons for other toy lines. And most of it, I mean, they were great plans and they were great ideas. It just didn't sell us. Like we wanted to make sure we were part of something that was going to be special, not just doing everybody's guns,
Yeah.
That wasn't going to be our thing. So we had always kind of said, oh, we'll just turn our head and we'll grit our teeth and say no. Cause there'd be that time where we'd have that. And man, no joke, Bill came along and he had called us and looking for us to maybe help him with the designs on his second series of figures. And he sent me the backstory stuff and some of the information. And there was no figures out yet, obviously, because they were still in their pre-order stage. But he had sent me stuff, and man, I was floored. I was floored by literally the concept. It wasn't even. I didn't even look too close at the figures. I was looking really at the story that was going on and how they were kind of combining all these loves, like there's part of us that loves zombies and universal monsters and they just created this really cool meshed up kind of Halloween world. And it was awesome,
I had said like they took the most unoriginal idea, which is monsters, which is better, and they made this original idea. And it was like, brilliant. How awesome would it be to put these guys in a military environment where some of them are actually like part of the military. You have Van Helsing who has worked with Dracula. Now, I don't know the whole lore, and I know someone already got mad at me because I don't like those guns with. I don't like the futuristic guns.
Yeah.
But if you like them,
I'm with you too. I don't necessarily like that.
But if you like them, I have more than enough guns from you and other people, right? That I don't have to use them. I didn't dog the guns. I was just like, the paint looks good, the design, but they're not for me. It's not something that I like. Other people love it. Awesome. No, I'm not coming to take your toy and be like, you don't get that. You have to have this gun on. I don't give a shit.
Well, I'll tell you, man, that even on the first. And we hadn't seen anything in hand for a while. And so we were kind of taking the gamble, we were like, if this happens, let's hope it is what it is. And Bill seemed like such a sincere, genuine guy. And we this was 2 years ago now, I think. And we knew it was going to be a long haul. He explained their situation and how they were putting it together. And as soon as we came on board, I started seeing it. There was a lot of people that were like, oh, when are these coming out? And why haven't they come out? And just that normal thing. And I started to realize nobody has any skin in the game. Like, that's what's unique about it is nobody had any skin in the game.
That's why
you have no right to complain if you got no skin in the game.
I said to everyone, I go, I've complained that I don't have my RoboSkull yet, right? And I understand. There's logistical reasons, but it still doesn't make me happy that it's been over 2.5 years. I have 3 Kickstarters, Call Sign Longbow, RoboSkull, and Operation Recall. I don't have them, right?
Yeah.
But this here, if it took 5 years, doesn't matter. BBTS is the one that fronted the money. I just have them on order. They didn't take my money. So
they haven't taken your money yet.
It doesn't matter when it comes out.
So when I saw that whole thing kind of materialize, I was like, okay, this is really an interesting concept. That means, you can work through to get the best figure developed without that pressure of having all this enormous amount of weight of a crowd-funded project on your back. And so, because that usually causes problems because somebody's trying to rush it because now the deadlines are overdue and they're just cutting corners to try to get the best thing they can. If you're fronting money that way and producing a product, and I'm telling you, all of us that have started to get these figures in, there's a distinct difference between these figures and every other figure on the market. And it's because of it's basically that material they're using and the factories they're using. It's really it's very similar to Mythic Legions. So the type of plastic is very similar. So head swaps and arm swaps, and there's a lot of reviews on people are able to take the figure apart and put it back together without almost any heat or any of that stuff. So it's an innovative process, and man, Bill and those guys have knocked it out of the park. So we're excited.
So just Jeff here says it's when larger reviewers started getting them before the public at wide by 2 months. That's when it became bullshit. I don't need someone else tell me you'll like the story. So I want to address that really quickly.
Oh yeah, please.
So here's my thing with that. And there is another person that we're associated with who was trying to get a few of us them early. And it came down to him being told, nope, these are going out to specific YouTubers that are in the BBTS program. They're the BBTS influencers. And when BBTS is upfronting the money, they kind of have the say to go, hey, you know what? One of our influencers have 30,000 subs. We want it there because we want the most eyes on it.
Makes sense, right?
You can look at all the reviews, all the videos, all the views that I've gotten on mine, and all the ones that Bobby B has gotten, and then go to Robo's one video and realize he has more views on that one video than we have all together. I'm with you. I think that they should break it up, but I also understand that what they're saying is like, hey, we paid the money for this. We're going to kind of decide that we want it to go to our people first.
Sure.
So I understand that. I mean, there are people that don't like that I get things from specific people a little bit early. It's just you work out agreements. I mean, that's really what it comes down to.
Yeah. And I mean, that's all way aside of what we do with it, but it really, I still, man, because that's a whole nother game, right? That's a marketing game that's going on.
It's marketing.
Yeah. So for us, I mean, it's when I look at the product, because I got a set early, and the set that we were intended, because we were taking photography shots with it, and you see it even in the set I did today with the Black Enemy mech lower.
Yeah.
That's a Monster Force figure in there, and and it just so compatible. They look so good, and so you'll start seeing a lot more of those pictures for from us as we're going on.
Yeah, and just Jeff, he says, I get it as it's 100% bullshit. And I get it because it's like, I don't need you to give Matthew McConaughey a brand new Lincoln when he can afford it to sell it to me. All right? Give it to a struggling actor. Give them. But again, like no one's going to buy a car because Travis Moody says that he likes it. But Matthew McConaughey, all right, you know what? All right. So
I'd buy a car from Travis.
I wouldn't. The snake oil salesman.
Who? Travis fucking Moody?
Travis.
I'm with you, man. All these bozos are messing with you, Travis. I got you.
Whatever.
You'd have to show up to know that we were talking about him.
Totally.
All right. So the first wave or the first season that came out, all 8 figures, none of those weapons are yours, correct?
That's not us, yeah.
Okay. Because I do like the Scar. I like the idea what they did with the M4. Like I said, I think everyone calls them steampunk. I don't know anything about steampunk.
Yeah.
It's not my thing. If you like it, awesome. I mean, again, to sit there and get mad at me because, I don't know the lore. Like, I'm reviewing an action figure. I'm not reviewing the action figure compared to the lore of it. So I know people got mad at me, but if you like the steampunk stuff, awesome. play with your toys with it. No one's coming to take it from you. So, because I did notice a lot of the stuff that says designed by Gridiron. I can see what weapons you used because I have some of them lying around.
Yep.
I have more of them lying around because Johnny Reno sent me a whole bunch. So what are you like? What are you working on other than weapons with them? Anything? Because I know you have your own head, and Gridiron is now their weapons supplier, which I think is awesome.
Yeah,
Commander Gridiron.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, for me, it's we're planning the long haul. I mean, I think Bill and I now have a really good relationship, and it's been fun to bounce back and forth, on the things he's looking for and the things we can provide, and for the most part, we have a huge arsenal of weapons, and these weapons haven't been injection molded, so that's its own process, right, to get that conversion. But I just saw some samples of some of the weapons that have been tooled now, and they look good, so it's exciting.
Ryan Sweeney here. Remember, folks, now when you swap out the steampunk weapons, let's send them to Larry since he loves them.
Yep, all of them.
Luckily, only so many people have my address. So
You're still getting all my gummy Hasbro weapons.
Okay, so quickly, let me play this one here.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
So $50 super chat from Sarge Reds, Toys and Collectibles. Buy some toys for the kiddos. Once again, this is where I will be buying all the toys from. They do Toys for Tots every single year. They have the Marines come in. He's a former Marine. I know once a Marine, always a Marine. But if I say current Marine, they'll be like, how are you running a toy store being a Marine? And they're the ones that I hooked up with. So they're basically paying me to go back to their store and buy stuff. So if it comes down to it and I steal all the money, I still have to go back there with $50 and be like, hey, this is the only thing that I got the whole time. Thank you, John and D. That was probably D, to be 100% honest. But either way, thank you guys. Little Larry, the one that you guys always have, he's a real Marine. We found out if you were watching early on, and he came in. So thank you guys so much for letting me. And if you guys want to send toys directly to them, their address is in the description. You have a whole bunch of toys. Okay, so I guess it's John.
Just calling you names now.
It's John, all right? D is much nicer. Than John. But isn't that how most of our significant others are? Oh, wait a minute. You and I don't have one.
Nope.
So you do have a figure coming out, correct?
We do, yeah. So I think from what I've heard, the pre-order is sometime here before the end of the year, I think.
Oh, wow. And do you know when it's supposed to be released?
I have no idea. Yeah, they don't kind of give me that info.
So how did you feel about that when that was approached?
Yeah, awesome. I mean, I love like I said, I love the story, and I think people that get into the background of these figures, they'll get that. But I think, I think Bill, when we were kind of just brainstorming the whole thing, it was such a funny thing. It just made sense, that all these factions in that world would have a weapons dealer. And so, come on, man, I'm completely honored to be the Destro of that, story. So,
and it'll be awesome.
My Destro.
It'll be awesome to do pictures with you discussing stuff with Destro.
Totally, man.
So as for the steampunk weapons, will you be designing that style of weapon, or will they still be going with that? Because it's still in their store.
In their lore, yeah. And I think for the most part, there'll be other. I mean, there'll probably be other people designing certain aspects. We're doing a lot of like the briefcases, the accessories that we're really known for. But if he has some oddball weapon or something that we don't really, that's not our specialty, he might get that done somewhere else. But that's that's kind of the occasional.
But you do a lot of those mashups, so I mean, it's not like
we can do them. And it's if it's something that he sends a picture or something we want to do, we'll do. If we can fit it in, for sure. We're obviously pretty busy all the time, but it's we're good.
And I laugh when you do the mashups and people talk about how they don't like them, and it's like, then don't They don't buy it. It's that simple.
Well,
And
I wish I could express to you how many people like them. it's,
Yeah.
it's crazy. Yeah.
Again, like if you don't like something, there's nothing wrong with it. You know, if you're talking about it, like I'm doing something. Okay, it I'm not really into this. When people go to my reviews and they literally talk about how much they hate something, and it's like, why did you stop here then? Like, so this guy Vexed One, this is Greg.
That's great.
This is who is constantly buying stuff from you.
Your stake horse.
Yeah. And if I could pronounce his last name, I would give it to you. It's Greg B. I'll send it to you later. So
Mark knows it, I'm sure.
I don't. That's what's
Oh, he
funny.
says
I don't know, because a lot of these guys that do like the early reviews, and you know, for the most part, I mean, we, you know, I know, you know, this is also debatable, right? We're not, we don't send a bunch of free stuff out. That's not our thing, and it never has been. And I'll tell you why. I think, kind of like you mentioned, Lawrence, like in your reviews, you know, for us, it seems like we're going to get a natural review from somebody that's a customer. Like if you have, and I know you're a little different in this, and it is probably an arguable topic, is that I sometimes think if you don't have skin in the game, there's that the review is not coming from a legitimate place.
I agree with you 100% with that.
Yeah, so I feel like it's one of those things. But your reviews are good. I don't have any problems. Some of your, like, you know, putting stuff together, man. Come on, just watch another video.
But the whole purpose of that is for people that are looking to find out, and so many people said thank you. I was doing the same thing.
Yeah, I get it. That's a good thing. And we get it all the time, man. I know everybody wants instructions. I'm like, man, I would love to be able to do that. Our business model just doesn't provide us a bunch of time for that. So, and for the most part, you know that once you kind of get in it, it's all pretty self-explanatory. It's just some little fine fittings are tougher. And I'm going to try to take more responsibility in doing an early instructional video. I think that's probably the best way I can do it.
The Instagram way, yeah.
So I think on your site would be best, because not everyone has Facebook, not everyone has Instagram, but if they're buying it, they've obviously went to your site. And again, I also understand this. People, I believe, come back for Fumbly Larry, you know, dropping stuff, you know.
Yeah, it's your stick. I get it. I get it.
I'll do one here and there.
But
I usually grit my teeth a little. I usually, like, I'm gritting my teeth most of the time. Like, is he gonna break it? But it's okay, man. I get what you're doing.
But I do agree with you that if there's no skin in the game, most people won't be honest about it because they want free stuff. Very few people will be like me, where it's like, hey, even if someone sent me something free, I'm going to be as honest about it as possible, because I'm not in this. Like, my reputation is not built off getting something from Hasbro or whatever company it is to showcase it. My reputation in the channel that's been built, it's built off people believing and understanding what I'm talking about, and wanting that honest review. And again, my opinion and my experience may not be yours, but I'm showing you, rather than the people that tell me how awesome something is or how bad something sucks, but then they don't show you. And that's
show me why. Show me why you think that. Yeah.
That's right. And I think that's where, like, well, even you know, Tony, they'll always try to call him a gridiron shield. You can ask him, man. I'm really tight, man. I don't give him stuff. I mean, it's if I give him something extra, it's like a little bonus. But it's, you know, he's legitimately a customer and a friend. And it's like, if I can get him something, I will. But man, we run such a tight business model that, you know,
Can I just get like one gun that
me and Johnny love it when we go through his garbage. We'll go through his mess up.
Johnny and him just go through the dumpster, man. They get
he's one thing he'll do. He'll dump the mishaps, and we're like, There's nothing wrong with this one. Mine.
I've also heard Johnny say that he wants something,
I've had it.
and you guys are like, "Hey, we're not doing that." And then next thing you know, Johnny's cut one of his fucking gun or a bunch of his guns apart to make it, and then you're like, "What the fuck, man?" Like,
They'll get upset. The customer will get upset because they're like looking at something Johnny made from a few gridiron guns, and then they'll ask Mark, "Hey, where's this one at?" And and Mark will be like, "Fucking Johnny."
Quit making them.
he'll make it. He'll get this scope and he'll get that bipod
Well,
and he'll get this stock. And
we have a bin, like literally
Right.
it's kind of, and Tony knows it. There's a bin that these guys, if they come into the office, it's kind of our, if there's a bad shot or a short shot or something's a little not right
Too
quality,
soft or yeah.
and we're very like specific. You know, when products that go out, we care about what's going out. So anything with any error or anything gets put in this bin. But there's a lot of nice stuff. There's good stuff in there.
Yeah, they're anal about it, but they have to be to put that product out there. But for me and Johnny, they don't, because this is going to be this will be for them, because those two customizers will mess with it and make it something great. So I'm forever grateful for that, because that's so much fun when we get that stuff.
So quickly, Payne's Toy Sample says, what about putting downloadable instructions on your site?
Yeah, I would love to. It's you know, like that's a lot easier said than done. So I mean, if it's probably the easiest way for us is a self tape of an instruction. But you know, to go through and try to do illustrations and try to get printed and then, or at least you'll get it into a PDF format that's going to be on. That all takes almost a position. So that we don't have. So people are already worried about things being expensive. I'm trying to keep the price down. So it's all those things that kind of help to do that, you know. And I get the instruction thing though, man. He
doesn't want to drive the price up.
Yeah. So I'm all for trying to solve that problem, but I think I have to do it in a practical way.
No, and I think that's what people
email me.
They don't think about that or realize it. And it's not anything negative, but people will be like, "Hey, you should do this and you should do this on your channel." And it's like, okay, you realize, like, I work a full-time job. I have 2 kids. You know, we bounce back and forth. I have other things going on, and Roman. You know, I'm constantly doing, you know, these reviews, and to add another element to it takes time away from everything else that I have going on. And I don't have a studio. I mean, if I walked into a studio and I already had a camera set up and I had editing software, it might be different. Like, I could just walk in there, do it, and then I'm going to sit down and edit it. But I'm setting up my phone, setting this up, moving stuff around.
That's right.
And it's the same thing with any business. But I do understand the instructions thing. And
no, and I get it. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to just slide past that. I believe that it is something we need to do, and I feel like, and I feel bad. I don't want somebody to be, you know, having to be complicated or, you know, but it is kind of where we're at. We have kind of an issue with that, and we're trying to overcome it though.
Yeah, and Greg says I'm constantly dropping stuff off. Greg, I already told them how I just pick up stuff in your house. Like, you drop stuff off that you've never even looked at. Like that ramen racer, he never saw it. Like, he didn't have it in hand until after I had done the review on it, and I'm like, "Here you go, like, here you go." You know, and I watch people that are like, "Oh my God, he's gonna break it." I'm like, I know how much pressure I'm putting on it. I know that I'm not posting something. Well, no, just in general, when they watch my reviews, they'll be like, "Oh my God, this guy's gonna break it." No, I know what I'm
grabbed the Rev Raider at Joe Fest.
I don't try and He-Man anything in, you know. And if Greg's not worried,
that's debatable.
Okay, that's.
I'm seeing like, it's not.
That's what she said.
When you have arms like this, everything just looks like you're being forced.
Punk turning red.
That's true. That's true. Everything looks strong.
Everything.
Oh, funny.
Once you get those veins popping out.
That's it. I gotta probably get ready to take off, you guys. I got stuff to make.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your time.
Oh, no problem. Good luck with this, man. I think you're doing a valiant effort, man, for sure.
Well, I'm 1 hour and 30 minutes into 36 plus hours.
I'll talk to you in about 30 hours or whatever. Good luck, man. Good luck.
Thank you very much for joining and being the first guest.
No worries, man. Thanks for having me. I appreciate the invite, man. And we appreciate what you do, man. You know, even though we grit our teeth, we appreciate it.
I know. And again, you can always message me and say, "Hey, dude, what the hell are you doing?"
What's going on? I know I need to just be on your like chat, dude. Yeah. No, man, I got you. I appreciate you having me on, man. You guys take care.
All right, man.
Oh, yeah,
Take
all
care.
right, brother.
Yeah.
See you later.
Bye. So, Tony,
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna play a short little clip because I have to go to the bathroom.
Go ahead. Go for it. Go for it. Go for it. I'll do it
So,
too.
so the first thing that I'm gonna leave Tony up here, but I'm gonna play a little Moss Man, right? But something you guys haven't seen yet.
Why not?
And when I come back, Tony will probably be the only one here. So then you can just chat.
I'll be
All right.
I'll be chatting.
All right.
Oh, hey guys, welcome to the 36th hour of Punk with Toys, Toys for Tots Stream-A-Thon, yeah! So we all know Lawrence, sometimes he can be a little bit sassy. But for the next 36 hours, Lawrence, he's raising money for Toys for Tots. And so he's going to take all the money that this channel makes, so through your super chats and your super stickers or the memberships or all the monies, guys. And he's going to use that to go to Sarge Reds and buy toys and donate them directly to Toys for Tots. But don't worry, you don't have to just watch Lawrence for 36 hours. He's bringing actually a lot of friends to come help. A lot of great content creators like Allison Troy, Punks on Film, Osterdom's Toys Clubhouse, Helido Toys, and just a whole bunch more, guys. And you can support just by sending a super chat or becoming a channel member or even maybe just reaching out to Lawrence with a direct donation. There's also a note here from Lawrence. What does that say? It says, tell them I'm not just going to buy G.I. Joe figures and gridiron stuff with the money. So we got 36 hours, guys. So let's go ahead and grab our favorite can of spicy barbecue Pringle chips and just sit back and enjoy all the amazing content.
That's the
All
first
the
one.
amazing content.
So Mark, you're still here. Did you want back in or?
Is he in there?
Hold on, wait. Mark.
Hey, I forgot the most important part of this is we did a specific code just for your viewers and for another hour and a half.
Oh, thank you.
It's Punk 44 is the code.
Punk 44.
Yeah, it's 10% off. Everything.
So
very nice.
Code Punk 44. All right.
PUNK 44 for 10% discount.
There you go. Thank you guys. Love what
Thank
you
you.
do.
All right, brother.
Thank you for your
See you later, bro.
Yeah.
Get out of here, old man.
Okay.
Thank you. I was just going to answer Crow. He asked what I made this week in the chat, I think. I'm lucky I have a TV screen on YouTube and then you guys right here on my phone. I'm so glad I bought this little tripod thing. I just doctored up Starduster a little bit. I painted his extremely tan playing accessories. It's his bandolier, his holster, and his knife holster. I just painted them a darker tan. And then I'm messing around with that white Electra that came in the 3-pack. She has the better body of all of them. She has double jointed elbows, better range of motion. I'm painting that white one red, so because I like the red Electra. So that's for Krusty. That's for Crow.
All right. So quickly here, because we totally missed it because we were in the middle of talking. I don't want Coco Smith, the casual. Why do you keep calling Coco Smith? Coco Smooth, the casual collector. I talk to the guy too all the time.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
Thank you.
For them kids, and also thank you Gridiron Studios for sending me stuff so fast. Can't wait for y'all Monster Force exclusive figures. That logo head sculpt is winning. So Thank you very much for the $50 super chat. As of now, I really wish there was a way that it could add up, but I can tell you that right now there is $668.69 to pay now. So I don't know for sure, but I'm assuming that we've already hit the milestone that we would do the doc giveaway.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So I don't think you were here. 46 people right now. Please hit the like button. Share this, okay? Share it, and even people that don't like me, remember this isn't about me. This is about It's about the kids, all right? So you can still donate 99 cents or whatever.
That's a
And again, it
that's
doesn't have
kiddo.
to be right now because this is going on for 36 hours. We want the cash flow to continue to roll in. So what I am going to be doing is if we hit $1,000 on probably my Black Friday giveaway, if we hit $1,000, I'm going to give away this dock. At $2,000, I'm going to give away from Krusty Old Crow a retro beachhead.
Nice.
At $3,000, if we hit it, we're going to give away a retro Cobra Commander from Sherlock.
Ooh.
At $4,000, if we hit it, Plastic Fantastic is going to donate a 3D printed Wolverine that I'll give away.
Whoa.
And then at $5,000, if we hit it, Tony, show up your that tiger paw. We are giving away Tony's tiger paw that he just got.
No, we're not. This is Johnny's.
Okay. We're giving one away that someone has, and I don't know if he wants it. I haven't said his name because I don't know if he wants to be known who he is. But anyway, we'll be giving that away if we earn $5,000. Now
Here
we
comes
are
the money.
I would say we are over the $1,000 mark. Considering
Okay, when you hit these marks and you're gonna give it away, who gets it? Who are you gonna give it away?
I'm gonna do a giveaway.
Oh, you're gonna do a drawing. Okay, all right.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a drawing on Black Friday. So I guess it doesn't even matter. Even if you don't donate, you can still win.
Right. Yeah.
That just means you hate the kids and you stole something from them. Just remember that. So let's do this one here.
We're talking about
so
frickin'
bad.
toys here. They're toys.
Here comes the money.
And Ryan with the $20 super chat for the kids. Ryan's a wrestling fan, so we'll give him the.
Here comes the money.
Talk
Here we
about
go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
I'm gonna be so tired of that song by the end of this, but
I know,
that's
right?
fine.
I wish
That means that I achieved something. I only have.
I wish Shane
34
McMahon was watching. He'd love it.
He could probably beat all your donations. The other thing that we have coming up today for a giveaway is that between the 7 and 9 p.m. Time slot, Aaron the Toy Enhancer on their show, Backyard Battlefield, one of them. During the 9, whoever donates the most money, Aaron is going to send them a brand new Starduster.
Ooh.
So Ryan just donated $20. Let's say somebody donates $25. If Ryan comes back in with another $10, that means he is on top.
Got it.
It goes from 7 to 9. That means it'll give me from 9 to 10 when we go on Punks on Film to figure out exactly how much and who won.
Did you watch Raiders again?
I actually had it on yesterday. I watched the beginning of Raiders this morning. Yeah, I still only know so much about it.
Damn. Can't believe you. Slacker.
Krusty Old Crow says, hey Lawrence, remember when you jacked up Travis for screwing up my name? Backyard Battlefield. You know what?
That was at Joe Fest.
But he called you Krusty Crow for like a day.
Oh,
and eventually I just lost it.
dude, that's even if he's not meaning to disrespect, call the man his whole
over and over. It was over and over. So Tony, what do you have going on right now? Because I know you're going to be joining me tomorrow at 6 p.m.
Yes.
So what do you have going on today? Doing
right now I'm just on shift for the 24. I don't get off till 6 a.m. tomorrow, and we just cleared the hospital, and there's a Target right next to it. I'm trying to look for a DJ, man. I'm on the search for a DJ. Steve K. Wish, one of our friends from Toy Kind of Mood, he found him at Target.
You said DJ, and for some odd reason, my mind went to DJ Five Ash.
No, I gotta
I'm
talk
like,
to him.
I'm like, are you looking to like see him at the store? And then I
DJ from
realized,
Street Fighter DJ. Street Fighter DJ. I gotta talk to DJ Five Ash. I'm getting his Dragonfly.
yes.
I want to know if he's gotten all the emails you guys have gotten already. I think he has, but dude, yeah,
I mean, I went back and listened to your show, and it for one, Spec actually kind of made me laugh because he's like, "I'm tired of the emails. You sent it already." Like,
so kind of yeah.
Yeah, I fully feel like they tell you like they're getting, so they probably have them, right? Because they're not. It should be like you should be able to go and click yes, and then they can start processing them, and then by the end, if you don't go in, they just finally just ship it out, right? But if you go in and confirm it, that's it, ship it out, or at least start the processing of it, because many of us would have already hit like yep. But now we're just like, I'm tired of the email.
I'm tired. Just send it. Just send it, okay? Just send it. Quit teasing me. No, but on the subject of Street Fighter, Jada Toys, DJ, you look them up and you know how the DPCI covers the whole wave. You don't know which one it is. I'm like, oh yeah, I found it, and they bring you a Chun-Li. I'm like, what? No. But Steve, Travis's buddy, from Cali, he gave me the barcode, and they scanned the barcode, and they told me that could be the whole wave. I'm like, no, because I have the barcode on my phone, and they had the red Chun-Lis are still there, like 3 of them there. I checked that barcode, and they're different. So I'm like, are you lying to me? You target employees.
So first off, GG78 says DJ Tanner.
Yeah, DJ Tanner. And he knows Capoeira, and he has Maximum down the side of his pants. I need him in my collection.
All right, so hit the super chat.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
Daredevil Dave with the $4.99 super chat says, that being said, here's a little chat. Send me the Wolverine, please. We made 4,000. I should have made it 5,000, but you know what? He offered it. Ryan Sweeney, $10 super chat. My wife said I can donate a little more. Thank you, Ryan. And tell your wife thank you very much.
Thank you.
And 44D2, $50 super chat, helping the kids just like Beavis and Butthead. All right, so what it could be, and I remember this when the Cobra Island stuff was out. So all the G.I. Joes used the same barcode.
The same damn.
The same barcode or the same DPCI.
I think it's the same DPCI.
But the actual Target exclusives are different ones.
Oh,
so they were able to track down the exclusives, but if it was just a general one, they weren't able to. So
yeah, it just I found out. I looked, and all the Chun-Lis have the same barcode, and with DJ's barcode on my phone, it's different. So I'm like, okay, there's some hope. Because then they pull it up, like, what other stores have it? Oh, this has 7, this has 8. I'm like, oh, God, now it's like, I have him pre-ordered. But it's like, if I find him in Target first, I can just cancel that pre-order. I hate it when they do that.
Jossie says, had been putting out the 1/18th missile pod minigun combo for this his tank, so I'm putting that gridiron code to use. And then with the money you saved, you come on over here and you help the kids out.
Drop the money.
You might have already helped the kids. I don't know.
And then we'll give you the show me the money.
Yeah, I think I can only play that for so long, right? I can only play that for so long.
I have not think of it yet, but
Greg says, I'm printing that Wolverine right now. Not sure where I'm going to put it. Maybe next to my whale.
Is it like a statue?
No, the Wolverine.
Girls that you have.
Yes.
Okay.
Which I have it. I mean, it's just downstairs.
That thing is incredible. Oh my God.
It looks so good. Like he did a great job. I mean, I know it's not his style. He did a great job in the fact that you can use the blast effects.
Did he give you the tow cable that goes on the side?
Yep, and you can bend it, so you don't have to worry about it.
Dude, that's chef kiss right there, Greg. Damn.
Oh, Josh C says helped out the kids via PayPal and for more than I saved. Awesome, thank you very
Okay, so
much.
they have your PayPal to do that?
Yeah, it's actually right down here, and it's also in the description.
Oh, okay. I can see it now, and I could barely see it on the TV. I see it on my phone. Okay.
And BBTS looks like they have charged us for the Player 2 Sea Bison.
Oh wow.
Who I ordered
Sea
just so I can.
Sea Bison.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sea Bison is this guy.
Sea Bison.
The Sea Bison is this guy. All right, Chester Bison. All right.
Goddamn
That's
Chester.
why I ordered them. I was like, I got to order another bite. I just can't take this off. It's just so awesome. So I was like, why don't I just order Player 2 instead of rebuying the same figure, right? I just have to look and I was seeing. Yeah, so I know, like, you know.
I found Burberry or Frankenberry at Ross the other day. $10.99. Burberry. It's Frankenberry.
Well, I guess the new G.I. Joe wave, at least the bat, gridiron bat, the Iron Grenadier bat has shown up at Target.
Oh wow! Yep.
The other ones should be showing up.
I need the Iron Grenadier. Period. Yes. He's awesome.
Well,
he's a big dude. He's a big dude.
Guess why I'm not going? Guess who's not going toy hunting this weekend? That's
you.
I'll be here. I have another laptop set up here, so when I decide I want to stand up and just get up, I can.
Yeah. I have a little tripod from Five Below that I'm using right now. Don't show Johnny this because he'll never get a laptop.
Same time Toy says Blueberry is nowhere to be found yet.
Right, he's nowhere to be found. Frankenberry's out there.
Yeah. Frankenberry is.
I can't wait for Tony the Tiger. That's mine.
I like the Flintstones. Like those.
They're awesome. They're so
those.
awesome.
I'm super excited for those guys.
Me and Spec were going off on all the possibilities of all the cereal mascots they could make. Oh my God, Trix Rabbit, Sugar Bear, Captain Crunch, Snap Crackle Pop. They can go off. I hope they do.
All right, I'm trying to send a link to
Toucan
somebody.
Sam, yes sir, Rusty.
What time is it? I have Frostbite coming on in 2 hours.
Oh, really? So you got 2 hours to chill?
2 hours just to chill and shoot the shit. So yeah, whoever wants, not whoever, but if someone wants to join on, if you want to jump on, Chris is going to be on in a little bit.
Whoever I choose to be on my stream.
I just can't have any.
Crazy Tony, you can't come.
Crazy Tony.
Crazy Tony Satamian. Fred Broca. Oh shit.
He
called me at the weirdest freaking time.
You just outed him.
I did. That serves him right. He calls me and I want to talk to him, but he calls me at the weirdest, oddest, crazy. When I'm eating dinner, when me and my daughter are doing something, when I'm on the phone, he'll call it all, and I'm like, he must got so many of my canned messages. I'll call you back. I'll call you back. And he's not watching right now. He's at work doing his rookie thing. Look at Rich. I don't support cereal. We know you support big guns.
What if it's protein cereal?
Yeah, come on.
Think about that. He made a comment, I want to say on Monday, and I don't know if I read it, but I know I caught it where he's like, I wonder how many workouts.
I never see him on the streams anymore.
G.I. Joe?
No, I mean Tony, Fred Broca.
I don't think I ever saw him to begin with.
We had him. He was on with us. Remember? That was it.
Yeah, but he doesn't show his face, so I don't think he really. No. And he only does he's mostly 1/18 scale.
Yeah.
So
O-ring.
I mean, but he's not. I mean, he's just G.I. Joe. He's not looking at.
No, he sold all his classified Joes to Johnny. He's just doing the Cobra classified.
But he doesn't do like Delta 17. Does he do Delta 17 or anything like that?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I'm not sure if he does anything, anything like that or not. But yeah. So.
Yeah. Oh man, let's see how this goes because I think the other crew just got a call, so we're up next. But we're chilling for now.
How many crews run?
Just we're housed in the same station with another ambulance crew, so we rotate calls. So when we come back from a call and they're here, it gives us a buffer. We can relax because hey, a call kicks out, you guys are up. And sometimes dispatch fucks it up, so we're like, no, we just got back. They're here. Why are you picking on us? And then they'll switch it to get them out of their seats and go save some, go live some saves.
Why is everyone picking on Tony?
Wow, let me rest a little bit. Jeez.
Do Friday nights seem to be Friday? Are the weekends usually worse just because?
Yeah, they are because there's some bars around here, and then people get DUIs and drunk drivers, but it's hit or miss. We could go all night with not one or two, or it could be like nine calls. Sucks.
So I got a message from Turk. Are you still here? So Turkish Murphy.
Yeah.
Let's see. So Tony said, "Hey, brother, Turk Murphy wants to donate a 3D printed Cobra Fang as a giveaway on one of the slots. I'll pop in as a surprise." Okay. Oops. Just ignore that.
Uh-oh. You read it out
loud.
I
mean, I cannot. I had too much.
It up. I had some stuff to give away, but I don't think that people want it.
Well, the biggest issue when it comes to giving away and doing, again, this is the first time I'm doing this, and it's all trial and error.
Yeah,
we all know that I can, we all know that I can talk, and there's already been some things that I thought about that. Hey, I could probably do differently. I really liked what Aaron did, saying, hey, you know what? Between 7 and 9, whoever donates the most, we're going to give this away. Well, maybe next year that's what I'll do. Like I'll have specific things, set, and during different times, this is what's going to be given away. But don't tell people what it is because you don't want people to be, wait and not donate until like one thing, and it's like, okay, well, like, sorry, Doc, no one donated for you because everyone.
That's what I have. I have an unopened Doc, an unopened Duke, an unopened Recondo, but I'm like, doesn't everybody have these already? They're just like waiting for me to make something.
Doc is cluttering my Walmarts right now. So Doc came because, and you had the same issue because we talked about this. I don't expect you to remember because Tony don't remember shit. But we had the same issue that we canceled this from Pulse. It was after the website change. I know I canceled this, and they still shipped it, and I already had it. So he's been
same shit.
Yeah, but I know that I canceled it. I remember, and when I talked to you, and you're like, I know that I did it. Like if it was another, like if someone else would have said it, maybe I was like, maybe just me. But I tried looking at it, and I was like, I'm not really sure. Like I feel like I know that I canceled it because I remember. I go in and I start canceling when I get something in hand.
Yeah, look at Woody. Woody talking shit. You see Woody's comment?
Woody 222 says, "What up, Tony, Figs, and Punk? I'm back. Poodle. Somebody call Ice. There's 2 Mexicans not working."
I am working. You bastard.
You might have just put those damn clothes on. We don't know that you're actually working.
Hey, my room don't have the flag. I got the Arizona flag, the American flag behind me. I'll take you for a trip around the ambulance if you want.
And let's be honest. The problem is not that Mexicans don't work. The problem is they keep taking the work from the Americans that don't want to.
Don't want certain jobs. They work hard, motherfucker.
So they're taking jobs from jobs that the Americans. I don't really see a problem.
When he talks shit. What's up,
And
Allison? Allison Troy has came in.
D has joined in saying you are rad. So that's how I know
D.
that it's D and not John from Sarge Reds. And we have Allison Troy saying greetings, people. And Tony does not like diversity.
Oh God. Oh, God.
Allison says dealing with the vet. When I get home to pack in a bit, I'll be back.
Awesome.
And Allison is going to be joining me tomorrow so we can color some Lilo and Stitch
Nice.
at 11 a.m. And I have to say thank you very much to Allison because Allison is in the middle of moving. And she's not moving across town. They are moving 6 hours.
Oh,
6
she's still in the
hours away.
process of moving?
I believe that she's still. I believe that they're still trying to get stuff moved. But she has made sure. She said, no matter what, wherever I'm at, I will make sure that I know that 11 a.m. I'm going to be there to help you.
She had an awesome stream. She had an awesome stream last night talking about superpower. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just like to let people know that 11 a.m. is 21 hours from now. It is 21 hours from now. And quickly, let's throw this up here. If I can find it.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
Johnny Reno with a $50, I believe it's a super sticker.
That is my money. It is. Remember, Johnny, you gotta save that damn coin because
so Tony has just donated $50 to the Toys for Tots Stream-A-Thon through Johnny Reno. So Johnny, you don't have to pay him. You only owe him $5. So just send me another $5, and then we'll call it even. And Tony can't say nothing.
I'll take his right the hell back to Target.
Allison Troy with the $5 super chat saying Tony can come back and color in November or December when I'm streaming again.
Yes.
Allison, I didn't want to really call out Tony last night, but you have no idea that almost every single conversation on the phone starts off with, why doesn't Allison like me? Why won't she have me back on the color? She has Aaron the answer on like twice a week, and she doesn't even do it 2 times a week.
She has Aaron on like 7 times a week. No, I'm just kidding.
I think now we know what the issue is with Missy, right?
Right, exactly. Hey, thank you, D.
And Red from Sarge Reds, sponsor of this, who will be not donating, they'll be giving us, we'll be buying all the toys through them using Toys for Tots. Thanks for what you do, Tony. Yeah, everyone give Tony a big thanks and send $1 super chat for the kids for what Tony does. Because Tony also saves kids' lives too.
Yeah, oh God. Knock on wood.
Crusty, I sent you a link. Crusty, I sent you a link if you want to jump on.
Yeah, come on in.
Only bringing back people who need more practice coloring.
Oh, that means I'm a good colorist.
Studying the lines is hard. I'm not going to lie. It can be difficult.
I gave her a great picture to fix for me, and it was too tough. Like I'm just going to trace it and then color it. I gave her a big old picture of the JLA, and it was hard for her because it was already colored. And I'm like, damn, I want to color that. And she was trying to fix it up and everything. But I think what you do is you put a light box underneath it, trace it really good, and then you can color the damn thing.
By light box, you mean put it up to the window and then you
that too. That'll work. I've done that. I've done that when I was
what we all did as kids, put it up to the window, and you were always mad if it was
in the art school paper. And they give you a light box. I'm like, where was this when I was
Look, and Payne's Toy Sample says, okay, got the Trouble Bubble Walker legs. I'm assuming
nice.
Use my code. So I think I should be another about hour and 15 minutes. So I'm assuming it must go till 4 o'clock. No, 3 o'clock.
More things are coming with those legs, let me tell you.
He talked about that. So,
oh, good.
They're doing some, they're not just doing, they're doing all the 3D printed stuff. And again, when you think about 3D printed, there's a lot of good guys that do good 3D printed stuff. His is way more, it's better. And it's no knock on what other people are doing, but it's his profession. And he's always working with better plastics, seeing what works better, working
Yeah.
things out. And again, he's a good guy because he's actually in the community, which is good. You know, he pops in, he talks about his stuff. You know, you see him on A Toy Kind of Mood, probably more than any other show that he goes on. But he's popped on the Terradrome, right?
Who's that?
Mark.
Yes. Oh, yeah. He's been on the Terradrome with us, as well as Toy Kind of Mood. Yeah, he'll give, you know, he's very generous and gives those discount codes for the Terradrome too. We got to have him on pretty soon. Dreadnought Ryan's next up.
Yeah. So, yeah, go over there, support Gridiron. Again, I do think they do really good, you know, really good. I mean, I wouldn't review the stuff if I thought the stuff sucked.
He's lucky I don't live closer.
Greg actually ordered something from someone else because he liked the way it looked. And 100% honest, when he brought it over, I looked at it, and I didn't like it. I couldn't understand how it went on, and I really didn't like. I didn't like his interaction with Greg, and I was like, I don't even want to review it because I don't want to put something out either way.
Oh,
we had
wow.
a bad experience, and that bad experience, and it was shown to me. So it wasn't. There were certain things that, you know, it was said that it did stuff, and then he said no, it didn't do that, and you need to look at the pictures, and then the guy removed the pictures.
Oh, jeez.
And I, you know, I was like, you know what? No, I don't. Because it wasn't my interaction with him.
Yeah.
And I didn't order it. So I'm not going to go off and say who it is or anything. But at the same time, I don't even want to touch the product because it left a really bad taste in my mouth that
I bet
you would do something like this. And then again, you went and took it off, which meant you knew you were in the wrong. So if you're doing stuff like that, you can't say, well, yeah, you know what? It was a mistake. All he needed to do was say, hey, you know what? It was a mistake. We shouldn't have left that up there. Let's figure something out. But
Right.
he showed me the exchange, and Greg got a little aggravated with it. And you can't blame someone because
I don't blame him at all. No.
And then the quality wasn't as good. It wasn't as good as what I think a lot of the pictures had shown and what people had done. But again, if you hit stuff at certain angles, you can avoid things that really don't look all that great. So
I was going to ask, did Mark address the little screw ups you were tripping on because we're so used to Gridiron being so solid, the underneath the ground pounder lines?
No, but he did talk about, he did bring up the ground pounder though. about me mentioning the name, and I'm like, I understand. People already schooled me on it, and I understand that, but we're approaching our 50s, and I have to say ground pounder over and over and over. All right, we're playing with toys. All right, you know how immature our little minds are. Okay. All right, quickly here.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
GI Bro with the 1999. I believe this is a super sticker. So thank you very much. And then we have Bill K dropping a $2 super sticker. It's weird because it doesn't say super sticker and it doesn't show up on StreamYard. So it looks like someone did a super chat but didn't show it.
Huh.
Yeah, so I have to look over here and see exactly, you know, what it's showing me.
Yeah.
But I learned that, like, I wouldn't say the hard way, but I learned that when I was like, what is this that somebody did here? And like, oh, wait a minute. And someone's like, yeah, that's a super sticker. And you're looking at it and you're like, okay, that kind of makes sense. So,
I still don't know what a super sticker is. I think I bought one, but for somebody, but I don't.
Yeah, you bought one for Oz's. You were the first person to do the super sticker, I believe.
That's right.
But then there's the super thanks, which, okay.
Yeah.
What's the difference between the super thanks and the super sticker other than the super
thanks?
Get
the money. I just want him to get the money.
Yeah. Now, and I think that is really supposed to be for videos. So if someone is showing off like if someone is doing a video that someone likes, you send them a super thanks, right? So say, hey, thank you for doing this. I can't speak for myself. I can only speak for myself. I can't speak for others, but I'm not sure how many other people get super thanks and super stickers.
Right. Hey, just in time, Crow. I gotta go. I just got a difficulty breathing call, so I will see you guys later on.
Jeez, Tony, get out of here, man.
All right, Tony, go save a life and come back when you're
We'll
free
try,
again.
brother. I will.
Well,
See you guys.
All right. Take care. And then there was just Crow.
Okay, well, I guess there's that whole I was going to do little things on the side that I can't do now. How you doing?
What were you doing on the side?
What's that? No, I was just putting you know how it is. Every 2 weeks you got to go through all the little accessories you've been looking at and find the box to put them in and clean up your toy area.
I don't want to talk about that.
Yeah. You said hop on. I was like, yeah, that's much better.
Yeah, you can see behind me. I try to clean it up and make it look a little bit better. Especially because if I stand up, I have my laptop up there. So when I decide that I need to stand up and just kind of get moving, I can do so. But,
yeah.
So I'm like, let's try and make it look a little bit better. So when people are tuning in, because again, I think it's going to come in waves. I don't think anyone's going to be here for a full 36 hours.
You're dealing with work days and families as well, right? So yeah. Really.
Yeah, and that's, I think a lot of people, I mean, there's 36 people watching right now. I think what during Gridiron, obviously people showed up.
Yeah, you're up there for what, 47 or so?
Yeah, so if you're on social media, you're watching right now, man, put this out on your community tab. Put it out on Instagram, on Facebook. Just get people over, and hopefully someone just comes over. Hey, even if they don't care, they don't like me, they don't know who I am. They're like, hey, you know what? Other people have donated. Here's $5 or whatever. Because once again, it doesn't go in my grubby little pockets. It goes to Toys for Tots. It goes to the kids.
Yeah. And you don't hate kids.
Yeah, I mean, if you hate kids, that's on you.
Yeah.
All right, it's okay.
No one's going to question the reason. It's just
even Allison donated, and we know she hates kids.
No. Well, we are actively working against them by buying all the toys before they ever get them. Right?
That is true. That is true. Like if I got the last Joe that I needed at the store, and there was some little 5-year-old that's like, Daddy, I really want that. I'd be like, you're shit out of luck.
Yeah, I don't like your odds, kid.
You know what? Go to the next Target. Maybe you'll get lucky. I've gone to 4 already this morning.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I've always meant by the war on kids was just we want the toys way more than they ever did.
But I would not take one out of their hands. I might try and coerce them into putting it down. Did you look at this Halo figure? Oh, that's pretty cool. Thank you.
Yeah. I'll buy you 2 figures to that one. Just give it.
Allison Troy says, I don't hate kids. I just don't care for them until they're old enough to wipe their own asses and go away when they annoy me.
Yeah.
And Charlotte says, I've got 4 of the critters and still don't hate them.
I got to wonder about Allison's comment if that's also her cutoff criteria for the elderly.
Oh, it is, because
yeah.
I wonder how much Allison will talk about when we do coloring tomorrow, because she's told me a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I always kind of got jealous watching you guys just converse over coloring, because it's like, man, there's nothing simpler than just relaxing and coloring and everything like that. But so you're doing that with her tomorrow. What else you got on the go tomorrow after that?
Oh, well, quickly. I know he's been in here. I haven't got to say it yet. Menhoza. It makes them stronger. So what do we? So the rest of the day we have Frostbite at 4, where we were talking about some GI Joe stuff. And not talking so much GI Joe, but looking at old artwork and just what doesn't work, what is just funny. And we're not criticizing the artist or anything like that. Just talking about everything and pointing certain things out and what's funny. And
like, why is so and so holding this, right? That conversation.
Why are they aiming at the ground when there's no one there? Why are they crossing their streams? Because there's some shots where they're clearly crossing the streams. Like, do they just want to see if the bullets can smack into each other or something? And then at 7, I'll have you, Aaron, and Darren on. Darren is 3-star draw, or he's also Down South 77, or I just wish he'd have a name that I understand, but he absolutely loves that name.
Battlefield number 1 through 3. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got lots of titles.
So we'll have that from 7 to 9. And again, whoever donates the most, Aaron will be donating a Star Duster to them.
Yeah, that's really cool. We talked about that last night on our show.
Yeah, and that was great. And I think that might be, as I was saying a little bit ago, like that might be the way I go ahead and do this next year.
Yeah, when he was explaining it to us at the time, I think we were backstage talking about it, weren't we? And I wasn't quite picking up what he was laying down. It sounded like he was like going, and it'll be like I'll just like he was making up as it goes on. But then when I heard you re-explain it, I'm like, no, that's actually brilliant. Just that quick drive burst for the one figure. Yeah.
And it's for me, it's notes to take down for next year.
Absolutely. Because
I think there'll be changes going into next year, as there should be, right? Mm-hmm. Same concept, but things that you can correct. And I like that idea more than doing a raffle later on. Yeah. Where it's like, okay, you know what? Boom, I have this for the next 2 hours. Whoever does it, whoever donates the most is going to get but I'm not going to let people know everything that I have.
No, because like you were saying, then you get into specified timings where viewers are just there for that, and that's not part of the event at all. It's not about us, right? But
no. And I mean, I wish they just automatically added. But also the other thing, knowing how much it adds up, YouTube does take their cut, and that's why I do have the PayPal open if someone wants to donate directly to PayPal. But this way, people can actually track it. I won't know exactly how much we made until roughly around 5 or 6 o'clock tomorrow. Good for all of you. I'll still be here.
Well,
I'll still be here.
People got to realize, like, you started at noon today officially, right? But
only 2 hours into it.
What's that?
Oh, it's only 2 hours into it. I've been up since 6:30 in the morning.
Yeah, of course, right? Pre-planning, getting everything ready.
No, I wanted to come. I took Olivia to school. I wanted to come home and crash. Of course, she had a half day. I come home, I shower, and I just couldn't sleep. And I'm like, son of a bitch. I woke up at Joe Fest a couple of times at like 7 in the morning, and I couldn't sleep. Mm-hmm. But I didn't. Again, thinking about being here for that long, it is. Yeah.
And you were up, reasonably your usual lateness last night, dealing with talking about it with us, right? And what I was getting at was the generosity didn't just start today. This thing kicked off strong. I was really impressed the way it just started. Even the day before, people are like, "I'm getting my help in now," and that was really cool.
Yeah. So if anyone's wondering what he's talking about, it started off on Wednesday where someone said, "Hey, do you have the PayPal?" I gave it to them. They sent me $400, and then the next day when I showed up on your guys' show, impromptu. Another person had hit me up, and because they don't, these people, they don't want their names out there, and that's and if it's PayPal, I'm not going to be telling anyone unless if you want me to say, hey, you know what, I sent you, and that's perfectly fine. So then someone sent me $200, so we're sitting at $600 before we even started, and I've discussed this before, that one of the biggest issues that I had. And that issue, not one of the biggest concerns was, are people actually going to come in and donate? Am I going to sit here for 36 hours and make $300? Which, no offense, isn't worth my time, because I could do that in 3 hours. You know what I mean? Like earning that much money to donate, you can do that in a much shorter amount of time, where we could break it up and do like 4 of them a month rather than one big long one.
Yeah, sure. And I mean, I'm gonna do something I hate when I do to you. I'm gonna ask you if there's a better word for that than just worth my time. Because of course we're talking about a charity event, but what about validates your efforts, right? Like, you put in 36 hours and only raise a chunk of change that you could raise in 30 minutes. You're gonna feel like that failed 100%, right?
Woody says, I'll donate, but I already got 6 dusters. Star Duster. Sorry, Duster is a Valaverse figure. That for $35 at one time you could have bought 5 of them.
Yeah.
And now they're going for way more. I should have just bought all of them and just kept them there.
I didn't really bought it all.
But yeah. Again, it seems like an awful term to say, right? It seems like a bad term to say waste my time, and I don't mean that.
And that's
but
what
you're right. There's a better.
That you didn't mean it that way. You meant it like I said. It's like you're putting so much effort in this. You want to see the best return possible, right? Like that. And it was just going back to what I was saying. It was really kind of. It was a really great sign last night that it started well before the stream did, as far as your validation for your effort.
Yeah, I mean, getting the $400 right away on Wednesday, and then another $200 on Thursday. And again, there were people that told me that they had been saving up for this, which is awesome, and you can kind of see it. Yeah. I know what I normally get for super chats on Mondays, and even some on Thursdays, where like you could see that people are holding back, and I'm perfectly fine with that.
Yeah.
And I was hopeful that was the reason why people were starting to pull back, because as I'll mention it again, my kids have never had to go without. My kids have always had more than them. This year, maybe not so much so.
Labs have been aplenty this year.
Yeah. They might be getting lots of classified figures that have already been opened. Oh, you don't want it? Fine, I'll take it back. Ungrateful bastard.
Yeah. What do you mean you don't like the Steel Guard Commander? I got you 4 of them.
But yeah. Super, like I said,
you know what I like was the anonymity of the donations. The fact these people don't want to be recognized. Well, that's really, that's processing charity at the lowest level, is not even to take credit for your charity, right? But that gives you the ability to say things like, you can't say who it is, and you can't start a rumor that it was somebody, but you could honestly, we could start rumors in the chat like, hey guys, Punk lives in Detroit. What do you want to make a bet? $400 probably came from Eminem. It was probably Eminem. Good for you, Eminem. Thank you, Marshall. We appreciate you. Who else? Like, just
I tell you what, it will not be coming from Kid Rock or ICP.
No. And Diddy's lawyers say they can't give anything.
If you had Diddy on your bingo card, then you probably just won, because I didn't think that name would be brought up here ever.
No, but I mean, toys. Yes, there's room.
Bill K says, I watched the G.I. Joe animated movie with my 17-year-old son this past weekend. He really enjoyed it. I'm sorry, because I hate that fucking... No.
So,
you're talking about the one that gave us Cobra La. Oh.
Yeah, but...
Although I think that Nemesis is an Immortal Enforcer, whatever you want to call it. People get mad at me for calling it Immortal. I'm like, that's what the name is. They changed it.
The Duke Near Miss movie?
Yeah. All because Optimus Prime and all those little kids that got mad. They should have
it.
killed Duke first.
That was
not Optimus Prime, because no one wanted Optimus Prime to die, but Duke dying, oh, I'm fine with it.
And it was the principle of it. How dare Transformer fans invade my Joe-verse and affect my movie?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But yeah, so kind of what you were saying. I know we're kind of off. I think we lost train of thought, but
it's all good. We were just, it's going to be a long 36 hours, and I wanted to come and support you.
And there's 36 people watching right now. That is irony.
There we go. But I know about sleep depth, right? I've done those exercises, and I know what Punk's going to be up against as we get going. So the more guys that jump in and support them as they feel available to the day, this is what you do to support, right? So what do you think about just isn't London Con going on right now too, while we're doing this marathon as well?
I have no idea.
So Hasbro's doing something in London.
Let me explain some stuff to you guys.
Please.
I'm gonna let you inside on Monday Night Toy Ramblings. If it's not G.I. Joe, I probably don't know anything about it throughout the week. I don't start doing my show till usually Saturday night or Sunday. And what I mean by that is I don't really, unless if I know something big has happened, I don't look at Toy News Eye or as highly articulated calls it Toy Newsy or Toy. What's the other one? Toy. You think I should know this stuff, right? A Toy Arc. I don't start looking at those until like the weekend.
Well,
I go all weekend. I watch other people talk about toys or whatever, and I watch a lot of other things. More stuff on like crime. I watch like the crime shows, and then I watch some toy stuff.
I only bring it up there, Punk, and just quickly, Tony. Tony's call was canceled. He's back.
Yeah, he said he's on his way back.
Yeah. No, sorry. I just read Tony's thing and I lost the track. We were just talking about which now.
Oh wait. Sorry, I just got a text.
Yeah.
Hi, Marilyn. Wondering which presidential candidate you'll match with most. Take this quick quiz.
Oh fuck.
I know you're in. I cannot wait. This is not a politics thing. I cannot wait for this fucking election to be over.
Oh, we get those two out here for.
I am so tired. I'm so tired.
Yeah.
Of the commercials in between my sports radio show, YouTube, the amount of texts that I get, which you shouldn't have my number, but that's a whole other thing. Like I'll be so happy when it's done.
No, I brought up the London thing because I think this is where they might be revealing Nemesis Immortal or Enforcer or Impotent or whatever his name is. That I think is coming this weekend.
Yeah, well, so Chris McLeod had talked about how originally the Tiger Force Breaker was supposed to come, and it didn't come, and there was talk that might get pushed back, but that should be a Target exclusive. So if that comes, awesome. But again, I think for a wide release, I think you're going to be looking at Nemesis Enforcer. There's a couple other things that some people haven't really thought about, and I know everyone's talking about this, about the delays, right? And everyone has their panties up in a bunch that Hasbro's doing this, they're delaying this or whatever. We've been delayed before, and my biggest fear, more than anything, is that they try and give us a year's worth of stuff in 6 months. That's what's really going to bother me.
And
I don't need that.
Yeah, I get that, and it's been one of the biggest points of criticism against them over the last year too, is the way they cram these things together, right? But as far as reveals, I mean, would it surprise you then? Like, have we seen a map of when the Mass Device other two reveals are supposed to be coming? Like, are they got specific cons, or could they just drop at any moment?
Okay, I'm going to talk about that.
Yeah.
Quickly, Mr. Madka says, Punk, you got to watch Tulsa King and Penguin, best two shows on right now. So I watched the first season. I watched the first season of Tulsa King.
Okay.
I think I'm like two episodes into it. I just haven't gone down. I don't have Max, whatever it is, so I can't watch Penguin. I have a bunch of shows that I watch that I enjoy, and Tulsa King is one of them. I really do like it. I really do like it.
Before you answer that Mass question, I just remembered this is what we're going to be talking about at 7:00 tonight with Backyard Battlefield. So, we can touch on the point, but I think I don't want to talk too much about the characters involved or anything like that. But
no, it's not so much. I was actually going to talk about this. So, and I went and looked, and I don't have any pictures saved. So, if you guys can kind of refresh me as we talk about this. So there was a lot of hints that we kept pointing out Easter eggs in the artwork that they kept giving us. And we saw a rattler that went down on the we saw a rattler go down in the Arctic bat, right? And that was kind of odd. Like, we're not getting a rattler, but we got a rattler. We saw the polar bear on snow jobs, and no one thought we were getting. And no one said, hey, we're getting a polar bear.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that there are more hints in that than other things.
So one of the big ones that comes up for me is there's an Arctic APC showing on one of the, is it Snow Serpent, Snow Bat? I don't have the covers on me. It's either Snow Job, Snow Serpent, Snow Bat.
There's
Arctic APC on there in the background that looks like a Soviet BMP or whatever. I was like, yeah, they don't even make anything like that. And yet what you're saying, and I was like, yeah, what shot down the Rattler?
Fuller Figure says, what's this punk streaming at a time that suits me awesome? Hey, this is a 36-hour stream-a-thon. If you want to jump on, this is all charity for Toys for Tots. If you want to jump on, if you have time, if you're not busy, I would love for you to jump on. Let me know. Just shoot me a message on Instagram, and I will shoot you a link. All right, so I don't know if we're going to get everything that we see, but there's a few things that are in there that made me go, wait a minute. They really were giving hints. And the one thing is those snakes, the tube snakes that were coming out in the eel and
torpedo.
And full credit goes to Matthew Matson, my moderator. He said, I bet we're going to get a yellow. I bet we're going to get a yellow torpedo, because I think he's he's a yellow suited in that with the snakes.
So I took it very differently to say that the not the lampreys. What was the next diver after eel? The one, was it lampreys where they got into genetic mutations?
No, hydroviper.
Hydrovipers.
Lampreys is the hydrofoil.
Right.
Driver.
So I see where they go with Cobra Law being a crustacean-based religion of whatever. And I'm not going deep into that. And then I know where I see certain figures absent, and the classified line has not done much with their marine side of things, like the Navy Marine side of things.
Yep.
So that's where I was taking that hint. But yeah, I could see it being more of a nod to an episode getting a torpedo variant. That could be possible.
Yeah. And with those snakes. Quickly here.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
Ted Darklaw, $4.99 super chat saying, just saying hi, be back later. I'm not really here. Oh, you'll be back late. 1 a.m. Ted, Aaron, Travis, Mr. Wonderful Travis, and now added to the wrestling program, Legend Series will be back. I don't know if Legend Series can talk yet, man. I think he's kind of lost his voice. So I think they're going to do that. And after Matthew said that, I was thinking about the polar bear. I started looking at some of the other box covers, and everyone pointed at the I think the version 3 Hawk.
I remember that. Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's version 3 Hawk, because I don't know him well enough.
Yeah, it would be version 3. The first one was with the first OG-13. Yep. Then you had General Hawk, and then you had Super Armor Iron Man Hawk, right?
Yeah. So in the background is the G.I. Joe headquarters.
Mm-hmm.
Now on one of the other artwork, one of the newer stuff, Lenny told, because Tony's like, I know what you're talking about, and he's like, I hope so, because you've seen it. And the only thing that people could see back there was not only a claw, which they had already announced, but it was around the headquarters. That headquarters has been used a lot. Now, I'm not sure how they make it. And now we're seeing that the battle bunker, whatever it's called.
So it makes perfect sense why that would get made. If you look at what over the last couple of years, a lot of the people in the community have been very openly displaying what they're getting at conventions for 3D prints. And when somebody did the headquarters in a modular design and they saw the reaction to that, how do you not want it? And how do you not associate what we're just seeing today or the last week at NCC, this Cobra bunker, with that? That to me is simple math. You're going for it, I think.
The Cobra outhouse.
Yeah. Unfold that thing and see what it becomes too. I think that's a two-sided thing. Like, I think the way that'll work is you can fold it up into that bunker, stack them, or you can unfold it, turn it, and it's a background.
Yeah, I think it's going to have something to do with that. So that was, I saw the headquarters. I'm like, they hinted at the headquarters, but it's been all over. The other thing that's in General Hawk's thing, and Woody did say that is version 3, and I don't know enough about version 3, but is the Triple T, which I think we know we're going to get. They did, they just did the Transformer version. They have this contract with Sergeant Slaughter. They need to do certain things just to get their money's worth. But this Cobra Stun is also in it. Now, this is not something that I thought we would have really gotten. But now that I'm seeing how they're linking things, now I'm like, dude, they probably have a stun coming down. We know the Awe Striker's coming. I was already kind of told about that. Yeah. But again, here it is. They showed it off, and people can say they think it's whatever it is.
They think it's the Thunder Machine or the Awe Striker.
It looks nothing like a Thunder Machine. I don't even know where anyone gets that. Because they're doing very classic designs.
Yeah. But the point about the terrain that you were making there was... Sorry, what's that comment?
My buddy Greg, who gives me all the 3D stuff, he's ready to do a modular headquarters.
Okay. So let's go box art. You want to talk about some box art for a second? It just occurred to me. I think I know what Hasbro will do soon.
So 610 is saying in that photo there is someone on top of the. Yeah, it's a Snake Eyes, but I don't think that's what they were hinting at. There was someone on top of it. You're absolutely correct, but I don't think that's what they were hinting at.
Yeah, it could be the not the one that comes with the Mass Effect, but the other Snake Eyes.
We've seen the claws in the back. We're getting a claw. We've seen a Sky Striker, but we do know that's the
HasLab.
The HasLab Sky Striker for O-Ring.
Same as the Fangs weren't something on the project board, right? They were something from the old.
So here's one that I had. This is one that I had seen that I went. I don't think, and I don't know. And this is me grasping at straws. Is that Helix, right? Helix has. She's standing in front of a SWAT truck in a police car.
Yes.
Now, I don't think we're getting that. But right now we got a firefighter, which probably means we'll get a police officer. We'll probably get a paramedic. We'll probably get a SWAT because you already have most of the stuff. And I started looking at them because I couldn't remember. Like I'm looking through each one. I'm like, I wonder if they do that.
I can assure you they will, because when did you stop buying Joe again? Were you like me around the 88, 89 era, or were you later?
I would have stopped probably around 89.
Okay. So DEF, Drug Elimination Force. Yep. Right? There you go. You're going to get a Shockwave reprint, Mutt reprint, Cutter. Bulletproof is a character we haven't seen yet. I made mine. Plug. But I'm just saying there's a sub team from Joe we have not seen yet, and with that would come the Headhunters and Headmen, right? So
yes,
absolutely possible. What I wanted to draw your eye on is everybody kept talking about motorcycles for Dreadnoks. How come nobody is now looking at the bar and a Cold Slither set?
All right, so you look at the Dreadnoks, they're all in the same area.
Yeah,
there's drums behind them. There's that the Great Cola or whatever it is. There's
posters on the wall.
Motorcycle.
It's a gas station too. I think if you see outside, you might see pumps.
So I wonder if they would do. I don't know if they do motorcycles, only because the fact that they'd be so generic.
No, I was saying they would do a bar, like the bar set for the Cold Slither concert or something, like something that you can display Joes in.
And see, that would be a great. But is that something that they would do as a HasLab? I don't think so. I don't think that would sell nearly as much. But you have to justify it to a company that they don't like taking risks, even though that we're. Oh, look at that! I like Daredevil Dave says a nurse. We need it. That would be good to go with. We didn't even say doctor for like first responders, because technically, I guess the doctor's not a first responder.
Paramedics for sure. You want those?
Oh, Tony's like, I better get a paramedic.
Oh God, yes. Why wouldn't you?
I saw that SWAT and I was like, I bet they're going to do that. It totally makes sense.
And then there'll be a push for Shockwave to come back again.
But what we saw in the back, there were a lot of helicopters. There was like a Black Hawk Down. there was a Black Hawk or a version one that when I don't think we're getting a Black Hawk, but then we got the Dragonfly. So they've been hinting at a lot of these things that I think a lot of us just went, yeah, they're not going to do that. Junkyard with the green eyes when he gets hypnotized. I wonder if they do that, because I don't know why they're not at the point that they don't just say, yeah, Super 7, just stop, because we're going to do stuff that is closely related to the Sunbow stuff. So you may just want to stop because no one's going to buy your shit. Do the O-ring, do your reaction, because we're not going to be doing that. And it sucks because it's hard to find this stuff online, to be 100% honest. It's hard to find a website that just has everything. Action Figure 411 only has the front of the box, but as soon as they stop doing artwork on the front, then you have to look at the back of it. And I went downstairs to look, I'm like, oh my God, and I'm pulling each one out. I'm like, there's so many damn figures. There's so many damn figures.
You got me going through the boxes that I haven't cut down yet, looking to see if I see any hints of recent, but I don't.
See, I think where you need to start looking when you get to the first plastic-free packaging. That's where you start seeing it. And now on the back of the other boxes. And all my boxes are downstairs, unfortunately.
Yeah, I cut all mine down and just keep the side and back art, or the art pieces, because it's just too much space. And I know exactly how it is. It's like you only have so much room to keep shit.
Frostbite says, if you want a nurse, there is no better than Jane, the original nurse for G.I. Joe. Yeah, I didn't even think about a nurse. I didn't even think about a doctor. I thought about a paramedic because I thought about first responders. But
I had read Frostbite earlier saying, "Good day, everyone. It's so early here, but I'm ready for action." Does that mean Frostbite wants to come on?
And if he wants to come on, I mean, I know. When we worked out the time, this worked out. 4 worked out perfect. He's more than welcome to come on whenever he wants. I just, I don't want to push people to have hey, stay with me for 3 hours. Stay with me.
Yeah, I guess what's he saying? It's 5:36 out there.
But I might be saying something completely different 10 hours into this.
Yeah.
Please don't leave me.
There'll be a point where hour 22 is where I see, like hour 20 is where I see it, where your resolve is going to be like, okay, just over half.
Daredevil Dave, why don't you read this, Crow? Can you read that or not? You have
it says, didn't even notice the name change, huh? A devil with toys.
I noticed it.
Okay, but now are you going to change that beautiful wax emblem stamp? Like,
Fuller's Figure says we need more Palatoy action force and classified red shadows for 2025. See, now that is one of those things that I wonder if they would do. And what I mean by that is you now have Fresh Monkey Fiction that is really going hard into that.
Uh-huh.
And is that something that when Hasbro gets a hold of that and goes, wait a minute, they may have the right to do that, but these are still the designs that we own the rights to, that maybe they will do it because they have different names.
I mean, if it serves both parties in some way, why not? But it's like, you know how everything works. If Hasbro is just going to be the only one that benefits from doing it, then of course not, right? Like, I wouldn't give that up.
And the awesome Ostradamus toy says, also, if you haven't yet, and if you're able, make a donation. If you can't, share the stream. What I really ask, obviously, so many of you have already donated, and I expect it to go on for 36 hours. And we just got another donation on PayPal too, so we're up to close to $700, I think.
Can I be your voice on this? Can I say one thing on this? Because I know some of the people out there. Guys, only donate what you can. Please don't feel like the only way to please Punk is to donate and just keep donating, okay? Donate once if you can, or not at all if you really can't. Like, holy cow.
No, and again, that is just it. Like I said, if you can donate 99 cents, then great. If you can't, because you have to put food on your table, I fully understand that, and I would never ask someone to do that.
Yeah, and we know they're there.
But many of us are buying toys, expensive toys as adults. We're not buying them for our kids. So I don't think it's asking too much for someone to donate 99 cents.
No.
I'm not asking anyone to. Again, it kind of goes back to the whole like power of the force. Like when Rith Mace is like, oh my god, I'm gonna buy this Rancor for $8. Like the whole point of this was these are figures you can get for $5 to $10. Like,
Yeah.
I wasn't gonna. Let's do Mythic Legions where you can spend $50 on a figure. No. Like it was to keep it down.
I forgot to tell you what disappointments I had today, by the way. So I got one thing from Hella Dope Toys today, but my thing from A Punk with Toys didn't show up. I ordered your mug, but it's not here yet. So I'm hoping it's going to be here by the end of the day. I had a whole coffee bit planned out with you.
Do they have tracking in Canada?
We do. We have whatever postal courier service it is. It's just that I'm finding the site doesn't update after it hits the international border. Like once it gets out of the American couriers, it gets to the border. It's just like, yeah, it was there 5 days ago. Okay, and then all of a sudden it's at your house.
So Chuck Murphy says, and I just like to see the October Guard. I am going to say that there is no way in hell they're doing the October Guard.
I am going to counter you. I'm going to debate you right here because I think we are watching the introduction of the way it's going to happen. The first responders being added to the 60th anniversary, if those hit well, why not tell Hasbro it's time to do international soldiers, right? British soldiers, Canadian soldiers, sure. But just doing international soldiers, and you could do a variation of the October Guard just based on things like that. It doesn't. I think the pressure's off Hasbro with the longer this whole thing in the Ukraine goes on, the pressure's off them for any kind of response to the market from it. I think.
I disagree 100%.
Good.
I'm not saying that they can't do the figures, but they'll change it. They won't be the October Guard. They won't be Russian. I mean, but that's who they are, right? That is their character. That is why, as much as people hate this, okay, and I'm sorry if I offend people. This is the reason why no one wants a black Batman. It is who he is, right? Batman is Bruce Wayne, all right? He's a white person. I'm sorry. The October Guard is the October Guard. They are Russian. It is part of their character. That is why when they talked about having Esposito as the new Magneto, and they're like, who cares that he's black? Well, I don't know, because all of Magneto's characteristics is that he's Jewish. It's what makes him who he is. Obviously, the October Guard is not nearly as revealed as Magneto, but I think you understand what I'm saying when it comes to
yeah, but again, what's the stigma to the October Guard that would prevent them from being made now? What actually is it?
Which is Russia in general. I mean,
okay, so they're going to make first.
I agree or disagree with it.
No, I'm just saying, where is the risk for them on a negative sales perspective on this, and where is the stakeholders committing to a political stance? I don't see that. I see it 2 years ago. I saw it, but this year and the years that follow, I don't see that pressure anymore. That's all I'm saying about it. But of course, we disagree on it. That's why I like talking to you.
But we're also talking about Hasbro. You're also talking about Hasbro, and you see how they already handle things, right? They're so self-conscious about anything. Same with Disney. Like, they're so self-conscious about certain things. And I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's the best we can do.
Yeah, I mean, I hope I'm wrong, because I agree. These are toys, but we've seen them do stuff. We've seen them do different things like this before. In companies in general, where they will try to completely avoid something. I mean, again, the Hooded Cobra Commander. Why are we not getting it? Because of one asshole that makes really shitty G.I. Joe movies. And maybe he's not an asshole, but he sure sounds like one. Right?
He does when so many people are asking, and he says, "No."
I have a way with words. If you didn't know that.
We got to get somebody else to come on soon, Tag Punk. I got my kid coming home here shortly, and we got to get him ready to go off to camp. But I know I'm coming back at 7.
Where's he going to camp?
When it's a cadet camp, so child soldiers, right, for the War on Toys. My son's one of them, so he does cadet camps on the weekend, and they just do like little ranges and stuff like that. But I got.
Len says maybe the October Guard will be North Korean. I'm not gonna lie, I love shit like that. That stuff makes me laugh.
I just remember when they made that movie, Seth Rogen and Jay Franco made that movie about North Korea, and they got all the threats not to release it. Could you picture Hasbro getting threats from North Korea? Don't make that figure. They just collapse a line, sell Disney off.
And they are right on the edge there. They're like right on the edge to get nuked. Not that I think that one would ever make it over, because the U.S. has a lot of warships and stuff like that. Quickly, same time toys here with the 99 super chat. I think it's I don't know. Is it super chat? Is it super sticker? And this is what I'm talking
sticker,
about.
I think.
Yeah, well, there's nothing on it.
Because he's just he's rolling it up.
And Frostbite says that he can come on now. Hey, if you want to jump on, it's up to you. Like, we were going to start at 4:00 to do the thing. If you want to jump on and shoot the shit and talk, you're more than welcome to. If you can't, if you don't, no big deal. You're going to be here at 4. Again, this in between section is, I put it out there that if people wanted to jump on, and I don't want. I'll be 100% honest. I don't want a whole. And here he is right now. What I don't really want is a whole clubhouse thing. No.
11 people all trying to talk over each other.
So,
hey, Frostbite.
What are you doing?
Good morning.
All right. This is Lenny, also known as, I don't know, do you want me to tell you your name? Too late. He's Frostbite. He's from Australia. Right now, he looks like he's a samurai. I never realized how much you look like a samurai. He will be on at 4 or sooner, and we're gonna be going over some G.I. Joe artwork from the 80s, and I added some to it.
Brilliant topic.
Yeah, I'm gonna enjoy that because it's so much fun. It's so fun because some of the stuff was just hilarious that they just screwed it up so bad.
There you go, Frostbite.
Like they're just shooting at sand, I guess, or whatever.
That's for you, buddy.
All right,
good.
Crow, how much time do you have?
I can stick around for another 5, buddy, and then I gotta go to makeup and get ready for tonight.
Can you guys chat for a little bit because I want to jump off for a second? So just hang in with these guys, and I don't know, Crow. What to do.
This is actually a momentous moment for Punk's channel because he's got 2 members of the Commonwealth on his channel at the same time.
We did it, man. Remember when we planned this?
Yeah.
And I'm gonna let you 2 host it for the next few minutes.
All right.
The king demanded it.
We just had the king come down under, and had a few problems in Parliament, but we'll move past that.
I know Australia probably has a very much stronger visitation right with the monarchy than Canada, but we get them here. But I imagine. Do you guys see them differently than we do? We look at them as kind of like, oh God, Grandma and Grandpa are coming.
I sort of don't like. I'm definitely not, one of these royalty watchers.
There we go. That's the words.
I did nearly just short of 3 decades of military service for the Commonwealth. So,
Yeah.
I definitely am not interested in becoming a republic, but yeah.
Yeah. No, and I mean, I've got all the respect in the world to the fact that the time there that the princes needed to be in the military, there was a war going on, and that will never lose its resonance with me.
Yeah.
And actually, I think they were there when I was there. William was there when I was there, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
So
very good.
what's that?
Very good.
What was your week like this week? I know you're going to be doing your topic. I don't want to talk about your topic before Punk gets here, but I love your topic.
Yeah, look, my week wasn't too bad. I'm really just trying to, I don't know, just come out with the best content that I can. So I sort of like my latest video, which I'll probably drop after Punk's stuff is all done. It's taking me, I think, a couple of days to make one piece of content, which I think is good. Good concentration on stuff. But it's very draining.
Well, I think the longer it takes, the more assured you are that it's going to turn out exactly or as close to how you pictured it, right?
Yeah, that's right.
I don't know if you're like me, but I mean, if I start building a video, let's say at 10 o'clock in the morning, I'm probably not getting it uploaded before 11 o'clock at night. And but I feel that rush to get it out before the clock turns midnight or the whole video turns back into a pumpkin or something, right?
Yeah. No, it's completely correct. I can't pull comments up, but what used to be Daredevil Dave, he said, okay, the foreigners are starting to take over, I'm out. I wonder if Diaper Island has anything good on. Thanks for your support, bro.
Yeah. Diaper Island did have a new video out today, but you guys would never leave us to go do that, would you?
No, that would be silly.
Yeah.
Men, I think with all with what's been happening recently, I think I'm going to call him Menhoser. And yeah, Krusty and Frostbite unite. Thank you very much. All his figures.
Buddy.
Okay, Lawrence is gone. Let's have a proper talk here, lads. Standing where, sit down where. It's whatever's necessary, bro.
No, I love the fact that we've bumped into each other a few times now and streams, and as it is, it's especially with the geographics involved. But
yeah,
we are talking a real American hero here, so our perspectives, they're out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I heard you meant. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, it's definitely that one thing that unites people is we all had a childhood, and a lot of us had G.I. Joe in our childhood. So,
yeah. And you and I talked about it, but one thing I had mentioned before, and I heard you talking about it again just recently, was the labeling of G.I. Joe vehicles when you're from abroad, right? Like Canada got a whole bunch of Canadians, but you guys still got the American stickers on yours. Was that right? And you were looking for some Canadian?
We got that's not a good example.
We
got international. So like I just got this from the States. So it does say a real American hero up the top. Yeah. But I do have mocks that are missing that, and that is the international version.
Okay. Yeah, because I remember watching Joe and I was like, at what point did they change it to international hero, right? And it was because they were doing well on a global market when they had been focused on the US market for so long, right? So and that's what Punk and I were talking about earlier before he bowed out, was just like I was saying, man, don't you feel like it's time they started doing what they do for the 60th anniversary? They'll do that for the first responders, and then start to looking at our militaries and going, I feel like that's due.
Francie Brady has brought up the geopolitics as well. So for anyone that doesn't know, Canada and Australia are all members of the same Commonwealth, and actually, I'd really like to go to Canada. I will bring out of the way first. I've been to America several times. But I would like to go to Canada one day. It just looks very beautiful, and very laid back.
Well, I'll tell you, buddy, I live in Ottawa, Ontario. We have an international airport. If you ever find yourself stumbling
Yep.
towards this continent, make sure the plane crashes there and we'll put you up.
Sounds good to me. Lawrence.
Oh, he's changed camera angles.
Can't hear you, buddy. Can't hear you.
No mic, buddy.
No mic.
Come on, Superman, find that kryptonite.
This is
Where is it?
There we go.
There we go.
I had to turn the mic off of this one. You guys can hear me fine?
Yes, buddy.
Yeah.
Yep. Stand up a little bit. Canada's no different. It's just it's Use's hat, right? Isn't that what we call you? It's like it's what Crow's got on his head right there. That's Canada right there. Just US.
America's hat. We're snow Mexicans. I'm sticking with that.
Well, speaking of Canada, we I gotta get my my driver's license updated. So I can just pay for it, or I can go with the enhanced one, show them my stuff, and then I can actually cross the border. So maybe one day I can actually head up there again. I haven't been to Canada probably in 20 years.
Yeah. I was looking at that.
Yeah.
You should come up or I'll come down, but London is right in between us, and I know there's probably some really good toy stores in the London area.
Yeah, I don't think I've been to Canada since my kids were born. So it's it's one of those things where it's like it's so close. I've said it before, it's closer than Ohio. It's probably it's 30 minutes from my house. Of course, there's this big body of water, so you got to cross the border or go over the bridge or take the tunnel. Yeah, there is a tunnel underneath because that seems safe.
And then you got to change all your money into loonies, and you got to get your snow dogs. It's
is that what it's called, loonies?
No, loonies. We just call it the dollar, man. I mock the loony and the toonie ridiculously because I'm like, you want to know why people don't get Canadians? Because we do shit like this. But look, man, I gotta bail. I'm gonna be back at 7 with the rest of the backyard battlefield. But Frostbite, good to see you, buddy. We'll catch you on the next coincidental. Lawrence, man, stay strong. You're stay strong, brother.
We're 3 hours into this, so that means I only have 33 hours to go.
You're looking dangerous. Okay, I gotta go.
I hate having this other one up here, but I thought that I thought you'd still be able to hear. There's not enough people up here, so it doesn't really matter. So how are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. So I usually have a few drinks on a Friday and Saturday night, but for this stream, I watched a movie last night, had takeout pizza, and went to bed nice and early so I could get up and do this.
What time is it there right now?
Right now it's 0557 in the morning.
So it's almost 6 a.m.
Yeah.
It's almost 6 a.m. You're military, so you'll say stuff in that military time, don't you?
Yeah.
Does that drive your wife nuts?
No, she's been with me and posting around since 2000. So she's really used to it now.
And just Jeff saying, good luck, Punk, everyone. Alice, remember to donate and help them kids. And now 2.5 hours of driving. God help me, Woody 222, to figure collection. I'm going to give Zakana a big slappy kiss for you. Hey, if you're driving for 2.5 hours, dude, if you want the link, because if you can, I don't know if you're driving by yourself, you can jump on and chat. There's nothing really for you to do, but it's up to you. I don't want you, obviously, keep your eyes on it, but a lot of people will drive and jump on a stream. But if you're driving up to see Woody, I guess Woody's going to be up there. They must be going up to Punk. I listen to music, brother. I'm on my, I get it, man. I get it. I drive all day, so I listen to a lot of sports radio. This is weird because my camera's here, but I'm looking straight ahead. so it doesn't look like I'm paying attention and I'm not used to standing up.
Hey, can I just do a quick shout out?
Yeah.
I see Woody's in the crowd. I only recently sort of come across Woody from Same Time Toys channel. And I've since subscribed to Woody's channel and have been over the last week or something just smashing a lot of his videos and getting in there and watching all of them. And man, that guy sort of when I've been watching his videos, it feels like you're in the room with him and he is literally just talking toys with you, like in a very calming voice. It's been very good to watch.
He has a really good voice.
Mm.
And he has a demeanor that, like, I don't give a shit about the drama. I'm here to collect toys.
Yeah.
If you don't like what I have, then just move on. If you like and you want to see what I have, he doesn't come off with that. There's those people that post on, on Facebook and stuff, and it's like, look how many I have because they're trying to brag. He's just showcasing and showing you like what I feel no ego at all. It's just like, hey, this is what I do. This is what I like to collect, and I want to show it off to you guys, and I hope you guys enjoy it. So I'm with you. Like, he just has that really calm voice. Oops. And he's so non-tech savvy that it's hilarious. He has no social media other than YouTube.
He does a really good job with these videos. I've been making sure, I try to do this with every video that I watch. Always try and like and comment, because it's all the interactions on YouTube, right? But it's been easy with his videos, so
it's the whole liking and man, liking's easy. To comment on every video that you watch when you start, it's so hard, especially when you put out as much content as I do, and I originally used to respond to every single comment as long as it wasn't something super negative.
Yeah.
You get to the point where you're like, I didn't respond for 24 hours and now I have 3 videos out that there's a litany of stuff and you want to respond. But no, you're absolutely right. Especially when someone's, when they're first kicking it off and they're starting, that interaction helps out so much.
Yeah.
It drives that YouTube algorithm so much that it helps out. And especially once you find someone that you like, and he's a genuine guy. Like, he's truly a genuine guy, which, a lot of the guys are. I'm not trying to say they aren't, but we know there's some people out here that they're very disingenuous. You often wonder why you're in this community. Out of all the communities, why are you like, this is the community that I should go, I should try and make a name for? Like, we're fucking adults collecting toys.
Yeah.
I think I would have shot for the movies where there's a much bigger audience. Maybe do politics. Just go on the side and piss people off.
And I know you'll appreciate this, mate. Is like I have 2 teenage daughters. I'm married and I have a career, and I really just don't have time for extra shit. So people just getting angry at other people or snarky comments, I just want to stay out of it all.
And I don't remember, I'm going to switch this really quick here. I don't remember if we talked about that when you were on Thursday with a Friend. I know you and I talked about that off camera. I don't remember if we talked about that on camera. And I remember you just saying, I just don't have time for drama. I don't have time for the bullshit. I just want to, talk my toys and do this. And, it's like, I know drama can follow me at times because I'm very boisterous. And I don't try and start drama. And I see some of those people like yourself that I'm just like, you know what? I wish I could ignore certain things, but I have such, that's just my character of who I've been. But
yeah,
and I take shots. All right, I have taken numerous shots in the past couple of days at Shark News or whatever he's calling himself again. Like, I just can't believe the fucking guy came back. I just fucking am mind blown. And then to look at him and it's just like, I can't believe you fucking came back. Like, wow, that is, you must have a big sack of balls on you. And this is for the kids, people, so cut that one out. But at times I envy people like Geek Dead Life who have been drawn into it and they ignore it. Like, and I'm like, man, and not that I look like Captain America or can fight like but sometimes I feel like that, like Steve Rogers when he says, like, sometimes I wish I could just look away from it and not say anything.
Yeah.
But it's like there.
Don't get me wrong, like it's really hard sometimes. Like someone will try and provoke you, and I, from my I think nearly 2 decades playing Warcraft, I've learned don't feed the trolls. So the best thing you can do to people is just not respond.
Yep. No, and again, and I love, I think there's a difference between like starting drama and addressing it.
Yeah.
And when you do a show like this, when it's a live show, and you're talking about stuff, sometimes you have to address certain things that are being said.
Yeah.
And I'm not one that doesn't want to address the person by name, because you might not, again, you're not always calling them out. I don't even know how we got on the subject, but whatever. It's not always like calling them out, but sometimes you're addressing what was said. And I think it's sometimes better to say, like, hey, so-and-so was saying this, and I disagree with it. Again, I don't think that's a reason to go to war. And other people do, but if someone says something and, I read it, or again, a lot of people will say, like, you constantly bring up Bobby Bala. Well, it's not that I'm bringing up Bobby Bala. I'm talking about Action Force, and he is specifically putting himself out there. But it's the same, like, I was talking, like, when Ted and Aaron say something from Hella Dope Toys. We don't say Hella Dope Toys. We say, hey, Ted said this, I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about anymore.
I just wanted to, there was a question from Rachel.
That's not Rachel.
Is it Rachel or not Rachel?
It's not Rachel. It must be further. I'm trying to.
So they asked, what branch did you serve and where deployed and where? So I won't talk about deployments, but I was in the Air Force, and I joined up around 96 or something. I think July 96. So yeah.
He does not want to talk about it, but he will tell you that he was really happy that they did the Rattler, because that might have been who he served for.
Who knows? And I also wanted to just chuck if I can, just a thing out for Same Time Toys. He's really just, his content is super heartfelt, is what I really appreciate about Shane and his content. He's just a super nice guy.
There are so many people that are putting out really good content that are small, that no one has heard of. And I really do think when you're a small guy and you're just putting out content, for the most part, it comes from the fact that you just love what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, most of us, we don't have friends that are really into toys at our age. It's much easier to find take a vast world and make new friends. Like, it sucks that, like, one of my best friends is Tony, who lives in Arizona. So other than probably once a year at Joe Fest, his mom got a hold of his phone list, and she sent a invitations to his birthday party. And I'm like, can you tell your mom that I just can't make it? Like, I wish I could. I wish I had the money that, hey, you know what? I might have the money after today that I could. Just kidding, people. Just but yeah, but no, it's a lot of these smaller guys. They do stuff because they love it.
Yeah.
And for me, I've always said, like, if you can make some money off it, you might as well. But I don't think anyone's seen me really change. I hope not. God, I hope not. So I keep looking at this stupid picture.
I love Same Time's comment there that thanks, brother, but I'm an asshole. I think like us being able to all do this together on YouTube, it's probably a common track that a lot of us are really big assholes. And the people around us in person know that. But we get to not be assholes with our friends here on YouTube.
Yeah, again, like, I mean, yeah. But, you know, again, what someone thinks is an asshole might not be exactly what an asshole is.
Yeah.
You know, like, it's easy to think that, you know, for a bit, and say, hey, I'm a complete asshole. But, I mean, I probably am not as much of an asshole as I think. I'm just probably more of a straight shooter than most people.
Yeah.
And again, it's just, I don't know. I've never... Fatred has jumped in here saying, hello, Lawrence, doing the good work. Just thought I stopped by on my lunch to show support, and I appreciate that. And then we have one of the bigger YouTubers that will probably jump in here. Mega J Retro, won't someone think of the children? Well, I hope so. And so far they have. So, and Mega J, you know, if you get a chance, because you are a much bigger channel than I am, if you have a chance to push it out in your social medias, I would love it. I don't need anyone subscribing if they don't want, or I just want some super chats to donate to the kids, because again, it's not going to me. Fuller's Figures says, I started doing it because I love meeting other guys doing the same. It's come so far from sitting in a room by myself with toys. Dude, exactly. Plastic Fantastic says, oh, you're an asshole. What he says, you can't be an asshole if you dedicate 36 hours of your time to charity. Not possible.
That's right.
You can, but I do understand. And again, I think being gruff and being a complete asshole are two different things. I don't always think being an asshole is like the worst thing. When someone says you're a douchebag, that's when it's like, all right, that's just
it's not necessary.
This is a nasty term. Like, but like if you are like that, to me, that's like saying, yeah, you're just an awful person. So what do you think of the, like, have you been collecting? You're only into the O-ring stuff, aren't you? You don't really do the classified.
Yeah, I mainly do the O-ring stuff. I picked up a few classifieds recently, but I'm really an O-ring guy.
Darren, I didn't want to say that. I didn't want to say that word. That's the only reason why I didn't say that. And Crimson Cobra Commander, I saw, has just jumped in here too. So there you are. So what do you think about the new stuff that's coming out? Is there anything that's kind of caught your eye?
I bought all 4 figures.
Which ones?
Of the O-rings.
Oh yeah. So what do you think of those? You'll probably be the only person I have on that likes that's doing the over, because I am not happy with that stuff at all. I
feel I have the very unpopular opinion of really liking them.
I have not seen one in person yet. So I'm just saying what I've seen. I actually think the Cobra Commander looks good. I think they all look good, but Cover Girl.
Yeah, the Cover Girl's definitely the problem in the crowd. I look at it in the fact of its origin is a cartoon and a comic, so it's sort of got that sort of comic-y appearance to it.
She has dead eyes. That's all I can see. Dead eyes.
I think, and I brought it up recently, I think with Down South 77, was the fact that they released 4 figures and 3 of them had masks, so we couldn't see their face.
Yeah.
So we're not really seeing the expertise of Super 7 with faces, but we have seen it in the past with their other figures, and they look really nice. I think they just sort of didn't do well with CoverGirl.
But what bothers me is, and this goes back to what you just said, what I saw the twins look like really bothered me. Like the face looked like it was caved in. And I was really excited for that. But I'm not going to drop $40 on it. I'm not going to drop $40 on it and then get them and be like, these look awful. I love the idea. Here, let me make you a little bit larger here. I'm not going to drop $40 on it to find out that I don't like either figure. I love the fact that they're suited up, that they give them suits. That when you open up the case, it's their Cobra outfit. I love the idea of what Super 7 said. Like, we're not going to redo all the figures that you've already had. But there are things that I really wish that they would have done. Like, I wish they would have gave them, wrist swivel. There's no reason why they shouldn't have. And they should have made the necks go up and down because they don't have the ball joint neck, do they? They just
these are the old school peg type ones. See, so that's the extent.
Yeah, I hate that. Yeah, I just wish there has been updates. There has been an update in the O-ring technology, and there's no reason why they shouldn't be using it. Thank you, Mega J, saying, of course, shared. Let's get more eyes on it. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And, again, this is for kids. We're 3 hours and 15 minutes into it. See, I understand why you start with Snake Eyes and Cobra Commander. I do.
Yeah.
But I don't need it. To me, I didn't need another version of them when Hasbro's already given me a couple recently, the past couple years of the O-ring. And yeah, I guess I'm in the minority because I already have, I have them. I'm trying to, I hate that. You're in solo. I don't want you in solo.
I'm big boy. Donate.
I'm trying to fix it. I'm like, it's not working. I don't know. That Snake Eyes to me isn't different enough from version 2. And Cobra Commander isn't different enough for me. Where I think it would have been really cool, maybe if it would have been Battle Armor Cobra Commander. So
I sort of feel with Super 7, like they're trying to hit that niche market of figures or colors or molds that were from cartoons and comics that we're never going to get with Hasbro. Like I've just spent the last 3 days doing my next video up, and one of the people I talk about in it is a character called Raven. And she's a female Night Raven pilot. And when I went to see if it had ever been done, it has been done by Super 7. And they did a cracker job on it.
Yeah, they did the reaction version. And people went crazy. People were crazy that they were going to get it. And so they'll probably redo that. And I think that's great. Because I was hoping we were going to get it. I was hoping we were going to get a Raven with the Rattler HasLab.
Yeah, right.
That would have been perfect, right? It's not a necessity. It's not a. I like what they're doing. I like that idea. Like, hey, you know what? We're going to give you new stuff. But at the same time, you could have given us the wrist articulation and, the ball joint head so it can move up and down. The other thing, again, when I think of CoverGirl, I don't think of her blonde. But a lot of people do. And I think it's good that they said, hey, you know what? We're going to give you a blonde CoverGirl. Don't get me wrong. I'd much rather have the redheaded one without a giant head like the original O-ring. Because she's a giant head.
Because that's the thing, right? Like everyone sort of, this is the level of irritation I get to. When everyone says she's got like dead fish eyes and stuff, I sort of think to myself, have you seen the V1 cover girl? Because that was horrible.
Oh, it is. Oh, I'm not arguing. Dude. But I mean, I think it would have been nice had they done that, but the face looked better.
Yeah.
It sounds like you agreed with that too. That you said like that's really...
Yeah, no, like that's exactly what you're gonna get with me, is like I'm not gonna defend something to the death. I can quite easily accept that there's problems with things. But to me, it's that thing of that's cool. Like, just don't buy it. It's okay.
No, and I'll say this: if they weren't the price point that they were, they are $20, and I wasn't so into classified, and I was still just going full force on the O-ring, I would have bought it, even if I don't think it looks the greatest, because the buck and everything looks decent. I just the face. You don't have to do something crappy like Super 7. You don't have to do crappy paint. You can do good paint. Like,
that's right.
And a lot of the reaction stuff, say what you want about it, I'm not a fan of it. Most of the paint and sculpt looks really good. When I had people arguing with me over those Dollar General 5 POA figures saying, oh, they're just as good as Super 7, I'm like, whoa, hold on. They're not even in the same. They're not in the same category, all right? And I don't like Super 7, but I'm not going to tell you that the dollar store figures are even close to the same level, because the paint isn't.
Yeah.
You know, most of the Super 7 stuff, most of the stuff looks good, but I think that looks awful. And look, Allison says that cover girl face is still better than vintage cover. Okay, but it's been 40 years. That's my thing. It's been 40 years. All right. Do you know what the Pontiac Aztec was? Do you remember that car? The Pontiac Aztec?
Not at all.
The Pontiac Aztec was one of the ugliest cars that GM could have ever made. So saying that the Aztec is ugly and then someone saying, well, it still looks better than the Cybertruck does not make it look good, right?
Yeah.
You know, and anyone that likes sports ball here, football, American football, as a Detroit as a person living in Detroit and listening to Detroit Lions, they would always argue when they hired a new coach that was worse than the last one, and they'd go, they should have just kept the old one. Right. They say they shouldn't have fired him. Then just because they hired the wrong coach when they fired him does not mean that other guy shouldn't have been fired. It just means that there was 2 mistakes that they made.
That's right. Yeah.
And you like sports, so right? You follow sports, don't you?
Yeah.
And so I'm sure in Australia, you've seen.
It's just that thing of like you got to prioritize your irritation, right? And things like sports. I just look at it now. You go do you, boo.
But you know what I mean? Like, just because, you know, this new one is worse than the old one doesn't mean the old one was good. Like, you're living in a, you know, you're going ass backwards.
Yeah.
Here, let me pull up the Aztec right now, and you'll be like, oh, that thing is ugly.
Yeah, 3 stars just said it's what Walt drove in Breaking Bad.
Did he? I don't remember. I wasn't paying attention to the car. This is just for the I can't find anything, can I? I think when you're trying to do stuff live and you're like, okay.
Well, the best part about it, Lawrence, is you've got time.
That I do have. So this is your Pontiac S.
Right.
So, you know, if someone, you know, again, if someone said that, oh man, that car was ugly, and they went, still looks better than the Cybertruck. Okay, you didn't help your cause. You know, like, you didn't help your cause. It's still ass ugly. I'm sorry, it's Aztec ugly. Again, this is some of these vehicles. I know we're way off topic. I get that. We are way off topic, but
that's okay.
Because like you said, we got time.
Yeah, we got time.
you look at this stuff and you go, how did that ever pass through the head guys? Like, how did it pass? Like, no one said, dude, that's ugly. Or what? Or was it the top guy that thought it looked good, and no one could say, yeah, that's ugly.
Always things like that. Always think of the Homer Simpson car.
Canyonero.
No, the other one, the one Homer designed for his brother.
The Canyonero? No,
no, the Canyonero was
the big SUV.
Yeah, it seats 38 and smells like a steak. Canyonero. But they his brother, who was played by the short guy from Twins. Oh, why can't I think of his name? It's so early. But yeah, his brother asked him to design a car, and he made that weird looking car with the big dome bubble and the big fins on the back.
Okay, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. That's what I always think about with those things. Did you notice you've got another member of the Commonwealth sitting in your chat there? Mod Extra.
Yes, he's going to be Thursday with a friend for Thanksgiving for us. So
He's great. I quite like watching his content.
Yeah, I did a stream with him and Fuller's Figures quite some time ago. And well, you know, because you've been on here, I'd like to get you guys from across the pond, or anyone that just can't work. And I don't expect everyone to be able to be available on a Thursday, but like when I'm, like Thanksgiving, I don't want to be sitting here on Thanksgiving, even though I might end up being here, but it might be with family or whatever. So it's great to be able to record something. I don't want to go to the well and it would suck that you go and you get all these people from other countries and stuff, and you have them on. Then it's like you get these oh shit, Christmas falls on Thursday, and I really want to. Now I can grab someone that we have to work out our times. So I'm looking forward to it. I was watching his live the other day. He gives off that Doc vibe from Back to the Future.
He reminds me a lot of, and I don't know if this is an insult in Britain, but he reminds me of if he was a modern day member of the Beatles.
And I kind of think that's insulting. I'm not a Beatles fan.
I don't know what's insulting in Britain, but yeah, that's what he reminds me of. He'd be a good Beatles member if they were current.
If they were current right now. I love that. So with the classified, is there anything else that you're into? I know we talked about this stuff. Are you collecting anything else other than G.I. Joe?
I just got this actually.
Oh, I never had that as a kid. I mean, I had some mask stuff. That is just such a cool vehicle. Everything about Mask. I mean, it was really cool. I do wonder how that new line is going to do. I think it's going to be really good with collectors for a while. But then does everything just kind of Now, did you buy that complete?
Yeah, so a local Australian seller put it up for it was 160 Australian dollars. So I'm going to say about 125 American, I'd say.
I think that's about right. And it looks like it's in good condition.
It's super cheap. They said that the only problem with it was the chrome, and it's missing the large missile that goes back in the cab.
Yeah.
It's a 2-component thing, and it's missing the bottom part. But I'm a 3D printer guy, and I've got a chrome pen. So I'm going to fix all that up and display the shit out of it.
Mod Extra says, I actually like Ringo a great deal. I did him dirty just then.
Yeah. Ringo is the nice one.
Rachel says mask was cool, just the wrong scale. But as kids, we didn't. I mean, even though I feel like some of us, myself included, we didn't play. Like I wouldn't play mask with G.I. Joe. Never would have happened unless the mask was a G.I. Joe size. But I didn't think of scale because I could put mask with my Jason and Wheeled Warriors. So there was stuff that was that size. I don't know if you had Jason and Wheeled Warriors.
No, I've never heard of that.
It was I would down it if anyone is in there I would say it was the first modular toys. So there was like these biometric vehicles that were like plant based. They were the bad guys. So they'd have like plants, like eating plants or whatever, and they'd have big like saw blades, and you'd be able to change everything around. And then the good guys were like they had their own vehicles, and you could change everything around. They just had peg systems, so they'd swap it. It was awesome. Josh, Saw Boss. Yeah, I think that was the main guy or something like that. Yeah, they were awesome. Like they were just so much fun, and they were like this big. They were really tiny. Not tiny. They were, I don't know, maybe 6 inches across, like a vehicle, 5-6 inches. You change out the wheel. You change everything out. They were so much fun. And then they have figures.
The other toy that kind of sort of, I don't know, is this kind of? Yeah, kind of bought out this line as well.
What is that?
They're Sky Commanders.
Okay.
So they'd come with string and little things, like little mechanized things that would make them like just fire like straight across a string, and they're kind of things, and they're exactly the same scale as Mask.
So what's funny about that is I don't remember those at all, but that was one of the first conversations that Matthew Matson and I had where I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I do not know. I don't remember those lines. I don't remember that figure at all. Like, and he's like, yeah, you put the line across and you shoot.
Yeah.
Don't remember it all. And now looking at it doesn't help.
And the other one to consider at that scale was the Dino Riders.
Yeah, I remember those names, but I don't remember who they were. Hey, Tony, if you're listening, I just got a text from Sticky Brand. Sticky Brand is the stickers that I bought stickers for. Okay. And then I told Tony to. And then he was like, dude, they won't stop emailing me or texting me. Like, they're so bad. That's why I made a meme where it had Sticky Brand and it was chasing Tony's figs.
Yeah.
Because people like they're awful.
You belong to them now.
Oh my god! They email you, and it's like I haven't got through the other figure, or I haven't got through those stickers. Don't worry, we buy them from you. I promise you.
Stickers.
I bought 700 stickers. Do you know how long it takes to get through 700 stickers? I still have a sleeve of them left. All right, so don't worry. I'll buy them from you again. I promise.
Woody Triple Two saying Ma had to limbo all over the house because of the strings.
Crimson Cobra Commander says my favorite mask was the Raven. Which one was the Raven?
Yep.
If you're all wondering, he's one tall MFer. If you didn't watch Thursday with a Friend when I had him on, he on the top there, he's got like a sword or something, and he just like reached up there and grabbed it. And I'm just like, yeah, I would be on my tiptoes and I might be able to kind of just touch it, let alone just pull that thing off the wall.
I'm doing this for the kids. I'm actually pulling shit out of my cabinet to show you.
Sure, like I don't remember Sectars. Oh, okay, yes. I didn't have that one either. I always liked that one because of the type of vehicle it was, being a Corvette.
Yeah.
And the way that the wheels went underneath and the gun came out underneath it.
I can't remember how to bloody open it.
I had one of the motorcycles.
Oh, there we go.
I had the 57 Chevy. Yeah, dude, that thing is. I'm trying to do this here. Why can't I do solo layout? Like my solo layout seems to be on. Here we go.
This is just a beta that I bought just to have one in my collection.
It's what?
So it's missing its rear back wheel.
Oh, okay.
But I think I recently purchased one. I do a lot of my purchases on a couple of drinks watching Facebook auctions, so we'll see.
So you think you bought one, you just don't know?
Well, I have this very famous piece that there's a guy that auctions off stuff and he'll have drinks while he's having auctions. I attended one of his auctions, but I was at a friend's place and I didn't have any headphones in. I was having drinks with mates and I looked down at my phone at his auction and he had what I thought was, and don't laugh too hard, I thought he was auctioning off a Wuzzle.
A what?
There's a toy line called Wuzzles.
Oh, we talked about this.
Yeah, Hasbro line from the 80s. And I thought he had one of those, but he wasn't. He was auctioning off this Popple. And yeah, it's that thing when you get focused, you've had a couple of drinks and you really want that item. And I went hard. And yeah, he contacted me after the auction and he said, man, I don't know why you did this. I was asking you why you were bidding on that. And I said, man, I couldn't hear you. And he said, it was so weird that you were bidding on it. But anyway, $100 later, oh, crap.
Oh, my gosh. You better keep that thing close. Don't let any dogs rip it up or anything.
Well, that's why whenever anyone watches my videos, you'll always see it in the background as a reminder to just pay a bit more attention.
That is so awesome. It reminds me of, did you have Home Improvement?
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Tim the Tool Man.
Exactly. So there's an episode where he's trying to finish up his their will. He doesn't want to sign it. Yeah. And it goes into this whole thing of like, he finally breaks down and tells his wife, he's like, well, you know what? My dad had 3 boys. I have 3 boys. He had a Ford in the garage. I have a Ford in the garage.
Yeah.
I'm just about to be the same age. And it was just that superstition. Well, while he was like staying up super late, he was watching an infomercial for like not a knife set. And he ends up ordering, and then his wife comes down. And like right before the episode ends, she looks at it and she's like, ugh, who buys this stuff? And he's like,
yeah,
it takes all kinds.
Yeah.
So like that's all that I'm thinking. Like when you wake up, you're like, ugh.
I felt really shameful about buying that too. I was, and to the point now, like that's my joke with that guy, is he'll start an auction up and I'll be like, g'day Marty, you got any popples, mate?
So you spent $100 on that thing?
Yeah, $100. So what's for you guys? That's like $65 US or something.
Now, how much is it normally worth? Because if you were auctioning, it must have been like going for that much, right?
In Australia, probably like zero. But because I don't know of any popples collectors in Australia, but in America, like people want it more. But yeah, I don't know. I've got this feeling. I've had it up on eBay for I think $70 or something, and I've just got this feeling it's my kids are going to sell it when I die. It's just going to be that permanent reminder for me. Don't do that again.
So Sherlock is saying there was Chris. It was so someone asked, was there a Matt Tractor? Oh yeah. Yeah. So yeah, there was
Yeah.
I want to say it was a JoeCon exclusive. I could be completely wrong. I thought it was JoeCon exclusive.
That thing was beautiful, and I'm still looking for it in a mock.
That's mint on card for people that open their stuff up.
Yeah.
Oh, and quickly, let me just do this because it's been a while, so I can hear it again.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
Woody 222 with the $9.99 super chat. Work week finally over. Driving home now, but I'll be listening to you assholes though. And shout out to you, fellas, for the kind words. Much appreciate. Skeet skeet for the cause.
Fort.
That made it sound like I didn't like. I'm just gonna play the fart right at the end. So sounds like I don't like his comments. And Woody 222 donating lots of money so far. So
good on him.
Come on, guys, 99 cents. It's a cup of coffee. I'm not even ask for a cup of coffee a day. So you can't buy. I don't think you buy coffee for 99 cents anymore, can you?
No,
I think those days are long gone.
Yeah.
Mod X says, Mod Extra. Just found it an SDCC box set thing. It sells for Fitbit. Oh, yeah. Some of that stuff, yeah, is really good. It is licensed. If I'm correct, I believe it is licensed. Now, I don't know why this guy is backstage and didn't just pop in because he has controls. Do you not?
Who is it? Maddie?
Yeah, I do. I just didn't want to disrupt what you guys were doing.
Oh. Well, you
How's
have
it going?
good. You have a half hour, then you got to get off.
Oh yeah, I know. I just came by.
Actually, you can stick. You can stick around if you want to talk, make fun of stuff.
Yeah, I was just coming in to say hi and try to get things set up and rolling for tonight too. So
now, Matt, you have Matthew. Fuck that word up, Matt. So just so you guys know, Matthew goes by Matthew, not Matt.
Oh,
and again, I made the mistake, and I don't care if people call me Lawrence or Larry, whatever, right? But I made the mistake. I've been calling him Matt at times, and I think it was in one of our chats at least. We were talking about it, and I'm like, oh my god, I didn't even realize that you don't like being called Matt. You like being called Matthew. I've been calling you Matt. Oh, it might have actually been on Punk's Pit.
Yeah.
And Matthew goes, and I go, I didn't even realize. He goes, I know. And I went, but again, I didn't ask you what you want to be called.
Yeah. Well, it's just how I introduce myself. That's all.
But I don't know. I don't think you ever introduced. You just had your name up, and I get.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, that's true.
I just hate. I don't care if people call me Lawrence or Larry. I hate when I introduce myself as Lawrence, and the first question is, "What do you like being called?" Dude, what did I just fucking say?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I don't care. Like, it doesn't. I just hate that. Like, why would you even go there? Like, why? Yeah. Hey, I'm Lawrence. Nice to meet you. And the first question out of your mouth is, "What do you like being called, Lawrence or Larry?" I don't know. I want to punch you in the face. But, so I do get that. So what do you guys want right now? You just get off work, or?
Yeah. I just ran a couple of errands and got off work and had some lunch and coming in to see if you needed any assistance with anything before you guys get on with the next show, and just trying to help out where I can and give you and there you go. Give you and Ed a break when I can so that we can keep everything rolling.
And you got a lot of stuff going on this weekend, don't you? Just in general.
Yeah. Yeah. So I've got a trunk or treat tonight, and then the live stream, and then tomorrow morning my daughter's belt test, and then the U.S. team is in town, so I'm going to be working with the U.S. team tomorrow afternoon, and then Sunday morning and afternoon, and then another trunk or treat that night.
U.S. team of what?
USA Karate. So the adult senior team is in town, and they're doing a training camp at our school. And so I'm there to run triage for injuries and make sure everybody's as healthy as they can be going into the next major tournament.
Now, I don't know if you guys know this, but Matthew knows karate. Not that we've ever mentioned it before. Ed and I are like, you know what? I don't even want him going to Joe Fest anymore. He's just gonna punch us. I was like, he's gonna kick us because it's karate.
Hey, Lawrence.
Yeah.
You've just collected a 5th member of the Commonwealth. You've got Kiwi GI Customs in the chat.
Oh,
from New
nice.
Zealand.
Oh, there he is, Kiwi. Well, so explain the Commonwealth. Who is the Commonwealth?
It's everyone still loyal to the Queen, is my understanding.
Okay, so who's part of it? Because I know we're not.
We're
the traitors that left you guys.
The easiest way to look at it is anyone that can participate in the Commonwealth Games. So it's not just 4 or 5 countries. Like there's a whole bunch still in there.
Don't most of them or don't all of them have a British flag as a part of their flag?
Yeah, they'll have the Union Jack still part of their flag.
Not Rachel. I'm hoping that he stops at Walmart and finds that Storm Shadow, so then he can buy it, and then he can do short videos asking each of them, are the swords on the wrong side? Because that would be an awesome short clip there.
If I do pick that figure up, the first thing I'm doing is I'm slicing them off and gluing them on the right side, the correct side, I should say.
I love Rachel's question just before of, does Australia celebrate Halloween?
Yeah, I saw that.
Do you?
The answer to that, Rachel, because it's not as simple as it seems, is there's a lot of people like myself that absolutely love Halloween, love to, I'm going to a dress-up party next weekend for Halloween. I'm going as Bob Ross, believe it or not. Because I figured the funniest thing, right, is while I sit there and have a few drinks, I have this massive brown afro on, and I can sit there and draw stick figure pictures of my friends and then give them to them.
But you got to make sure they have happy little squirrels.
Well, I'm gonna make sure that body parts are accentuated. But yeah, Halloween in Australia, there is a lot of people here that are just cranky old bastards, and they you hear it quite commonly is, that's an American thing. We're Australians. We don't celebrate that shit. And I just think to myself, what's wrong with you? Who hurt you? Like, have fun. Have fun with your life.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just dress up.
Yep. Just having
dress
a good
up
time.
and lollies.
I'm an adult. I don't dress up. Okay, so here's a question. Is Halloween a holiday?
No.
No.
Thank you. We can end the stream now.
Thanks very much.
I still have 32 hours to go. That countdown's going. 32 fucking hours. That's more than a day, if you guys don't know this.
Yes.
That's more than in the military time. I'm gonna be at 3300. I've been up since 6:30. I had to take Olivia to school. I couldn't get back to sleep.
Oh, no.
Goal was drop her off, then come back, and then when I got to pick her up because she had a half day, then I would take a shower. But I'm like, I should just take a shower now so that I'm not rushing. And then I just sat there like, I tried sleeping. I'm like, I can't sleep. So now it's all dreading. Hold on,
I think the beneficial thing for you, mate, is you've got some really good mods, and you've got a whole bunch of YouTubers willing to sit there and talk shit for you to fill in time. So,
but here's the only, and you're absolutely right. And without all of them, I'm not doing this for 36 hours alone.
Yeah.
No.
The only problem is I only have 2 guys that have controls,
and
that's Matthew and Ed.
Yeah.
So that's my biggest issue. That like I can walk away while 3 or 4 people have a conversation, but then if they can't pull any super chats up or just mod it, that's when you end up, like, fuck, what happens? But I think I can make it to 6 a.m. when Ed Ed comes on for sure, and I have to crash. But
you'll be right.
Oh yeah, I'll only be up 24 hours at that time. Rachel says, not Rachel saying, oops, that's not Rachel. 18 hours each, that all.
So are you taking a break before 9? Or are you just running straight through?
You mean
like you personally? Are you gonna let the backyard guys go for a little bit and get some dinner or something? Or
I haven't thought that far ahead. Like, I brought my fake Fritos up here. That's why
I love that. I haven't thought that far ahead, but I've got chips.
I went down. I grabbed them when I took my break here. I am really realize I need to stand up more, but talking into because I can feel, and you know what happened when I drove down to Florida, like my foot blew up, and I don't think there's any difference if I sit in this, but I also don't plan on sitting here the whole time.
Right.
I didn't really want to take any time off while I had like a show on.
Right.
But it might be the perfect time to do it. Maybe if Ed is in, or because you won't be around, will you?
Yeah, we'll be at Trunk or Treat up until shortly before the Raiders stream.
Woody, I already took a couple, but I already took a couple bites of them. I hit the mute though. As much as I hate eating this thing, and I hate it. Okay, guys.
Oh yeah. Yep.
If you're gonna do 36 hours, you're probably not gonna have a choice unless you're gonna fast the whole time.
Yeah.
Right. I mean.
Well, and that's not a bad thing either. I'm just,
No, you're right. But I just did a 24-hour fast like 2 days ago.
All right.
But I had thought about it. And to be 100%, it'd probably be easier to do it on this because, you're chatting, like you have stuff going on. I find fasting is so hard while I'm working because I drive all day just because you get bored. And you just want, like, I like food, and I'm obviously not like addicted to food, but it's like I like the taste of food. I want to eat something, but you get bored, and it's like, well, so I find chewing gum definitely helps on the fast.
Yeah, that's for sure.
But I think I mentioned it before that one of the things that kept me when I do my fast is watching a video, just constantly rewatching the video to see what stage you're in.
Right.
Because then you think, I can go another 4 hours. Like right now, it's doing all of this stuff in my body. Shit, dude. What's another 4 hours, right?
Yep.
That helps out tremendously. And it's Daredevil Dave.
A devil with toys.
With the $1.99 super chat. Gonna try and do a whole 36 hours. Are you talking about a fast or a stream?
Well, I know some guys that actually did 24 hours straight on a stream, and I thought that was nuts.
It is.
Hey, Lawrence, I noticed we've got the banner going across the bottom, and you've put up a PayPal address to pay to. What's your preference? I mean, we know YouTube takes a cut of super chats and stuff. Is PayPal the preference?
Nope. I only put it there in case if people don't have something linked to YouTube, or if you don't feel comfortable sending it directly to me. It's really up to you. I think going through like the super chats, hopefully it's at times it gets people going, because obviously a lot of people also don't want to know. They want it to be anonymous, and that's perfectly fine. Right. So. Like everyone that's sending something through PayPal, unless if they go on there and like, hey, I just donated 20 to your PayPal, make sure you got it. I'm not going to say who they are.
Because that was my next question is anything that goes through to PayPal, will you be announcing that on screen if people put their name to it?
If someone wants me to, I will. But Also, I'm finding right now the hard part is I can't really watch it.
Mm.
So I know there's like $660 or something in it.
So for that link, can you pin it to the top of the chat in YouTube? Because there should be a way to pin a link in YouTube so that it's always at the top of the so you can just hit it instead of having to scroll all the way back up or anything.
I don't know. It's in the description. I know I put it in the description.
Okay.
So,
because that'd be great to see how much we're up to constantly, so that it can just build.
Unfortunately, it doesn't. So I won't know until tomorrow what we earned today.
So the link in the description, I don't think is an actionable link.
You're right. It's not. Well, it's not a link because I assume everyone uses PayPal app.
Well, if they're on a mobile device and they had the link, then it would open up their app for them.
I don't know.
Just wait till he's gone to sleep, Matthew.
I didn't even think you could make. I mean, I didn't even think about making a link because I assume like people would just. I don't know. I guess I don't pay enough people through PayPal to know what they should do. Next year there will be a lot of kinks worked out of this. I do promise. You know.
Did you get my email?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah. No, and again, I don't. And Matthew sent me a lot of different things that I could have done, but again,
some of them you couldn't have done, but in the future.
No, and that's what I hope. You know, the whole having 10,000 subs. I doubt I'll have 10,000 subs by then, but it's also not completely unrealistic. You're looking at 1,000 every, 3 months. I mean, it's not crazy. Because it does seem as you start to grow, you see Ken right now, he's just taking leaps and bounds with it.
Yeah.
The LLC is something that I've discussed. That's something I probably need to do no matter what.
Yes, I agree.
And Greg is saying PayPal, unless friends and family will hit you with taxes over $600 for tax. Well, that's another thing. If you friends and family, no one gets tagged. Like there's no fees taken from it. And there's some people that just don't want to punk without IT. There's some people that just don't want to send super chats. There's just a lot of people that they're like, I don't want to take any money from YouTube. I don't want them. Like, all right, Fuller's Figure is one that's like that. That's for sure. It doesn't matter. I'm getting taxed at the end of the year, no matter what.
Right.
I mean, I've made more than enough money that I'm getting taxed. And even if I believe originally it was, I think it was 6,000 or 10,000 originally. Then they dropped it down to like 600.
Well, yeah, they keep changing that. So.
But I mean, if it stays under 6,000, I might make it. Yeah. Not after this stream, I won't. After the stream,
no. Yeah.
10,000 I might have. Again, I'm making, I don't know. I'm making more now than I think a lot of the toy tubers that are monetized are. But also, like the content I do, it costs me money. Like the figures, and I don't get figures for free. I don't get much product for free. I'm not complaining. I hope no one thinks I'm complaining, but I've talked to Ken about it. Like most of the content like Toy Connections is making, there's no overhead, but it is his time. And, him and I have talked about it. Like his time is obviously it's worth something, but to get the product, he doesn't have to. He already owns the stuff. There's stuff that he's showing off. So,
do you have a picture on your PayPal, like an icon, or is it just the blank?
I'm sorry. BBTS is supposed to start processing all of our next wave.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just got it for the Crimson Guard, and the Crimson Bat. It looks like
the Iron Grenadier.
Yes, that's it. We're only 4 hours in, and I'm fucking shit up. right, PayPal. You asked, did I have a? What are we looking for?
Yeah, like your icon. Do you have a picture? Like if somebody looked you up in your name, is there a picture? Or is
it... I don't think so. No, I don't.
Try to upload a Punk with Toys or something on there.
Let's see if I can do that. No, I don't know. Oh, I hit the wrong thing. I got a QR code.
Hey.
Okay, who does IT? Complete your personal profile. I guess that works, right?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Choose from existing photos, albums. This may shock you guys, but I do have an album called A Punk with Toys.
Of course, you have to.
Choose and save. Okay. So now it's going to look just like what you see when I'm posting everywhere.
Awesome.
So you can know that it's me, although I don't know how
there we go.
Other LJ Fronteras there are.
Well, just so people like, is that really him? I don't know. But so
now everyone with the last name Frontera's gone and changed their code, so change their picture to a Punk with Toys. Well, Matt, did you want to stick around and talk about some of these slides? Or do you have
they're going to go over the convention slides?
No. We're going to be looking at artwork from the 80s vehicles and just kind of commenting on maybe things that we see that don't make sense.
No, there's a lot of that.
I know.
Are these pictures coming from Carson's book?
No, these are from 3D Joe's, but not from his book.
Okay. So,
no, Lenny Frostbite, he did this, and I just thought it was hilarious.
Yeah, this is awesome. No, I'm for it. Let's do it.
All right, man. So it is 4:01. I'm staying on time. I had Gridiron.
You're doing very well.
Time. And then we have this. And I did throw in some that you haven't that you didn't have in there.
Sweet.
So, and I don't think you had the Fang in here.
No.
And I think we can all say that there's a few issues in general with the Fang, right?
Yes.
But when I was looking at it, you can see the fear in that Cobra Trooper's eyes. He's like, oh my God. And then you have the exhaust blast that's pretty much just blowing away your fin there.
Well, okay, so if you look real close, it's not, because that blast is angled about 30 degrees away from the tail, meaning that the helicopter be going kind of sideways. The isometrics of this whole thing is off from the stick to the gun to the jet blast.
Francie Brady says that dude is going to lose his head when he hits the turbulence. All right, so I know, Lenny, you said you didn't want to talk about your deployments, but you did say you were in the Air Force.
Yeah,
I do believe the Air Force does have some sort of helicopters.
In Australia, weirdly, it's the Navy and the Army that have helicopters.
Okay, as a military guy, you've probably been around some.
Yeah. So,
in your professional opinion, how do you think that this would go over? If there's
it's a OH&S nightmare. This thing, like you can see like the propel. You know, when we're talking about jet blast taking out the fin, this guy's head looks to be what I'd say probably about 50 centimeters from something that's going to take it off. Like, don't even bother wearing your helmet, bro. If you connect, like, you're just gone. Your whole head's gone. And the other thing that's cracking me up is he's controlling this death machine with a stick.
Yes.
There's no buttons. Well, left-handed. That's where I'd expect some other buttons or something. this dude is just sticks ahoy, bro. Let's go.
Yeah, and you can't fly a rotary winged vehicle like that for sure.
No.
And even if you've flown a gyrocopter, you still have more space between your head and where the blade is, because those little things are so light. They're so fun to fly too. But no, there'd be definitely more space.
D Griff says a classified version will be updated with a harness seatbelt, so then you don't have to worry about turbulence. Look at that, case solved. And Menhoza says Road Warrior taught me this is like an Australian copter.
This is probably a good Australian helicopter, because as we know, like everything in Australia wants to kill you anyway.
Right.
So why not bring choppers into the equation?
Yeah, but in Road Warrior, that was a gyrocopter that he was flying. So yeah, there's similarities for sure.
But in Australia, they have giant hand-sized spiders.
Yeah,
but as I'm told, they're called huntsmen, but they don't shoot webs. Oh, okay.
No.
So they're just death machines, is what you're saying.
Well, they can't even kill you. Like if you get bitten by one, it'll sort of like it'll welt up and it'll be angry, but it's not going to kill you. You're fine. So.
The thought of waking up to one on my wall is enough to kill me.
Oh, yeah.
Let alone like letting it bite me.
Yeah. It's like I sort of thought about it as I was just explaining what a huntsman bite will do to you, but that's how we sort of classify animals here in Australia is, are you gonna die?
Yep.
Like I feel like the Asian guy off The Hangover when he says, "Did you die?"
Well, and that's a saying that we have around the clinic, and one of my clinicians actually wore a shirt that said that today. He says, "But did you die?"
Yeah.
I guess it's always that. I know, like, in skating, you always have that, like, or even in football, whatever. It's like walk it off. But like when you see someone get really like hurt really bad, you're like, they ain't walking that one off.
Right. Yeah.
Oz says, huntsman spiders are cute, furry, 8-legged puppies. Oz, if you weren't doing so much time on here, I would have kicked you off.
Hey, Lawrence, I want to sort of establish at the start of this thing as well. And I knew it was coming when I did this video on my channel. I knew it was coming, that I was going to get comments from people saying, but those were the figures at the time, or what do you expect? It's from the yes, but this is just a funny thing. It's everything's okay. And I got comments like that on my channel, like,
but you know what?
How silly are you? It's the figures at the time.
When I watched your video, you made it perfectly clear. Yeah. I am not insulting any of the artists. I'm just commenting on some things that are kind of funny. That, let's be honest, we did it even as kids.
Oh yeah,
right. Like I think we made jokes about this even as kids. Even as a kid, we knew that like this was stupid.
Yeah.
Oh, but wait, don't worry. He has a back peg to hold him in. All right.
Oh, and the other thing about that, just while we're on it, that actual vehicle, if you own this vehicle, to get this thing mint, that's a grail piece, because this thing breaks in so many different areas. Like those rotors snap when you look at them. That red piece crumbles because it's under structural stress just from sitting on the toy. And the underside,
the skids
falls apart.
All of the Joe vehicles with skids have great potential for breaking. The Dragonfly was probably created the best, but even that you're going to get the snapping of the connection points on the underside.
One of the 4 little pegs, and both of them go on the same side.
Yep.
Would it bother people if I told you I have this hanging from the rotor in my showroom? The only thing
the worst one I saw was the Skyhawk.
Oh yeah, my Skyhawk was like that. It's just snapped.
Yeah, it's like find a place where it won't snap.
Yep.
Mm.
Yeah, because if you just let it sit there, it's going to start sagging over time, and it'll snap those.
Inwards.
Yep.
And then the rear planes, like they'll snap, and
Yep.
unreal.
Kenzo says Joe's could throw a rock and take him out.
Yeah, I mean,
see, I disagree with that. I disagree with that because he's so tensed up anyway that anything that hits him would have just bounced off the muscles because he's so tense. Like, I'm gonna die.
These hiss would have been a perfect bloody kamikaze pilot machine.
Yep.
Like just get it to the target and you're good.
That's it. That's all Cobra Commander cares about.
We're giving you 4 missiles.
Yeah.
A little gun on the front that you really can't
best.
control. You can't control because you have a stick.
Get those missiles and bombs out before you eventually crash in. Thank you, stick.
Don't forget you have 2 pegs, so you can carry people with you too.
Yeah, his core's getting a workout as he's ducking and covering the whole time.
And right there, GI Bro was like, core workout? Oh man, I need to get one of these.
Lawrence, I've never noticed that before. And a recent video I did up with the appearance of the Manta in the comics.
Okay.
And they've done it here. And I'd never noticed it until recently. But some of these toys, when they put them in the comics, they're putting them in there with pegs, with foot pegs. And you can see it.
Yeah.
On this one.
Hama was known for doing that. He did it specifically on Bucky O'Hare, but he tried to do it as much as he could with G.I. Joe as well.
It's such a weird concept.
Yeah.
Because if you look at that Manta, it made one appearance in one comic in the entirety of G.I. Joe media, but it has foot pegs on it.
Yep.
But something like this, you just look at it as a peg because no one in their right mind is riding on the skids.
On the front. Like they're hanging on to that front where the gun is, and they're just crouched down like, let's go.
Not even that. They're either hanging out of the missiles or they're grabbing for the stick that the pilot's trying to use just to not fall off.
Yeah, total death machine and not in the way intended.
All right, so let's move on. So I had to put that headquarters in here because, well, first off, it's just dropped on dirt. So does this mean that it was like supposed to be a mobile headquarters? Like
yes. No, that was the entire point. If you read the comics, you'd know this. If you knew your lore, it was a mobile headquarters where they would drop off crates and they'd put it together real fast to set up a mobile structure that it could be a defensive perimeter anywhere in the world. And that's what it was originally intended for.
Okay.
Because in the comics, wasn't this the one that was sitting underneath the wooden shed, and when Cobra goes to attack, the warehouse gets blown away and this thing's sitting there?
So in that issue specifically, they built it because they knew that they were going to be attacked. So they put it underneath there so they could do that. But the first appearance of this was when they had captured Cobra Commander and they were running off with him, trying to get to a base or get somewhere, and they were trapped in the mountains. So they dropped him the command center here so they could build it, and Gung Ho and everybody was building it. And then that's when Storm Shadow comes in and slices down Gung Ho, gets the commander and takes off. And then in the other crate was a Skyhawk that they got in to chase down Storm Shadow on the claw. So they were just advertising toys in totality in those couple issues.
Yeah.
So I threw this one in here for a couple reasons. Why are they all shooting at dirt?
That's what I was wondering. Why are they shooting at people underground? What's going on there?
And I've always wondered, like, are they? And they're crossing over at each other, like shooting at different spots of the dirt.
Yeah.
There was a thing in the 90s. I don't know how far it went back, but like I was building models in the 90s, and there was.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I got to do this for this one. Where is it at?
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
Jay Astro with the $2 super chat. Lore free Larry for the kids. Okay.
Yeah, there was a point in it was either the 80s or the 90s where on the front art of a model kit, so if you had say an F-14 Tomcat, Bunny Squadron, and on the front, they used to be attacking, like, let's say, ships or something on the open water as the picture. And then there was a point where they took the violence away, and then all of a sudden it was just an F-14 flying.
Yeah.
So you'll probably find that that's why they did this, because there's no actual violence being demonstrated on the front of this cover. It's just them shooting at dirt. They're not hurting anyone. That was a big, it must have been with your, I don't know, like just your standards for like American standards with showing people getting hurt, something like that.
I'm sure that the artist was probably thinking we got to put as much action in here as possible and show all these different rotary points, and it'll draw attention to different things. Because if you look, those are very like specifically drawn isometric lines, right? So they're hitting those angles, and I believe that it is to draw your focus to the centerpiece, but have these little blast things that are catching your eye.
Mm.
And Kenzo brought, and I said this earlier when I was saying how we're going to be doing this. There's a lot of crossing streams here.
Yeah.
And yes, they are crossing the streams. But then you have Snake Eyes that's just like, he's not even shooting the Uzi up in the air. He's just holding it up.
Snake Eyes is like the yippee-ki-yay mofos thing. Like everyone's shooting with purpose. And Snake Eyes is like, yeah,
woohoo! And then you have Scarlet, Doc. They're like, hey, why don't you go man the cameras and record everything?
Let's film this shit.
Get this up for YouTube later on. But the one thing that really stands out here is the dragonfly.
Yeah.
Now, if you've ever seen the video, I believe it's the version. The Navy version of the Black Hawk, where it's basically on the water and it's trying to get up, and it moves up, and once the propellers hit the water, it just explodes. I feel like the propellers here are about to smack right into that wall.
Yeah,
it's right there.
Yeah, if those rotors were spinning, they'd be hitting the sidewall there.
Yeah, and Port Airborne and Wild Bill are just there, and they're really shooting into the ground. They're like right at the ground shooting into it.
Yep.
But I love this. I love this base. I have 2 of them now. They were so much fun. So before anyone gets mad about it, this was for fun. Just things that we saw that didn't work out.
I always love something like, as I've been researching more and more Joe stuff from the past, always loved that they were an organization that, like there's comics where Hawk doesn't identify himself in the comic. And he says, it's good that you don't know who I am because I need you to go and do this top secret mission. But then you look at some comics and like there's a comic where Tunnel Rat has a G.I. Joe credit card.
Yeah.
And the same with this. You can see on the front, like it's this anonymity is important organization, but it's got G.I. Joe plastered across the front. And it's got some kind of whopping. Is that a G.I. Joe flag?
Yes. Yeah. If you had the playset or the watchtower, there's an American flag, and on the other side of it was a G.I. Joe flag. So it was a decal on either side. So they had their own flag.
All right. So
and then if you read down there, Matthew, you can just move Oz's comment. It says top secret weapon systems fill the inside. top secret, but the guy we just saw in the Fang, like he's coming straight down into this. This is the perfect thing for him to attack.
So the G.I. Joe credit card was in direct response to the Batman movies, when they had the Bat credit card.
Yeah. So I love Oz's thing here. The silent ninja leading the charge as he lets loose the war cry of. That didn't even hit me like that. Like now, you're right. Like he's doing the war. Now, at this point, is he silent?
Yes.
Yes.
So I don't believe there was a moment that he was actually part of G.I. Joe where he had vocal cords, except for that one point where they repaired him and then he ruined it.
But I was wondering, I'm trying to think of when the toys came out compared to when the comic came out.
So the comic book was launched in 82. The line was launched in 82. The cartoon was 83 or 84. 84.
Well, you know what? Maybe this is the Snake Eyes from the recent movie.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure. No.
And quickly, 3-star draw with the 277 super chat for the children of the Commonwealth of Detroit. Now, I don't want to criticize anything someone sends me. But Darren, how did you come up with 277? I'm just wondering where did you look at your bank account and you're like, God damn, I'm broke. I have $2.78, but I got to keep one.
Down south 77. Come on, man.
Ah.
Where does the 2 come from? Okay. I appreciate it, and I'm not just wondering, wondering like we wonder when we're looking at this stuff.
What's that? What's that vehicle in the real life picture down the bottom? Is that a Tiger Force on the right hand side?
No, Vamp Mark II.
Is it a
Why
Mark
is it
II?
yellow?
No, it's not. I mean, it is a Vamp, but it is a tan Vamp. It looks like a
no. It's just a green. It's just a light that it hit because the original Vamp was a lighter green. But
That
I can
looks
see
yellow to me.
No, it's the Vamp. It's a lighter green because it is lighter than.
You know what? I'm gonna have to go get my Carson book here in a second and look up the higher res version of this.
You know what? I'll just go downstairs and I'll look at my Vamp and tell you if it's the right color. All right, so let's move on to the next. Well, Matthew's going to correct us because Matthew needs to argue about anything he can.
That's okay. That makes Matthew feel better.
All right, so I don't know in Australia if you have the people that ride the little bikes.
Yeah, I've seen them around. They're Pee-wee 50s or something.
I don't know. Hold on. Charlotte says, I'm glad I didn't drop my 276 super chat. So this vehicle pack that is just, I don't know. Poor Muskrat, right? That is Muskrat and what Gridiron or
Spearheads on the other one.
Like, look at these things. Like,
yeah. These mini vehicles were an abomination of nature.
I don't even remember these ones, but this would have been after my time because I remember the pack rats, but I don't remember this.
And these were so much fun, though. They may be ridiculous, but they were fun.
Okay, but look at the artwork. Like, it's
they were on budgets.
Actually,
Matthew, take this. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. So Matthew, you got the controls.
All right.
Matthew, I've got a feeling that bike actually had a. Did it have a back peg?
No. No. Neither one of those had a seat per se. They just sat on them. I think that the 3-wheeler definitely didn't. The other one might have had foot pegs. I don't remember.
because that the underwater vehicle that you can see in the picture, it has a back peg.
Yeah. Yeah, these don't have seats, so I don't think that they had back pegs. Oh, unless they put it like on the underside of the vehicle where you could. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. I'm not sure. The one that not Muskrat, the other guy's on. I can't quite see who he is, but
it's Spearhead.
Oh, I thought so, but I wasn't. It might. That one might. I don't think the three-wheeler did. But you know, and that's digital camo. That's not the old Garrido explosion. So they've got. I mean, they were dealing with what they had. They had to do stuff quickly. A lot of the stuff was done in isometrics. But it's always funny to look at it because you know you look back on it and you're like, well, those angles are all wrong. But I still love it.
Kiwi Customs are saying, yeah, there is a back peg.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's what I remember is these things
were backpacks. Yeah.
Yeah, but they were, you know, think about putting a mini motorbike on your back and carrying it around.
Right.
Like you would die within about 10 meters.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many. I mean, you look at the battle bunkers. I'm sure we're going to get to that too. But you look at a lot of this stuff, and you're like, "Holy cow!" These are not safe.
Yeah, and that's like that's why I put a disclaimer at the front of my video when I did this. Of I'm not paying out on Hasbro. Yes, they did what they could, but I don't accept that argument. Like for the purpose of the video, it is just, was this stupid or what happened here? Because when I look at Muskrat on that mini ATV,
man, he's
I've been on a four-wheeler before.
Yeah.
And the risk of dragging your legs as you drive.
So have you ever seen the movie The Princess Bride?
Yeah.
So there's a scene where the man in black sits down next to Buttercup in a tree and he does like a single leg squat, one leg down, one leg straight out, and it goes straight down under the. Okay. So that was improvised because Andre the Giant was so large and had so much back pain. He could not walk around. And so he had a three-wheeler and he went everywhere on this three-wheeler. And so he was with Carrie one day and he was prompting Carrie. He said, "Come on, man, just ride it. Just ride it. It's fun." He's like, "No, Rob's not going to like it, blah, blah, blah." And finally, Andre convinced him to get on it. And as soon as he stepped on it, as soon as he like sat on it, his foot got caught, rolled over and broke his ankle.
Yeah.
And he hid it from Rob for about a week. And he had the costume people were like the only people that knew about it. So Rob found out about it. But that scene was because he had a broken ankle and he couldn't sit down. So his leg had to go out straight.
Yeah, that's how I feel looking at these things, is like the danger of just running over your own legs is real.
Yep.
The other thing here is that I have a tendency when I sit in this seat doing my streams to lean forward and hunched over. Yeah. How is your back going to feel? I mean, poor Muskrat. Right. He's going to be in so much pain while the other guy is leaning back. Like, I mean, how is that thing not tipping over? Right. I mean, he's got to have enough weight that he's pulling that thing back. It looks like what you get, you get your 4-year-old, those big, what are those the vehicles that the kids get to drive in?
Power wheels.
Like the
Power
mini
wheel
cars,
which are awesome. I wish I had one when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Right.
Probably still fit one. Francis Brady says, "Bro and back pops so many wheelies." But that's why I put this one on here. It is so ridiculous. Even for back then, like they're just, they look like they should fit mask, right?
I'm sort of loving like Spearhead at the back there. I don't know if you like men always get accused of not being able to do two things at once. Have you guys? How do you feel? Like that dude has got what looks to be the equivalent of like a Minimi machine gun on the front, and then he's got his own massive rifle he's holding in his right hand.
Yep.
Like it's just not possible.
Yeah, I mean he's trying to propel himself forward while firing a mounted weapon and one in his hand. I mean, come on, he's a total badass.
Well, hilariously though, Matthew, looking at it, what is actually controlling the vehicle?
the gun that's mounted? I don't know.
I'm more worried about
He's steering by butt cheek.
What about him not shooting the guy in front of him?
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
I mean, he's shooting him right in the back. I mean, what a backstabber.
Well, it is Muskrat.
But yes. All right.
And who's that in the water? Just out of
I don't know. I was looking at that one. Was there a water one?
Yes.
Yeah.
And there is somebody on it, and it looks like
You look dead.
well, they do look dead.
It's
If I'm
gotta be
looking at
wetsuit,
it,
right?
well, but possibly he's got wetsuits. No, he's got like eel flippers. But he's
Weapons
all
has those flippers.
but he's all green except for his forearm. So he's got the outfit like Lady J, but the flippers like an eel.
Well, it seems more like they designed this pack, but didn't realize they couldn't raise their heads up, and he's just like he drowned a long time ago. Just kind of floating by.
The way they use figures with these things, that could actually be sci-fi.
Well, I mean,
and he's headed right into the.
It looks more like Copperhead, but
oh man. You may get yelled at. I probably won't get yelled at because people already think I'm an asshole. So, all right. So I threw this one on here because this one actually kind of makes sense, right? I remember in your video, Lenny, you talked about like what didn't make sense. But this one here, you have the bivouac. They put breaker on the communication, and then they put short fuse on the mortar.
But that's not a mortar, bro.
yeah,
It says on the packet it's a rocket launcher.
Yep.
It's close enough to a mortar.
Not even the same thing.
Not even close.
It doesn't matter. He handles heavy explosives, all right? But this one, okay, you know what? This was one of the early ones that I had, because you didn't put this one on here. Because at first I started doing like, this kind of made sense. And then I'm just like, fuck this. We're all over the place. Now, this is one thing I never had. And this is something I would love for them to do because it has the shovel and everything. But I always felt bad for Breaker. Like, they really couldn't give him Grunt's crappy M16. Like, here you go. Like, you don't get nothing, all right? The good news is you don't have to break your thumb like everyone else. You're also the first one to die because you don't have a gun.
Right.
So that's why I put it on here originally just because it was like, this is how. Would you not agree? It kind of makes sense.
No, this.
All right.
For me, I can pick this easily.
All right, we'll go.
In comms, right? When you're doing comms, you do not want to be holding an antenna like.
That's why I couldn't figure that out. I was going to comment on that. It's like, why are you holding the antenna?
It is super wrong.
Yes.
Only because like antennas emit.
Right.
So, holding the thing.
You're disrupting the signal, right?
Yeah. Disrupting the signal. And depending on how much or what kind of signals it's emitting, you don't want to be holding on to that shit. That is not good for your testicles.
Well, whatever. I'm sure he's not concerned about that.
Let's be honest.
Well, there's a thing in the comms community, right? Of it's quite common that if you have been around comms for a while, that when you go to have children, you're going to have girls. Because your testicles sort of get a little bit affected by communications.
But let's think about this. This guy is firing a giant missile right next to his head.
Yep.
You're going to grab onto anything, just like if you have bad on a plane. And that was just the closest thing for him to fucking grab onto, all right?
Lawrence, thank God that, you know, someone wasn't taking a piss next to him when this happened. Because breakers, whatever, I just need to grab something. He, you know, doing that, he's like that female coach out of Porky's.
And now we know why Dalto never had kids.
That's right.
That's it.
But yeah, even that rocket launcher, like, you know, they've got it right next to this tent made of canvas, next to his own head, next to Breaker's head, next to the field equipment. Yeah.
D. Griff says the antenna is one of the few items the original Joes could hold without breaking their thumbs. So maybe that's the reason why.
Maybe, yeah.
But you know what? You are looking at this from a military aspect that I never would have looked at that.
Yeah, that's okay.
I also had a hard time. I don't think I even realized it. To me, it kind of looked like he was just holding his fist until you mentioned that he was holding on to the antenna.
Yeah.
So I think I kind of missed that.
He's got action figure rod grip going on there.
Yeah.
So, but this is something I have pieces to it. The one thing that is cool about this is I have pieces to it that I acquired somehow. You don't actually need the supports to keep up the tent.
Yeah.
You just plug right in and it stays there with magic, like hairspray. Like you use hairspray and it just stayed up there.
I've got this piece in a cabinet, and it's a beautiful playset. It's just so nice. I've actually got Hit and Run laying on the stretcher with his knee up and his hands behind his back, and I've got his kit sitting next to the stretcher. It looks great.
Nice.
No, and this is what made G.I. Joe awesome. It's just these little play sets. I mean, people talk about the vehicles, but what about the play sets? You know, to me, that was part of the beauty of G.I. Joe, just having these mini play sets that you could just grab and take somewhere, and you would have to take a whole base. You may not know this, as probably the only person here that has the USS flag. You could just take it to Grandma's house.
He was the only one that ever had it in existence.
Wait, you've got the flag?
Oh, I've never. You know, maybe during the stream I'll tell the story about it.
I'd really like to know if you've got any nautical G.I. Joes as well. That'd be great.
So, I mean, looking back at that headquarters one, if the vamp is green, the dragonfly is also green. So is the Mobat. Why is the vamp tan?
It's a lighter green.
What? But it's not that much lighter.
It is fairly lighter.
But that would be some crazy ass lights that they put on it to make it turn tan like that.
Yeah.
I don't think it looks tan at all. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, it looks tan to me, even in this high res picture. It looks like it's a totally different color plastic.
Yeah.
And it even looks like it has we can put it like that too. It looks like it has Tan Grunt standing in the back seat with his hands on the gun pointing out the front side of the command center.
Listen, if I look at my phone, I can see anything in that little itty bitty picture we have up.
Yeah, but is it blue and black or is it brown and gold? I mean, you know.
But yeah, that's when I did this video, I felt bad. That's why I had to put the disclaimer at the front of the video, because all of these play sets are just beautiful. The vehicles are beautiful. I have such love for them. But just this artwork, I couldn't move past it. Just made me laugh.
It's funny.
And you know, with G.I. Joes, right? Like you can sort of see the numbers on the front of that radio set, Lawrence, like 4647 or something. That's probably their bloody code for the day, knowing how Joes were working. Like there was, you know, that Lasers in the Night episode when Quick Kick brings his girlfriend in to look at the top secret aircraft, and they're talking about top secret codes for the night. And you know, Alice, the text, just like, the code tonight is blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
like they were pretty good at just letting numbers out.
Yeah. All right. So next one we have the hovercraft. There's not a lot to argue with this. I gotta keep looking down. The laptop here has a small little screen, so I'm like, damn it, I gotta sit down.
I bet you all the girls say that it's a good size, though, right?
Definitely a good size.
A lot of the numbers on the vehicles were personal numbers to the artist, whether there's their wife's birthday, their kid's birthday. It was in relation to something that they thought about there. There's Kenzo's creation with a $4.99, Cobra Law for the kids. La, 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 la. And another one here from Kiwi G.I. Joe Customs and Collections, New Zealand, $3.49. Great idea, Punk, with the toys. Keep it up, mate.
And you know what? You're going to get this.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
And once again, just to not get off topic, but thank you to every single one of you who's donated, whether it be a little or a lot, because it's all about what you can donate, but it all helps the kids. So thank you to every single one of you. Now onto the whale.
I didn't actually have this on my original list because there is actually not a lot to pick apart with this vehicle.
This was more on
the art.
This was more on the early, but you do have the figures that are in. I'm sorry, the people that are in the actual whale. It looks like you have Tripwire.
Yep.
And then it looks like you have maybe Grunt behind him. And then it looks like there's a portrait of two regular army figures that are just like cardboard stand-ups just sitting right there. But you also have, you talked about a few things, like why would Recondo be here?
Yeah.
Unless if they were going, I mean, technically, I guess they could be going through, like a river or something. But, you have Gung Ho and Roadblock. But this was originally one of the ones that I had that I was going to kind of showcase that this looks pretty good, right? Yeah. I think everything kind of makes sense.
Yeah, it does look pretty good.
And then I throw the Night Force one in. Now, I don't think there's an issue having a black hovercraft. I think it might even come in kind of handy, right? But then when you accent it with
bright orange,
bright red, and you don't even get Cutter driving it.
Well, because that one didn't come with a figure, so you have to have only Night Force because everybody in there is Night Force.
And is that sneak peek in the front window there?
Yes, it's Night Force sneak peek.
Where's Night Force Shockwave? And Night Force Spearhead? Is he one as well?
He was waiting. He was waiting 40 years for his classified Ram cycle. I'm gonna wait
updated body.
So that's kind of what I saw. It has the red. It looks like you have Flint. Who's actually driving? Oh, Tunnel Rat and Flint, right?
Falcon.
Rat, yeah.
Falcon. That's Falcon.
And you've got Psych out,
That's
busting out the rounds.
Yeah, I did.
With Outback, the best version of Outback, Night Force Outback.
No, it's Tiger Force now. I love that.
That classified figure is awesome. The classified Tiger Force Outback is amazing.
I think he's better than the regular one. No doubt about that.
Just checking it out, Lawrence. Can you hilariously see the 1 point of failure with those engines? They've got that tiny little spindle. See the little black line coming from? Yeah. It's like they've included the spindle from the toy.
Well, that goes back.
Imagine someone's like, how do I take out this massive hovercraft? Oh, that's right. I'm just gonna snip these spindles.
Well, what about if you're asked to load the depth charges there? And your head, you lean forward.
Well, no, you could trip over that spindle and just destroy the engine. So,
Yeah. Paper thin.
Doesn't that happen to Indiana Jones or something like that? Something similar.
The devil's just given some money.
Yep. So a double with toys. Seeing as though I wasn't on the live last night, but still got a membership. This is an honor of Wraith Mace.
oh, thank you.
And if you think my reading is bad now, just wait till I'm 30 hours in. No matter what I do, the eyes will be just blurry as hell.
Glazed over.
All right. I don't think. Did you have this one on here?
No, I didn't do the warthog.
Okay. So maybe I'm still. I know G.I. Joe's G.I. Joe.
I mean, come on, man. You're missing the great ones like the battle bunker. I mean, come on.
I don't even know if I have the battle bunker on here. Well, a lot of these gotten out of order because I was just filling in spaces to the slides that Lenny had sent over here. Once again, we're shooting into the ground.
Yeah.
I think Hardball's going to cop that rocket blast straight to the face. He'll need braces after that and a new face.
I know he's probably going to come, but Hardball in his baseball outfit, and again, I know we got G.I. Joe stuff that's weird like that, but there he is, just with his grenade launcher. But they've just launched, well, they're about to launch a second missile. I don't think you need to shoot the grenade. All right, I think the missile's going to take care of that. But yeah, this was just one of those. Did this thing really float?
As in the toy?
Yeah. Was it meant to? Because this is kind of like the APC, correct? Or was it not?
I didn't have this one, so I don't know.
Infantry fighting vehicle, so it should be floating.
Okay.
If it's amphibious.
It's supposed to be.
Yeah.
And I never had this, and they have one at Sarge Reds for more money than I'm going to spend. But
it's a great toy. Like
I want one because I love the way it looks. I don't care if it's a Night Force or this. I think they look awesome.
Probably my second favorite tracked vehicle for G.I. Joe.
But dude,
drill sergeant D2 in the chat is saying yes, it floats.
Okay. Yeah, he used to have everything, and it sold it all off. All right, so do drill sergeants usually go into battle with their?
Not at all, but
they don't. Nobody goes into combat with their berets on either. Come on now.
You don't know that?
Yeah, I think I do. I talk to enough military people; they all say the same thing.
Yeah, beret's just it's just like a parade type thing, getting around. Yeah.
So anyway, I kind of just threw this in here because I thought it was like Hardball's trying to shoot off his grenade launcher, and yet they're firing some missiles, and it's like, you can hold that off, but.
Well, there's Repeater shooting the ground again.
Yeah, he loves that shit.
He's not the greatest aim.
Hell yeah.
All right, so the Dragonfly. Is there anything in this picture that has bothered you from, I don't know, anything that's ever bothered you about this?
Well, generally, the pilot sits in the second seat. The first seat's the gunner, but,
That's always bothered me. I mean, once I found out that the pilot is supposed to be in the back, and even the Dragonfly here is made so that the pilot sits up higher.
Yep.
And you look at it, and you have one gun shooting up, and then you have the two guns. Now, if you know, there was two different guns in the front.
Yes.
There was one that didn't, because when I got a new Dragonfly, when I repurchased one, I thought that someone had put on the locust gun until I found out that because the one that I had was just shot straight.
Yeah.
So, but what about having? Isn't one of those supposed to be an eye? That one's a minigun and one's a regular 50 cal or something.
I think one was supposed to be a laser gun and the other was supposed to be a minigun. I don't know.
But it's always driven me nuts that he wasn't put in the back. And it was like that on the headquarters too.
Yeah.
I'm glad no one pointed it out because I'm like, don't point it out.
Well, I was about to, but I was like, we're moving on.
So I wanted to put in. They still didn't fucking fix it.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, man.
And so the Tigerfly had the second rotary gun, so the one that was fixed and didn't move, whereas the Dragonfly had two different turret guns down there. One that had the secondary gun that would go up and down, and then one where it was locked into place. So there are two different versions of that gun depending on, I don't know, the year or whatever that it was produced.
But this is essentially the exact same picture.
Yep.
But the fact that they couldn't fix it. And now, did they put Recondo in there because they wanted someone to have something?
That's what I was just looking at. Why was Recondo the pilot?
So that was actually I think somebody said it was an Action Force thing, and that originally in the UK, Recondo came with a Dragonfly, and I don't know. There's some kind of connection with the UK toys as to why Recondo was put in here.
But then they still show Wild Bill as the pilot.
Well, no, yeah.
They changed it enough to try and make it look like it is a Recondo. But you're right. It looks like Wild Bill. So if you go back here, he has the cowboy hat. He does have that. It is a little different. But you're right. Like they made like little changes. I mean, you know, in today's day and age, it's all digital. They could just easily change it. I'm assuming it was probably a little bit harder back then. But I still don't understand why you would give Recondo this.
Yeah.
Hey, can I just draw some quick attention to it's very early over here still, but this makes me laugh. Campbell has said that, and I don't think he means it this way, but he personally prefers to have Wild Bill in the back seat.
Who?
Bit early for that kind of shit, Campbell.
So that his name is Campbell. You mean Kiwi?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, I didn't know that was his name.
Kiwi Customs.
Hey, to each their own, okay? What you do on your time.
Cool. Time and a place, though, Campbell.
I think we've gone well past that here. All right. All right. Okay, so I had to put this on here because there's one thing that's always bothered me.
What's that?
I always felt as a kid that it looked like Zartan Swamp Skier was shooting a stream of water, like it was a hose. Does it not look like it's a stream of water?
It's odd.
I mean, it's not like one of the colors of the guns. There's no blast effect. It just looks like he's putting out a fire down on the swamp.
It's the black dick.
He's got it. It's a blue laser. Okay, you know.
I do not have a swamp skier anymore.
Mine fell apart. I still have pieces of mine.
I think I have the engine somewhere.
Hey, I need the engine for mine.
Let me see if I have it. If so, do you need it?
I mean, Yeah.
I mean,
Careful what you say, Matthew. You're on live video. He'll hold you to it.
if you need the engine when I return the ghillie suit, if I have it, I'll throw it in there. I got to see if I have it.
Sure.
I know I wouldn't have thrown it away, but where it's at is a whole other story. Because it's not like I'm going to buy everything and be like, oh, I bought one with everything but the engine.
Yeah.
Now
I got that non-F molded casted 1/12 scale swamp skier. That thing's awesome.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Greg's tried 3D printing them numerous times.
No, you can't 3D print it. Non-F injected molded all the pieces, and you have to put it together. So you have to break it apart from the tree and put it together. But it's awesome.
And Kiwi is saying, I always thought Zartan was in red, not brown. No, he's brown.
I think it just means on that packaging he looks red.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could see that. It said dark red. Okay. I don't think you had this one either, did you?
I
have this one.
No, but I don't think you had this in your slides.
No, I didn't have it in my original, but I feel like I've talked about this before because there is blatant issues with this.
Yeah.
I'm going to let you start because I have my issues with it. Even as a kid, I had my issues with it.
Like the very simple thing for me is, where's Gung Ho going?
Right. You know where he's going.
So you've got a very large male in a very confined area with a very big machine gun. Like the only place he can go is Roadblock. Roadblock is standing like this. The only place he can go is here. In between, for a bit of cuddle M60 time.
Waiting for those shells to be, those hot shells to be dropping on his head.
Yep.
Well, Gung Ho does kind of look like some of the people from the Blue Oyster Bar in Police Academy. And in Police Academy, we do know where someone can hide when someone is giving a speech. So maybe that is okay. So if you ever had this,
I haven't got this.
You can fit two people in it, but literally they are standing up next to each other.
Yep.
Right.
These were not the actual action figure, but in lore, two of the bigger G.I. Joes.
Right.
And exactly what you said, Lenny. Where the fuck was Gung Ho going? And even if he was getting out, where did he come from?
I don't know about you guys, but if I'm getting forced into an armored area that's hot, there's rounds flying, I don't want to be standing there with some dude with his nips out. Like, put a shirt on. You're making us all look bad.
They're both not clothed very much to be in that type of close encounter. Gung Ho handed Black a sandwich and is currently leaving in this pic. Okay,
that makes sense.
Okay,
that makes more sense than Gung Ho's getting up there. Is he relieving him of duty? like, hey, your shift's over. He doesn't have a gun. This thing only had one gun, and you could not put the light on the same side because it had
it had to be the opposite because the way the sandbags were put on there. Yeah, one had to be on one side, one had to be on the other.
This is another thing. What's the point of the openings if the gun is mounted above them? Well, I guess if you wanted to shoot underneath it, but you were not getting a figure to sit, like you could not get them to bend down low enough to shoot through.
Yeah.
Right.
Great idea. If Classified did something like this and they made it a little bit bigger, you could do that.
Didn't they do that with the blue porta potty they got coming?
Yes,
this looks more like the blue porta potty than it does the surveillance station. So,
well, don't be surprised if that gets painted green now.
Yeah, you think?
Recolors. Why not?
And there are green porta potties. So, you know what, man? Dude, now that you point, it has the sandbags.
Yeah.
It has the light on it. It has dude. Yep, it's totally coming. It looks like it has legs to raise it too, doesn't it?
It didn't look like it had legs, but since they're stackable, you could probably do something different with the base. I don't know.
Yeah. Watch Just Full of Toys. It says, I've seen a few of these Watchtowers customs with light up lights and fit for pretty badass. Well,
bigger sized, yeah,
bigger size. Well, yeah, but we're not talking about the bigger size ones.
Yeah.
And I love this thing as a kid. I absolutely love this thing as a kid because it was so much fun.
It was cool.
But you tried putting 2 figures in it, and you're like, you guys are dead.
Well, so that was the frustrating thing to me is like, you got 1 in there, great, but you can't put 2, and you can't, like you said earlier, you can't get them down to look through the little spot if they're like taking heavy fire or something.
Yeah.
There's just not enough room.
Well, even then, like, if Gung Ho's going up in there, because of that bar that's going across that says United States on it, he's going to have to duck down, and he is lips to dick height with old mate. Like, that is Orkies.
No,
imagine firing off. You just go on hell for leather on an M60, and you've got some dude crawling around your crotch.
Is there a chance?
Just be a second. I'm just going through.
Well, hold on. Is there a chance here?
Back of the hand.
That he has run out of ammo. Gung Ho's run out of ammo, and he's like, you know what? I might as well get my work in like G.I. Bro. He's going to get up there, kick the ladder down, and do pull-ups. And then once he's done, he drops down, he throws the ladder back up and says, hey, you know what? Come on down. Now, if G.I. Bro is still here, he can tell me if that might be a workout he'd want to do. Every time he pulls up, then Roadblock's unit is right there.
There's some really good comments getting thrown into that chat there, Lawrence.
Jeff just says there's no cover on this thing. Fuck off with this. I will show this, but I'm not going to say it.
Yeah. Lenny already said it, so you know.
Hold on. Oh, Sharlock says he sent me a pic on IG. Okay.
I don't think we should talk about Richard pics, and then someone said, I just sent you a picture on Instagram.
Sharlock, I'm sorry. You have to at least like spoon me first, all right?
Cuddles first.
So he has a classified one, but even that, it's the same thing. Like you can only really fit 1 figure in it. Because again, it all goes back to that scale that I've talked about before. Like if you upscale something, it has to be a little bit bigger and classified because their shoulders are going to take up too much space. So anyway, that's why I had to pull this one. Even as a kid, it bothered me.
Sherlock has a 1 drink policy. I bought you a drink 2 years ago. Now zip.
You have to remember, I don't drink alcohol either, so you need a lot more than 1 drink to get me like that. Oh, poor Roadblock.
This one is another one of those that I just don't understand.
Yeah.
I think you, me, and the rest of the world. Now, this thing gets towed into. Does it get towed into battle, or does it pull things out?
It gets towed.
Towable. Yeah.
No, this is supposed to tow things out.
No,
this gets towed.
Yeah. No, it's just a towable. It's a trailer with a gun on it.
You can literally see the tow part at the front.
Yeah, but you see the wheel part here. You're supposed to put the vehicle on here, and then this tows it away.
Oh, yeah, but the whole thing's a trailer. Like, it's got a winch system coming from the center to pull stuff onto it, but you're still going to tow it away.
With a gun.
I mean, the fact that we have to, like, discuss, like, between 3 people, discuss how this thing works means that it's such a shit concept.
So what you have to do is you have to attach the trailer hitch to a larger vehicle and then use this tow hitch to draw up the vamp so it can be put on the tire lips there so that you can tow it. So you can turn any vehicle with enough horsepower into a tow truck, essentially is what you're doing. And it's got the gun on the front.
Okay, so just picture this. We got a vamp. It's stuck in the mud. We need you to tow it out. We're having an off striker is going to swing you in there, and then it's going to fucking leave because you're taking heavy fire. But you got this big gun on it. Once you tow it, we'll come back and rehook up, and we'll take off.
Yeah.
That's all I'm thinking is, have you boys ever reversed a trailer or a caravan?
Yes.
Like your head just explodes.
Meanwhile,
Meanwhile,
backwards.
if you're under fire from a rattler, yeah, no. Just leave the vehicle. Just leave it.
It's done.
Like, why are we towing shit?
I like this. Just Jeff. Hey guys, know our chief?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Know our chef? Yeah. Let's put him on a sophisticated rocket launcher trailer. This is again. I like the idea of having something that can tow, but the fact that you decided that it has to have this giant gun on it, and yeah, it looks like so not only is he manning the gun, he's also making sure that the winch is pulling the car back in.
Yep.
So this is multitasking at the best.
What I'm loving too is there's no screen there identifying targets.
Nope.
So he is shooting at
Blind
something
fire.
behind him. Whilst, as you said, towing a vehicle, winching a vehicle up. Like, this guy should be president. I can't even reverse a caravan, and this dude is shooting at something backwards while winching a vehicle up.
I feel like I'd rather let the winch pull it on its own rather than the gun shoot on its own.
Yeah.
But if you notice, there's nothing firing at him.
No.
So, maybe he's okay. Maybe he's just...
Not one of these things has returning fire on it.
You know what? That is true. That is true. So what are they firing at? Well, we've seen they're firing at dirt and shit.
Dirt. Yeah.
I think
You wanna go outside?
nothing says this picture like, hold my beer. Like, you think I can't shoot at targets behind me while winching a vehicle? Hold my beer. I'll show you.
This has Dolomite written all over it. Watch this shit. All right. I don't think there's much more to say about this other than this is something I think the only ones that got bought were grandma saying, "Oh, little Johnny loves G.I. Joe. Look, I'll buy him this." And then it's like,
Honestly, it was probably a cheap way to get your Super Trooper.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
That's why people buy it, because it's got the sticker on there. That's a lot of things were sold just to get the coupons for Super Trooper.
Yeah. And this, because it was a vehicle, it would have come with a few more action points, right?
That one probably wouldn't come with too many, I wouldn't imagine, but
Probably 2 rather than the 1 or whatever you got with a figure.
yeah, it's gonna be more than a figure.
I like Gun Money wants a classified Python Patrol Road Toad. And Fuller Figure says, worst of the trailers not hooked up to anything. He ain't going nowhere. Yeah, you gotta wait. You gotta wait for your ride to come back after you've already hooked up the dead ride.
Well, hilariously, right? Like, when you're winching something, think about those supports that the Slam has.
It was only 1 point.
That's what this should have. Like, this goes to winch anything like a vamp or something, and it's just going to pull itself to the vamp.
Yeah.
Because it's too
exactly. Because it's not. But yeah, no, this is only 1 flag point.
Right.
It has really, really, really strong brakes. That's what you don't see in it.
You're not seeing the fact that it launches anchors into the ground like that on either side, so it's not going anywhere.
Roadblock just weighs
with
that
those
much.
20 wheels at the front.
All right. I've seen enough of the road. All right. So his tank.
It's not a tank.
Definitely a tank.
The Cobra hiss. Am I the only one that always wondered why did you leave your commander-in-chief on the back of the tank? Now, with that said, either person that wins the election, I will be more than happy if they leave either one of them on the back of a tank as they go into battle. But this is not about politics. Matter of fact, they can go do it right now to both of them.
The most glaring thing for me right now is why is there tank tread marks in the dirt
ahead of
for
the
a place
tank?
they're going to?
Right.
Right.
Because there are other tanks and they're following the other tanks.
Nope.
Exactly in the same thread.
Okay.
Exactly.
Nope. I had this answer.
In a line. That's how you do combat. You line up like
Sure,
this.
sure.
And I mean,
Nope.
this is pre-revolutionary war tactics.
So I had this answered by Chad, actually. And I had asked on the Mobat, why are there treads? Why is he going backwards? And he said, because what tanks do is they pull up over the ridge and then they pull back. So they pull up over the ridge and then they pull back and then they fire. Because usually they're behind something. So they pull up over the ridge, they come back a little bit. So he said, having treads. Now this was technically on a tank, and we know this is not a tank. But they would pull up, and then they would pull back, and then they would fire with aim at where they're going. So, but he actually did break it down because it was on when he was on with who's he on with Fridays normally?
Jay Bartlett.
Yeah, with Bartlett. So he he said that they pull up and then they would pull back. But that was for the Mobat, and that was for a tank. But I'm assuming this is the exact same concept. Because I thought it was stupid too. And he broke it down on the Mobat. Again, we know that is a tank, I think. I don't know. I don't even know what a tank is anymore. But yeah, having Cobra Commander on the back just always...
I don't even know who you are anymore, Hiss.
Oh shit. Wait a minute. What is it? Wait, did someone else call you Campbell, or are you that far behind?
I think he's that far behind. You got to go live. Press the live part, Campbell.
Catch up or put it on 2x until you get here.
So yeah. Anyway, it always drove, even as a kid, like, why would you have your leader on the back? And I don't even want to mention about the glass that's protecting you.
Yeah.
That's transparent steel. Don't you know Star Wars created that? It's like invincible. You fly in space with it, you know? It's got to be bulletproof, laser proof, and everything else proof.
Well, then maybe Cobra Commander has that all around him and we didn't see it.
He's got a little poke bubble back there.
All right. I might have put this in here because I might have had one. But I do want to talk about a couple of things on this.
The dragonfly that's going to crash into the water?
It's just flying a little low.
Yeah.
I find the biggest problem with this is there's not enough shipwrecks in this artwork.
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah.
That's because my dad had bought them all.
And the way those aircraft are lined up is kind of funky.
Well, there's that too. So the thing about the USS Flag is that as big as it is, 7.5 feet long. We have the mobile command center on here. And Lenny has already addressed him being his dress blues.
Right.
Yeah.
Is that this thing doesn't hold that many F-14s. Doesn't hold that many Sky Strikers.
Yeah.
And this is picture lies. Because you cannot fit that many Sky Strikers on this and it not be in the way.
Well, I mean, if you're talking, about 1/45th scale, you sure could.
Yeah. Well, not. But you have your what is the plate called that stops the jet stream to help them take off?
I don't know the name of that one, but I know the one you're talking about. It's like a blast, blast plate or something like that.
So this guy took off, but clearly this is the fastest refueling truck ever because it got right out behind him before he even got off the ship. Because that thing is right directly in the way.
Yeah.
But I just had to put this on here because of what it is. And I'll probably tell my story later on about this. I might have had this I might even still have it.
I'm sure there's at least one person that hasn't heard it.
Yeah.
So you should tell it.
People that like not attain, like how far back are people?
Yeah, people are a little far back.
You got to press the little live button, people.
Christoph Scuba jumping in here. Okay. What I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, Jeff. Well, what I'm saying is that the USS Flag that we had, well, I had as a kid.
No one else had it, just him.
Yeah, most people didn't have it. You can only fit maybe 5 Sky Strikers on there. And it is a tight fit. That's why I always said I said after that the half lap, I wanted to buy all 5 because I wanted just to have 5 lined up with the wings closed. Now, I didn't have $1,300 to do it, or else I would have. And they still wouldn't have all fit that well.
Yeah, but I did. That was a great tooling update on that one to be able to close those wings with having the gear down.
The funniest thing about it is because of Top Gun.
Speak of the devil.
He just got done with a workout.
Yeah. We've been talking about you. Hope your ears were burning.
As a kid, it always drove me nuts, and most probably because of Top Gun, that I could not fly with the wings open, right? They always had to be closed. But I think the plane looks cooler with the wings open, right? So I was happy to get this, and then I get it, and I'm like, nope, it actually makes more sense with the wings closed while it's flying. Nope, it did not. It actually makes total sense. Because if you bank it, like, even though you're going to have the wings open, it's like, I don't want to hit it on accident and knock it down. So I still have the wings closed with the landing gear up. But anyway, that was it. I just had to talk about how I might have had this as a kid. All right. Anyone want to take the Cobra jetpack?
I think I did have this on my initial list. And the thing that cracked me up with this was pretty much the fact that Crystal Ball was flying it. And where was he going? So I think I mentioned in my video, like, this is how Crystal Ball used to get down to Blockbuster or something. Because why else would he be flying this?
Well, again, this guy hypnotizes people, right? So is he like trying to hypnotize like Ace while he's flying the Sky Striker? Wild Bill, who technically isn't flying the Dragonfly because Airborne is.
He's just flying over Joe's. You there, Hardball, you're hypnotized. You there, you're hypnotized. You're all hypnotized.
And those guns, since they don't rotate or elevate, he's got to be pointed right at where he's firing. And he's firing all 4 barrels at once. So what he's doing is he's flying straight down towards it, and he's firing it so he gets back up so he can fly away, right? Because that blast coming back is.
So this thing has more firepower than the Vamp, probably the Hiss tank, the Awe Striker. I can go on and on, right? Like, and how much ammo can this thing handle? And it looks like it has 2 missiles behind, well, 1 missile behind the fridge, so there'd be one on the other side. I have a feeling this thing would have a hard time actually flying.
I'm actually thinking more about what kind of abs does Crystal Ball have? Because his legs aren't held up by the aircraft. So he's literally
Maybe
oh
maybe it's like the hang glider thing. They got this little belt around him that's just holding them all up. You know,
maybe
that's what the back peg is for, right?
Even if he has something around his waist, his thighs are going to be burning.
Oh yeah,
because he has to keep them up. Or maybe he's just flying that fast.
I was gonna say if he's going fast enough, those legs are going to be flopping around back there, very close to those thrusters.
That is yeah. So
imagine having your head that close to air intakes as well. I don't know what that does, having them on both sides, but that can't be good for you.
And you know those air intakes, they just need to be called bird collectors. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
But the question is, can you even hear the air intakes over the 4 machine guns going off above him?
He's got no goggles, no ear protection, no helmet.
Yeah.
So he's not hearing or seeing nothing.
Maybe he's been flying this for so long that he thinks he's hypnotizing people, and everyone's like, "Doing a great job, Crystal Ball." Man, that guy is loco. You got to stop letting him fly that aircraft.
This guy's so loco, he thinks he's Raptor because he wants to fly.
Look at me. I'm Raptor. I can fly.
Now, what if the new crystal ball comes with this?
Yes, I'm all for it.
Just looking at Rad Toys, I didn't notice that. That looks like he's taking a shit, like he's really pounding one down.
Pitch it off, mate. Pitch it off.
He's holding on to those joysticks like, oh, God.
Between his abs, his thighs, and his butt, man, he's got the greatest core ever. Like, he's got a hell of a core right there, man. And it does look like he's pitching one off. He's like 4 more minutes to the Terradrome, 4 more minutes. Just gotta make it there.
Got a turtle head poking out.
God damn you, Curry.
Oh my God. I don't know if there's anything else to say about this.
I think that would be a great weapon of destruction, though. Like Crystal Ball, after just having a curry, just starts bearing down and shitting all over the Joes as he flies over.
Hey, that's biological warfare. That's like punky sticks, man. You can't do that.
So what you're saying is
he won't be wearing pants, no underpants, no socks because it'll go all over his socks.
He's just wearing
shits on everything, and
he's just wearing chaps. That's all he's wearing, just the chaps.
Just chaps.
So this thing
his
has
ball
4
sack's
machine
covered,
guns.
but his ass isn't.
So this thing has 4 machine guns, 2 missiles, and 1 bomb.
The dookie dump.
What do you want, buddy? Did Olivia let you out? All right. Oh, hold on. I'll let you guys talk.
Yeah. No roof.
Yeah. Totally asking to be shit on from a height.
Absolutely. Mad scientist dentist with hypnotic, just going at it every day at the gym. That's it. All those crazy guys with the craziest guys have the best bods. That's what that was from.
Oh my God.
The danger warning should be pointed in all directions.
Now with shitting action.
Okay. All right. So again, I think this was one of the early ones that I had on here, but you have a contrast of 2 guys in the back seat. One is ready for an Arctic mission. The other one is wearing a t-shirt. Also, why does Sci-Fi have his laser rifle?
I don't know.
And the co-pilot's
He's getting ready to fire out that front window just because there's not enough guns firing forward, man.
and then you
Maybe
have
we didn't know it, but he was really annoying. So like lift tickets like, hey bro, can you just check if we're on the right course at the moment? And Sci-Fi would just sit there and go, pew, 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 pew.
Just his laser gun, man. Lasers.
Just
lasers.
laser gun sounds the whole
Choo,
time.
choo, choo, choo. Yeah.
Allison says, based on my exes, yes, the crazy ones do have the best bods, and the ugliest mothers who look like goblins from Ohio. What the hell? But yeah, I looked at this and you get lifeline in the back. Okay, so you need a medic, but the fact that you have frostbite,
Alpine,
what?
not Alpine. I always get Alpine and
Iceberg.
Iceberg. Always get them mixed up.
Fully suited up for the winter. Doors fully open and roadblock in his t-shirt. And then you have Sci-Fi fully ready to go with his laser gun.
Yeah.
I don't get that thing away from the damn window. All right? Like
Johnny Reno, landing gear still deployed. Does the landing gear even retract on that helicopter?
Nope, it does not.
No. I'm just saying, like in a military helicopter of such a nature that's similar to that. I don't think it does. I don't think they retract landing gear either.
No, I think it's always down.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Because that's
Chinook.
And I love that vehicle. And I told you, if they did a HasLab of this and they made it modular where it's in scale for the classified figures, to the O-ring, it would be awesome. But then make adjustable seats where you could make it for the O-ring or 4-inch. They could do that.
Yeah.
It looked a little weird, but I think that would be awesome.
Yep.
And really, all you need to do is seats. All right. So anything else, you guys?
Nah.
I mean, you can't make fun of it that it's two propellers because we know it's based on a real world.
Yeah.
Even though Chinooks are way bigger, I got them flying over me all the time. It's, I got a picture of I think 7 of them in a formation. It was just wild to watch because you're like, all right, here comes fucking Red Dawn. Oh, the terror drone. Lenny, you see any issues with this?
As soon as that fire bat takes off, everyone's dead.
Nuked. Toasted.
I don't know how
there's
people
nobody
think directional
inside.
blast works,
Right. Yeah.
but it's not in a single direction. It expands. So everyone on that top layer, dead.
Everybody inside the thing, dead.
Okay, so to just now, this didn't really dawn on me, but do you notice that the fire bat is taking off, and this is just like Empire Strikes Back, where they're shooting the one gun, so the 2 X-wings can get the transport out. That's what this is doing. We're just going to shoot up a couple blasts. Fire bat, you need to make it through. Come on back.
I thought you were going to talk about the fact that when you see the fire bat, it sits perfectly vertical. So how is it flying off at an angle?
I didn't really realize that till you made a comment about it.
So it blasts up just enough to clear the base, and as soon as it clears the base, it starts falling down, and then it's got to launch again, right? So it's
Cool.
Come on, man. The box is only so big. We got to get it on frame.
Work with me.
And if I am correct, it either faces, I think it faces the opposite way. So when it comes up to where the guns are, you can see it.
And what is Mindbender doing? Is he collecting bugs? I mean, is he got a magnifying glass out there killing bugs? What is he doing up front there?
No, he's literally just sitting there. He's like, I just found this ring. Does anyone own this ring? Is this yours? You there, Tomax? Is this yours?
But Dial Tone's going, no, it's mine. It's
Yeah.
mine.
That's mine.
And then for some odd reason, they can just hang over the top. Now, even the actual toy, you couldn't hang them over the top because there wasn't like there was a lip around it.
Right.
But here we have Xandar shooting his harpoon gun or whatever it is.
He's trying to shoot Mindbender there. I mean, come on.
And Storm Shadow with his bow and arrow. Now, mind you, they have some more heavy artillery there. And it looks like Televiper is like shooting around corners up there.
Well, that's what they're good for, right?
And what is Serpentor actually doing?
He's telling the bat to charge into battle.
Because to me, it looks like he's telling Buzzer, you can't see anything.
What are you looking at, Buzzer?
What in the actual fuck are you aiming at?
Maybe they're ordering KFC or something.
And does it bother you? I know this is going to bother Matthew the moment I say it. Does it bother you that the twins are on the wrong side?
Look, man, there's so many controversial things with the twins anyway.
The twins' armor should always be on the outside of them. So there should be shoulder to shoulder with their armor on the outside. I hate it when they're not.
Dull tones sort of giving me those tones of Milton from Office Space right now.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Somebody said they would give me my stapler.
That's my stapler. I bought it. That's my stapler.
I'm gonna need my stapler back.
Please return my stapler.
You know what? You nailed it. or that the picture of Jim Halpert in The Office when he's looking through the blinds.
The
Like that's kind of
I'm sort of a bit like if everyone's so like getting angry with firearms and everything and bows and arrows, why do we have all the sides open? Like I know this is display purposes, but yeah, like we're just going nuts with firearms. Mindbender's looking at rings. Yeah,
Monkey Wrench is he's just gassing up the ferret because he's like, yeah, I got a date tonight. We're gonna go 4-wheeling. But like all this, there's all this action, and like if the Joes were coming to rescue you, I don't think you'd just be standing there like this. Like wouldn't you like? It's always looked so awkward to me.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah,
like someone just took like a cardboard stand up and put him back there.
He's not really there. That's his disguise. He actually snuck out the back, but then he got killed by the fire bat as it was taking off because he was right in the blast radius of that. So the cardboard stand is all that's left of Dial Tone. R.I.P.
Oh, here it is. A Devil with Toys says, Mindbender's like, has anyone seen my monocle?
Have you seen my monocle? I need my monocle.
I've lost my monocle. Have you seen my monocle? Have you taken it? Do you know where it is?
With all that said, I love this playset.
It's an amazing playset.
It is amazing.
Because it's one you could actually take to grandma and grandpa's because everything was stored in it.
Yep.
And it wasn't too heavy. You throw it in the back, boom, you're good. Yeah. So anyone else got anything to say about this?
I even like the Creo version of it. The Creo version was pretty cool.
Yeah, and like I said, I think that this would be an awesome HasLab where you buy half of one so you can put it up against the wall, or you could buy two and put them together, and no matter what, you get a fire bat, no matter what.
Yeah.
See Stanley Eberhard's asking, how does the pilot get into the cockpit of the folded fire bat?
Magic.
when you fold it, the cockpit's still open. You can still open that.
I think it means just in terms
know.
of, yeah. You just stay in there, pilot. You do your job.
We'll call you when we're ready.
Yeah.
I feel like a little worm on a big fucking hook.
Do you have those rations? What if I have to shit? Just do a crystal ball with us.
There's a vacuum tube hooked up to your suit, bro. Don't worry about it. It's in your back peg.
Use the tube.
Oh man. All right. Lenny, go ahead. Because I know you're gonna ask something about this.
I don't think I had this on my original list. Just confirming.
No, you did not.
No. Well, yeah, howitzers, bro. Don't be near them. I think.
I mean,
if that thing's firing, you just got your head knocked off because that thing goes back like 4 feet at high velocity. And it's gonna smash you.
You don't want your head right where you load the shell.
You don't want to be near it.
No, nowhere.
And certainly not in front of it.
Sitting right there in front of it. Yeah, that's a brilliant spot.
Yeah.
No, I did think it was appropriate that you have Zap, who's a bazooka. I mean, again, you have a small window of figures to work with, right?
Yeah.
He does handle a big bazooka. I can't believe I said that. So
he does handle a big weapon.
Yes. But and then you have Ricondo, who's looking through the binoculars right in front of it. I absolutely love this thing.
I was just laughing before, mate, when you said, and we got this guy here, he's a good figure because he handles a bazooka. If only we had a figure that is known to handle a bazooka. How about bazooka?
Oh, Zap. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Zap. Sorry.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
That's a big donation.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk.
Well done, Real Grievance.
The Real Grievance dropping $50 super chat. Thank you very much. Good vibes to all. Grievance, I haven't seen you around here lately, so I'm glad you're able to jump in here, and thank you very much. I will let the kids know that you donated $50 to them. Oh, I would never meet the kids because they're like, fuck you. Let's be honest. Every kid that's going to get it, like, they're fucking ungrateful bastards. Whether they have a lot of shit or they don't.
Hey, who's this little kid here with a mustache and a skateboard? He doesn't fit.
Stanley says no ear protection.
Yep.
But yeah. So Ratatoy says the shells in the box look too small. Oops. I have to say that I believe he's correct.
Yeah.
Although the shells that did come with it were the same size because you could put that shell in there. But there's some of that artwork that we'll see later on. You kind of went, who the hell was drawing this? Anything else anyone wants to add to it other than don't stand directly behind a howitzer?
Just don't be near it.
Don't be near it. Yeah.
Well, what's funny is that, the gridiron ground pounder, they have the howitzer that goes on top of it, and those characters have to sit right behind.
Right.
Oh, the surveillance port.
Everybody's shooting at the dirt.
Yeah.
This is where you're truly crossing the streams. Am I the only person that ever noticed that on the Slugger and on this, that gun is Gung Ho's grenade launcher with a barrel added to it? It's Gung Ho's. It's Gung Ho's gun. Yep. They remove the strap. They put a barrel on it, and then they put the connector on it. But that's Gung Ho's gun.
I never noticed.
Yeah.
Yep.
Same with Alpine's grappling hook and Ripper's gun. It's Snowjob's laser rifle. They just put a grappling hook on it, and then they put
they took the strap off too. Then
they cut the strap off of this. Yeah. But
I think Allison's bringing up a good point on this, Lawrence. There's a hole right at bat dick level.
So this thing here, which was technically considered a modular toy.
Yeah.
I think it was only considered modular because the pieces kept fucking falling off. Nice idea that the legs moved so you could like have it offset on things, but it only had 2 different spots if I remember correctly. It was just always a little too small. I know.
Sorry, man. That's personal.
Yeah, it's okay, Lauren.
But I had to put this on here because they're aiming across each other. I have no idea what the Viper is shooting at. This guy sees like a muskrat or something. He sees something running across there.
It's junkyard.
I've never understood. The bat looks like he's actually trying to aim. He should just have digital aim, right? He should just know where he's shooting at. And I don't think that should be it.
Wasn't there a whole scene in that movie Heat where Sean Bean or whatever talked about crossing the streams?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oz says, got all the Viper scene Cobra la 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 on the post. But yeah, and that's why I threw this on. It looks way too small, but I don't know like where their surveillance is. Like,
it's got to be a portable unit, right? So they can take it wherever they need to take it, so they can spy on somebody, and then you stick it back behind the dumpster or something or whatever. Yeah, it's got to be mobile.
They get behind the dumpster, and G.I. Joe's like, "What's that? What's that big radar dish behind the dumpster?" That's nothing.
Nothing to see there.
It's Dish Network.
No, but seriously, I just heard someone yell, la, la, la. Don't worry about that, bro. It's okay.
Oh, man. Okay.
I mean, I don't know how many times you can talk about that giant minigun on the motorcycle. Yeah. There's no way you're riding that thing.
Okay. But here's the problem. That was my first initial reaction, is the giant minigun. But for the love of God, the motorcycle looks like a mini cycle. That thing is...
I mean, come on. You've seen the ninjas, right? They've got those little tiny ninjas. They're super powerful.
This looks like if I took a classified figure and stuck them on the original Ratchet, right? Like, it's tiny. I'm ignoring the gun. I'm looking at it going, all right.
They wanted it to match the play vehicle that they created around the same time, because that's about the size it was when you were a kid,
right?
That you could get the little ram cycle you could pedal around on.
Yeah, well,
I'm a bit stuck on 3 things here. First being the size of the wheel underneath that cannon. That is tiny.
Yeah.
Oh, you obviously don't have the classified one then.
No. And then the second thing I'm looking at is the knife pointing directly at that dude's throat.
The what? Oh.
The knife on his chest. It's not sheathed. It's just pointed straight at his throat. Like, this thing is going over bumps. That knife straight in.
This is the prequel to Final Destination.
Yeah.
The bullets keep missing him, so the knife just keeps getting closer and closer.
Show us the back wheel under the cannon. Right. There you go.
Just don't open it.
Oh,
'cause
that one.
one's not
Yeah,
strong.
that one. Such a tiny wheel.
Yeah.
Rad Toys Galaxy, $5 super chat. Thank you. Great stream for a good cause. I'll send some people over to donate after my stream at 8 p.m. Thank you very much. That would be great. Because again, it's for the kids.
And then the third thing is it says G.I. Joe figure sold separately, but who's this guy?
It's supposed to be Breaker, I believe.
Yeah.
That's why Breaker came with the classified one.
Right.
But you are correct. It does not look like Breaker.
It doesn't look like any G.I. Joe I've seen.
Well, they should have made a whole new G.I. Joe and then upset the whole community by it.
That's right. And then called him a tank.
And then let's call him Shooter. That's Shooters. Oh wait, they did something different with this Shooter.
Yeah.
Poor GI, bro. For the love of God, just say it. Go ahead. It's yours.
That's not a knife. No, that was British. That's not a knife.
You don't need to make up an accent, dude.
I don't know why. I just went to a different country's accent and then just didn't talk normally.
That's not a knife.
Wait a minute.
That's not a knife. No, that sounds
So
bad.
I asked the Australian.
It sounds closer to Paul Hogan.
Oh man.
Have a Foster's, mate.
Oh geez. And also, if anyone knows anything, and again, I'm not a gun aficionado. I've said that 100 times. Gatling guns fire out of one barrel.
Yes. Yeah.
They constantly turn, so they don't heat up.
Right.
Yet this one fires out of all of them, off of a mini motorcycle.
You know, I mean,
this thing is going in circles.
Yeah.
All right.
and not only that, I mean, now, besides the fact that it'd be tough to, house a whole bunch of ammo in there, are there? I mean, I know there's caseless, so maybe it's all caseless, but where are the shells going, or the residue? Right, it's all getting trapped in there. Boy, that thing's gonna be a bitch to clean.
It's magic. All right. I think we always have to address the stinger and that poor guy on the back.
Yeah.
I mean, he should be Freddy Krueger. You launch one missile, boom,
Yeah.
he's got no face, been burned off. Go from there.
Well, he has the mask on, so maybe that mask is fire retardant.
Well, he's retarded. Yes.
I did not say that. Okay, hold on quickly. Let's do it.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
That's a classic movie here, Allison. You're terrible, Muriel.
Thank you, Allison, for this $5 super chat. Who I will be on the stream tomorrow at 11. Oh my God, this is so far away. It's so far away. All right, so I think even as a kid, we all looked at this and went, really? Really? I mean, it made sense if you had it on the Vamp, which you didn't, but not on this.
It doesn't make sense. Why didn't the Vamp have that? I get upset about that too, but
Yeah,
I'm sort of a bit stuck on that. The Cobra Trooper pose in the back there. It's like twerk time. Like it's not Monday, it's twerk day.
Do you think he was the original twerker?
Oh, look at him. He's in perfect Nicki Minaj pose.
He's doing a TikTok video right now.
Yeah.
He doesn't realize the Stinger driver is about to launch a missile. or maybe the Stinger driver is so sick and tired of his TikTok videos.
Will you please stop twerking?
Next time I'm just gonna launch a missile.
Yeah.
That video will go viral.
Yeah.
Anything else that you can say about this?
Maybe that uniform for the driver for that vehicle was a blue trooper to start off with.
Scott, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I've got to get going, get ready for everything for later tonight. So
Okay.
it's been a blast. I'll be back later. See you guys.
Enjoy your day, mate.
What time do you think you're coming back?
I am hoping that I'll be back by 8 o'clock my time, which is an hour before.
Okay.
So
All right.
I should be ready for that.
Okay, sounds good. I'll see you then.
All right,
Thank you. All right. And Matthew doesn't know how to get off.
Well, I'm sure he does, but
well, it happened once. That's why he has one kid.
That is a very good explanation.
I don't really have anything else to say about this, but this was definitely something that's always done.
Simple.
Brian King says, got this for my birthday in 84. You know,
Nice.
I love when you can remember something that you got.
Yeah.
Like in 1985 for Christmas, I can remember getting the U.S. flag. I can remember finding like the Sky Striker underneath my parents' bedroom or under their bed because my mom actually thought I was snooping and I was actually playing with stompers and the stomper went off. So when I went to go get it, it was underneath there.
Wow.
And I didn't even realize. And I remember going to ask him like, what is that Sky Striker doing underneath? And man, my mom was pissed. You know, accused me of snooping, and I actually wasn't.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, if I was, I could tell it now. I'm, almost 49 years old. So, okay. I don't think you had this one on here.
No.
Okay. Now, there are two vehicles that actually floated. One was the hovercraft, the whale, and one was this thing.
Yeah, right.
I absolutely loved the APC. It was so much fun, right? You take it anywhere, you load figures up, you take it in the bathtub with you, you take it to the pool. But
well, it was almost like the collector's case at the time, right?
Yeah, and then it had the handle that came out of the back, so you could hold it. And technically, the pegs were supposed to hold them in place. It didn't. But this picture, why are the wheels so tiny? You see it now, don't you?
Yeah, now I do.
Especially that back wheel.
It's like the artist has gone for that near and far artwork, but didn't do very well. But the front wheels
are tiny too. And this thing has nice large wheels, as it should. And I gotta say, like, once I noticed it, I'm like, I can't unsee it.
Yeah.
It has tiny wheels. It's like tiny magazines that I talk about from
little tiny hands.
Exactly. A Devil with Toy says, at the time, the ABC carry every figure I had everywhere we needed to go. Yeah. And again, I'm not criticizing this vehicle.
No.
And I'm not criticizing the artwork that the artist did because I could not do art like this. But I would not have made tiny wheels. All right? Maybe he was a Hispanic and he really liked lowriders. I don't know. But and there's no space on the wheel well in the back one. Like none of them. There's like that thing hits if you hit a bump, which I'm assuming this hits lots of bumps, that thing is bottoming out.
Well, yeah, you can see on that left-hand front wheel, like it looks like it's flying.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's definitely Dukes of Hazzard. Krusty says, I still love this thing no matter how hard you. Hey, I am not criticizing the toy.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just saying that this thing has tiny wheels. The real one, as you can see in the picture, does not. Right? A matter of fact, I think the pictures in the wheel, the picture of it with the wheels are actually bigger than what's on the artwork. Oh, man.
No, that one's
Okay.
pretty good.
Yeah, I saw that. I just couldn't unsee it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Same time, Toy says, "Damn those Dukes." It's the Dash Hound version of the APC. This little hot dog just.
Little
It has
tiny
the length
wheels.
too. It has the length of the. Have you ever seen that reel? I've seen it on Instagram numerous times, and they took the picture of it, and it says my other, and it shows like there's a smaller dog, and it says, and it's walking next to it's like upstairs, and it's walking next to the other to the Dash Hound, and he says, "Yeah, my other dog is making fun of my Dash Hound for its legs." And it drops down and it's like literally crawling as the Dash,
Yeah, right.
and then Dash Hound looks and he gets back up, and then it drops back. My God, that dog is so fucking with the other one. Bunch of assholes they are. Oh, all right. I do believe you covered this one.
Yeah, this was my favorite out of all of them, I think. Just gung ho, nips out. Like, stop it, bro. It was so evident. And then, who is that in the back? Is that Flash?
It's either
It's,
Flash or Grand Slam.
Yeah.
And
like that vehicle does not hold two dudes.
It does technically hold them.
Well,
And
yeah. I hate it when people saying that, but well.
So there's two things here about Gung Ho. Either the artist is stupid and said, let's throw this guy on. It literally says ski mobile, polar battle bear, right? Like,
yeah.
At what point were they not like, okay, so you have Flash on there, Grand Slam, whoever it is.
Yeah.
Right? I think it's Flash.
You've got people with actual proper clothing on. Yeah. Sweet.
So the question is Gung Ho just that much of a badass that he's like, no, don't need a jacket. I got this vest on.
Do you know what? I did my video, I identified this, and I thought, yeah, like all these people telling me they were the figures that were selling at the time. Yeah, sweet. And then doing my research for my video I'm going to release after you do all your stuff, I saw Gung Ho in another very cold environment with snow, everything, and he's got the same shirt on.
Yep. Is that the first time he made an appearance with a vest in the snow? Or is that the only appearance that he made with a vest in the snow?
I don't know. It's just really weird.
I'm with you 100%. I think that this is just one of those things. And he has his grenade launcher in one hand.
Yeah.
That he's just like, all right, dude, let's do this. And I'm with the people. Like, this is a great vehicle.
It is.
I love it. This is one I didn't have as a kid, which is kind of odd considering we lived in Michigan and we had snow a lot. Mendoza says, "Go constant invader of personal space."
He is, bro.
As he's coming up on Roadblock. Roadblock's just like, I'm just trying to fire my gun, dude. Just leave me alone.
I just need a bit of space. Like Stanley Eberhard saying, driver plus left and right flanking half a seat each. Have you ever sat on half a seat? Have you ever put your bum cheek on left or right, just one bum cheek on something and then gone over bumps?
Where is his leg at?
Because I don't know if people know this, but you have a left and right cheek and then there's a hole. So when you do bumping on one side only, it moves everything in the middle.
Well, where's his other leg at? I've always wondered.
It's nowhere. It's in the engine bay. It's literally getting chewed up.
or did he just remove it? Did he like undo his O-ring and he's like, I'm gonna do this?
Yeah.
So I can fit on here a little bit easier.
Or maybe he's bent it behind him.
Yeah, I'm just confused on that. Don't mind me. I just have like a.
Oh, you're right.
When you get that like
toys is saying we need the artwork to pop. No, not the nipple pop.
That's really the only thing that's wrong with this.
Yeah.
Now don't get me wrong. If you're a kid and you only have 4 GI Joes, and one of them is gung ho and it's snowing out, you're going to take them out there and play with them.
Yeah.
But for someone like me who had multiple Joes, I was not taking these guys out in the snow because it did ruin my suspense of play, I guess. That's on me, right? Yeah. But anyway, I do love this one. Just and also I love the fact that it has the little wings in the front that actually control the guns.
Yeah. So when I got my polar bear, that piece was missing.
Yep.
So I actually did a little bit of repro.
Okay.
And I made the piece. So it all works.
And it was all thanks to the box art that left it on there.
Oh, definitely. Because why else would it be on the box art?
You're like, there's something missing. Oh, box art. Oh, hey, look.
Like we need huge fingers coming down in the box art to move the thing.
Oh, shit. Oh, we're 6 hours in. I'm 6 hours in. I just Okay. I know you had a lot to say about this. And if somebody watched Lenny's video, then you've heard it. But go on. Just say what.
It was just the so I identified a couple of things that were real constants with artwork. Okay. One of them was if you ever see Destro, he's on a cannon. Another thing was if you've got a situation with blaring guns, vehicles that are out in the open, like you're going to see that shit coming from a mile back, there's ninjas on them. The quietest soldiers ever known to the military, ninjas. And why sneak in when you can just smash in some cannon tote and missile fire and ATV? Like, it's just weird to me. Like, Firefly actually worked. I was okay with Firefly, but Storm Shadow, bro, why are we doing this?
Well, I was also told, because of the first classified Firefly, that he's supposed to be a saboteur. He's supposed to get in and get out, right? That's what he's supposed to do. So technically, he's supposed to be sneaky too. Yeah, they're going in, and I don't know if anyone's ever been on a four-wheeler. They're not electric cars. They are loud as fuck. And guns are blazing. Like, nothing says I'm coming in to assassinate you like a ninja on a four-wheeler, blasting all the
in hot.
And then you have Firefly, who's just like, I don't feel like he's holding on for safety, but he's holding on to caress Storm Shadow. He looks like when someone said, "Hey, who's going with Storm Shadow?" and he went, "Back seat."
I'm not driving this shit. Sorry, I was just looking at the sticker that they've gone to the time in this artwork to put on the exhaust where it says "Caution Exhaust." Oh, that's great you told me that, because I was going to wrap my lips around it. Thank you.
Now, you look at this, right? The wheels are bigger bigger on this than the APC.
Yeah, way bigger.
And again, nothing against this vehicle, because it is an awesome O-ring vehicle. It is an awesome classified vehicle. I absolutely love it.
Yeah.
Random Rick reviews. I'm not going to say that, but I'll highlight it. He just might. And Krusty O'Crow says, I love how the exhaust says caution, and that's dangerous. Two things that the two things that cannons don't say. Oh man, I don't know if there's anything else to say. I do love that they put their brand on it, Cobra ATV on the tires.
Yeah, it is. That's actually a really nice touch that they did.
But again, I absolutely love this vehicle.
Yeah,
you know, they did a great job with Classified. The O-ring one was always fun. So, all right. Oh, the hydrofoil.
Yeah. So straight up the top, you can see Destro, and he can't help himself. I found there was multiple vehicles that he gets in, and he's straight on the cannon. It's like he's calling shotgun.
Literally, shotgun. Yeah.
So everyone's running to the moray. You've got the lamprey standing the gun. Please enter, slowly. And everyone's like, I'm shotgun. I got depth charges. I got Top Gun.
You see Destro like pushing Storm Shadow out of the way.
People out of the way. Piss off, Buzzer.
Buzzer, you're on lights.
You get the searchlight, dickhead.
Once again, back to a ninja. I'm not saying ninjas maybe don't get on boats, but the fact that he's unloading depth charges, which he's literally lifting them up like the toy worked. Yeah, that's the stuff that always kind of made me laugh. This is another vehicle that they put 2 guns in the back and 3 pegs on that little piece, and let's just say it really didn't fit that well. But this thing is this thing's taking a hell of a turn for being a hydrofoil. It looks like it might crash into the water and sink. But Destro is shooting right up in the air. One missile that I don't know how you're aiming that, other than the buzzer is pointing at where you're aiming.
Yeah.
But again, a great vehicle. But yeah,
I've actually owned 4 of these, all at the same time. I went through a bit of a moray fetish, and these are just such a beautiful vehicle.
I agree.
They're just amazing.
All right, so Random Rick pointed out something. Does Storm Shadow have short sleeves on? Yeah. Summer attire ninja for boating.
That's his safari suit, mate.
and clearly, Torch has seen a shark in the water, and he's like, need to take that thing out. I saw Jaws.
Blat.
When they say you need a bigger boat, this is what he was talking about.
Oh, this is it. Yeah.
Quickly, hold on. Ed is texting me, and I'm gonna need him to jump on.
Okay. You just let me know when I need to depart.
No. You won't have to. No, you won't have to bolt at all.
I don't know what's on next.
Not till 7. So we got time. We're running over. We're actually towards the end, I think. But
okay.
Oh, this expensive motorcycle.
Yeah.
And
so
that's
this one. I sort of looked firstly at the guy driving the vehicle. So it was just playing with my head of, you've got this guy whose specialty is to sit in one spot and just lob shit at the enemy. But we'll get him to just forget about all of his equipment, put him on a bike that says turbo, and just go. But we won't give that back shield to the guy that's actually gonna get blatted by the enemy. We'll just
who's your field major? Who's like your field commander?
Yeah, the guy in charge. And hilariously, I love how Duke is hanging on to the back shield and not onto Bazooka. So if shit goes pear-shaped, like Duke is going to be throwing off, holding onto this back shield.
Well, that will come in handy if they're shooting straight at him, and he now has it in front of him, right?
Sure, yeah. Always look on the bright side.
I really liked this vehicle as a kid.
Yeah.
It is an expensive one. But man, and funny thing is Greg just 3D printed me one for the Ram cycles. But this giant gun, which I don't know how it can hold more than one shell, because it looks like it doesn't look like a machine gun. It's a cannon. So I don't know where the shells are going. Mutt is still wearing his.
Yeah, he's still got his face.
Yeah, and maybe that comes in handy because he's getting dirt in it. But you're right, Duke just back there holding on to a shield. Like people always ask, like, there's no straps for Bazooka's backpack. Yeah, well, there's no straps for this either.
Duke sort of got that look on his face too, like, oh shit.
He's like, Duke better not pull this thing off my back.
It's the kind of look that I had when I was getting, when I had to sit on the back of a moped in Malaysia, getting a ride back to my hotel. And I'm like, oh God.
The profit director says that's not a back shield. Bazooka just came from sledding with his kids and didn't have time to throw the sled in the trunk before going on a mission.
Oh yeah, that's not part of the motorbike.
Oh man, but yeah, there's not much more to say about this. But
nah.
other than that, I love the vehicle. Motorcycles, like they did with Joe, don't make a lot of sense in the real world, or in the real military, shall I say?
Well, you look at that wheel, that front wheel for the motorbike. It's bigger than Mutt.
Where are Mutt's legs?
They are gone.
People don't realize that he lost him in a landmine explosion.
Yeah. He's just a
Tripwire
permanent,
did not do his
permanent
job.
fixture. He is the Silver Mirage.
Oh shit! Hold on, I gotta just to get Ed on here really quick here.
Did you notice too how Bazooka's driving that motorbike? Look at the handles.
Oh, I did not.
They're weird.
They are. They're like a gun handle for G.I. Joe, at least.
Man Hoses just brought up a good point. That guard is a nipple guard in case you got gung ho sitting behind you.
I'm trying to like. I hate this. To get Ed on, I got to give him like the code.
Chuck up another picture, and I'll talk about it while you're contacting Ed.
Oh no, I just got it.
Oh.
All right. Well,
So
this is.
I
your
do
guy.
want to speak to the pod. We'll go. The obvious thing is they got the ninja there. So yeah, stop putting ninjas and things. Can I just, for the Snowcat's defense, say that this is one of the only vehicles that actually guards the missile blast from the other people?
It is. You are absolutely correct. So I saw the carries up to 10 figures, and that's when I realized this is exactly where Bobby Valley got it from when he did the Vanguard. Like, technically, it does hold figures.
Yeah.
But realistically, not so much.
No.
Because two of the foot pegs are underneath the sled missile.
Yeah, you can't put figures there. Although it does say step, right?
Yeah, so you get on the step, which the missile would smash into you if you did it.
Yeah. Yeah. Because it does, in that picture, it looks like there's plenty of room. But on the vehicle itself, that sled takes up the entire side.
Give me 1 second here.
Yep.
Because
it's really hard for me to talk badly about this vehicle.
Why would that be?
I don't know.
He said that didn't work.
Crusty old crow saying, I always felt bad for the guys standing on those side pegs. They get to see the guys stay nice and warm inside while they freeze to death. That makes sense. Random Rick reviews. Yep.
I apologize, guys. I'm I don't have anyone else to control it right now. I'm trying to get
proper director. Interestingly, when you look at the Snowcat's counterpart, which is the Cobra Wolf, the sort of sled things on the side can be taken off and used individually by figures. So it is almost interesting that they didn't put foot pegs onto these missile sleds, because that would have been a great thing to be able to be used by the figures.
Okay, say that over. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Profit director was he was just saying he would ride the missiles on skis down the mountain. It's interesting that they didn't put foot pegs onto those missile sleds.
I always thought the same thing. Like I always thought the same thing. Like, why wouldn't you just make it so the guy and they got maybe because snowboarding wasn't something yet, and you wouldn't have had them like actually skiing because they were so big.
Well, that's what I was saying though. On the Snowcat's counterpart, which is the Wolf, it has the side sleds, and they can actually come off the vehicle because treads come from underneath.
Yeah,
and the Ice Vipers can actually use those sleds as snowboards.
So I never had one. The only one I have is a recent one for my son, and that was for the 4-inch figure. So I don't remember. It had pegs for it
on the Ice Wolf. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and actually, people like because I modeled that part and I've printed it and stuff. And when I've shown people that and shown an Ice Viper pegged onto it, they've said, holy crap, I didn't know that actually come off and could be used as a sled.
Oh, wow. And quickly, let's welcome my other moderator, Action Figs Ed, who is jumping in. He's going to relieve me for a short bit once I'm done here with Frostbite before we go into Backyard Battlefield. Ed, thank you for joining.
Of course, brother, of course.
We are 6 hours and 15 minutes into this, and
only 30 to go, right?
Only 30 some more hours to go.
Yep.
No, less than that now. But no. Oh, yeah, just under 30.
Yep.
Although I'll probably go a little bit longer because I have issues. My back is going to be hurting by the time I'm done.
Did you get
is there
one of
anything
those
else?
hemorrhoid donuts so you can sit on it?
That hasn't started hurting yet. It's more of the.
Okay.
It's more of the. I tend to lean forward rather than back. So, but I got
nothing else on the Snowcat, bro. It's pretty perfect to me.
It other than it doesn't have any guns. I wish it would have had at least a couple guns, like 2 side guns. Again, anything that only had missiles, like the Wolverine, they should have given it some sort of gun on it, right? So, and then I threw this one.
Yeah, this to me is weird.
Okay, so first off, you still put Frostbite in with his same.
Yeah.
I hope the AC is blasting in there.
Yeah.
But you should have.
Fascinating choice.
Yeah, you should have changed the missiles at least, because sled missiles in snow make sense.
Yeah.
In the jungle, well,
that's so I can ski down the Nile River. That's what it's for.
I feel like you can hit one stump and boom, that thing's blown up.
Yeah.
Well, before it hits its target. And you got Dusty on the back. Let's be honest. The Tiger Force, that type of stuff wasn't all messed up. I don't want to say it's a good looking. It's something that brings back memories. I just recently, I got one maybe 10 years ago. Now those faces do look different just because of the paint.
Mm.
They look like they're two different. I mean, like from the picture there. Private Director, I hate Tiger Force.
It's kind of redundant to call this the Tiger Cat, though.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't think about that. Now that's just being lazy. Now I can't unsee that. Like that's the Tiger Cat. Like all this time I thought a tiger was something different.
Yep, now you know.
Oh, all right.
And knowing is half the battle.
There you go.
Do you have anything else to say on this?
Nah. Yeah, this thing.
Here is the sled. This one is for Ryan. Ryan wanted the recon sled on here. This is one of those weird. I don't know what you're reconning. You have two machine guns that, from what I can tell, have an ammo belt hanging off of it. Tiny ammo belt. If you're doing a recon, aren't you supposed to be kind of quiet?
I don't know what anyone was thinking when they made this thing. Like anyone at all.
It looks like they had two ideas for vehicles and just put them together and said, yeah, that'll work.
This is the end result of giving three of your designers a bag of meth and putting them into a room with nothing else to do.
No, you put them in separate rooms, and you say you design the first half, you design the back, and you design the weapons. So it's this top piece here. Is that a snorkel, or is
it's a periscope type looking thing?
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, if it's a snorkel, it's not very good considering everything else is open.
Because up in front of his face, he's got computer screens, and I think that's supposed to work with the little periscope thing.
So on the back, that's the engine of it.
Yeah.
That hangs off that far from it?
Yeah, and it's a really detailed engine on the actual toy as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Where else do you want to put the engine, Ed?
That periscope makes sense because we had those in like the APCs when you closed the lid so you could drive in full armored setup. But we also didn't have a big glass window over top of us.
Yeah.
At the same time.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think there's much more to say. I mean, it's really.
I sort of don't know why they went with like these. They're not tank treads. They're not tires. They're just sort of treads. And then, but they put a normal tire on at the back. Like, which one is it, bros?
They look like foam rollers that you use to get knots out of your back.
Pool noodles.
The fun noodles. Yeah, I don't know. This is just.
It was a bad vehicle. It's one of these ones that it was such a bad vehicle, but it broke. It just broke all the time. Like those treads, they're actually, I think they're only on one side of the vehicle because the vehicle splits in half as the toy.
They go together if I remember correctly.
Yes,
and you always lost like half of them.
Yeah, this thing is to buy it like complete is difficult.
Yeah.
What do you mean a broken half?
It's
you push
from memory. It's two parts split down the middle,
and it has one like wheel on the middle. That's how it would roll.
It's not one. It's not like the Snowcat, which is one frame.
Right.
This is like two.
So it wasn't. That wasn't a play feature though for it to come in half. That's just how it was. That's how it was built. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying that was a play feature. That was blowing my mind.
Nah. Oh, like it's splitting.
Yeah.
So I mean, poor Bazooka. Like, don't you think he would have been like, hey, once he gets off his last motorcycle, he's like, I'm taking that back shield because I'm just exposed here.
Imagine going over bumps in that thing though, like your ball bag would just be getting crushed.
Your teeth would be rattled out of your head on top of it.
Yeah. And your neck, like you're always looking up.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna bring this guy on really quick because he's the one that wanted this on here.
That thing's amazing.
You mean amazingly bad, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have something else you wanted to say about it?
No, I just wanted to quickly jump on because it was there and I was listening. I said I was going to jump on early tonight, but I was so thankful you covered it. Thank you, Punk. Thank you, Frostbite. Hi, Ed.
What's happening, Crow?
Chris, are you gonna be sticking around till your show starts?
Yeah. I'll probably turn the camera off here and there for a couple minutes, but I'm here.
Okay. I'm gonna drop you off, and then once we finish this, I'm gonna bolt and grab something to eat. So Ed has control. You can jump on. Lenny will be here unless you want to leave or whatever. So, all right. All right. Oh.
Yeah,
this isn't even artwork. This isn't even artwork, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead.
I was just fascinated with this, like, you know, you build a piece like this that is meant to protect the user. You'd put troops in there, like base troops that don't have a lot of skill, so the machine makes up for it. And then you go and put the most highly trained ninja nearly of all time in the universe. And you
can't even move his fucking arms. His arms are like
healthy. And you put him in this thing that effectively just makes him the biggest target in the world. So yeah.
Or the largest anchor.
Yep. He ain't going anywhere.
No, not at all. This is just a complete. And you don't think about this as a kid because they're showing you that it's a figure, but it's like of all the figures, they couldn't grab a Cobra Trooper, Cobra Officer, nothing. So,
like putting the Dreadnoks in there would have been perfect, or just a normal Cobra Trooper.
Yeah. I did find that funny though.
Yeah. Oh, this thing. This cracked me up because and it's just
it hits you on
multiple points. Like, so the guy driving it, like, he doesn't even do this shit. So stop that. But you're telling me while you're driving at excessive speeds, shooting people, you're also trailing something that is going to kill everyone in about a 30-meter radius. But you're just going to scoot around in the dirt. Yeah.
With those little tiny tires on that trailer, too. I mean, those things.
Oh, yeah. You can see that trail. Like, this guy's doing, 80 Ks or something. So, I don't know. He's doing a fair bit. And he's just gunning away. And you can see that trailer on the back just doing these ones.
Yeah. Okay.
Not to mention that gigantic missiles pointed right at your back on top
that's
of
right. Yeah, with that little tip that you know is just going to go boop, bang.
So I'm assuming this thing can't be that fast, right? It's got to be a fairly slow-moving vehicle.
Yeah.
He's driving it
tractor
and firing all at the same time.
Yeah.
And it is called a weapon transport.
Yeah.
Exactly what bomb does this go to?
Nothing.
Like what vehicle
Nothing.
does this go to? All the reuse that they've used with missiles, you give a bomb that doesn't go to anything.
Yeah, but now you see, like, calling this a weapons transport, had they not armored it up with a machine gun. Weapon transport. Sorry.
Yeah.
They made sure not
to put a gun on it, right? You could have put this on the flag and used it to haul missiles over to the
yes.
the jets and shit, right? I mean, that would have made more sense.
Yeah, the jets that can't use that bomb.
Right. Well, put different bombs on it for sure, but
yeah.
And you have you said Blowtorch fully kitted up with his gas mask on and his oxygen mask on. Like, why do you still have that on?
Well, look at that big ring of fire around him. That's why. He's carrying that, nuclear weapon that's going to devastate all of Europe through the fire.
The next bomb for Japan that he's toting around.
Exactly.
With little wheels as that thing's bouncing all over. And it does say what? Danger rush. What's it say underneath? No, danger high.
High explosives.
It does say explosives.
Yeah.
I can't see. Also,
like,
quickly,
no shit.
I
was gonna start licking that bomb. Good thing you told me it was high explosives.
Yeah. That looks like one of them you find in like the Looney Tunes cartoons.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
it does. Also, all these pictures came from 3D Joe's. We said it early at the beginning. I meant to say it more often, but we kind of got into laughing. So,
did you say these pictures just come from 3D Joe's? Because it says Yojo.
What?
It literally says Yojo on this photo.
Where?
So the O is between the bomb and the back wheel, and the Y is to the left of that, and then the J is coming down from Blowtorch's. You can make it out.
Oh, it's a stamp on the photo.
Yeah, it's a watermark on there.
Yeah.
Okay. The pictures that I used came from 3D Joe's. Yojo doesn't exist anymore. It's still there, but no one operates it, so I don't have to give them credit.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
All right. Is there anything more to say about this?
It's a pretty open and shut case, this one.
I think that if someone told me to operate this might be cause to go AWOL.
Yeah. I'm joining Cobra. Screw this shit.
Well, until you see they're going to put you in the thing.
Oh, yeah. This fascinated me because you got Recondo, like a guy that's, probably an infiltration guy. Let's just send him out into the wilderness. He'll find the way. No, let's give him a big ass box of missiles and bombs and let him figure it out. We're not hooking it up to anything, but go nuts, Recondo. Just go nuts.
It's just an ammo dump unit.
Yeah.
Where's it going? We're just dumping it somewhere.
Yeah.
The best part is they took like one of those little paperclip holders for your desk and just painted it green and threw a strap on there.
And you gotta love the fact that it's kind of like this is something the A-Team would have found and been like, and then the music would hit. But this is G.I. Joe, and we didn't have music.
And what the hell does he need gas for? He's got jerry cans there. What does he need those for?
Well, if he finds like a motorcycle, maybe he finds, what if he finds this, but it's out of gas,
right?
And he needs to tow it.
You gotta love the sticker on top of the jerry can that actually says vent. What jerry cans have vents?
Well, you don't want to explode on you.
But you have vent. Fuel.
The metal jerry cans didn't have vents at all.
Oh.
Live unboxing?
I think that's the tiger paw.
What is that?
Someone sent it to me for the giveaway.
We'll see.
Do you want to live unbox it really quick?
Live unboxing. Wait, can I show the blade? Is that okay?
Yeah,
it'll be okay.
You can show the blade. Hold on.
I don't know. I hear demonetization, whatever. I don't know. I just hear things.
So here's the live unboxing of what.
Hold it for me.
Did I want
to? Don't show us your address.
Jesus.
Jeez.
There's a lot of trust in that video right there.
Are you sure you didn't pick the brightest green knife that you had in the house?
Right.
This stream might end a lot sooner if I get cut. Hey, if anyone remember anything that is
use the knife.
Don't oh my god. I didn't actually try to use. Just remember that anything we earn on this stream goes to Toys for Tots. So if you join all right, good. If you join the membership right now, you can get a free live welcome to the creamery.
It's not free if they buy it.
And look, Dia's saying hi to you.
Hi! Oh, let me do that.
Why don't you just do a welcome to the creamery anyway?
Welcome to the creamery.
There's no enthusiasm in it. So
Do you like my pajamas? Do you like my pajamas? They're Grinch.
So this
TJ Maxx.
Perfect
yeah,
for
when I
Toys for
asked her if
Tots.
she wants to come on in color, she doesn't know if she wants to.
I'm not good at coloring.
What?
Well, neither is your dad.
It's not about being good at coloring.
Look, your
Jeez,
dog
okay.
is scared. I think he's scared I'm holding a blade.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what he's scared of.
And I know you were scared.
Well, I was. The blade was right by me.
No faith in me.
Legend series, Christ, that is terrifying. Hey, I was gonna try and change it, but I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna take my life in my hands right now. Oh my gosh, and that's just a bit of my daughter, and you can imagine living with her all the time. All right. Anything else to say about this?
Nah, that one's all good.
Did you put this on or did I?
I had this one.
Okay. So, you want to say anything about it?
So it was sort of more related to the person that they've got firing a mortar off. I don't know if you know, but mortars are really loud. So, and this guy is an expert tracker, and he kind of uses his ears. Yeah, I don't know. I sort of found it weird. I did really respect that he is a guy that you would have at a forward observer unit looking for people, but operating a mortar, I thought, probably a few other people that could have been doing this.
I can see Crow shaking his head.
I don't think he'd ever have a mortar launcher at a forward observer post anyway. So,
yeah.
I just think if they only would have made a TP in the background.
Oh wow!
Like, that's all I'm looking at. Like, why did they just make it?
That's probably why they did it. They figured it's a pup tent.
Isn't that that's kind of the vibe that I'm getting? It looks kind of like a TP in the opening. And I got this maybe 10 years ago, maybe even less. And let's just say you really can't even get a figure in there. As awesome as it is, like I wanted
this the one that was the two plastic pieces that just leaned against each other, kind of and snapped together.
Yeah, I don't even think it snapped together. I think it just came together. I don't. It
I think it's just one piece.
Oh, okay.
I think it was, yeah. But you might have been right that like it pegged together because like I said, I didn't buy it in the box or anything. But yeah, I think having Spirit here is, maybe not the best thing. But hey, what do I know? I'm not in the military.
Yeah. Choices.
And he's holding that thing ready to fire it off too.
It's like he's just fired one as well, and his ponytail's just flapping in the wind there from the blast.
That's a gigantic friggin' mortar too. It
is. It's a whopper. Like when you look at it in size, if he stood up, it'd be up to his nips, I reckon.
Oh yeah, at least.
Women like that big giant mortar. All right. Now you had an issue. I didn't seem to have an issue with this like you did, but
look, it was the guy doing it again. So, you should have Cobra troopers guys that actually use guns, this guy's specialty is to identify a target and then blow the shit out of it with missiles or rockets. But instead, you've got him on a firing range like it's his annual mandatory training. Like he's just popping off his 20 rounds and getting his test done.
Well, I mean, he's still be able to shoot a weapon, right?
Oh, but he didn't come with a weapon.
He came with that machine pistol.
Well, yeah. Still not used here.
That's true.
Yeah. I don't know. It was just an odd choice.
Yeah, I know. I like this thing too. I thought it was.
Yeah, it's a cool.
Again, these are just. I mean, this is what G.I. Joe did. What Hasbro did with G.I. Joe, I thought it was just so cool. I really like this stuff. So, all right.
Josh C is looking after him in the chat. He's just trying to improve himself. Why are we giving him crap for that?
A little bit of OT, right?
Yeah, whatever.
All right. I have so many issues with the Cobra stun.
Go.
Well, first off, you got a Televiper on the back.
Yep.
You have your dentist in the front seat with no protection. You have the stun driver just in the back pointing. Now, what is he pointing at? Because they can't see what he's aiming at. There's just so much stuff wrong with this. Like this vehicle in general. Like this is a sniper's dream. You know, if what was it, Chris Kyle? If he saw this coming, he would have been like, "Oh man,
yeah,
there's 4 kills for me right there." He'd be like, "Spotter, I don't even need you. Go get something to drink."
Is the driver behind the two guys and they're just controlling the weapons? Is that what's going on there?
Yes, and the stun splits open.
Yeah.
And the stun also splits open.
Oh.
All right, quickly here, let's do this.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
An action figure with the $5 super chat for kids, even the ones I hate. Just so you know, that guy that delivered that is right here in the middle. Yeah, this thing just. Did you have any issues with it, Lenny?
It was just always a weird vehicle for me. As same times pointing out in the chat, though, the hubcaps on this thing were like next level. The only thing that would have made those hubcaps better is if they were spinners.
Yes. I hated that they didn't spin. I'll take a compliment anytime that I can get it. Of course, it might have been for someone else.
She was talking about Lenny and I.
Probably.
It's okay. Just let him live in that little land, Ed.
But you know, you have again your dentist. We all are in agreement that Mindbender was their dentist still, right? I mean, he may have been their scientist, but he was still their dentist. There's no doubt about it. He had to.
He looks really scrunched into that container too. Like he's in there.
And in the toy, they're not. There's actually a lot of room in the toy. They're kind of laid out when it comes to being in the toy. And just who the hell is it, the Televiper shooting at? Why is there anyone behind you?
I don't know.
But he's firing away. He's just shooting. He doesn't even know what he's fucking shooting at. He's just shooting.
Other stuns and hisses. That's what he's shooting.
Yeah.
They're the lead stun, and he's just firing away at him. But again, just the fact that your communications officer is behind him, not doing any sort of communications. But you have these two giant, flags right here. You need to know that this is Cobra, all right? Because the hubcaps didn't give it away.
I always laughed like those flags being on that vehicle was very old school, Cobra going into battle type shit.
Yep.
Like, why do you need flags on a vehicle? It's just very
cool.
odd.
They were just cool. All right. Oh, this thing.
Yeah, this thing.
everyone wants this in classified. Now, I'm not saying I wouldn't buy it because, well, I have issues. But this thing is another sniper's dream. Lenny, you want to take this here?
The big thing I sort of weirded me out with this was that Lifeline was the guy that was hopping in the vehicle to go and blast them Cobra. Like the guy that is there to fix people's wounds. And he's like, boys, I'll be back in 5 minutes. And he's just out and he's already got his cannons blatting. He hasn't even left yet.
I always had an issue with the general manning the guns with no protection.
Yeah.
He's just wide open. You don't even need a sniper. Right? No sniper is needed. Just an AK-47 spraying all over the place.
Yeah, he's going to cop it.
With the Confederate dude driving it. And then your communications officer also under some glass. But until just now, I didn't realize this thing looks like it's about to jackknife, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Look how fast that thing has turned. Like this thing is jackknifing so fast that Lifeline is like, get the hell out of here. Mendoza says, garbage truck of the future.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm kind of with you there. I definitely can see that as the garbage truck. This artwork, again, it was always a fun vehicle because it had so much stuff and you could put so many figures on it. Again, the missiles did impede that. Or if you wanted to get the little flying saucer out of it, when it had to open, everyone had to jump off. All 6 people, they had to jump off.
Yeah.
But again, having General Hawk up there, you really went, that's not real good. That's not a good.
It really looked like if you actually took this vehicle into battle, it would be more trouble than it's worth.
Oh yeah, this is one that would be breaking down all the time.
Yeah.
Your mechanic would be out there all the time trying to get those grill guards off so you could fix underneath it. But it does have a detailed engine in it.
What's the purpose of the big arms on the side?
You mean where the
big gray arm things that look like the garbage truck?
Oh, because the gun moves forward.
Oh.
Because why wouldn't you want your general to be closer to getting shot?
Yeah, put him out in front. That's right. He falls out of that little seat, you can run him over.
Of course, they had to aim this Havoc at wherever it wanted to shoot because all it could do was shoot up or straight. But if you wanted to turn and shoot the HISS tank to the side of you, the whole thing had to turn.
Well, it looks like in the pictures, the front guns shoot in different angles. So
they do.
Yeah, that can move. Or you can send Lifeline. You can send your doctor out there to take out the HISS tank that's waiting for him.
It's very funny. Like all of the weapons most of the weapons this thing has, or at least half, they're all facing backwards. Like how much trouble they're expecting from the back.
Well, same with there was that time the stun was like that. It came out at the same time. Maybe they're racing away from each other, so they need to shoot at each other. I don't have much more to say.
Next one.
I think about the jackknife. Oops, we already discussed
on that one. That was a cracker.
Oh, you had a lot to say about the maggot.
Yeah. So there were three people, 3 Cobra people that seemed to keep on appearing. It was Saw Viper, Big Boa, and Crocmaster. Now, I didn't have a lot of respect for Crocmaster before doing this video, But if you go back and look at a lot of the pictures, he is some kind of tactical genius. Because he is in so many vehicles, firing off weapons, deciding what's going to happen. Like in this, you've literally got the worm, the driver, and then Crocmaster. What the shit?
You want to bring a crocodile into battle with you?
Yeah. I just don't know why they use Crocmaster.
Sales were really low for that character, so they had to
Apparently.
put him in other vehicles to market him more.
So I think that's kind of what we, thought of. But again, there's lots of figures that were still out, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we needed to do that, but they clearly did. Which again, I do find very amusing. Sorry, I'm trying to. I don't know if the other guys didn't see everything in the chat. The guys that are supposed to be coming on at 7. I didn't think we were going to go this long. I'm having a blast though. Slap Happy is going to come pretty damn quickly for me. I'm going to say that. Anything else to say about Crocmaster?
Nah, it was just Crocmaster that was killing me about this.
No, you must have had. I remember you talking about this one.
Yeah, this one I just found weird. Like you've got the Gyro Viper as the main pilot, but then your two other choices out of anyone that could have flown this aircraft were a base 86 Viper and a Techno Viper. I just don't know why.
Well,
especially that base Viper. Like this is the guy that the training of all other Vipers starts from. But he's not even in the air arm. Like, yeah.
I'm perplexed by the helicopter blades on the top of this thing. How they're overlapping.
Yeah, have you seen this as a toy?
No.
Oh,
it's really amazing how it works. Like that works. And those blades, they're I think they're about 28 to 30 centimeters long each.
Wow.
I think. Well, they could even be longer, maybe 40 centimeters. I've printed them, and I think I had to join them together. So, yeah, I think they were about 40 centimeters long each, and they both spin opposite on an angle. It's really amazing how it works.
Yeah.
I just want to address what Warchest says. Maybe they were afraid to fire Crocmaster, so instead they kept taking him on missions and let him ride in Gunner's Jeep because he thought it was fun.
He's the equivalent of when you get called up to sing with the band and the band turns your microphone off.
Yeah.
But it's still looking at you while you're singing.
We don't want to fire this guy. Hopefully he'll get shot.
Yeah. Somebody will take the vehicle out eventually.
Yeah, like Milton from Office Space. If we just stop paying him, eventually he'll stop coming in.
Okay, Crocmaster, we're going to put you in the maggot today. Oh, I was promised I would be in the ice wolf.
All right.
and there he is. He's in the Cobra Wolf. He's up the top.
Sleeveless still.
Yeah.
Snow's out, guns out.
That's right.
I remember you pointing this out, and poor Techno Viper, he's thrown up on the side, like, hey, you know what? Just sit out there and just shoot.
Hold on tight.
Interesting fact with the Techno Viper, this couldn't be more perfect with the Techno Viper on this vehicle.
Okay.
Because when you read the Ice Vipers file card, Ice Vipers are Techno Vipers who have done extra training.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's actually like I looked right into this, and because Techno Vipers fix stuff, and then Ice Vipers become drivers who need to be able to fix their own vehicle in an isolated environment. So they come from Techno Vipers. I think it said like there was 4 months of extra training to become an ice viper or something like that.
Oh wow.
It's super interesting.
For a toy that we're making up.
It's one of these things, like, because I've done a video, I've done all the research of where vipers come from through the chains.
Yeah.
And yeah, when I saw this, I thought that's dumb having a techno viper there, but actually it's the smartest thing they could have done. So, yeah.
It makes sense.
But Crocmaster, dumb as shit.
Where's Fiona at?
Yeah.
Where about the crocodile? All right. Oh.
Yeah, this thing was super fascinating. This is like the Where's Wally of G.I. Joe pictures. So if you start from left top, you've got Sneak Peek just blatting away. You've got Jinx going, hey, check out my form. I'm just going to stand here like a ninja.
Right next to the missiles.
Right next to the missiles. She's just going to cop that on the back, and not in a good way. And I think we had Tunnel Rat going across. That's absolutely fine. That is a guy that operates that shit.
Yep.
Fast Raw on the right-hand side's like, whatever, I've got 2 missiles. Let's use them well. In the middle, I don't know who that guy is in the middle. Maybe Hawk on that left-hand side, who's just pointing his gun out to nowhere.
Yeah, I believe that's Hawk.
And then you've got Law and Order. I think he was actually the most well-used person on this picture because he is guarding Coco. On the same, though, when you've got Coco, haven't you won the battle?
Well, now they're coming to get him.
Well, now they got to defeat all the Jawas that they stole this sandcrawler
from. You've got Psych out manning another heavy weapon. So a dude that straps little radar dishes onto his elbows and shit. Great. As Allison was mentioning, you've got Gung Ho in his dress blues. When you've worn dress, like parade uniforms before, you were afraid of anything that could put dirt onto that. Because if you get anything on it, like I was standing on parade one day and the dude next to me in his cams had managed to spill a baked bean on his cams and it had stuck there. So he endured about 5 minutes of a dude screaming at him because he had a baked bean sitting on his uniform. So, yeah, it was just very funny to see a guy in dress blues in this kind of environment.
Especially back in the 80s, because those things were made out of solid wool.
Yeah, yeah. Don't get them wet.
Yep.
Outback and Falcon were fine. I did laugh at the driver down on the bottom left. So while everyone's shooting missiles off and heavy machine guns, this guy is doing a spot check on his inventory.
See, that made me crack up the most. Like this guy's he's running through his checklist while there's a fucking battle going on.
Checking everything twice.
Well, all the crazy Joes are behind him using all of his weaponry up, so he's got to keep track of that. Oh, there goes one that Jinx just let off. Oh, there's one that...
Yep. Sarge is ready to roll out. You've got Tuckles there going, hey, what are you guys doing? Crazy Legs is down the bottom. That was, you got a guy that his job is to parachute in. Why have you got him behind a heavy machine gun?
Well, he parachuted right into the machine gun.
Right into that spot.
You've seen him coming in like stadiums and stuff where they...
Yeah.
Really, he just parachuted from the top platform down. That's all he did.
Oh, man. I laughed at the driver just taking his checks, walking around with his just, all right, good job. Oh, well,
was this toy really big enough to hold Sarge in his?
I believe.
No, I don't think so. It is big.
No, I believe it was meant to hold the Triple T.
Okay.
I mean, I could be wrong because I never had it, but I believe like just like how the battle platform has the armadillo.
Yeah.
I believe this did the same thing.
No.
But I could
Let
be
us
wrong.
know in the comments.
Josh G says close, but not completely. So they lied to us.
So you could probably put it there with the
with it
bridge,
open.
with it open, yeah, so you can drive down it. But
Yeah, that's what Same Time Toys is saying. It totally fits, but not closed.
Yeah, okay. Oh no, Woody Triple Two is saying, yeah, Triple T fits in that perfect.
But can you close it, Woody?
I think someone needs to send one to me. I have the Triple T, so you need to send that. Send this to me, and I will do a video and find out.
Ninjas. Stop using ninjas.
Behind big guns.
I feel like, was it Jose Canseco on that episode of The Simpsons with the softball? When Mr. Burns keeps on telling him to shave his sideburns. And he's like, look, Mr. Burns, I don't know what you think sideburns are. That's how I feel about these ninjas. Like, look, Hasbro, I don't know what you think ninjas are.
They were there.
Yeah.
I think I think some of these were just kind of a misstep, but
yeah,
I do think we have to cut it though. I don't know how many more I have because I didn't think we'd go this long.
have you guys been going since 4?
Oh, yes. Well, you've been here since like 3:15 or. All right, okay. This one. Are these guys high-fiving or something? Like what are they doing?
It's the same thing you did with your girlfriend in the front seat, punk.
All right. But
That's what it looks like.
They're facing each other.
It's the love seat of G.I. Joe vehicles.
That's why it's called the slam.
Yeah.
Someone was like, you know what I really loved as a kid? When our parents would take us all somewhere in our station wagon and we sat in the back and we faced each other.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what this thing is. Like, it is just, it is a monstrosity. It's something I don't have. And if someone gave it to me, I'd keep it, but I don't think I'd buy it for more than $10.
It's quite a nice display piece. The little racks that hold the tiny missiles, which are always missing, there's 10 of them. Those little rack things, you'll have one snapped.
Oh, wow. 10 missiles.
Yeah, there's 10 little missiles. They're about, I was going to tell you how long they were in centimeters. They're about the equivalent of 3 or 2/3 of a matchstick. Always.
Please don't do centimeters because we Oh crap. Woody says find a miss unbroken is hard to find. Yeah, I would imagine so. Like that stuff is great.
Yeah.
What's next here? I'm trying to go a little bit quicker.
Yeah, all of these were abominations. All of these miniature things, you're like, why did you even bother?
They stole this concept from the Super Joe that they did in the 70s, late 70s, after Adventure Team ended. These are almost exactly the same backpacks that they made for those guys. But of course, they were 8 inches tall, so they didn't look so wonky on the back.
Yeah, it didn't look weird.
Yeah,
I just love I'm picturing Crackmaster bent over, drilling into a wall.
Yeah.
Not wondering why he can't fit all the way through.
Well, he's the master of everything, so this is just R2D2, repurposed.
Oh, okay. Let's do one more, and then we'll wrap this up here. Oh, this doesn't count because it's the same things. We already did that.
Yeah, keep going.
Did you have this one on, or did I throw this? I think
No, I didn't have that one on there.
So this thing, I recently got it. It was like in a lot or something, and I didn't even understand. This thing just floats in the water.
Yep.
And they all have guns.
Yep.
And a bunch of satellites, which makes me go, who wants to be on that thing?
Yes.
I don't want to be on that thing. It doesn't look like it can be controlled anywhere.
Nope.
It floats, and you hope that you don't flow out the sea. But
It's literally a barge. It's literally just going to sit there.
Oh, man.
It was bad.
Yeah, it was. Okay, well, we're going to cut this off.
All right.
If I remember how to remove this here. I have to go to the bathroom like crazy. Also, I have 2 of the next 3 people showing here. So let me bring them on really quick. Krusty Old Crow, who has been here.
Been lurking in the background.
Down South 77, who we were supposed to start at 7 p.m. for their thing. Yet Aaron doesn't seem to be here. Is he not showing up?
It's a question for Aaron.
Okay. Well, you were shaking your head like maybe you knew.
No, I sent a message on our group a few minutes ago, said I'm getting ready to go backstage, and I don't know. So you got 2
I don't know.
3.
It just occurred to me if he's not paying attention to the fact that the link's on Instagram.
Well, I sent it to him.
Better
Okay,
text
yeah.
it to him.
But
He
what I'm going to
responds
do,
better to text.
okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the restroom and I'm going to grab something to eat really quick. Ed, you have control of it.
Yep. Take your time, Punk. Don't scarf your food down. We got it.
Yeah, well, we were supposed to do a giveaway, but without Aaron, we're not doing a giveaway because he has it.
It's his giveaway.
It's his idea, and then he's not here. So
maybe that's not why he's not turning up.
Yeah.
So
I see that. I see that he saw Darren say, "Hop on, about to hop on. It's time to go." So he's probably got a good reason for doing 5 minutes late. But
we were running late anyway, and I really didn't think we'd take that long to get through everything. But
I was having fun listening to you guys. I could listen to that shit all day.
Well, you know what? Here, Ed, there's still some left.
Yeah, let's go. This was killing me.
Go.
Oh, okay, I gotta go to the bathroom, and I
Go for it.
really
You got it.
You guys have fun.
All
I'm
right.
gonna put this on another screen so I can see these monstrosities better.
All right. Tactical battle platform.
Right on.
Lenny, what you got?
This actually wasn't on my original list. I actually have a lot of respect for this piece. And yeah, I would have said the artwork for this was pretty spot on. Apart from that massive tank trying to roll on from the right hand side, considering this is a platform, I thought it was meant to be out at sea.
Yeah.
And not a location for land vehicles to be rolling onto.
Yeah. What would be the purpose to roll on there and then face the wrong way? Because you're not going to.
Yeah, it can't turn around.
Yeah.
Well,
That's a good point.
it is. It's the Armadillo. I think this the tank they got rolling on there, and so it's got like an anti-aircraft gun, but it's got no advantage going to the platform, nor does the platform have an advantage having it. So, yeah, I get a kick out of you can have every little feature on there, but there's Snake Eyes hogging that tow hook in the background when it's needed to help fucking Deep Six get out of the water. That thing's like 4,000 pounds of suit on them.
That's a good point. I like I do like you can't really call out barbecue manning the twin gun either, because if they're getting attacked, like it doesn't matter. Whoever has got to run and take up the fight. So
yeah, you take up the next gun, next man up.
I'm just imagining that armadillo doing the Austin Powers turnaround in the corridor thing.
The 92-point turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this, and you could, it's clearly just a display to cram as many figures as you can on there, which is why they wanted to sell it. But I just feel bad for Spirit because he's up there in the Skyhawk going, "I am also here."
Well, that other side does have a landing pad, correct? So they got the placement right for it. So.
They found a way to block one of the Joe's faces perfectly in its spirit.
Well, he got enough time on that forward observing unit.
That's right.
So.
He can't hear shit anyway, so.
And I was so happy when you made that point about, we don't put the mortars in the same spot as the spotter ever. Yeah.
I just wish I had one of these. Like, it's.
I was hoping this was going to be the HasLab for this year, because this would be a perfect HasLab.
So
no, they're shit on those C vehicles so far.
Yep.
Yeah.
So.
I often look at poker tables and wondering, could you turn one into one, right? Like
you could easily.
Yeah, and I always thought that was tempting for those who had such a thing to do, right?
Yeah, because really it's just a flat platform with, 3 points and a ladder. Oh, sorry, a tow hook. So...
Yeah, it's just a plastic sheet molded into a bumpy shape. Like, it didn't cost them that much to make it.
I like this. I never had it when I was a kid. No, Pop Blender had it. We used to play with this thing all the time, man. This was such a fun playset.
Well, you could fit everybody on there. I mean, it's big enough.
And I imagine that was a good, like, full 2-point price points under what the flag would have cost somebody, right? So it was like, if your family couldn't afford the flag, could they afford this? Let's try this, you know?
Yeah. And you could also, like you said, it's got the landing pad for the Skyhawk or the Dragonfly or anything else you want to put up there.
Mm-hmm.
Are we ready to move on to the next one?
Yep. Next.
This is fun.
Well, it looks like Crazy Legs is driving in there now.
Yeah, Crazy Legs driving or manning the weapon in this.
Yeah.
This is what sort of put it onto my list. It was just weird.
This was actually one of the better Battle Force 2000 vehicles, actually.
This definitely fit in for a general purpose vehicle. I mean, it works.
Yeah.
I still always have an issue with any kind of military vehicle that has all of this advanced laser technology, clearly a lot of money pumped into it, but they can't give a lick of protection for a driver or a gunner at all.
It doesn't even have glass.
No. And I've seen winter vehicles that they produce like that. Like the guy's just freezing, right?
Is anyone in chat or here with you guys, has anyone ever collected all these vehicles and made that future fortress?
I asked that in a stream with Pop Blender too, and it seemed like somebody that was in there did, and I'm trying to remember who it was, but somebody that follows most of us did make it. I never did. I only had like 3 or 4 of the vehicles. I was never into Battle Force 2000. They were just too far out even for me then.
Obviously it didn't go well because the comics killed them all of them off except for Dodger in one issue, just in one explosion.
Yeah, well, I was fine with that.
Yeah, well, that's obviously a quick way to kill off a team.
Yeah, well, you're right. That shows you how popular they were. If they were, an older character or not popular at all, they got axed.
So. Sorry, you said none of you guys had this, eh?
I had that one.
You did?
This was there well past my time.
Yeah, mine as well. Was there a play function to that front bumper? What is the idea behind that front bumper? Does that do anything?
Bar.
That's all it was, eh?
Yeah, it's like a push bar for it.
Oh, okay. It looks like it's supposed to be a lever of some kind or something.
Was it a connector to help it form to the fortress thing?
There you go.
That might be what it's for.
It looked like it had function. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I never had it all to go together to do it. So it could have very well been.
All right.
Indicator.
I was trying to find a picture of it all put together.
Old guy, he only has 2 weapons and then he's spent. We put him in this aircraft. And I sort of found it interesting too that it was a Battle Force 2000, so we're into the future. but they're using an older character like Fast-Draw that just had no purpose whatsoever being there.
Yeah, I think
Unless
they were
maybe. Go ahead.
I was just saying, Fast Draw, if you remember, he had that stupid harness set. I think they were just trying to say, look, he's not useless. You can put him in things and not even deal with that harness.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Aaron,
because he
showed
definitely.
up, so let's bring him on.
Oh, Aaron's
There
here.
he is.
Aaron's here.
I was,
What's
I
up,
was
Aaron?
just about,
What's up,
to say,
guys?
he texted me back and said he's setting this computer up.
I was having technical difficulties. I had to password that I haven't used in years. So yeah.
Ed, now that you've got your team for the next session, I might jump out and go and have some breakfast.
Well, Lenny, brother, it was good seeing you hop on earlier.
Yeah, thanks very much for having me.
Yeah. Thanks for hanging out.
It's good seeing you, Frostbite.
I'll try and I'll see what I'm doing for the rest of the day. If there's some of these coffee or cafe sessions, then I might try and pop into those.
All right.
For sure,
Yeah,
brother.
we'll be
We'll
on
see.
tomorrow
Thanks very
morning,
Yeah.
which is nighttime for you, but we'll be on tomorrow morning for a while, which might be 6 a.m. till like
Just
11 a.m.
if you've got the StreamYard link, or just let me know if you have those cafe sessions, and I'll jump in.
All right, sounds good, man.
All right. Back to
Thanks,
the
guys.
future
Have a
with
good
you.
one. Donate lots of money.
That's right.
Yeah, so I don't know if Punk still had more pictures in this vein, Ed. But me and the boys, we knew we were gonna probably talk about some of the new stuff, but I think we really enjoy these things, don't we, guys?
Yeah, this is good for a little while.
Well, we
can
go
do
through a
this.
few more of these, and then you guys can do your thing.
Yeah. So this Cobra Adder was one that I totally forgot about, but did anybody here have this one?
Yeah.
Is that road rig driving it?
That's the funniest part of this thing. This thing's whole thing is how narrow and sleek it is, and then you get the biggest dreadnought FUD driving it, right? But it looks like it's supposed to fit in like the shopping cart mark, like where you park shopping carts in malls.
It would fit. Yeah,
I had that vehicle in my vintage collection. Actually, I did.
I had it when I was a kid. It was actually kind of fun to play with because it was just kind of a quirky. You could put it alongside a hiss or a stun or something, just as if you're doing like a small little quick attack force or something like that. Like he run in and fire the missiles, but that thing's got to be a bitch to turn. Like what wheels turn?
That's just it. I'm like, how does this turn?
It doesn't.
It goes great in a straight line. There's a guy that I see on Facebook, and I don't remember what group it's in. Probably the classified community group, but he has a bunch of these. He collects the Adder. He's got a bunch of vintage ones and like a whole bunch of 3D printed ones.
Oh, so maybe
vehicle.
Does he build it into a train? Is that why it doesn't turn? Because it goes on tracks?
Well,
that'd be awesome as a train.
That's why they put Road Pig in it, because you can't turn to get away from anything. So they just let him take all the bullets, and then
or he does the
rockets take off and do some damage. It doesn't matter. It's just Road Pig.
He's doing the old Flintstone, putting his foot through the floor.
It was a weird little vehicle, but I did like it. I think I lost one of the missiles, and once you lose one of the missiles, it's like, now what? He's just got one shot.
Now it's just stupid.
yeah, it's just dumb with one missile. Oh, that one's good.
I don't know, Aaron. Where?
I'm trying to catch up on the comments.
Yeah,
my bad.
Oh my God,
what's that?
Didn't Cartman live in one of these for a season of South Park?
In a bug,
or just like a novelty trailer of some sort? It was a hot dog, I think, a hot dog stand.
Oh yeah. That's right. I remember that. It looks like the Wienermobile a little bit.
This is as close to the dong from Austin Powers as you're gonna get, man.
Yeah.
This looks like a vehicle that should be underwater, like a sub.
Yes, marine. That's what I was gonna say.
No, That's
it did both. It was
did
it was Cobra's version of like kind of the shark. It was a submarine and it could come out and drive on land.
Oh.
This was actually a fun vehicle. I did have this.
It looks like it'd be fun. It's just bizarre looking.
It was so yes,
It
it was
is.
very bizarre.
Yeah. It just looks like they tried to throw as many little play features as they can, and it's all underwater stuff. And I'm wondering, was it watertight? Did it float? It definitely looks like it's supposed to be a water toy, right?
I don't think it floated. I don't remember ever taking this one down to the creek once I got it. Most of that stuff I did, but I don't remember ever taking the bug.
Again, you got Road Pig over there.
I was gonna say he replaced Crocmaster on the chain of command, clearly for his intelligence, right? So
the bullet sponge leader.
Well, the Cobra was training him to take over the Dreadnoks.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is that supposed to be like a jet ski and a sea sled on this thing? Is that what the purpose of these two?
That's what it looks like.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then it had a little undersea like a hover thing that could go under and fly, and then it had a lay down motorcycle.
And the left nut detached and turned into a floaty bubble thing.
Is that what
They
that
all
is?
float down here.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at it on a bigger screen. So, like I said, it's just like, now that's a fun play feature. It's just gonna float up and spin and tip over because you got figures inside of it. So it goes blip.
I thought the thing that he was laying down on was just like a lip for him to lay down on. I didn't realize it was a motorcycle. I thought those
Punk,
wheels
are we
were
in your
like-
living room? Is that where we're at now?
No, I'm just standing up. That's everything just behind me.
Yeah. I'm curious what the function of the little wart on the side of the thing is. Like that big yellow circle right smack dab in the middle. Did that have a function? Yeah, like I said, I can't help but look at this as a dong now, so it's a wart. Yeah. But like, did that have a play function?
I think that was that served as the handle where you could open it up if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, so that was like a door right there?
Yeah, it like opened up. I think it was like hinged where you could get to the inside of it, I believe.
Nope.
And I think that was what you pulled, I think.
Now, I mean, this is an 80s toy. Was it actually on a hinge that would open? Because they can't do that nowadays.
Right. No, it probably did have tabs and just popped off. I don't remember, honestly.
Most G.I. Joe stuff was like tab and the hole and
Yeah.
Is that big boa on the top turret?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, I think that was one of the reasons why Frostbite actually had it in there, was because it was he made jokes about Big Boa being in it and Road Pig.
Yeah, so Big Boa's handling these big guns with his boxing gloves on because you didn't get a choice when you were a kid, did you?
I just pulled it. I pulled it up on 3D Joe's, and it opens. It is hinged. It opens on both sides, and also the back bubble part opens the same way and has room for like 3 guys in there.
Oh,
you know what this thing looks like, right? It's a fucking super soaker.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit.
You just put a grip on it and you got it.
Super soaker pack.
Just a super soaker dong. Is that what we're agreeing?
Yeah.
I don't know what you guys were talking about when I was downstairs grabbing something to eat, but I feel like I need to leave again.
This thing has a weird aftermarket.
How do I leave you in charge for like 10 minutes and I come back to super soaker dongs and stuff?
I'm just scrolling through your slides, man. You invited these guys. I didn't.
Not an enabler at all, Ed.
Frostbite, come back, all right?
We're going to move off the dong.
Yeah. What else do we got that isn't a dong?
This is Frostbite.
This thing, I forgot about it. I feel like you should flip this over and remove the mattress tag immediately.
That old robot. hovercraft.
It looks like a like a gel compartment. Yeah, it's a good point. Mattress. Yeah, I don't think I ever had this one.
No, I didn't.
How have you ever seen this?
I didn't.
Battlefield robot hovercraft.
Why is it a robot?
So yeah, he's not even driving it. It's like a Roomba with a gun on it.
Yeah. So this was the 80s, right? Like a lot of white blows, Christmas kind of 80s time at the production. And this is what happens when somebody looks at their Pop-Tart in the morning and goes, I can make that into a toy.
So this is late 80s, early 90s.
It's a freaking flying Pop-Tart.
Yeah. You got any new ideas? Oh, yeah.
I was eating breakfast this morning. It was inspired.
Yeah.
Print it.
Well, this is one that Lenny has. I don't know what he was going to say about that.
I feel like we stole his material now. I'm sorry, Lenny. We didn't mean to do that. We'll take your leftovers. Crows will eat anything.
I can't believe we went over 3 hours talking about this. Like I didn't think it really go this long.
Oh, I can. I believe it.
Well, Matthew was.
I knew you would.
I wasn't expecting to have Matthew on, but I mean, some of those we just got off on, and I'll have to clip that and make that into its own segment because man, some of that shit was funny.
Oh yeah, man, I was laughing so hard at some of the stuff you guys were dropping.
Yeah, I was trying to listen to some of it while I was driving around.
What are you doing, Punk?
Punk went full VHS.
I see that. You've got like the 80s disco freaking
adjust the tracking, Punk. Adjust the tracking.
Yes. It's like watching old, back in the day. Where you would just wish the channel would come in for a minute.
Yeah. On the old channel.
trying to watch that HBO late at night.
No, you've got two cameras going. Punk.
There he is. Look. Yeah. That's
two cameras, two problems.
Well, do you
That's
remember?
not that weird in the room.
Do you remember when the camera died while on stream? Like you started moving out? That's the same camera.
Oh.
It only died that one day, and then it worked perfectly fine. And then today I saw it started doing that. But I just put it up there so I could stand. I can always use the camera on the laptop that's up there, but it's just not that good. I just got to be able to stand at times, even though I just went downstairs and grabbed a little bit of food. I needed something to stand. All right. Let's see what else we got here. So again, this is Lenny. I don't even know what this is. Another robot.
I had this one. I had this one too.
This is much smaller than the Transformers Devastator. I gotta say that.
A little bit.
That's Xandar, yeah?
No, that's an Alley
Viper.
So,
oh shit, I'm blind as hell. I gotta put my glasses on.
At least this one turns.
It does, but I mean, I'm big on Path of Flow, and they've taken that really weak pivot point that whole front track turns on, and they've reinforced it with two guided missiles that launch off the side of it just to blow out that O-ring completely, right? So,
who said they're guided missiles?
Okay, even unguided, fine.
They look kind of like they're pointed towards the ground anyway.
It can turn twice. When it turns one way, it fires a missile to stabilize it, and then it turns the other way and fires a missile, and then that's it.
And that's it, yeah.
You get 2 turns on the battlefield.
Right. And the other ones are for when it's just going straight aimlessly.
I can honestly say I don't remember this at all. Like nothing about this is obviously after I was done. This does not like nothing here. I'm going like, oh, I totally remember this, or I can't like nothing. I'm looking at that thing going, God, that was stupid.
The best part about all these small vehicles with the big missiles on them is like if you shot a missile off a vehicle that small, that vehicle is just gone. It's getting pushed across the battlefield. Flipped over.
All right. So quickly. We're starting a little late. David R. just sent a super chat. Do we want to start? Do we want to start the? Because we haven't even told everyone what we were going to do.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So are we
all right,
going?
It's $9.99.
Okay. So here's what we're doing. Yep. We're going from retroactive 7 p.m. So basically, for the next hour and a half, whoever sends the most super chats. Aaron, do you have it?
Yes.
Somebody's going to have to write it down and keep up with it.
Well, good Lord, that sounds awful.
I'm going to write it down. I got my pen somewhere. I'm going to write it down and keep up
All
with
right.
it.
So, whoever sends the most in donations, and it doesn't have to be one donation. So if someone sends a $12 super chat and Dave's like, hey, I want this, he can send another 10. Now he's up. You will get this Starduster from the toy enhancer. All right?
Bam.
So let me remove you. I don't know how to do this.
For the top bidder while we're on.
And remember that count. Remember that counts towards the other climb goals already set earlier in the stream, doesn't it, Punk? So it's like we could cross another figure that giveaway. No, it doesn't cross that way. Doesn't count towards the achievement goal. Okay,
that's why we're streaming.
This is separate.
So here we go. We'll start right here. David R with the 990 super chat. This is a super sticker. Same thing. Anyway, thank you very much. So starting now, if you are watching, you want that Starduster. Here, let me play it really quick because
I can find my pen. I want to keep up with it. There it is. All right.
Top
good. Good now. Thank you, David. Let the bid battle begin.
I will say this: a lot of the heavy hitters were already in earlier. I feel like not that it's clearly has started to taper off. So I'm not sure if everyone just kind of sent things in early on because that's what they had. We'll see. But David R, either way, thank you. You may walk away with Starduster just for a $10 super chat.
Could be.
Yeah. You just may. Well, it's like dinner time on Friday night, so there's your late night crowd's going to be filtering back in here after a while. So
yeah, that's true too. All right. So, is there anything else to say about this thing?
Not this one.
I don't. It was mentioned up in the chat. Josh C said it right up there. Yeah, how many alleys are there between all those trees in the background?
Oh yeah, it is another fine choice of camo.
He's on the shore of Lake Michigan, Punk. He drove that thing there from Detroit.
Hey, as stupid as this thing is, if I had a real one, I would definitely drive it around.
Yeah, I would too, man. I ain't gonna lie.
I almost feel like and I think you could see this too, right? I almost feel like there was a game going on between Hasbro and their artists going, okay, you're going to do this vehicle, and then it's a random draw in a jar, like a set of car keys at a swinger party going, and you are putting in Alley Viper, right?
Well, we know what kind of parties Crow went to.
A set of keys at a swinger party.
And Daredevil Dave coming in with a $199 super chat. Guess I better get one in now. Well, you got to get more than that because it's $9.99 ahead of you.
Poor Dave.
You should have bid 1001.
Dave's been donating all day, changing names, adding comments.
Yeah, it was like 3 hours in before I realized that was Dave while I was driving around at work. I'm like, who's that? Oh,
yeah. We're getting Dave in by the slice right now.
A devil with toys.
Matthew just messaged me and said if we're still on, he lost the feed. My feed's been dumping out too, but not on StreamYard. So
yeah, mine actually just did too. I've got it up on the other screen and it crapped out, but StreamYard kept going.
Yeah,
I was having trouble logging in earlier, so.
Yeah, it's stopped out a few times, and I don't know why, but it hasn't stopped on StreamYard because I've been watching it here. I just refreshed the page.
I'm watching on StreamYard and YouTube right now on two different devices and haven't seen any issues so far. So,
nice.
Mr. Mad Guy says, "Damn, it's Friday. I thought it was Thursday." Fucking dementia. All right.
The piranha.
Who the hell's that?
Is that Charlie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Charlie's on the bed watching his YouTube.
Okay.
I
Did you
will
hear
say
him?
nothing
He was
makes
talking
more
for a minute.
sense than a small assault boat with a range viper in it. Why was he not on the last slide on that thing?
Dang.
Also, if you're watching, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. There's going to be multiple streams. You guys got to remember that. At 10 o'clock, we restart the stream over, just because we can't go over 12 hours, or YouTube says it goes hidden, which is really stupid. And
Yeah.
I guess, hold on, don't say nothing.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
And Turk Murphy Toy Solutions for the kids, $20 super chat. So Aaron,
Nice, Turk.
Turk is
Nice.
now in the lead.
You are the wiener for now. But hey, this is the cool part. David R is already $9.99 into it, so like, you know, if he could bring up his $9.99 real easy.
Yeah, he just doubles down.
This is true.
Doubles
And then
down.
they
plus
get
a couple.
it's a battle, baby.
Get a
Do it for the
$35
kids.
figure for $22.
Thank you, Turk.
So, Punk, have you blown this picture up at all and focused on the range viper's face?
No.
Yeah, he is one confused looking pilot. All the guns are going off, and he has no idea what's going on, man. Look at his mouth.
He's looking over his shoulder, man.
The boat's pulling out of the water. You see water flying off it. He's just like, ah!
You guys want to go for a boat
I
ride?
wasn't trained on this. I'm a wilderness trooper. What the hell?
I don't even know how I got here.
I should have had one of the little mountain climbing backpacks.
Yeah, see?
And
you get range viper.
Yeah. They were selling the figures. I think we know that. But I guess as adults, when you start I guess as kids, we didn't care. We threw whatever figure we wanted in it. But, you know, when Lenny did the video, Frostbite, when he did the video, I died because I just thought it was so good. And now that I'm watching it here, I feel the exact, like, looking at these, like, man, what were they thinking? They could have picked other figures to put in these vehicles that they were selling at the time. Right?
I mean, all things aside, the boat's kind of neat looking. Honestly,
it looks like a small moray.
I like
Yeah,
the louvered
it's
action
the-
on the, right there.
If you like the devilfish, you'd probably like this. Like,
Yeah. I did not have this one. This has come out at a time when I was still buying Joe's, but I was picking and choosing. I didn't try to get them all. So a lot of the vehicles from this time I didn't have, and that one, I don't even ever remember seeing that vehicle in stores.
That sticker that's on the bottom is the same from the Moray, that's for sure.
Yeah,
it is. Yeah.
After says, honestly, in G.I. Joe, any character instantly knows how to drive a boat or a tank or fly a jet.
That's a good observation.
Mr. Madga says, sounds like y'all doing an eBay bid.
It kind of is. It's an eBay charity auction. It's a YouTube charity auction for the kids.
I mean, those Joes would get in the jets and flying without having a gas mask on or air mask or anything. They just get in there, no helmet, nothing.
Ace was the only one that ever had on anything more than just a regular motorcycle helmet.
Yep.
What is going on here?
All right, so I don't even know what to say about this because first off, those aren't even wheels. I mean, what is that? Like, they're cones. They're cones, no treads. Like they're
What's going on with the range viper right now? He's trying to keep it from hitting him in the head.
It's a ceiling fan blade.
Just F off.
Okay, so that's
Got a good arm on there, though.
No, he's standing up, and that's the cover for being the driver.
Is that what that is? Okay, it looks
I thought it was a ceiling fan too because it looks like it.
Wow, he has a
also-
single hand on his rocket launcher device there.
If you look at the center of the gun and you look at all of the four things coming out of it, it looks like a fucking ceiling fan.
It does.
I thought the same thing too when I first pulled it up because this wasn't one of my picks. This was one that Frostbite had in here.
I'm also Go. Sorry, I didn't hear you saying something.
No, I'm
Let me
not
check
saying
my-
anything.
Oh, I'm checking my earbuds.
But I can't. Okay, so it looks like the gun is mounted to the side, right? Right above where the
Yeah, it's
driver.
not even the center.
It's
Yeah.
got a minigun that shoots straight. You got the with the Ninja Viper. What is he called again? I can't think of his name.
Night Creeper.
The Night Creeper in the back with his crossbow. Like, thanks a lot. We have all this armor. Shoot your arrows. Shoot your arrows.
What about the mine dispenser that looks like a toaster oven? It's just firing mines down like fucking pieces of
Oh my
bread
God,
right now.
I didn't even notice that. I didn't even-
Just cramp some mines in there and press go.
So I have a question while we're looking at this thing. So, Crow, you were in the military and you were in armor.
Yeah, but Ed
were
was in the military too.
Ed was in the military. Look at the cone wheels. Would this thing even move?
I was wondering what the point of that is. Like,
It certainly wouldn't move in the dirt.
could you imagine? Like, so a lot of guys don't realize those big armored vehicles, you have to put hub oil in there. You have to do checks and fluid checks and things like that. And right now, all I'm thinking is there's no way I could even get it looks like they've got safes on the end of the wheels. Like, you have to friggin' I don't know. I've got nothing to say about those. I didn't even know what to say about those.
Hold on 1 second here.
Here comes the money.
It looks like he took marker caps and made them into tires.
Jay Astro with the $2 super chat for the kids.
Thank you, Jay.
So not only does it have wheels that have no treads on it, have no tread, it has a big like grill guard in the front, like it's meant to go through stuff.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
this is
thing-
another breakfast inspired vehicle because those are just white styrofoam Dixie cups, and someone was like,
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, yeah. They
I-
kittens look like they look like buckets.
Is that the Saw Viper on the side?
It is. It is.
Yeah, it just desperate for relevance, firing his gun.
Flower.
Not even his gun.
No, it's not.
And
It
he
looks
does
like
look like he's-
Dusty's.
and he does look like he's ducking underneath that big gun as it rotates.
Yeah. I am also here.
Yeah, holy shit, guys, I'm over here. Like,
Yeah.
Watch where he swing that thing right.
That main cannon is clearly shooting at the ground too.
Yeah.
It is clearly firing at the ground.
Yeah. And quite honestly, with that big brush guard, if it is meant to go through a building or something, that top gun is coming off.
Hey, but that's just proof that even back in the 80s, all cannons did fire up and down.
So I think also, Punk, you just yeah, what a nod. So you know how many boxes we've watched? Because this is Frostbite's material. We're just stealing it at this point. I don't mind, but how many guys were shooting down? How many guys were shooting down? Yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong screen right now. There you are. But how many guns were we saying shooting down? It's because how many missiles did you see mounted to the front tire of a Joe vehicle? All the missiles are 4 inches off the ground.
Yeah, that's true.
And we have and 3-star draw dropping another $2.77 chat. Let's get the kids some eternal figure.
That'll probably buy one if we're going to Ollie's.
Maybe two.
I believe that Sarge said they do not accept eternal figures.
That is another fine and generous thing that Sarge has done for this.
He probably tried to unload all of the eternal figures and the Snake Eyes movie figures.
He
You
should
won't
try.
take
He
one?
should just He should just try returning them to Ollie's. Get some of his money back.
Get some of his money.
Like, you
He
take them back to
actually got rid of
Walmart.
he got rid
Walmart.
of them, a while back. He said, not a while back, but at a tent sale, he was like, "I just had to get rid of them." He said someone like bought them all up because they were excited to get them or something at like the price. Probably because they were going to use them for customs or something.
Custom fodder, yeah.
Good fodder.
Yep.
Oh, and here's the mobile battle bunker.
Nice.
Oh my God. What is this atrocity?
This is another one I've never seen.
So
That's
this
crazy.
actually, I may even have a shell. I feel like I may have a shell of this. I like this. All right, this to me. Ooh, someone thought that's funny. I was laughing so much, man. Don't
Sorry, guys.
laugh.
I gotta hit my mute. The kids are going a little crazy right now.
No, they're just laughing. I think I'm hilarious too. I don't even know who these figures are. I mean, that one guy looks like he's Cutter with, or is that Hardball?
Topside. That's Topside.
Okay, so do you know who these figures are? Because
Topside, Ambush is down front, I think, and I don't know who that is supposed to be on our right side as we're looking at it. This was definitely in the period where I was picking and choosing figures. I didn't have any of those guys.
Matthew says Topside.
Yeah. And I believe in the front it's Ambush because he had the little cover on his helmet, like he was trying to keep bees out of it, you know. And it looks like that's there.
Yeah, and it looks like a helmet. Like when you see it collapse, this whole vehicle looks like a helmet. All right.
It looks like a Star Wars vehicle when it's collapsed. It looks like Kylo Ren ought to be standing up there in the window.
Who?
Kylo Ren.
Who? Oh.
Who? Darth. Whatever.
He said Kylo Ren. Did you hear him?
Hold on. I'm going to type it out for you. There you go. Read the chat.
That must have been one of those. Maybe that was the Southern Star Wars that I missed.
That was
Bobby Wall. Bobby Wall would know that.
That was the Chinese version. They had to call him something different.
Kylo Ren.
But you got these missiles firing right above his head. It just doesn't seem like it's that good. It's very bad.
Yeah, I think Pee-wee said it good. It reminds me of a toolbox. Yeah.
Yeah, or fish or a tackle box, one of the two.
Yeah, I can see that.
Is that,
did anybody have this? Anybody in the chat have this thing?
No.
I'm just wondering if that's Tiger Force Dusty up in the corner there without his helmet on.
That might be the driver.
Oh, I'm looking at the top box next to Undertow or whoever that is, Topside or whatever.
Yeah, no, I mean, he doesn't come with a. He must not come with a. This must not come with a figure. But if you notice, there's a cow catcher on the front.
Yeah,
I feel like there should be a bunch of horses pulling it.
Stagecoach.
Yeah, it looks like a chariot.
The cow catcher thing looks like it's low enough that it could be like a mine clearing thing, you know?
It could be, or it could maybe pull up corn, wheat.
Yeah. Combine. Maybe you could slice potatoes on the front of it. It was a multi-purpose vehicle.
This was probably like a UK Action Force vehicle. It
slices, it dices, and
it looks like cobras. It looks like it's supposed to plug into the back of something. I'm just laughing. I'm like, yeah, you could have a cow catcher on there, anything, but just don't protect that front guy, whatever you do.
Yeah. He's a goner right off the rip.
And if that guy does not duck when they decide to fold that thing up, he just shit out of luck, isn't he?
Those rockets
I
are going to harm.
need to find out how many more of these that we have. We got so many.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, this is the last one.
The Humvee.
Oh God, I wish Frostbite was here for this because he went off on this one because it was his last one.
Yeah.
All right. So how do we?
I don't know about that side, man.
This is an actual Humvee. I mean, it's turned out.
Well, close to it, but
yeah.
This one is very well liked, though, in people that had later Joes. I see a lot of people wanting this updated for classified. There's your next HasLab. There you go.
Just make a regular Humvee. I mean, Jesus.
So do you guys see poor Outback getting smacked in the face by the back of that huge honking gun right now?
Yeah, that was pointed out where he's like looking at it.
Yeah, his hand's not on the grip at all.
No,
that nose is gone.
And then see, you got Pathfinder in the back with his weed whacker pointed forward.
Yeah. Yeah. This is the lawn maintenance vehicle.
It's the cart that picks up the golf balls.
Yeah. That's actually a sprayer on the side, right?
And then you got with the Captain Gridiron, just with his one gun just hanging out, ready to fire.
Don't forget the selling feature that's labeled in yellow. Weapons really shoot.
So Ed, did you ride in a Humvee at all?
Drove a Humvee every day.
Okay. So how many of them were tricked out like this?
Not a one of them.
just Ed's.
No side spinning cannon.
Yeah.
Did you have? No one had a gun on the step bar.
We had all of our Humvees are soft tops, so we didn't even have the MPs are the only ones that had the armored tops with the 50 cals mounted on them.
Why were the MPs?
I don't know. I didn't ask questions. I just drove.
Those guys got unruly sometimes.
Why would there be why is there even a soft top Humvee in the military? I feel like
it was cargo. It was just a room for
okay. All right.
Or else we had like enough room for maybe 8 guys in the back on benches and then 2 guys in the front.
Yep.
Okay.
General purpose vehicle, right?
Yeah. Everything was a Humvee when I was in the 90s. Everything.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Were you overseas at this time, or?
Yeah. I went over to Iraq.
Okay. I just feel like I don't want to have just a cloth cover protecting me when I go into battle. But no.
So, Ed, one thing I'll give this thing credit for, and you see it, you'll see it if I haven't noticed it yet. Finally, we get a Joe vehicle with an aerial whip, like actual comms, and it's represented properly here.
Yep. Yeah, that's right. It does have a whipped antenna.
Well, didn't Falcon also had the proper?
Well, but to stick it straight up, like you do that when you're stationary and you got time to like look for a signal. But otherwise, that's banging off everything. You have to strap those antennas down, and they do that with this hammer.
They're called a whip for a reason.
Yeah, that fucking sucks. Try searching for one in the woods because your guy dropped it.
And the problem with Falcon's antenna is that Falcon had a radio that was for Vietnam, and he was in the military in the 80s. So.
How far out of date was it? Like, how much smaller would that antenna have been?
No, it's not really the smallness of it. They went from having round antennas to having flat ones that just.
Okay.
They would look like this. Like we would patrol them like bent over the shoulder so that your eye was always on the tip of the antenna so you knew where it was.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense. All right.
When did they go to Dialtone's backpack?
Tomorrow.
About 2035.
Yeah. It's right around the corner.
With the drop down piece that doubles as a microphone or a targeting system for his radio.
Meanwhile, Dial Tone's over there with his cell phone going, nice toy.
Yeah.
Doing everything he's doing.
All right. So let's reiterate. Anyone popping in here, 42 people, please hit that like button. Aaron the Toy Enhancer, whoever donates the most money. And again, if someone over donates, I feel like all the big money was given early on. Because everyone went hog wild. Aaron will ship this out, this Starduster. So if you haven't got a Starduster yet, hell, I think $12 would win it right now, wouldn't it?
20.
$19.99, I think.
Oh, who did that?
Aaron's supposed to be writing it down.
If David R popped in another $20 or $11, he'd be at the lead.
Yeah.
He's trying to get a war going.
It still smells minty.
The Starduster War.
So did you guys have anything in mind to talk about? This is your show. This is not my channel.
Turkish
what were we talking about, guys?
Yes and no. We were going to talk about some of the newer Hasbro stuff, the Joe stuff that's been dropped. But Crow had a idea. Did you want to go with what you're doing, Crow? Because it sounds like a lot more fun.
Oh God, I was just kind of just winging it. But I did send some pics because I didn't refine the idea, guys, but I thought, wouldn't it be interesting if they'd had made a like? Have you guys been watching YouTube, seen these panel vision commercials for the movies that we have now, but they were released in the 50s?
Oh,
Have you seen any of those?
Yeah.
That got me thinking about what if G.I. Joe came out at the same era of all the great movies we grew up with. So like, yeah, like it was just one of those things. So I sent some pictures. I'd be like, which Joe do you think would be the best out of Star Trek and things like that? That's all it was. But we also said we were going to talk about NYCC a little bit.
Yep.
Turk Burke just plowed into the lead. Thank you, Turk. You're the man, bro. Thank you, bro.
Stereo.
So happy that we got to hear it on multiple devices that people have. Who doesn't have it muted?
Yeah.
Me.
It might be picked up on my mic and my headset. I don't know.
No, we all heard it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Make sure I have everything all canceled off here. So, yep, man, not me.
So so before you get started quickly, I did say that as we hit certain goals, and we won't know till Monday, if we hit $1,000, which we're over $1,000, I'm going to give away this dock. If we hit 2,000, going to give away a retro beachhead from Krusty Old Crow. At 3,000, we're going to give away a what was 3,000? Oh, a retro Cobra Commander from Sherlock. At 4,000, this is actually the big one. Plastic Fantastic is going to give away a 3D printed Wolverine.
Nice.
And
Classified Wolverine.
Classified Wolverine. Sorry. Classified Wolverine. And if we hit 5,000, we will do a giveaway for this Tiger Paw, which was generously donated to me from somebody. I don't know if he wants me to say his name. That's why I haven't yet.
Sarcas.
And it will be given away on Friday for Black Friday giveaway. So you have a chance to win a whole bunch of different stuff. So if you are, but right now you have the chance to win that Starduster by Aaron the Toy Enhancer. And the Shark Eyes, here's a tweenie, which is about $30 USD.
Oh,
Isn't that true? I thought your money was worth less than ours. It's what
That's mine.
That's
Crow's money.
Right.
Canada.
$20 in Crow's money is only $5 in America.
Thank you. Missed one.
Oh yeah, Turk bumped another one on there.
Oh, Aaron, are you keeping track of this hot fire?
Turk's got 2 for 20 so far. Am I correct, Turk? Yeah,
Yep.
It's 40.
I
He's
can
at
just look at
40.
the start. I know
Wow. Thank you, guys.
where it started at with David
Yeah.
Carr.
Yep.
We can just quickly go through there if we need to. So, all right. So you were saying something, Crow?
Nope.
It's your guys'
I've
show.
lost track.
I've been here now for 8 fucking hours. All right.
Yeah. Darren,
I'm gonna send you some food at one point. I'm gonna have it
Only
delivered
just
to your
over
house.
a day to go.
Yeah.
I went
So,
downstairs.
what do you
and I
want?
ate some already, so.
I don't know, Darren. Do we want to put up pics of the NYCC stuff? There's stuff to talk about there for sure.
Yeah,
we can do that.
I do like that Footloose. I'm going to say that right now. That's all. And then the pic's in there.
Well,
Mr. Madgas, yes, I believe I do belong to that group. To answer your question.
Yeah, I'm trying to read.
Come on, guys. Aaron is giving away a Stardust.
Yeah.
And it's for the kids. It's not for Aaron's pocket. It's not for my pocket. It's for the kids. 99 cents. Less than a cup of coffee a day.
Yeah.
Hell, less than a cup of coffee. Way less than a cup
I'll
of
juice
coffee.
that package up too. I'll put some
he's
extras in
gonna
there.
spice it up. He's gonna kick it up a notch.
Yeah, it's gonna have some extra because you guys been so great. I didn't even expect it to hit 20s like this. So
Same time Toys says, "Well, I've been with you almost the whole time, brother, but I get smoke breaks." I mean, I have walked away a little bit. The worst thing is I've been up since 6:30 in the morning.
I heard you say you couldn't fall back asleep after you took Olivia to school.
I took Olivia to school. I said, I'm going to come home. I'm going to crash. Of course, she had a half day. And I was like, you know what? Let me take a shower. I was going to take it when I got home. But I'm like, what if I run out of time? Which I would not have. So I took a shower. I laid down. I tried sleeping. I was like so amped up. It's like, you almost want it to just start just so you can, get going.
Yeah, wake up, not have to, not that lag of the in between waiting downtime.
Yeah. And I think one of the biggest issues, in all honesty, is that I know there's going to be times in the middle of the night where neither moderator is going to be on. So I'm kind of stuck with it myself.
Yeah.
But I
hey, if you have any trouble, just hit us up. I'll get up with you, bro.
Well, no, it's just having someone, moderate it and everything, that if something comes through.
Yeah, it's the late at night thing that's going to be the problem. Yeah. Because that's when all the animals come out onto YouTube and start posting their I know this from experience because I'm usually on Sunday morning at 4 o'clock.
Yeah. Same time Toys with a $1.99. All I got. Hey,
thank you, Shane. Yeah.
I said this before. If you can't donate 99 cents, I understand it. But we are all adults collecting toys. I know that you can spare 99 cents.
Every cent counts. Yeah.
Every single one, or $2.77. I don't know, one or the other.
Just 8 kids. That's it.
It's the only explanation.
See, he's saying spare 99 cents, but I send more than double that, and he gives me shit. Triple that.
That's because I just want to know where 277 came from.
I was gonna do 250, but 77. You said way back if you got an amount, break it up, and that's what I'm doing. Yeah. Just hope my account don't get flagged for all these little like $2.77 charges.
When I did my Monster Force thing through BBTS, they blocked my last payment on my shipping, and that's why it ended up taking so long. My bank account did, because I paid for it, and then I had to pay, I had it in 2 different orders, and then when I did the final thing where I shipped it out of my pile of loot, my bank was like, "Nope."
Oh, probably.
So what? So do they just kick it back? And
you got to redo BBTS sent me an email saying your thing didn't go through, so just repay it, and I sent it out, but it was like a day later, So.
Okay. All right, quickly. I had Ted make 4 Mossman videos, and I've only played 1.
Oh, well, let's go, Punk. Let's do
it. We deserve another one.
Right.
Let's do this. If we get a $5 super chat, let's play one.
Joe Fan.
There you go. Or if we don't, we play the same old ones from before.
That's
right.
Here we
go.
Joe Fan. 84, baby.
Joe Fan counts.
Joe Fan. Joe Fan with a $4.99 super chat. Evening, gentlemen. Finally off work. How is everyone doing? I'm actually doing way better. I'm honestly I'm wide awake. I feel so good right now. I don't know how long it's going to last for, but it's going. All right, so this is going to be the second Mossman one.
Yeah.
Oh, hey guys, it's Mossman again. And Dopey. No, you're not part of this one. Okay. Anyway, welcome back to the Punk with Toys for Tots Stream-A-Thon. So this is going on from October 25th through October 27th, which is streaming non-stop. So we've made a whole bunch of money so far to donate for Toys for Tots, but we can still keep going. We still got some time left. So if you want to participate, you can send a super chat or a super sticker, or maybe even consider becoming a channel member. And all that money, Lawrence is going to take that and go to this really cool toy store, Sarge Reds. He's going to buy toys, and all that's going to get donated for Toys for Tots. But anyway, we still got a whole bunch of really awesome content coming from a lot of great content creators. So let's get back to the show.
Bye.
I love super thickers.
Nice.
I thought that would be a lot longer.
They're all like a minute long. I love the dopey thing.
Yeah.
Let me get out of here. Like, okay.
Yep. All right.
Toyomic displays.
Dopey's from the Appalachian Mountains. He probably says Kylo Ren, like down south.
Kylo Ren.
Here we go. Money talk.
Who
Thank
is
you.
that?
Oh, nice. Shark Eyes taking the lead with a sweep, baby.
Whoa.
Wow.
Whose is that? That gives...
Yeah, who's got their mic on?
It's not me. I'm outside now.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what it is. But anyway,
What are you hearing?
Is
cool
it your other
doing here.
camera?
Have a
Punk?
great time. We're doing a toy swap event here in North Carolina for similar charity tomorrow. So if you're in North Carolina, hit up Toyomic and find out where it's at, and go over there and do some good. Because this isn't the only great charity. It's the best charity because I'm here.
Punk, is
All
that
right.
echo coming from your other camera?
No, that's off.
Okay.
Oh, that's another thing, Ed. And don't get off. Back out before we start the next stream. You should be able to stay, and I won't have to send you another code.
Okay.
All right. And Shark Eyes with the $50.
He miscalculated.
I miscalculated. So here's a 50 to bring my total up to 46.24 USD to be precise. Are you writing that down?
Yes.
Look up. You have fucking confused Aaron. He is so fucking confused right
I got
now.
you at, are you at $66 now, Shark Eyes? Is that what it puts you at?
No,
Or
he
is
says
one
his
math
total is
wrong?
46.24.
Okay, 46.24. We're gonna go with that. We're gonna use your math.
He did the math for you, and you still seem super confused.
Man, we're rolling back in, Punk.
Dude, 9th grade dropout. Come on, give me a break, man. Come on.
Snowworth, the $4.99 super chat for a good cause. Yes, it is. Thank you very much. And hold on, we got to do this.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here we go. Money talk.
I have no idea why it's doing that.
So it still did it. I was afraid my earbuds were too close to
Ooh.
my mic, so it still did it. I took them out and covered them.
I have no idea. So Turk Murphy with the $20. I think this is a super sticker. So I think does this put Turk up to $60?
This does put Turk up to 60, man. He just beat the heck out of Shark Eyes, and this is in less than a minute.
Look at that. Matthew Matson says Turk with $3 $30 or $20 super chat.
Wow.
And you know what? The best thing about this is it's not going to me. It's not going to anyone up here. This is going to what is it called? Toys for
Tots. This is gonna make
good cause
some kids Christmas magical.
Or as Darren says, Toys for Toys.
Toys for toys. Hey, that is much better than what my autocorrect keeps trying to change it to in my phone.
If it makes you feel better, Darren, that was up there and none of us noticed.
And I had that banner up that I ran for at least 2 weeks when I was live
Yes,
with
you did.
Battlefield and with Pop Blender, and nobody noticed it until last night or Wednesday night.
But I had done that so many times too, because like when I'm punching it on my phone, it's like right there. And Daredevil Dave, $4.99 super chat.
Nice.
Did I won? You won the game of life. When you died, met God, and then you were pulled back from the pearly gates because of electrolytes.
Have some electrolytes in the game of life.
Damn, I don't have a bottle with me. Normally do. I can't save anyone now.
Oh, I was thinking something else.
Yeah, exactly. It's not that kind of show, man.
I'm gonna have
What
that
kind of
bottle
stream you
later.
want this to be, Darren?
A Devil with Toys says, "Why do I have to die on every stream?" If you die and someone resuscitates you during this segment, we will ship you the Starduster.
Yeah,
you automatically win.
Word.
It's like you're like South Park Kenny, Dave.
I was just going to say he's our little Kenny. Thank you.
Oh no, somebody killed Kenny.
Hey, Crow was really working the magic that night. Crow knew what to do.
Not without those electrolytes, man. I was lost.
Okay. Full disclosure. If Crow and Loki weren't there, Daredevil Dave would be dead. Because Aaron had no fucking clue what to do. No fucking lie, dude. Dave, you're fucking dead. All right? We're calling 911. They're coming to get you. I'm calling
911.
I'm calling Travis Moody and Baldy Locks, and I'm like, hey guys, someone just died here. Can I swing by the hotel? I'm just fucking driving the hotel. Like I'm out.
Did you hear someone died at the toy enhancer's house?
I would have been out of there so fucking fast.
Oh man, some of your enemies would have had a field day with that, Aaron.
So I take it as like, how would we come back from Joe Fest? And I go right to my mental health and go, okay, picture this. I'm going to Joe Fest. And they just go from there, right? Like a guy dies. It just doesn't sound right.
We're glad we resuscitated you, Dave.
And we have Derek
Holloman.
Holloman.
Derek Holloman, thank you, bro. Man, you
going
guys are great. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yes, they do.
Everybody hit mute. I want to find out who's causing the fucking problem.
And then we need to do it one at a time. If this,
Well, I know, but we'll find out if it's me or not. Everyone on mute.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
Thank God it's not me. Ed, turn yours on.
Here comes the
Right.
money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
I already know it's Aaron. So Aaron, turn yours on. Is it on, Aaron?
All right, it's on.
Here comes the money. Here we go.
I got background effects going on. I got 5 kids running around.
No, there's 8 kids.
8 kids, my bad.
All
I
right,
miscounted
Crow.
you. We made some more kids.
It feels like the thing.
You made some more kids already? God damn it. You donated everyone. All right. This is Toys for Tots for Aaron's kids now.
Missy's right here.
We could use all
How
the
long
help.
does it take you to take you to pop one out? You create one and pop them out like
Tell them how long it takes you to pop one out. She's popped 2 out for me.
well, you said you have 8 now, so all right.
Aaron, you gotta mute Aaron.
Oh.
Here comes the money.
No, he just said
I got a mute.
No.
Here comes the money.
That's just, it's mine?
It's you,
How is it mine?
fucking old man. God damn it.
How is it mine? I've got one device on mute, and then there's this that I'm
know.
filming into.
So you're the thing.
I'm the thing. Ah!
Busted.
All right. Well, I can't read the chat then. We'll just get rid of that device. Try it again.
Here we go. Money talk.
All right. I'm going to have to get rid of the earbuds.
It's all his devices. He's like Batman.
There-
Well, it's weird.
It is. I've got a.
Allison.
There's nothing else going on. You know, like there's nothing else going on like while we're talking, and
No.
we're doing a lot of talking.
You can hear now.
All right. So if everyone's watching, you can also send. You can see it down here to my
Oh,
page
thank you.
now,
Plastic Skull.
ljfrontera@gmail.com. That would also, like, if you send it there right now, and you don't want it to be anonymous, you can also win this Starduster. But no one sent anything, so you don't have to worry about it lately.
There goes the YouTube stream again. Is it crashing for somebody else?
Oh, sounds like Aaron's echo.
No, I think it's time to just crashes. Maybe
Mrs. Toy Enhancer just popping in to say hey.
Hey, Missy, how are you?
Hey, Miss.
And how are y'all?
You remember when you used to hate me?
It's your voice. It's your voice. I did not.
Didn't. No,
Wow.
she didn't. Oh
It
my God.
was. It was just. I guess it wasn't. Not necessarily your voice, just
No,
the way
I have
you
a-
talk.
I have an awful voice. Don't worry. It's not like I have a deep fucking voice. Dude, I
But
get
when
it.
I
We
met
don't like
you
his
in
voice
person,
either. It's his
though,
shining personality that
things
really
go-
draws. us.
yeah.
It's
I
just
like
your
your
voice. But then I saw your personality, and I was like, "Fuck, you're worse than I thought you were."
No.
She's upset because I'm falling asleep to your voice every Monday night.
That's
There
weird.
ain't nobody that falls asleep to this voice. It is so high pitched and awful. I will say that I know I have cadence like my dad, and sometimes you talk and you'll say things you know your dad used to say. But I was dropping my son off at my dad's yesterday, and both kids were in there, and I called my dad. I'm like, "You home yet?" And he starts talking. And as soon as I hung up, the kids are like, "It's like talking to you." I went, "What?" Like, it sounds just like you. He's like, "You might have a little bit of a deeper voice, but."
I don't have the greatest voice either, so it's okay.
No, you do.
Thank you.
I don't have a manly voice. I wish I had a Bobby B voice. I'm Bobby.
We
B.
all wish we had a
He's
Bobby
better.
B voice.
We had a Bobby B voice, but that's
Welcome
that's
to the
the
Bobby
you
B
have though,
show.
Punk. It would really blow people's minds. Like if a 4'5" guy come out and say, "Hey, how you doing?" It'd be just
5'4".
Oh, 5'4". I'm sorry.
You said 4.
Where's the gym?
I think probably closest to Bobby B's got to be Woody, right? With
Woody Triple Two, baby.
It's your boy.
All the baritones.
Legend Series 2.
Legend Series
Yeah.
2, I would say, yeah.
But Legend Series has that New York accent, which helps him out too.
But he could change
yeah.
it to any other voice at a drop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see here. Ted Darklaw says, if someone's going to talk trash about Punk, they have to do it in the form of a super chat.
Nice.
Ooh.
Yeah, like people are going to listen to that one.
Oh, this could be bad.
So Misty hated my voice. and to top it off, this is my favorite part. To top it off, Aaron is waiting at the airport for Crow, whose plane is like hours behind. And Aaron finally he goes, "Hey, just go in. Missy's expecting you."
Yeah, so we had to awkwardly meet each other without Aaron.
No, you did. I didn't realize you hated me. I didn't realize that you sprinkled fucking holy water around your fucking porch, thinking I wouldn't be able to make it through there.
So Aaron set that up on purpose. Then I got to be out of here when these two meet. I'm not going to.
Oh my God.
I'll come home to whichever one is still standing.
Right.
This is international flight shit.
And it was a similar.
Well, at least you
situation.
made up for it, though. I liked you after I met you.
Hey, I knew we was all going to be together by the end of the night, no matter what. I just had to pick everyone up, you know?
So quickly, let's
Welcome to the Creamery.
thank you to D Griff becoming the newest channel member. That
D.
will go
Griff. Nice. I like your, what's Stewie?
Stewie.
It's awesome, man.
So Missy, let me ask you, what made you change your mind about me?
I need a seat.
Let me get you a chair.
Yeah.
No, you were just genuinely nice. I think, like, when I say voice,
Don't say that to
think
people.
you sounded cocky when I heard you talk. Like, you sounded like a
I don't think
cocky
you can
person.
say those words on YouTube.
I don't give a fuck.
Imagine that.
Misty, I
Anyways.
agree 100%. I didn't like Punk at first either, but then once I got to
You
know him,
just,
he
and I don't even think it's that. Like, you were just confident, and I never really watched you. I would just be on the sidelines and hearing Aaron talk, listen to you all the time. So
What did Aaron say?
and then after I met you in person and we actually had a conversation, like it was fine.
I want to second this. Daredevil, A Devil with Toys, the dude that died at your house. Narrate all of Aaron's video. I'm with you. I think that would be way better than listening to this guy. Well,
Probably.
I said this before, in all honesty, a lot of people do not like me from the vibe that they get when they first see me or hear about me. And then once people usually get to know me, they're like, this guy's actually pretty genuine. I know too many people that are probably way worse than me, like in their attitude, but they put a face on because they want people to like them. It's when people get to know them, then they're like, then people meet me and they're like, oh, that guy's just an asshole. Then they finally get to meet me and they're like, this is actually the guy
You don't care what people think. I could care less what people think either. I'm gonna be me either way.
Yeah. But I mean, people realize like this is the guy that if I call to help move, he's gonna be the one to come over. Even though I probably don't want to.
And give honesty.
Nobody wants to help somebody move, but
All right,
like
I'm being beckoned. I have 8 children carving pumpkins in my living room. So
wait, so how do you
That's a lot of
Carving just
children with
pumpkins.
knives.
and you might want to watch
yeah, they all have freaking kitchen knives too.
They're okay.
Pumpkins.
No one's screaming yet.
What were you saying, Punk? I thought you said wait.
Oh, you guys missed Olivia opening the box.
Oh.
Anyone see Olivia opening the box?
Yeah, I saw it. I had it on. I wasn't chatting.
Bye, y'all.
I'm not gonna lie. You saw me back up. Like
Yeah.
when she turned the razor the other way, I'm like, Carol says, "I grow on you."
Instead of an unboxing, it almost became an live unpunking, is what it actually became.
I have a feeling there are some channels that probably would have sent in super chats for that one.
Yeah.
That'd be people like, I don't care if this is staged or not. I'll give $25 for this. That was great.
The worst when she brought it up, I'm looking at the box. I see Target on it, and I'm like, "What?" I'm like, I'm going through my head trying to think of what I ordered, and it took me forever to remember the guy that said that he shipped it. I think overnight or in 2 days. I'm like, you don't need like. He sent me like the tracking info because it's one of those things. Like, I think he's new to the channel, and everything. So it was just kind of like if Crow tells me, "Hey, I got this for you, Aaron. Hey, I've dealt with you guys before. I know you're gonna go through with it." I'm not saying he wouldn't, obviously, because he did. But when someone's new, you're like, I don't want to say I have this tiger paw, especially a tiger paw. Even if Crow says, "Yeah, I'm gonna give you this," this beachhead, and then Crow bails, I can go to fucking Walmart and get a beachhead right now. I think, well, I don't know, someone has them. I can find a beachhead. The tiger paw, maybe not so much. So I do appreciate it, and once he says I can say his name or he jumps in here, I will be more than happy to say who it is. So, all right. Ooh, so
nice.
D-Grip has gifted 5 Punk memberships. Let's
Awesome.
hit that. You know what? Olivia, come here.
Oh, we get it live.
You get a live. He gifted 5 of them. And Boba Fett Gaming, Anthony Aguilera, John Morris, Beta Late Than Never, and Mr. I don't know. Other than Boba Fett, I don't really know any of these people. So anyway, awesome.
Might be some sleeper agents.
Yeah.
We need a live version of Welcome to the Creamery because somebody donated 5 and bought one early. So get over here.
I'm actually going crazy. I called Mom and she was like, "What is wrong with you?" I have no one to
But we need 5 of them.
Hey, get over here. Full screen. Get over here. You almost chopped
Why
your
is he
dad up.
peeing on the grave?
No one else noticed.
Messed up.
I have Roman.
That's great.
I actually took a picture. I meant to post it last night, but fell asleep. All right, come on. Let's do it. It's for the kids. Look at this. 80s Toy Boy says it's for the kids.
I'm already doing Blue Bash for kids.
Okay, but you're going to do Welcome to the Creamery.
Come on, you got your Christmas pajamas on.
The Creamery?
Yeah, no.
Nice.
Sorry.
With feeling.
Let me,
You put the Marine cap on.
can't even see it. Oh my god! Welcome to the Creamery.
Nice.
That is what I get to. That's what I get to live with.
Okay, but you're not dealing with it for like 24 hours. You're just gonna go insane.
And-
Oh my god!
And she's missing me so much that she called her mom to talk. We're gonna be coloring, so if you want to color, well, actually, we're gonna be coloring the other one if we finish it. That's what I
You
forgot
ain't
to do.
finishing this, girl.
All right. It's 11 a.m. tomorrow with Allison. Everyone wants to, dude.
Everybody wants to see. Oh my god! I feel
Aren't you coloring Stitch?
Yes.
Yes. We love Stitch. Missy sleeps with a Stitch pillow. Like it's her favorite thing.
All right. Well, I sleep with how many Stitch plushies, Stitch Funko Pops, Stitch
Nice.
Stitch painting right by me while I sleep. I hit it sometimes.
But Missy's in a
Yeah. My wife's 32 and she sleeps with a Stitch pillow.
You know what? Period. My idol.
Okay.
Well, if I had to choose between sleeping with Aaron and Stitch, I'd probably sleep with Stitch.
I would too. I would be more comfortable.
All right. So what were you guys going to talk about?
Let's talk about toys, man.
Dude, you guys got like 40 minutes left. Actually, we can run over. It doesn't matter. I don't. If it goes till 10, if you guys go to 10, I'm cool with that. I'm gonna eat some Fritos.
We can go all night.
Yeah. No, you can't. He's got other people that's got to come on.
Yeah.
He's setting other people back.
That's right. Punk's got to review Raiders of the Lost Ark, which he finally saw after 45 years or whatever it is.
I can't wait for that. Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually have
excited.
something here to prepare for that too. I'm looking forward to that.
I'm screen recording that.
So I just wanted to pop up some of these figures that that we've all been seeing and whatever went up for pre-order. Kind of get the gang's thoughts on some of these guys because we've all seen them, but we haven't really talked about them. What's the general consensus on Dial Tone? I think everybody pretty much really likes this dude. I think I've got 3 slides on each figure. So
why don't we start with Ed? He's right up at the top.
I loved Dial Tone as a kid. He was probably one of the last Joes I actually bought, and I just loved him. I was actually in communications when I was in the Army. So,
okay.
I did too. I also liked Dial Tone for the same reason. He was a communications guy, the one of the nerds, the smart guys, and I just thought that was a cool aspect that was coming into G.I. Joe. You got to think G.I. Joe was really smart with doing things like drones and all kinds of crazy stuff, futuristic stuff we'd see that became modernized later on. We didn't know what a drone was back in the 80s. Did you guys? I didn't.
Right. No. The cool thing about Dial Tone 2 back then was they gave him tech that wasn't so far-fetched that it was like unbelievable, right? It was like
yeah, he wasn't Battle Force 2000,
right?
But I don't know. I remember the day I got him because I was persistent and trying to tell my mom we were leaving with an action figure, and Dial Tone had just come out, and I think I was impressed with the backpack, not having a single clue what it, how this thing even worked. But it was, that backpack, that was a stellar design of imagination that we're I think even what they've done with this now, like opening it up, giving all that function and things like that, but like even like the fabric on it, that's just a testament to how good the design was back then, right?
Yeah. And I mean, when you think technical, you think of Dial Tone and mainframe, instantly.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I love the pencil mustache too.
Yeah.
Wish I had a pencil thin
mustache. I love this figure. I think I have 3 Dial Tones. I know I have 2 complete. I think I have 3 right now. I absolutely love this figure, and they made them so they can clearly do a retro carded version, give them the right color guns. Because that gun is close enough to what they gave him. Yeah. I've heard people already complaining about putting the cell phone there. Who's going to shoot like that? Man, this is G.I. Joe. All right, honest to God. But it's not that much different than what, real world, like Grunt has, where it folds down and he can read everything. This is just directly in front of him. And let's be honest, he's this electronic guy, man. He probably has it so it points and he fires, right? Probably has bullets that follow him.
He's probably live streaming whatever he's shooting at.
Yeah.
He's probably streaming it to StreamYard or YouTube or something.
Well, the problem that I have is why people are having such a hard time with this when we have heads-up displays built into helmets. In
100%.
Damn.
Yeah. And I like what Ed said, and I take it with what Darren said. Right, like it's one thing to lend comms to a battlefield to alert your commander what's going on, but if you can send them live stream video footage as well as that, and maybe that's what Dial Tone's doing.
Because,
good point. We still don't have Scoop. Scoop isn't a character a lot of people really want,
but we have somebody who can videotape shit here.
Yeah. And you know, at some point we're going to be getting a repeater. Go ahead. I know what you're doing.
Yeah. Kirk Murph, man, you're the man. Thank you so much, bro. That puts you up to 80, bro.
Kirk Burke, Toy Solutions, a $20 super chat. Let's get that cash flowing. Yes, please, everyone. If you have a little bit, we have all day tomorrow. All right? Because I'll tell you what, if you guys cash out in the first 10 hours, I won't be doing 36 hours. Why would I do 36 hours if I know everything's going to come in 10 hours, right? That would just be stupid. I don't love YouTube all that much. I love the backpack on this.
Yeah.
I love that they put a computer in the back. So someone can flip it down and they're working on it. He has it down. It's just taking the backpack. Now, and all I have to do is paint it white for a retro card version. And this, the original one, it was a speaker. I think they actually made it to an eyepiece on this one. So I thought Lenny said something about that. But I just love this. I mean, it's futuristic, but not too futuristic. Mm-hmm. Clearly with that radar, that means we're getting a Psych Out, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I know Andy Soyboy said he loves Psych Out. I hated Psych Out.
I hope they go with the IDW, more interrogator, psyops like dude than Lobot, you know. With him.
I don't know which one that is. I don't know like his version, but it would be cool if they do something like that. And then if you do the retro version of him, you make him retro.
Did Psych Out come with that parabolic mic?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, he came with one that he held, and then he had radars on his wrist.
Yeah, I remember he had him on his body, but I didn't know if he had one that he held.
Yeah,
it was really funky.
Yeah, it didn't look like the megaphone. It held down like a Geiger counter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, who cares?
So I'm excited for Dial Tone. Pop Blender and I have talked about it before. He was very hard to get when we were kids. We looked for this dude everywhere, and it was when we found him, it was kind of like finding the Grail of the Wave. Even though those were the two, him and the Bat of that year. If you could find them in stores. My only thing with this figure, I love the backpack. I still think it looks like a fireplace or a potbelly stove. But I do like how they've updated it. My concern with this dude is he going to stand? How hard to stand is he going to be with this backpack on? I'm hoping maybe a little better than some of the other figures, but all the weight's going to be in the bottom of it. So I'm hoping that it looks like it's centered well on his back, you know, so you can kind of distribute it better. That's the only thing that worries me. Other than that, I think this dude looks great.
So I have a conversion of a Tiger Force style tone I did with a backpack like that Loki provided me. And it's not something you can ignore because the bottom of the backpack's going to have a lot more weight than the top. Mm-hmm. I feel like you might be onto something as far as having to bend them a little bit to keep them upright.
Yeah. Kind of like, you know, you have to do that a little bit with, with a lot of them. Techno Viper is one. You kind of have to give them a little bit of leg bend and stuff.
Outback's backpack's pretty bulky too, as far as weight.
Oh yeah. Outback,
Falcon. Yeah.
So Matthew's saying there's $863 in supers, not counting the $600 pre-stream and anything else sent to PayPal.
Nice.
Is that all? Why does it seem like it's so much more? I mean, I don't even know when Matthew counted it.
He hadn't even been here the whole time.
He's not down here. He's not down here, so I don't.
He's watching it in super speed.
Yeah, I know he caught up with it.
So now I want to count it.
Yeah, I thought for sure you would have some way to keep up with it. I mean, you know, maybe not writing them all down, but I thought maybe you could see it through YouTube or something on your end.
Kenny Rogers says you never count your money when you're sitting at the table, punk.
Right. There'll be plenty of time for counting.
That's right.
When the dealing's
When the
done,
streaming's
karaoke. Yeah, when the streaming's done. That's one of my karaoke songs. So here we got Larry Neck. I saw you had the hat over there.
I do. Just for you guys.
Yes. Yeah.
There we go.
Hang on. I'll go get mine.
If we can get some regular glasses, like regular clear glasses to put on him when we get this figure, there's going to be a lot of Larry Neck photos going on. There you go. Don't take your glasses off. There you go.
I'm going to buy one just for Thanos then.
Look at that. Are they giving
you
you
the goatee again? So
are they giving you a cut of this for the likeness? Did you get paid for the likeness rights? they instead of Ron Runette, they went with Punk.
I love this figure.
Yeah.
I wish they would have had an F-16, but again, I'm the one that keeps saying, I don't need the exact same stuff. But I also know that when they do a retro card, if they get there, we're not going to get the M16 with the 203. But I'm perfectly fine with the M4 with the 203. It's close enough. I just feel like, doesn't the gun seem small, or is he just really that big of a figure?
It looks small.
I think it looks.
It definitely.
I think it's. And this is a different one than the one we've gotten, right? Because we've already gotten that gun. The Valkyries come with it. Metalhead comes with it. That's a different sculpt of the gun, right?
Oh yeah, no, yeah. Oh, this is a complete.
I think that one's way small.
I think
that's
making the gun. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
That one that you're talking about is an AR version, but this looks more like an actual M4, just with a tiny handle. Why didn't you put the handle on it? It's tiny. Like, I would have rather not been on there.
Yeah, you're right. This does, because like the Van Helsing, one he comes with, this looks a lot like it. So, but they've given us the M16, and the M16 is probably the best battle rifle, assault rifle in the classified line, in my opinion. And with that AK coming in second, shouldn't they be able to take that and just throw this?
They haven't done a 16 with a 203 on the bottom, though, right?
Yeah.
No, but they can, it's right here. Just
for
take that piece and stick it on the M16,
and then get rid of the scope on it.
So I'm looking at this, and I don't know your American variants on these, but we have Canadian variants on these. We call your M4 our C7. And then the compact drivers variant, it's a C8, and that's got a shorter forestock and a collapsible back. And when you can mount the 203 on the bottom of it, the 203 exceeds past the foregrips of the rifle. That's all I think this is. I think this is a compact variant.
Yeah, possibly. Yep.
Yeah, and it's got that extra mag pouch on the side of the buttstock that's making it seem even smaller somehow.
So I guess for me, I think this is.
We're talking about freaking toys here. They're toys.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's you. It's Punk.
With the foregrip is what I'm looking at. What bugs me about this is they did a brand new vest sculpt for the guy, didn't they?
Oh yeah.
So yeah.
So
it's all new, I think.
Yeah, so it just bothers me a little bit because you're going to get a retro where you get everything you want from the original Leatherneck. If you're going to do a new vest sculpt for them, I would have loved to see some actual M203 grenades on there as opposed to the hand-thrown fragmentations that they always put out there.
Yeah.
See, to me that's the problem. I feel like everyone wants something that is like the original, and that's why they're giving the retro card. But I feel like they're too scared to veer away with the classified boxes. They're too scared to veer away from it, knowing that people are going to get mad about it. And it's like, no, like Jinx, Jinx, they did enough to make her, so when they do a classified or a retro version, they can do everything. But Quick Kick, they should have modernized him.
Definitely.
They should have modernized him. Again, you keep the same head sculpt if you want, but they should have made some changes to it just because of that. So I'm with you, but I understand why they're not.
Mm-hmm.
They're scared to take risks.
I like Crow's idea of giving him some 203s and
Yeah.
have put up here instead of the knife. It looks fine, but it's going to fall out.
Why? I never
Because
had
it's that upside down sheath. Some of them don't stay in there.
Well, that's why you need
Couple
a
of
good
mine
gun,
don't.
because it'll just melt in there.
Yeah. So we got his backpack. Backpack looks good. I like that they did his roll in green.
Yeah, I do too.
The brown straps. It would have been nice if they hit the cantina too.
I'd like to hit the cantina myself.
Yeah.
What's
Get
all
you
this
some cups.
I'm
He's
not
got
gonna
some
say
sort of Zen wristband, doesn't he? That metal wristband on his wrist.
Watch. Oh yeah, over here. Yeah.
Yeah.
The wrist joint hiders.
But from the other pic, you can see it doesn't go. It's one of those. What are those spiritual things?
Yeah, it's like it's the ones that has the magnets in each end. So blood flow.
Oh my god!
Arthritis protection.
What's that called? It's supposed to be a magnet that helps out all your pain.
Yeah,
helps blood
But
flow.
those
And all that
they're
other stuff.
copper. They're usually copper.
Yeah,
Yeah, they are usually copper. But
God damn you, Crow!
Saved my eye.
What? I just saw it.
No, your noise. 80s Toy Boy says, I think the gun will grow on us. I don't have a problem with the gun. I just think it looks small on him. It might just be that he's a big buck.
Yeah.
But I just
and
think
it looks good
really
from that
small.
angle, but
Yeah.
as we dudes know, it depends on what angle you're looking at it from.
is his watch mounted cockeyed on his wrist?
Yeah, I think it's movable though. I'm sure that's probably a removable piece. So it probably just didn't have it.
So it's just
straight.
it's a overlay for the
Yeah.
wrist.
Yeah, they do that on some of them to kind of hide the wrist.
The
Where
wrist
you
joints.
pop the hot hands on and off. So I think he looks good. I mean, he's not like my favorite character or anything, but I think he's a must-have. And we got this dude, which went up the other day. So anybody order him? What are y'all's thoughts on Mindbender?
I'm
I
pissed.
picked up 2.
This guy
Says
pissed
the
me
Viper.
off. I wanted a plastic cape with him so I could feast off the tears of the people in the classified forums crying about the plastic cape and you need. I was hoping. I've never really wanted that so bad, but man, I was hoping for it. But everyone's gonna get their wish. They get their Cobra symbol on the back.
Yeah.
Hopefully there won't be any rub.
Right. I'm thinking it looks like they changed the fabric, so maybe it was
Yeah.
to prevent that dye rub. But I don't like what is different about him other than the cape, and he comes with some different, more retro accessories like nothing.
Well, besides all the people that are crying, I never got a chance to get them.
Let's have a look.
Supposedly his purple is supposed to be a little bit brighter. They were talking about a toy kind of mood, I believe, last night.
Okay.
But I don't know.
I don't know what like the version that we got as far as the aesthetics, the only thing that was missing was the Cobra sigil on the cape. For me, everything else looked, fine.
I'm looking at my Mindbender right now beside the image, and it's the exact
Me too.
same figure.
Me too, except for the cape, man. It's dead on.
So you're just not getting the jars and brains and skulls that came with the regular edition.
I take that back. Well, the ring around the boot is painted. That's just a paint app.
Oh yeah, seen.
But other than that, shit.
Yeah.
See, there's not enough. That's not enough difference for me to want to buy this one. Like, I don't need it.
No, but if you're new to the line and you don't want to pay,
Oh yeah,
$200.
Definitely.
for
That's
a
what I'm
line
saying. All the people that did miss the chance, I mean, they are gonna pick this up. I picked up 2 just to have an extra one, to trade or whatever. I think it's gonna sell pretty well.
Oh,
Yeah.
it will. At first,
There is a reason why this one is still worth so much money because not that many people have them.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, it was a smart figure to reissue. I mean, for them for fan service.
Oh,
It's
people.
like they're telling people like don't like they're gonna get. He's a main character.
Oh no, there was people on Facebook like they were going to stop collecting online because they couldn't get their hands on Mindbender. So, well, if I can't get one, I'm just going to drop everything. But yeah, that's how dramatic this figure got.
I like what it represents though, because you're going to get a Serpentor in this way at some point, right?
Yeah.
Making it more accessible for everybody to get caught up in the line without breaking their bank, so they can spend money on things.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, it's a smart repaint, but I mean, for most people that have Mindbender, it's probably going to be a pass unless you're a completionist. I do like his weapons, but it's not enough for me to, to buy this one.
This one was definitely made just to give the people the chance to get Mindbender. That's all it is.
So at the same time, Toy says it's so going to piss off everyone. Sell theirs for $200.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think this is going to hurt the price of the first Mindbender at all, because it's still numbered. If you're a completist, you're a completist, and you're going to pick everything up, right?
Yeah.
There may be less people that want it, but how many people are really willing to pay that right now? Eventually, as the line goes on, or even if it ends, there's going to be people that want to complete it, and they're going to pick it up. That's why, like, when people were saying about the with the what is it called, the HasLab, and I'm talking about the O-ring one, when it came with the Mickey Mouse Cobra Commander, it wasn't going to change that. Oh, I have a Mickey Mouse Cobra Commander. People want the original Mickey Mouse Cobra Commander, and that price is not going to change because they reproduce it in a new version 40 years later. And I think this is going to be the same. Those numbers, whether they started it on purpose or not, they know now that people are going to buy them.
Yeah, they are definitely doing all of the numbers on purpose. I think most of us are probably in agreement that, like the first Mindbender or the HasLab figures, that kind of stuff should not be numbered because it's con exclusives. And and special project stuff. That stuff shouldn't be numbered.
Yeah, and same time Toy says Punk correct. It'll have all the extra parts as well. Exactly. That's very true too.
Yep. So let's move on. Oh, go ahead.
D is back, and so is Sergeant Arms. I mean GI Bro.
Sergeant Guns.
This figure reminds me of Bro for some reason.
There's Bro's cosplay for next Joe Fest.
Yeah.
He could pull it off if somebody can get a little Destro shirt to put on there. A little Iron Grenadier shirt for Mindbender. Rock and roll. What are we thinking on this rock and roll, guys?
Love it.
Okay.
Rock and roll was one of the coolest figures in the original release. So
I've heard people complain about it, and I don't get it. They didn't give him a helmet that's retro and dude. This is I don't want an O-ring. Okay, I understand a retro. It's got to be close. That's a military helmet. All right. And if you really have a problem with it, I guess just paint Dukes or whatever, right?
Yeah.
I don't think that. To me, that's not killing the retro look. He has the proper gun. He has the bullet belt, right? No tattoos. This is perfect for retro. And the green looks like the old O-ring stuff. To me, this is like perfect O-ring.
Notice it's the old buck too, right? It's the hinge gut. It's not those newer retro designs either.
Yeah, with the belly dance.
Yeah, and so what excites me about this is that I see that buck, and I can see a guy like Short Fuse, V1 Hawk, or Zap on the horizon.
Oz with the $5 super chat says, I'm going to go around like Mindbender, bare-chested and sleeveless, high-collared trench. If I get one picture of you like that from Legion's Con, I will buy you a Dr. Mindbender.
Oh, that sounds like a challenge, Oz.
Yeah, it does.
I just need one picture. You don't have to do it all day. I want you standing in front of some sort of booth high collared, shirtless.
Sleeveless trench coat with a monocle.
Oh yeah, you need the monocle. Need the monocle.
And it's Halloween time. You should be able to find a monocle somewhere. You look like the Monopoly guy. Let's see who else. Aaron, you said you like rock and roll. He's muted. He might have had to step out for a minute. Okay. I like him. I didn't order him. I'll pick him up eventually. I really like the version of rock and roll that we got, and this is the exact same thing, just with no tattoos and green. And I mean, he looks fine. I mean, you're right. It's perfect representation of the O-ring, the 82, 83 rock and roll. I'm perfectly fine with the other one. If I never
have the double horns, right?
I thought I saw in the package art that it looked like they were in there, but I haven't seen it. It's not here.
Both hands are in the package. It shows.
I'm trying to.
No tattoos. Legend Series wants to know who's going to be at Legion Con. He just bought his tickets yesterday. I don't think any of us are going.
No.
He wants to know if you guys are playing Smash or Pass.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Smash.
We're playing the G.I. Joe equivalent of Smash or Pass. Yes.
Yeah, I guess we could.
Smash.
Yeah.
Let me go back to Mindbender. Smash or Pass?
Pass.
Pass.
He looks like he enjoys it too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks like he could show you the ropes. That's for sure.
I can definitely see him and Gung Ho at the Blue Oyster Bar.
Yeah.
He has a complex safety word, that guy right there.
Yeah.
Safety word is DNA.
But you have to say
it out. Yeah.
Yeah. Did the original Mindbender were the tips? I can't believe I said that. Were they silver or was it all black? I don't remember.
Just the tip.
Just the tip.
So
I think.
I
think they're black.
Do you mean the O-ring?
No, the classified one.
Oh, the tips
I don't
of
remember.
what? The tips of the
I look at them all the time.
When you know what Mindbender's tip looks like.
So I've got it all here. Let me just have a look. It just was playing with it. I mean, looking at it.
I don't have the weapons on mine.
Mine's downstairs out on Frankenstein's.
Yeah, so there's silver on them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just couldn't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's the same weapons and everything. It's just you don't get the other nuances of it.
Okay.
I do wish the container was rectangle like the original. Because it's retro, right? And when you look at this, it is designed like the original, except it's a cylinder. I just wish it would have been a rectangle. That's a minor gripe that I'm going to have.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're in agreement on the weapons on these retro figures. So
yeah.
About this guy.
He's so armored up.
A lot to say. Yeah. Yep. So what are we thinking, Ed?
Who puts
You
a
like it?
stupid chainsaw on the bottom of a machine gun? Jeez.
Right?
How dumb.
Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead and cut a log with that and see what happens to that gun.
The gun is called the saw. It's not supposed to have a saw on it. Oh my God! Someone needs to fire Lenny right now. He's so awful. Just
oh my gosh!
Someone needs to give this line. They need to give it Valaverse, right? He would do amazing things.
I mean, if we're going to go back to the roots, who sends out a trooper into the woods to fight a battle in bright purple? I mean, come on.
He can only go out at dusk or dawn.
That's right.
To hunt Joe. So let's see. What do you think about him?
So I have no connection to the Saw Viper at all. And I think when we have this in hand, we'll understand more. And what I mean by that is Lenny said like everything comes off of him, right?
Yeah.
Everything's supposed to come off of him, I thought. So you can take it off and create a different looks.
Yeah.
I like this idea, right? The gun is clearly a saw machine gun, although they made it lay down just like the way Jesse Ventura's minigun was.
Yep.
And then he's a saw Viper. They said, hey, you know what? Let's put a saw bayonet on it.
Well, it is toys that we're talking about. So
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And it comes off. Like, who cares? I love it. I love the fact that they gave him an ammo belt rather than just like the ammunition, right?
Is that saw the same one that goes on the arm of the bat, though?
No.
No.
I don't.
No.
Nope.
But that
No,
backpack, I think that's the same one they gave with Roadblock in Tiger Force, wasn't it?
Don't have a picture of the back. It looks like it, but it could be.
Oh, I think so, because we talked about that. So someone pointed that out. We didn't realize it. Someone else had pointed that out, actually.
Yeah, because he's got the belt feed on the other side. So that's right.
I love this idea. Like, it's not my favorite figure, but they did something fun. And again, so many people are going to do pictures of him like pruning shit. It's going to be hilarious.
Yeah. The saw thing's the only thing that ruins it for me. I don't mind a fictitious looking character, but the saw wouldn't be sitting on mine for sure. But it's also, I think the other head they have with this, without the Cyclops X-Men visor on it, is better.
I agree with that.
The cool thing is that they make it so you can take the saw off, right? So I mean,
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
an absolute play feature. As a kid, we would have loved it, right? He would have been chopping up Joe's left and right. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, let's be honest, it's probably not going to stay connected to it anyway. So once we pop it on there,
Well,
Aaron, you had
Dr. Mindbetter has that fancy mansion with all his dentistry money. This guy's out pruning his hedges all the time.
Let's go into a dreadnought at some point.
Aaron, what do you think
of the Saw Viper?
Yeah,
No, a leatherneck.
Of Leatherneck, I would much rather Leatherneck over the Saw Viper because it'd be more groovy to me. But he's all right, man. I'm not gonna army build it. That's for sure. I'm just gonna get one. I think that'll do. And I mean, as far as the Saw, I'm fine with it, man. I mean, it doesn't bother me at all. I thought it was cool. And Classified has to do different stuff here and there. I mean, people were complaining about the cardboard box. I thought the cardboard box was pretty cool, and like for it to be made out of cardboard, I thought was a brilliant idea too. Instead of making it like a plastic piece or something, it was something different that was added to the line that was unique to the line. So
I know I disagreed with you on that. I was the one that said
I know, yeah.
plastic.
I know about it, but I thought the cardboard was brilliant. It made it like it was like a real cereal box kind of. I know it's difficult to build, but that was cool. I forgot to even show it in my review, but it's just same with the Saw, like it's fine with me, man. I'm up for different stuff.
So my concern with this is how high does the gun have to go up for you to use it? Because it's kind of aiming downward. I really wish they would have made it so the handle was up more, so he could lay it down a little bit while he's firing it. So it might make it hard to get like really good shots. But let's be honest, I have a feeling that other than just pure classified G.I. Joe guys, 50% of the people are going to swap out this gun for a different one.
Sure. I was actually wondering because, classified, they don't put anything out like unique unless they're absolutely sure they can't reuse it. And I was like, where else are we going to see that helmet and that chainsaw? What other figures are going to have something like that? It looks like they made two unique pieces for this.
I mean, he carried a big sniper rifle, didn't he?
Well, it looked like a giant. It was the wrong size. It was meant to be half that size, but it looked and looked like a giant machine gun. But if you read the file card, most of the time he fired it single shot and had a really fancy scope on it. With this one, they just kind of actually turned this one into a actual saw type weapon with a saw on it. So I'd have preferred the original weapon much more than this.
I was just saying he only needs to hold it at an angle to shoot dirt.
He's shooting the dirt in the trench that all those Joes were in that he mowed down.
Well,
so I'm
ball gunner's just out there to lay down lead and put some cover
Right.
fire in the air anyway. So
He's just going to scare him. He's not really going to
Yep.
shoot anyone.
Exactly.
I could talk a while about this dude, but I'm just gonna say I'm not real thrilled with him at all. I hate the other head. I think he looks like a generic Spider-Man villain.
That's
And I
all right.
don't
too
have
big,
a shot. Yeah, I don't have a shot of him with the helmet off, but I only grabbed a few screenshots from what they showed. And this was my most anticipated Cobra figure out of everything that we've gotten so far. This is the dude I've been looking forward to the most. And I don't like the direction they went with him. Like, this is one I would have got more than 2 of if he'd have hit my expectations, but he really didn't. I'm not real happy with this dude, but I'm still gonna buy him.
So I think the second head actually looks a little bit like that one. This is Tracksuit Mafia from Marvel Legends, but I think that's what the head underneath kind of looks like with the around the eyes.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna go on and on about him. It's just we give our thoughts. So let's go ahead and run to the next one. We got our Viper. So how's everybody feeling about him? He just went up. So
he looks good, man.
Anybody ordering? Yeah.
That's the only one I pre-ordered, and I pre-ordered 2.
All right, so first off, I'm looking at Amazon right now. It's not a second head. That's what's underneath the mask, I believe.
Yeah,
I thought it was a whole separate head for him.
No, it's just a mask.
Okay.
And he does look.
Yeah, he looks awful. He looks awful.
Wait, so he has a microphone on his. He has an earpiece.
Yeah.
So he has an earpiece. But I thought Lenny said you could take off the vest. But
and I don't think we've seen any shots of underneath.
It definitely looks like that vest comes off. It's pretty bulky.
But does it clip at the top, or is that just deco? Like at the top of the shoulder?
I don't know.
No, that's deco. It looks like the neck piece clips into the vest.
Yeah, it does.
That's kind of like Tripwire's bomb disposal helmet.
Yeah, it's like a bomb disposal vest type of thing.
Collar, yeah. So, that's interesting to see how that's going to work. That does. I noticed that. There's his mic. The pump was mentioned.
Yeah, so it's conceivable. Yeah, maybe it does come off. Because Tripwire had that alternate big one, right?
Yeah. So I don't know. I want to see some pictures of what he looks like without the vest on. But so Viper, what are you guys thinking on the Viper? Crow said you got 2 of them. Punk, did you get any Vipers?
Well, first off, you don't even ask if I got them. Of course, I ordered them. So for me, everything except for the weapons. I love this figure. He should have the retro weapon. I can't stress that enough. This was a question I continued to ask over and over and over. Like, is the line at the point that it's making money that just like Boba Fett, Stormtroopers, Wolverine, that they would go back and redo the buck for a figure that's already been done, not just redo the vest? And they did. Yeah. This thing is completely pinless, as we know, with those stripes down his leg. That is, it can't be used for anything else other than a Viper or the one guy that went from Viper to Cobra. Mercer.
Yeah.
And we know they're going to do a whole bunch of different versions of this, and I'm perfectly fine with it, because not that I hated the way the other one looked, but the legs were loose and it was in the mold, and they didn't fix it.
Yeah.
And also, it feels like if figures have the big vests, they've toned down the vest so you can pose them better. Reusing Cobra Commander's hands over and over and over, the world domination hand, it is not a gripping hand like to hold it. It looks stupid.
I was so upset to see that in the set for Starduster.
because it was like, this is how you hold the box. Pop out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was that?
It's more like an ass grabbing hand.
Yeah.
But you know what? Someone did say that he holds the cereal box with it. So that actually kind of made sense when someone pointed that out to me.
I don't know. Mine won't stay together long enough for him to hold it. So
you got to glue it, man.
Yeah, like I can see that to put it together with tweezers and glue it. What about you, Aaron? You're the Viper.
Dude.
The Viper is coming.
Man, you guys know I love the Viper, man. I mean, I cosplay the heck out of it, and it's one of my favorite figs, man. Viper 22 was I bought so many of those when it was hard to get. You know, I remember paying $50-$60 for Viper 22.
Yeah, I think that's another good call on redoing this figure because it's kind of like Mindbender. There's people that haven't bought him because he's still kind of pricey on the aftermarket, and like Punk said, it's not that great of a figure. The construction of it, so it looks like they fixed everything.
It's real classic, vintage,
horrible weapon choices.
Yeah.
What did the Vipers originally come with for a weapon?
So they came with that gray. Remember that gray? Was it a double barrel Punk? It was a gray pistol.
No, it was like a rifle. You know, just like a nondescript. GI Joe rifle, but it had a foregrip.
The original classified one, it looked like the original Viper weapon, kind of, but it was more like a laser rifle.
You're talking about original
with that.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the vintage.
I did too.
Oh.
That's what I thought he meant was the vintage.
I don't know. I have a whole bunch though that were.
Yeah, I was talking about the vintage one.
Yeah,
like, what did he come with?
It's like an AR from 1986, but it's got a big foregrip, and the whole thing was gray. I think that's the nod that they went. If this more snipery Dragunov looking rifle, if that actually comes gray, I think that's the nod to the original rifle. And that's all that is in what he comes with.
Speaking of gray, do you think there's going to be an officer variant coming down now?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You think
I do.
Yeah. Do you?
Yeah,
they'll redo that 3-pack with these guys.
Yeah,
You
well,
think? Oh, I don't know, man.
not considering that those all end up at Ross anyway.
I hope so, because I'll pick them up.
I think those are the officer because the only way you could get them was in the 3-pack.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's also an opportunity to do something different with the officer than they did before with the 3-pack. Because, like you said, you saw that end up at the Ross. So what if you made the officer even better?
I don't think the officers would be considered retro, though, man. That's more of a newer thing that happened later. I mean,
I don't know if they do.
That's true.
I don't know if they do retro.
I've never heard of when I was a kid.
I don't know if they do retro, but they could do it in a box because they're still going to use this mold. They have to get the money out of this mold.
You know, Mercer's coming soon. Then,
this is Mercer. This is all like. I was waiting on somebody to say it. This is this is Mercer.
All the dang money we spend, they better damn make some molds that they don't reuse here and there.
Yeah, you would think, but yeah, I can see him hitting this dude, giving him the gray outfit and painting that faceplate gold because we're going to be getting Vac Metal Iron Grenadier Destro soon.
Also consider we'd never had trench vipers before too, so all of a sudden there's a whole new army that we can dump figure reuse into with the black and the white digicam, right?
Yeah. So I didn't order this dude either. I will. He's really the only one that I'm interested in, but I'm not a huge Viper fan. Really, I like blue shirts, so I didn't order any of these. So there's a shot of him holding that one with his gripping hand.
It's not even gripping.
Looks so bad. Splayed hand. I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's it. The fingers look so forced with that hand. So Starduster holding the box, it looks like he's trying to crush the box and failing.
You might as well put a bowling ball in his hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. He looks good overall. He's not anything I had to rush to order. So let's get on to this guy. I think this guy's the prize pig in this wave. What do y'all think? Ed, what do you think about Xandar?
I always like Xandar on the cartoon. I never had him in the original line, but I always liked him in the cartoon. He looks good for sure.
Yeah.
Definitely like he stepped out of the cartoon. A little bit more modern, but still awesome looking. Great
Yeah.
addition to the Dreadnoks for sure.
Yeah.
A lot of new stuff on him too.
Does he change colors?
Nope.
They really worked the pink in well for this character. Like before, there was so much. Now it's like balanced to still make like ass, right?
Yeah,
because isn't that shirt supposed to be like part of Zorana's t-shirt or something?
It's her jacket.
Yeah, her jacket. Yeah.
Mary Flowers in the attic.
Yeah.
That's all I can
Punk,
figure.
what do you think about him overall, Punk?
I like him. I like the muted blues.
Yeah.
It's not as bright. You know, for me, Xandar, I think he was one of the least liked Dreadnoks.
Mm.
To me, it was always Torch, Monkey Wrench, and then Xandar. Those were my, like, in order of my three favorite. I like everything about this. It does bother me, the whole storyline that is Xandar's or Zorana's part of her jacket. It's very flowers in the attic to me.
Yeah.
But they gave him the proper gun. That is, I mean, it's not the exact same, but it's kind of cool because Dreadnoks are Dreadnoks. And they're ones I don't think need to be really updated because they're just, you know, they live in a swamp. I mean, they're renegades.
Yeah,
let's
they
be honest,
do
the
their own
biker and
thing.
punk scene really hasn't changed as far as attire go anyway.
Yeah.
What was
I said the biker and the punk scene as far as attire go hasn't really changed.
Yeah, for the most part. So yeah, I love this guy. I'm really happy, and I think the face sculpt is awesome. Like, I think that face sculpt looks really good.
It does look good.
Yeah, they kept the glam, you know, the glam rock appearance of him and the face, but they, you know, they actually covered him up a little bit, and so you can tell, you know, he's the same guy. There's no mistaking it. I love the update that they did to the face, and then you got the scar. He's got the neck scar. I thought that was cool. And what did they say? He's got more scarring underneath. You can take off his vest.
And that's something different too that they're doing now. I noticed they're starting to put more paint apps onto the actual necks of the figures. Like before, the necks would be kind of left blank, but these last few waves are getting into doing details on necks. Like Night Force, what's her name, has the throat mic and all that now.
Yeah.
Does he have spikes on his boot or something on his one boot?
His left. I didn't notice that till I just blew this picture up. His left boot he's got spiked gold toes.
Wait, zoom into that really quick.
Are they like their claws?
Their claws, yeah.
Nice.
So this is like
boot.
the scene in Roadhouse.
Yeah.
left boot.
Yeah.
Got it.
Does this mean we're getting Dalton?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
so
That'd be
Start the
great.
rumor now. We're getting Dalton.
Dalton's coming.
The buckles on those boots are on the wrong side though. Or are they on both sides?
Yeah, they are. They are on the wrong.
They're actually, yeah.
Unless they're on both sides of the foot. I mean,
Matthew, you are the side-to-side judge.
Yep.
We need confirmation.
Feet are reversed.
So zoom in.
Feet are reversed right now.
Zoom in on one of the pictures of the
They
vest. I
are.
want to see if we can see, because Lenny said that this thing comes off because there's a tattoo underneath him.
Yeah, I think it continues his like, you know, like what he had on his chest, same as what's on his
okay.
face.
So it probably doesn't come off. It's just so it doesn't like stop. So if you
if you were to take it off, you'd see it.
Yeah, I
the
can't.
vest doesn't come off.
Yeah, I don't think I've got a picture that would show. There's a buckle there, but I think that's just deco.
Yeah,
It's just
that's what I was
mold.
trying to look at there.
yeah, unless Hasbro decided to join everybody else that's making it so you can take vest off.
Yeah, we'll see. There's
I wonder who's going to be the first one to take it off.
there's a tattoo underneath on the chest, so you got to talk
Nice.
about the shoulder paul.
But I don't understand because Tripwire is just perfect. It comes off super easy. That mushroom, it goes pops right back in. It's no problem at all. So I don't understand why they struggled with this so much.
That's a good question. Maybe, I mean, I can't really tell on the other side. So, I mean, all of them only snap from one side. So maybe we can't see it here and it's behind the chest rig. But I don't know. This is the most exciting figure out of this wave for me. So I'm looking forward to getting these dudes.
Yeah, as long I like the fact that we're able to keep adding to a specific subgroup.
Yeah.
Especially the Dreadnoks. I mean, they are very important. I mean, there's a lot of subgroups that it's like, all right, Tiger Force, woohoo, whatever, Night Force. Night Force can go with anything, you know?
Yeah.
But the Dreadnoks, I mean, they're their own thing, but they've always been part of Cobra. Again, I don't think the same for, you know, Iron Grenadiers. Like, I'm going to love having the Iron Grenadiers, but if one is missing, I'm not going to be like, oh my God, we didn't get that guy. But
yeah. They didn't make Nullifier. You know?
Yeah, like I couldn't tell you all the Iron Grenadiers, but you know.
Yeah,
It looks
we
like
need the main Dreadnoks.
Does his pistol strap come out, or does it you just wiggle the pistol out from underneath it?
That comes off.
Yeah, that's probably.
So if they
that
tab
looks
that,
like
why
one of
can't they
those-
tab the whole vest? Is my point.
Yeah, that looks like one of the thumb straps, like Copperhead, like he's got
Copperhead,
and maybe the whole thing is a mushroom where you can pop the, you know, they're going with some of the modular stuff like we've seen with Doc in the 60th anniversary Desert Dude. So maybe that holster's modular too. But I don't know. I think Xandar looks great. I love the gold highlights and stuff on him. Just sets everything off.
I agree. The same way they do with Road Pig. I really like what they did with Road Pig. Like,
yeah.
You know, they said, hey, this guy needs more, and clearly there's something about the boar or the pig or whatever you want. You know, it just fits. I'm glad they threw stuff on it. Matthew actually just sent us something about like Lenny showed off his original design. I mean, I don't really care.
I didn't see it.
I think he just posted it because Matthew just sent it.
Okay.
I don't care for the Dreadnought tattoo. They probably should have left that off. But at the same time, it also doesn't bother me because he seems like a big dumb lug that would get a tattoo like that.
I'm looking at it now. I see it now, and so he was supposed to come with a bottle of grape soda. So
yeah,
that's disappointing that he didn't come with the bottle of grape soda.
But if the other guys aren't, then what does it really matter?
True, because I envision those guys more with the soda than I do Road Pig. So
and you can print those purple bottles off by the thousands without a problem.
Yeah. Only problem I really had with the chest, the belly tattoo for him is his other tattoos look so good on Road Pig. And then that one is so sloppy. So all I can think is maybe he gained a bunch of weight after he got that one.
Yeah. So Tripwire here said some of Xandar's facial features seem too girly for me. Something about him I just don't like from several angles. So I always felt like that's kind of his personality. Like he's more of a soft-spoken type guy. Like he is more feminine. And that he's only a Dreadnought because of his brother and sister. Like he wouldn't. That's how I always.
But isn't he supposed to be twins with Zorana?
I don't think they're twins. Someone else said that too. I don't think they're twins. But
I always thought they were twins.
I did too. I always thought they were twins, and Zartan was the little bit older brother.
Yeah, I know he's the older brother. So I mean, if someone can confirm that, I mean, Matthew will know.
Where's Bobby Wald at?
Same time toys will probably know if he's here.
Why are you giving something away?
Right. Actually, we are.
I am. You mentioned that. Yeah, Punk. To the highest bidder gets the classified starter.
Well, it is actually.
You still have time.
Well, it's actually after 9, but I don't care. We can go up. We can go a little bit. And
so we're going to 10.
Well, I mean, it was supposed to be 7 to 9.
Yeah.
Because at 10 we do.
I thought it was 7 to 10. My bad. I'm sorry. Who are we cutting into?
Not yet.
No, nothing. No, there's nothing between 9 and 10. Like I've left an hour between, at least an hour between the show. So if there is any overrun, I don't have to worry about it.
So Xandar and Zorana are brothers and sisters, and only in the IDW continuity were they declared to be twins. Well, but never in the comic books, never by Hama. So they've always just been brother and sister. And a lot of people assumed they were twins because they came out at the same time. They came together. And so a lot of people did the whole twin thing with it in their own heads. And then IDW put it into their comic books by Chuck Dixon.
Well, I mean, they dress exactly the same too. They got the same color hair.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of reasons to assume that they are twins, but nothing in what Hama had written said that they were twins.
Okay, well, that clears that up.
At least they're not Corsican.
There's
All right, so you guys, I'm gonna bolt for a second to take care of the dog and run downstairs and get my legs moving, get some blood flow going. So if any more super chats come in, we got 2 guys here that can handle that. And again, we're good till just before 10. We're gonna kill the feed. But before we do, we got 48 people watching. Let's play the third Mossman video from Ted, and then I'll be gonna be gone for a second. So give me 1 second here.
Oh, hey guys, if you're just tuning in, man, you've missed a lot of great content, but there's still a whole bunch more going on because this stream's 36 hours long.
There is no more.
This stream's going on from October 25th through October 27th, and all the revenues that this channel makes is going to go to Toys for Tots. So Lawrence, he's going to go to this really cool toy store called Sarge Reds. He's going to buy a bunch of toys for all the little kids in need. And you can help donate by sending super chats or super stickers, or maybe even consider becoming a channel member. So if you don't like Lawrence, then you can just send a bunch of mean super chats and be like, Lawrence, you suck. Your content isn't good. You're biased against Valiverse, and all you do is buy Gridiron stuff, and then you say it's really great, but it's actually overpriced crap, or, whatever mean things y'all want to say to him. Anyway, we still have a whole bunch more content coming, so, send that mean super chat to Lawrence. Enjoy the show!
Anybody else a little disappointed that he didn't go, bye?
Yes. Yep, of course.
I want to hear him say Ohio again.
Ohio.
Ohio.
Yeah, Ohio. He hates Ohio. Those are great. I've got the other one down there. If anybody wants to add that one to the stage, I've got the renders if you guys want to talk about those. Yep. So we've got what's this guy's name, Crow?
Trench Viper.
Trench Viper. Okay. So there's this dude, and I don't know if you can see how I've got these labeled. I'm calling this the battle toilet.
The porta potty.
What are we thinking about Trench Viper? Interesting digital camo with this dude.
Is that a 50 cal that he's got in with him?
Yeah, because it goes in the pillbox or whatever they're going to call it.
Oh, that's for that thing. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Next one.
I really like the Alley Viper. It's one of my favorite figures. So all the different color variations, I'm good with.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm not.
Got a great looking helmet and face on that for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. This one is just, I don't dislike it. It doesn't scream, I've got to have this dude. I don't dislike it, but.
Right. I'm with you.
Can you zoom in on those eyes again?
Yep.
Yeah.
Robert Smith, The Cure.
It's Kane.
He's got that eyeliner on, man.
Oh, I got the red underneath. He's an interesting looking dude. I mean, they did a good job. It's a good looking repaint. Is this all pure Alley Viper repaint on this dude?
Mostly. I don't remember. I don't have one out in hand right now. I don't remember him having the shoulder pauldrons like that, but everything else is.
Yeah, you're right. The shoulder pauldrons are a new ad.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the crimson one right now. They weren't that.
Wonder what that says on there.
Security, probably.
Yeah. So, yeah, probably.
So
it's definitely like a different digital pattern. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and Digicam. So this dude, like, I mean, he fits in great for like Alley Viper, like sneaking around at night in an urban setting. This screams Alley Viper more than any other Alley Viper we've seen. To me, even the Crimson.
Yeah, as far as color, yeah.
I tell
yeah.
you, I'm glad I don't see that backpack there. You know, the Alley Viper backpack.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But I am disappointed that the wrist sheath knife are there. That big obstructive knife that he has on his right arm. Left that there. I wish
A lot of people hate that.
Oh man, I love it. I think
You
it's
like
awesome.
that, eh?
I don't know why.
I don't mind it. I can see where a lot of people don't like it. I don't mind it myself. I like his knives. I like the knives he comes with.
I hate that pistol.
Yeah, that pistol's garbage.
Yeah, fuck that pistol.
But you know, I'm a big fan of hiding knives on your body wherever you can. So you know.
Slip on your backside.
Yeah,
But I mean,
except for right here next to the throat.
Anywhere you can.
Yeah. So here's the battle toilet. I'm glad we're getting stuff like this. It looks generic as hell to me.
You say battle
I know it's a render. What do y'all think about it?
Cobra's cry closet.
Yeah, I mean, this is the suicide booth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd sneak in here and catch me a little smoke break, man. You know what I mean? Peek through
It
the
comes
hole.
with sandbags, so he's okay. That's all you need is the sandbags.
Sandbags,
Yeah. So I'm wondering on like the sandbags. So there's everything together, so you can put this thing together. So, I mean, I like that they're going to do these play sets, and somebody else mentioned that it looks like it can snap apart, and you're going to be able to stack some of these together. Maybe.
Yeah.
What are y'all's thoughts on that? So it's hinged here, so you can maybe unfold it.
I want to see how they fit together because I think you can do a lot of cool stuff with a whole wall, and then you can stack them up. Maybe, I don't know, you can make your own fortress type of thing. I think it's a neat idea.
I mean, the thing's only as tall as he is, so how many ladders does he need, though?
Okay.
Yeah.
So I've been blowing that picture up. If you look through the window, you can see there's recesses inside to insert stuff. So I think what we're looking at is the start of a Lego component series that they're going to do, like to make walls and interiors, and every single panel is meant to be taken apart and clipped into something else, right? So this starts off as one box set, but I think this is going to be something else entirely in everybody's shelf 2 years from now.
Yeah, it would definitely look a lot better having 3 or 4 of these locked together than just the one standing there by itself.
Yep,
definitely.
We talked earlier about the G.I. Joe headquarters, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, Fortnite is a company that friggin' put together these little panels that you can lock together with their figures and everything. And this is what I see Hasbro doing. What do you think the actual cost of a box of panels, let's say 30 panels, would actually cost on retail market? And then you could build your fort out of that.
Well, if you buy it from Gridiron, it's like $60. So
yeah, a panel. That would be. It's too smart of an idea for Hasbro to actually do it, but
right, that's what I'm thinking
idea.
too.
What do we think cost on this, you guys? What do you think we're looking at?
At 75.
Yeah, at least 75.
Nah, I don't think they can go over 50 with this.
You don't think so? Because I
a
mean,
figure.
I feel the same way.
It won't sell at 75. It'll sell at 50 or 40.
Yeah, 45, 50 would definitely sell.
It's either going to be
45
or 75.
Yeah, like
$44.99.
Yeah.
If you're looking at the price guides of things that are coming out, then it's got to be a 55 point price point, because 75 this won't sell.
All right, so this is what I was talking about earlier. Those two things in the front, are those not legs to lift it up off the ground?
Yeah, but there's only 2. That's what I don't understand.
There's not maybe only 2 that we're seeing.
So
Maybe
they could
only-
also be the mounts for a searchlight and for the 50 cal. They
Yeah.
could post in somewhere.
Yeah, they post on top, right? I mean, if you look at some of the other images of it, I think they do post on top.
Okay.
But if you're going to stack them, maybe if it posts on top, you get 2 with this one and 2 with the other one. You got the 4 to hold it up.
They could be.
I mean, those are definitely feet.
Those are legs.
Yeah, those are
Legs,
definitely
for sure.
legs.
And you can see the ports on the bottom. I
Yeah, there's
mean,
pegs on the bottom.
So they're clearly wanting you to buy at least 2.
Yep.
Because you can't have the legs on it without at least 2 sets. So you have 4 legs.
And you got 2 different, what look like different size ladders as well.
Yeah, that's confusing too.
And if you look, it's definitely got pegs on the bottom and holes on the top for another set of pegs. So it's definitely they're wanting you to buy 2.
Yeah, so if you have 2 of them, you've got 4 legs, and you use the taller ladder because they're it's elevated, and that's how you get into the main thing. Yeah, I could totally see that.
Yeah, so you got 2 stacked up, so you got 2 levels of the same thing. And man, what a
How many are you guys gonna buy?
If it only comes with 2 legs, what a dick move.
But then you also got 2 sets of sandbags that go down in the middle for a firing.
Yeah.
So
I think it's only a dick move if it doesn't lead to something affordable in this vein. Like if they don't broaden this line and keep it affordable, then it's a dick move. If this turns into a build and play set that's worth it every dollar.
Yeah.
I think Tripwire says, I mean, $50 for the plastic, $25 for the figure, I'm guessing. I mean, I agree. It's probably not $50 worth of plastic, but I also said the same thing about the HMS.
Yeah. Well, I think I don't know if they learned their lesson on that because that HMS isn't really moving.
I still think it was overpriced.
Yeah, it was way overpriced.
Hasbro doesn't learn its lesson for a long time. It takes them years to learn.
And they have to start laying people off and shit.
But think about this: if they have it designed so that if you buy 2 of these, it makes something pretty cool, then they're going to say $50. So you pay $100 and you get this cool thing, like you did with the Stinger, like you did with the van.
Figures.
And 2 figures. Yeah,
you are thinking like a normal company.
Thank you.
Not one that says where can we get money from? Again,
okay.
And I mean that considering like Marvel Legends 3-pack, $75. G.I. Joe 3-pack, $90.
Yeah, that was a mistake too, wasn't it? I think most people got those on clearance.
They're still there. I'm waiting on them to drop again so I can pick up a second one.
Well, I picked up my second one for $30, I think.
Oh wow! Well, I thought they were still like 47.
Well, it depends. They go up and down all the time, so it depends on who's running sales.
So here it comes.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk.
Nice lunchbox killer. Perfect timing.
Lunchbox Killer $19.99 is super chat. Lawrence, you sick for toys for the Tots. Amen, brother. Okay, Matthew, do you want to? I'll let. Can you say what's wrong with this?
That's the French pronunciation.
I'm not mad. You donated. My name is spelled Lawrence.
Don't feel bad, Lunchbox Killer. He gave me shit for sending $2.77. So you're entitled to a typo. I'm going to send it again too. You watch.
No, I've already sent it twice, so you know.
Man, I tell you, the guy tells Lawrence that he's a sick individual. He really likes what he's doing. Lawrence says, "Fuck you! You spelled my name wrong."
Yeah. Well, he obviously wasn't talking about Punk with Toys, right? Because that's Lawrence, and he spelled Lawrence.
Lawrence.
That's
Lawrence.
Laurent.
You know what's funny is that other than Lawrence Fishburne, I don't know who spells it like that.
Yeah,
that's
I know. He's really the only person.
Lunchbox Killer does.
Yeah, there's been a few people that have they addressed me, and I'm not mad because it's not like I have my name down there like Matthew or something.
Damn it, Larry!
Damn it, Larry!
Yeah, just go with Larry. I'll tell. One day I went and bought pizza, and I stopped saying Lawrence because people. I must not be able to say my name right, and they completely butcher it. So I would just say Larry. I had one guy look at me and go, "How do you spell that?" And he goes, he's like Lari, and I went, oh Larry, and he's like, oh, and I'm like, I mean, even if you left out one of the R's, which I've seen people do, Now you're just making shit up if you leave out an R in Larry.
This is somebody that has to take your order by punching buttons that look like a hamburger
True.
or you
Yeah.
know, whatever.
He can't even count back change to you, man.
Oh man! Don't give them something so that you get like $3 exactly back because they're like, I don't know what to do.
Oh
with this.
yeah. It told me something else. Man.
Especially
I
after
gotta go get a
after they hit
manager.
the button of total, then they really get thrown off.
Yeah, I've had that happen twice in the last month.
Tripwire says my old manager spelled his name Lord. Now Tripwire actually, he messaged me about some stuff, and he's like, did I spell your name wrong? And then he said he saw Matthew and some other people refer to me, and then he realized it even before I responded. Again, I'm not gonna get mad. I'm not gonna get mad unless if I tell you. As Matthew and I talked about before, like I don't care what someone calls me, Larry, Lawrence, right? But if I introduce myself as Lawrence, your first question should not be, do you like being called Lawrence or Larry?
Yeah.
What I just introduced myself as.
Yeah. I heard earlier when
then the response is, oh, so you like to be called dipshit. Okay.
I heard the conversation earlier about when you were talking about Matthew, when you had Winnie on and you were talking about Matthew, and I like this Matthew Matson is the only person in my life I've ever met named Matthew that doesn't like going by Matt. That's why it's so hard for us, Matthew.
No. So 80s Toy Boy. No, he asked me how to spell it, and he's like, how do you spell that? And he spelled it, and I went, no. Like God, no. Like you feel like Michael Scott. Oh, is it Michael Scott? No. God, no. Like
yeah, Toby's back.
Yeah, like
back. Yep.
Like I didn't understand how he murdered it. Like it's Larry. It's even Lawrence. You can be like, oh, okay, like.
Yeah.
I do need to have a good grasp of the English language because if you spell L-A-R-I, you're definitely at a lar, not a lair. So
yeah, I do need Crow to pronounce that in with the French with the U, Laurence. Do that for us, Crow.
Laurent.
Well, there we go.
Laurent.
Yes.
And Lunchbox, don't even worry about it, man. But I have seen more and more people spelling it that way, so it's kind of like,
yeah. Well, while we're getting toward the end,
I'll go
you
back.
Get
It's
ready.
a punk with toys, not punk with toys.
Yeah. Yeah, Daryl and no, that's me, Daryl and Daryl.
And his other brother.
Yeah, my other brother, Daryl. What do we think about the firemen, guys?
I think this is a brilliant idea. It brings in world building. There's that word. You can use this with Marvel Legends. You can use this with soldiers. You can use this as just a background character. You can use this in so many different ways. I think this is awesome.
Is this part of the 60th anniversary?
This is
this is the legacy.
Yes.
Okay.
So
well, this is definitely a nod to the adventure team then.
Yes.
So it's not part of the 60th, but it's the same.
It's what it's turning
Same
into.
style, yeah.
They're going to call it legacy.
So it's
'cause
definitely a
not
nod to the adventure
60th.
team. That's the thought. That's what I thought when I first saw this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And they're doing a paramedic or something also.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the dude's got all this cool stuff. 2 sledgehammers. I'm excited for the hammers for this dude. Repaint a Ripper's Jaws of Life.
Yeah.
We get some more axes.
We finally see Snow Job's buck being reused.
Yeah. Yep.
Again, actually, because there's another reuse of it earlier too. I think he's got too many axes.
No, you can never have too many axes.
Well, the cool thing is you got enough stuff.
It looks like axe murder.
So if that's an emergency blanket down in the left corner, I feel like I could have done that with tinfoil and saved the money.
I did not even notice that was down there.
Yeah. Yep.
That was a poor choice of background colors, wasn't it?
That's a suit pocket.
It's a pocket square, so you can have your pocket square.
It's to cover up the dead bodies on the battlefield.
There you go.
Yeah.
So we get this.
Ed, how bad do we need a GI Joe sized body bag?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh man,
absolutely.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good call.
Yeah.
80s toy boy. It's a sham. Wow.
That'd be sweet.
I actually have a ShamWow. They don't work worth a shit.
Nope. Nope.
You're just using it wrong.
It's definitely a sham won't.
Yeah, it's a sham man.
Yeah.
Punk, what was you saying about this guy?
Well, I think that this opens up a whole world of. I mean, I think we're getting a police officer. I think we're going to get an ambo driver, probably a doctor. But the thing that I was talking to Crow about, and I showed this earlier, and I know I kind of went off track here. When they showed Helix, she has a SWAT behind her. I think we're probably going to get a SWAT team to go with it.
You'll get
so I want a police officer.
All the parts.
What? Yeah, I want a police officer. I want SWAT. Like you said, world build. Like that's what this whole thing is about, right? It's just fucking building out the world.
Yeah, I want the damn mail lady.
When Punk brought up the SWAT van, like I reminded him, we still have the DEF to come across, and the Joe line as another sub team to see where more reuse is going to happen. So it all goes in line. They can reuse it forever, right?
Yeah.
You know,
So
imagine
a SWAT guy would be so easy. They already got Shockwave or whatever the hell his name is. And,
Yep.
Well, imagine doing a mail
that's
lady.
what he is. He could be the leader.
Imagine doing a mail lady, like you
We need
said,
Cobra.
and then she has like an overlay of Cobra, so she's like an undercover Cobra person.
Well, if you're looking at the
Crimson
legacy
Guard.
line though, using stuff from like the Adventure Team, you're never going to get just all that city type people. I mean, the Adventure Team was rescue people. They were scientists, so you're and
yeah.
I'm just hoping we get some combat media, like photographers.
That would be awesome.
Hector
Yeah.
Ramirez, right? Like, work them into the legacy line so they can.
I'd love to get those type of characters. I just don't know if Hasbro would, with all the costs they're cutting, how many regular people, like they're still saying they're marketing this stuff to kids, which we know is bullshit, but say they are, their rationale is how many kids want a photojournalist figure.
Well,
That's the
it depends
problem.
on how they do it, though. I mean, when they did photojournalists, the 1/6 scale, they sold like crazy. There's several of them that were made that sold very well. So it's really going to come down to how well does this guy sell off the shelf at full price.
Yeah.
If he sells well, you'll get more.
Yeah, and I mean, you can always just throw them in with a RAM cycle. If it's not going to work, you'll just sell it that way.
Yep.
And I'm not even all that interested in the two newer 60th figures. I don't have either one of them. Hoping they'll turn up at Target and I can use some kind of coupon on them. But I actually want this dude. I think this dude looks great.
I gotta have two.
Yeah, one for each head.
Yep.
So, and they don't even have to do the hands because he's got gloves. So they don't even have to give you the African American hands with him because he's gloved up. So that's.
I have to say, so my question with this line, whether you do a police officer, ammo driver, or paramedic, whatever, is this something that a firefighter is walking by, not a toy fan, not a Joe fan, looks and sees, oh shit, I've never seen a firefighter figure that represents me, right? And
Well, I can tell you that back after the 9/11 happened, right? There was the Real Heroes line that was made by Don Levine, the granddad of G.I. Joe. And he used the G.I. Joe buck, and it was all real heroes, and it was firefighters and policemen, and like regular policemen, not SWAT, and just regular firemen. And they sold like crazy. Whether a firefighter is going to walk down the toy aisle and see this, if he's got his kid with him, I'm sure. But I'm sure there's a lot of kids that have firefighters for parents and dads and stuff like that will definitely.
Oh, yeah. Same thing with when they do the police officer.
Yep.
Yeah.
I look at McFarlane's military line when that came out. It was new. It was right at the heat of Iraq and Afghanistan. All of a sudden, every office I was going through, like if there was I remember when I worked in Wainwright, there was a guy that used to be a part of the sniper det, and he had a McFarlane sniper up on his desk. Guy that doesn't collect toys, but these things resonate with people when they see themselves, right?
Well, again, like my dad, he doesn't care about toys. He likes John. He collects John Wayne. He doesn't even collect that much. But when I gave him that, that shipwreck, because he was a fucking, he was in the Navy. That thing still sits there. I mean, it's covered with dust, but To watch him open it was like, it was awesome because I watched my dad like excited to open an actual fucking toy that I enjoy. And it's all because he was, and again, Shipwreck is as close to having just being a regular Navy, you know,
Yeah.
A sailor as possible, right?
You can say seaman. We'll let you say it.
Let's see if we can get through the last couple of these. There's your boy.
Punk, did you see the message in the chat there from Tony?
Yeah, I put him on a couple times. He's an idiot, but I haven't seen his message.
Okay, it just wasn't.
I keep putting him back on, and then he dumps himself.
Yep, turns off the camera and then he leaves. Footloose. There's our Footloose. There's our M16 we were talking about earlier.
And already I'm hearing that thing being called a bazooka, and I'm losing my mind.
It's a law, damn it.
It's an M72. It's a fire and forget weapon. You fire it and you throw it.
I'm digging the Tiger on there though.
It looks great.
Tiger Force.
It looks like the AT4s that we use for sure.
You know, that reminds me of Super Mario Brothers, the little bullet things.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the bullet. That's right.
You know what Crow? You know what I need to do? I need to go hang out with a bunch of newbie skateboarders and listen to them mispronounce things, and then I'll know exactly how you feel when you hear people mispronounce like weaponry from the military.
The struggle's real, right, Ed?
Because I'm like, who cares? But I've been around people that can't pronounce things for skateboarding, and you're like, God damn it, it's a fucking truck. All right? It's a fucking truck. And that's the axle. All right? Axles are in everything. All right? Cars, everything.
True story. So they got his camo split up and got these knee. What do they call those? What do they call whatever the wrap around the knees is, Ed or Crow?
Yeah. I didn't have those, man. We just had standard.
My best experience. Those might be from physiotherapy. They might be braces. The guy could be over 40. Who knows?
Yeah.
But they look great.
Matthew, are they knee compression?
We wear those.
I think those are supposed to be like the things they have, like the leather pouches on the front to keep them from wearing, is what they probably are. Some of the tank guys had them on their coveralls, but their coveralls were solid green.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's a good insight. That probably is what they are.
Tripwire says those are throat goat knee savers.
Yeah, that could be it too.
Yeah. Up here, we have knee pads incorporated into our uniforms that we can put in and out, so that maybe you guys now have slide-on stuff. I don't know. Maybe
I don't know.
Okay.
Go on.
Go ahead. I was just gonna say, so we got the backpack, and to me, for Footloose, the most exciting part about Footloose is that right there. What was you gonna say, Punk?
I think this figure is pretty much perfect. The only thing that you're really missing is to give him the M16. It doesn't have the sling on it, but I don't like slings on molded in. They just suck.
Yeah. Most people cut them off.
Yeah, and I really don't like.
That's what I do.
Yeah, I don't like the scope on the M16, but I can overlook it. It doesn't bother me. Yeah. There was someone in the chat that was saying that they didn't like it, not today, but on Monday, that it doesn't look like Footloose. Dude, this looks.
I don't get it. Anybody who says it doesn't look like Footloose, I'm like, did you have a Footloose?
This looks exactly like Footloose.
Looks exactly like Footloose.
I nailed it.
I mean, granted, he has a modernized helmet, but
yeah, and the scrim's thinner.
But Footloose had that. He had stuff on it.
Yeah,
he had foliage.
He had foliage.
Yeah, he had the foliage on his helmet.
But even though this looks like Pedro Pascal, it looks like Footloose, not Pedro Pascal. Like Pedro Pascal looks like Footloose, and we didn't realize it until this.
Yeah, we didn't know who he was, but yeah, I agree. It's a spot on. Looks just like the vintage version, and also just like Pedro Pascal. I saw somebody say that they made a better Pedro Pascal figure in the G.I. Joe line than they made in the Star Wars line. That was in Punk's chat, I think.
Yeah. No, I've seen that all over the place. That's dead on because that Mandalorian figure does not look good.
Yeah. So he's a pretty good update to, I mean, Footloose. This dude screams just infantry.
If you had him sit on your shelf, anybody that was a Joe fan back in the 80s would know that that's Footloose.
Yeah.
Easily.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I always loved the camouflaged figures.
Yeah.
And I didn't need all my G.I. Joe to be like military, but Stalker, Ripcord, Footloose, anyone that had camouflage on them.
Leather neck was always.
Like they were just like, if they looked military, I loved them just because of that. But I knew G.I. Joe wasn't all about that, obviously.
Yeah.
But there was something
and the
about
camo's great.
I just Joe Union right now.
I've been getting a kick lately of seeing what they've been putting on the arms. Like, you get a lot more hair deco now. And this is the first one I've seen where he's got a watch on one wrist, and I think that's a GPS on the other. So he's got two things to look at in any play.
Yeah. Again,
that's a bracelet, isn't it? Like decorative bracelet. Isn't it?
I think it's like a paracord.
That was
supposed to look like
probably a paracord bracelet. Yeah.
I want a friendship bracelet.
It's cool that they do that. They throw that little deco stuff in.
It's his medical ID bracelet.
Yeah, it's got his blood type. So, I think his camo looks really good. I know these are renders, but this is one that, I really hope it comes out looking like the render looks. Tony just joined us. Tony, what do you think about the camo on this dude?
As he can't see shit right now.
Yeah.
He's gonna come out with Falcon's face where it's all like the big jowls.
Look way out of proportion because
it's pretty. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I think it's pretty dope. I just like the fact that they didn't have to use, stock web gear again. They use like a command.
Tony's a robot.
Predator, what Dutch was wearing, the vest overlay. That looks way better than having to use Stalker's web gear again and again and again.
Yeah, that's a new web gear too. Yeah. That's nice to see. Can't always be a
that's right.
And he's simple.
I
just
can't remember if his pant legs were bloused or not.
And the original one, his pant legs were definitely bloused in the original one.
Yeah. He's got a low blousing here. It's over the
The original one was bloused. Huh?
Yeah, the original one was bloused.
Yeah, this is no blouse. This is almost like leather necks.
Yeah, this is just boot
I'm not mad at it. It's fine.
Yeah.
What would you, Tony, what would you change on
they
this?
Gave him his law rocket. What's that?
I was going to say, if you got this dude, what would you change on him? What do you see that you might customize on this guy?
I'm thinking, just the rubberiness of the weapons. I got a ton of gridiron weapons I can give him. I give him a better M16, but if that one's rigid enough, it's fine. I mean, they all don't need a scope, but it's a pretty decent one they come out with. But I got so many weapons I can replace. I got a 1911 I can give him from gridiron. I got another AR I could give him. I could give him an M4. The law rocket in this render looks pretty dope.
Yeah.
It looks pretty sweet, and with the mount on it, that's kind of cool. Because he did come with all that stuff, and everybody was crying about his helmet needs to be more leafy, more foliage. If you look in there, it is, but it's kind of subtle.
Yeah,
it's on there.
Yeah, so that's what I liked about this because Sorry, Tony, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
You got a little bit of a delay.
It looks good. It did. Yeah. Oh, his card art, it's really leafy. The Hector Guerrero art. Yeah. But here, I'm not mad at that. That's fine. I mean, I can leave him alone. I just wish, I don't know. He's got the where the camo stops at the knee and it starts at the calf. I don't know why they had that big empty space there when it could have been fully camo. You know what I mean?
I think I would have preferred that too. It looks, I mean, even though it matches his web gear and his belt and all, it does.
Yeah.
When you start looking down the
That's
pant,
true.
It looks really out of place.
It also doesn't help that it goes in where the knees are, so it makes it look like they are some kind of compression.
Yeah, like why'd you break it up? Maybe they didn't want to paint in there. I don't know.
They probably couldn't figure out how to paint the kneecaps, so they wanted to not make the kneecaps, solid brown, which would have been a better look.
That's why they give
Have
everybody knee pads.
Yeah.
You don't want to distract from the figure's higher details by making your eye go to something lower that's out of place, right? Like,
yeah.
I was gonna say I love the helmet because like the helmet he had with all the leafiness was great when you're a kid because it was like, yeah, that's camouflage. But that's actually how that stuff is after a veteran uses it. That shit falls out of the net.
That's actually how it is there.
Yeah, and it's so realistic. But Tony, one thing I would say that this guy needs, and we need to start seeing it every now and then on the ground infantry figures, is a folded up map and compass somewhere tucked into that vest.
You didn't get the gridiron?
That'd be dope.
You didn't get the gridiron map set? I mean, come on.
No, I don't have it.
I really do
Indiana
like
Jones
that,
one?
though.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that map set.
That map set's
gridiron.
cool. Yeah.
That thing, I want it just to put with Hawk.
Yep.
But dude, keep that like right up here, man.
Yeah. Oh, I think we got.
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
Okay. Oh, he went and got
There he is. Blow that up.
There you go, buddy.
Is his pants
I
blouse?
love that freaking figure.
Yeah, his pants are blouse.
His pants are bloused, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it looks. I mean, they did the web gear the same.
Yeah,
he's got the mustache.
Yeah, he looks great. That's should have did 1-for-1. I'm happy with it, and he does have his shirt open a little bit. That's dope. I remember that.
Yeah, I mean, he looks. I don't know.
Yeah, I've got no problem with him.
You're gonna not make everybody happy no matter what you give them. So
no kidding.
Yeah, especially
Yeah,
GI Joe fans.
Yeah.
Also, if anyone has the original backpack, I need it. Yeah. The one thing I do want to say about this is I haven't heard anyone say anything. I wonder if it takes Scrap Iron's blast effect for the not bazooka.
That's a good question.
You don't see any provided with it, and that's unusual. Like,
if that port on the front is big enough, you can put the effect in there, and then you can put the rocket on the end or whatever.
I think you're onto it. I think Metalhead's blast effects might be the ones that are compatible with that.
Oh no, that's too small.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking at the size of the diameter of the weapon hole, and I'm like, well, I guess we'll find out.
That could be the base of the peg for Scrap Iron's effect.
The other side of it, I think so.
Yeah,
it could be.
We'll see. I guess we'll find out the end of next year or 2026 maybe.
So I'm wondering also though, because I see the back end of that the law there. The back end's flipped down, and I'm wondering if that thing collapses.
We're a little.
So. Like, I'm wondering if that thing collapses into itself and you can fold that cap back. The back end's flipped down.
That would be sweet.
Well, if you remember, Bazooka's
Law Rocket, baby.
Bazooka has that stupid piece at the back.
That piece
falls off.
That's called a Venturi.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's pretty cool because it has the actual effect that you can. I set up a whole scene where I had a Cobra Trooper loading it from the back, closing it, and launching it out.
It's awesome stupid because it's so easy to be lost.
Yeah, the peg for it is too small.
Yeah, and it falls off.
Yeah, that single nub is not a good way to hold that.
No.
So what are we thinking this is, fellas?
I thought we settled
Striker,
that. Yeah,
I'm calling it All Striker.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't even think it needs to be debated.
I don't think so.
It looks like that really skinny thing we were looking at in the vintage.
Oh, the ruler.
It's that stupid toe machine Roadblock was driving.
I don't care what it is, so long as Crocmaster or Road Picker driving it.
It's the adder. It's the adder. So finally we get to.
Oh no!
Yes.
Allison's favorite.
There's a surprising amount of love for Crystal Ball. I never would have imagined it.
You are absolutely correct.
I'm I'm
on
bewildered
that
too.
But I think
Wasn't there a version of him that everybody was talking about that he was crazy scary?
Yeah, the IDW version, he was pretty cool
Okay,
because they did a whole Cthulhu Infestation series with him, and it was pretty awesome.
I knew Allison was going to chime in.
I think I told this story on Monday, but this is one of those figures. I got him at Children's Palace, Children's World to a lot of people. I can remember getting this guy, like where I was, because he was like the only figure I didn't have. And I was so pissed because he sucked and I didn't even want him. But he was G.I. Joe, and I got him. And I just remember being like so disappointed, like,
he sucks.
Yeah.
What a spoiled brat.
I know, right?
I've got everything else. I guess I'll have to
G.I.
get
Joe,
this
and
guy.
this one sucks. I don't like it.
I never said I wasn't spoiled or a brat. I'm just.
This is definitely one of this can qualify for one of our Joe Fest conversations. All of us.
Oh yeah,
yeah, definitely.
Joe Fest reunion right here, boys.
I hope like Matthew,
except for
saying,
freaking Matthew.
I hope they do update him and go a little more with the IDW. I never liked the character. The figure was okay, and I'm a horror guy, so I liked the Vincent Price likeness. I like the idea of the Mystic dude, but nowhere does this fucking dude fit in G.I. Joe unless they do him like the IDW itineration of him.
Right.
Where he's
for their wacky guys.
If they give him that piece,
He
give him that little vehicle.
Simon from The Walking Dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking Michael Kelly, the actor. Yeah.
I just see Mindbender kicking his ass.
I'm with you. Like I'm with you.
Yeah.
But remember, my Mindbender was also Dr. Mind Slaughter. So he had big arms and shit, so.
I don't know though. Like Hasbro,
that motherfucker was yoked.
The U.S. government did do experiments in the CIA with like
MK Ultra.
Yeah,
Men with Goats.
Yeah, they did.
MK Ultra, and they did
Project Looking Glass. They did
all the
kind of
viewing
crazy
experiments
shit.
and stuff. You know,
Oh yeah, did
you can
all
fit 'em in
kind of
there.
shit.
And if
Yeah,
you look at-
and being Cobra, who has no ethics.
Yep,
So
exactly.
Look at what they did with Raptor, right? Yep. And they modernized Raptor's buck to make him look a little bit more.
The rocked Raptor.
Yeah. So I don't think we're going to get Vincent Price out of this. I think we're going to get something else.
Yeah, and that's my take.
Bela
on it, is,
Lugosi.
like, they took some of the
Lon Chaney
dumbest, some of the dumbest characters that we've had in G.I. Joe and turned them into fantastic, awesome figures. Raptor,
They'll
Big
do it.
Boa.
Yeah.
A lot of people didn't like Crocmaster, so I've got faith in them that whatever they do with this guy, he's going to be badass and make us all.
That's true. I
win.
didn't like Crocmaster until Classified.
Yeah, I mean, I love Crocmaster, Big Ball, and Crystal Ball, not so much, but some people.
Hey,
do.
I was going to ask a question. Where are we, and where the hell is Scrap Iron, Darren? Where is he out there in the world?
Oh, behind me?
No,
where's Scrap Iron? The one that you're sending out all over the place.
No, Tuco.
Oh no, that's Tuco Viper. It's not Scrap Iron.
Oh, Tuco.
Yeah, he is. He is traveling. He should be probably arrived today. I hadn't got confirmation. He is on the East Coast, and that's all I got to say about that.
How many people?
Oh, he's making the rounds. Okay.
Yep.
How many people has he gone to so far?
I didn't get him yet.
No, you're a ways out.
Okay.
Tony.
Out.
And so is Charlotte's a ways out. I think he is at his 7th or 8th destination right now.
Damn, that's cool.
Where does Tuco come from?
I'm a big Breaking Bad fan, and Tuco.
Oh,
he's a bad.
Right.
He's a bad guy, and I just thought Tuco Techno. So.
Oh man, I was calling him the Taco Viper the whole time.
That's fine. That works too. I So if anybody is listening or rewatching that might be getting Tuco Viper, there's an idea for you.
Taco Tuesday Tuco Viper.
That's right.
The
There you
Taco
go.
Tuesday Viper.
You take that,
what?
take that slambulance, make it into a taco truck. You're good to go.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I have to say, I love the idea of what you're doing with that, and it was a lot of fun. And I got lucky when I just happened to be at the perfect spot,
Yeah.
at the perfect time of having him. A matter of fact, we should probably think when you guys finally see the pictures of what I did, you can all think Shark News, because I probably would have sent it back before that weekend. Because had he not done that, I would have finished the pictures and sent it back. But
That's true. You needed him. You needed a little extra
I
time
needed
with
that
him. That's
extra
right.
week, and I think again, I can't wait to see what everyone else does. But I think people are gonna love what they see.
Yeah, I can't wait to. I've done some preliminary work on the video, but I mean, I can do that anytime. As I've just got to get my dates right, and whenever I get him back, and I won't have him back here to me probably till spring, I would imagine.
Probably
I'm gonna put the video together, and I'll put it out, but I'm gonna set it as a premiere when I do it. So
Nice.
anybody, and I'll probably pick a Wednesday. I don't know. We'll figure that out later. But once I get the video put together, I'll set it as a premiere, and everybody that contributed and everybody that has been following it can show up and chat. I think it'll be fun.
Yeah.
Oh, I think so. I mean, I had a blast. It's a cool idea to get all these different hands on it. And
We used to do that in the 1/6 world. We call it the Travel and Joe. We just send one around and just take pictures.
Yeah,
with it.
that's what it was. That's what it was when I did it the first time in the
Traveling
early
Joe?
2000s.
So Lawrence, did you want to end this one and start the next one?
Yeah. Whenever they're ready. Yeah. Before we go punks on film, we are going to. But, I mean, should we? We got 46 people here now. I hope you guys all can travel over. But let's just say it right now. Send the super chats. Right? Where the hell they've stopped? Right?
Yeah.
So
Your opportunity for Starduster.
Toys for Tots. Don't get me wrong. I definitely want to be able to say the next video is gonna get a whole bunch too.
I have to
But
be
come on,
off
let's
in
get the super chats. If you hate the kids, then don't send anything.
By the way, congrats to Turk Murph.
So Turk Murph, you are going
The hell
to
with
get
them damn kids.
Turk Murph is going to get the Starduster. So Turk, reach out to Aaron because you saw that he has it in hand.
Yeah. I'm gonna dip out too because I got to eat before Radnom starts his stream. So
I can't believe he's going.
I gotta dip too. I gotta go eat. I got a bunch of people here. So.
Hey, Darren, I did have one question for you before we go. Did you get the scrap iron cover of the G.I. Joe book of the Death Star?
I did not. I needed to get with you on that. I did not. My shop had all of them except that one.
Oh, okay. Well, that's why I got it, just in case.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll get with you on that. I do need to get that one for you, and I'm prepared for the next segment coming up.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I gotta hear Punk's thoughts on Raid.
All right, guys.
I'll be in the chat over there in a minute.
I appreciate you streaming with me tonight.
All right, Aaron.
Thanks, guys.
So Ed, instead of just back out of this if you can and leave it open up in a window, because I don't think then you'll have to log back in when you come in. Well, I don't know when you're going to come back, but I know you'll be back at 6.
Yeah, I'll be back for sure.
I just don't want to be trying to. If I don't have to figure out how to send you the number.
Yeah, I'll just leave it open.
Yeah, I think that should work. If it doesn't, I should be up, right? Oh, is your partner coming in? I haven't had any confirmation from
Travis is definitely doing it because he's been stoked and talking about it all damn week.
I just haven't seen him at all once tonight. So
he's been in the chat.
Oh, has he?
Yeah, he was in the chat.
Yeah, he was in here briefly a little while.
Well, that's one Travis that showed up.
Yeah, he popped in and said, "Mr. Wonderful's here," and then bailed.
Yeah, that was all he said.
Yeah. Well, Friday nights is his night with the missus, and he doesn't get on till after she's in bed and stuff. So
He promoted it. Hilarious. That's about all he did is promote it.
Yeah.
Oh, did he?
You owe 2 sound effects.
Yeah, he promoted it.
Let's do
all
it
right, guys.
before we leave.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money. Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
And that's from Derek Holloman, just because I don't hate the kids. But get ready, because we're going to be stopping this stream, and we're going to be jumping over, doing Punks on Film. If you're wondering why we're doing it, it's because after 12 hours, YouTube hides it because they're like, no one wants to watch a longer than 12-hour stream. And they're probably right. But,
Oh. Okay, so you got 2 hours to go then, right?
You got to know that it's probably something to do with their ad revenue. Doesn't calculate after a certain amount of time.
Yeah. Something like that. No, we're going to start it right now. Although, look at this.
There it goes. There's Fat Red.
Oh, Fat Red.
You're at 10 hours and 7 minutes, yeah.
Okay, then we're over 900.
Here we go. Money talk.
Counting
Here
good.
comes the money.
So Fatrid with the $20 super chat for the kids. Thank you very much, Fatrid. And oh my God, what is this?
There's another one. Gun Bunny
Did this
Customs.
happen one day at Gun Bunny Customs?
Bunny.
Worst topless episode. You definitely get
Damn
it,
that Meskin.
Here comes the money.
Watch out, Meskin.
Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
You know, that deserves a good in here.
Damn jarhead.
Shoot on over there. What the? That deserves the Bobcat topless.
I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and back out of here, guys. Thanks for having the backyard battlefield on, Punk. And
Sherlock with the $2
Oh, yeah.
super chat. I don't hit other people's kids.
All right, let's
So-
head out, guys. We'll see you in just a minute.
Yep.
all right, I'll be back for the next
right.
open mic segment whenever that is. So
All
be in
right.
the chats.
Later.